Tossed away in a deadly monster forest, this little boy should have died. Instead, a massive leopard raised him until he turned 5. From his wild mother, he learned the art of the kill. And later on, an old prisoner of the woods took him under his wing. That meant endless, brutal training. Every single night, young Helmut forced down toxic herbs just to survive. When the sun came up, he sprinted and squatted until his legs collapsed. By afternoon, he was swinging his blade, pushing to master Viz. Why? To become the most terrifying beast the Kingdom's Academy would ever see. But hey, the world is rarely fair. Ages ago, the top leaders of this world warned everyone about the cursed remains of the Demon King. His dark magic tainted the great forest, turning it into a massive, unusable wasteland. Anyone who stepped foot inside never made it out. So the rulers got a twisted idea: use the forest as a massive death row. Got a troublemaker, just toss them into the woods. It was the perfect way to make people fast forward, and a sobbing mother collapsed at the forest edge screaming for the guards to give her baby back. The guards just pushed her away. They claimed a dark evil seed was growing inside the infant. Holy priests mumbled some quick prayers, then tossed the helpless newborn straight into the cursed roots, a total death sentence. Even top-tier knights and genius wizards could not last a day in there. The law said if a dumped criminal somehow walked out alive, their slate would be wiped clean. But this was just a baby. His only crime, being born with dark magic. And for that, he was left all alone in the shadows. Days passed. Freezing and starving, the baby started fading. But deep inside his little chest, a dark core began to bloom. Pure, untamed power rushed through his tiny veins, keeping him warm. 10 full days went by, and the kid was still kicking. That is when a massive shadow beast, a demonic jaguar, found him and gently carried him off. That single moment flipped his doomed fate completely. Skip ahead 10 years, and that same little boy was quietly stalking a wild rabbit. It was a tough chase. He threw himself forward, snatching the squirming animal. "I got it, Eliga, look," he cheered. Eliga was the giant beast who rescued him a decade ago. She lazily swatted the rabbit with her huge paw. She looked down and asked if hunting was getting any easier. Sure, he was only catching bunnies, but she warned him to pay close attention. She ripped something out of the prey, a monster core. Every dark beast had one. "Swallow it, and you get a map." Helmut gave a cocky grin. "Might catch my core," he declared, reaching for. But wait, Eliga stopped him. Those glowing stones only worked for actual monsters. If a human swallowed one, they would mutate into a mindless beast. Helmut just sighed. "Even if I don't eat it, I am already stuck here." He was way too weak. If he stepped 1 foot out of Elaga's safe zone, the bigger monsters would shred him instantly. But Eliga bumped him with her snout. She told him escape was actually real because someone had mentioned it before. Another human she met ages ago. Though honestly, she figured he was probably just a pile of bones by now. Helmut's eyes lit up. Could he still be alive? Eliga grunted, admitting the guy was pretty tough back in the day. But humans get old and break down fast, especially with this toxic dark magic choking the air. The only reason Helmut was not rotting away was because of that dark seed sitting right in his chest. Still, the kid would not let it go. "Have you seen anyone else? Where is he?" he begged. Getting annoyed, she flicked him with her heavy tail. She grumbled about raising him for 10 whole years. And now he just wanted to ditch her. But after he would not stop whining, she finally gave in. She pointed a claw toward the east side of the woods where the man used to hide out. Helmut bolted instantly, his heart racing at the thought of finally seeing another. Deep in the east, he stumbled upon a weird little camp blocked off by wooden stakes. Taking a deep breath, he vaulted over the fence and spotted a small handmade cabin. No beast could build something like this. It had to be human. Boom! Before he could even blink, a rough hand smashed his face into the dirt. "Who the hell are you?" a gruff voice barked. Spitting out dirt, Helmut choked out that Eliga sent him, saying a human lived out east. He just wanted to find a way out of these woods. The stranger tightened his grip. "And why would you want to leave?" He warned the kid that the human world wasn't some peaceful paradise. Sure, people were physically weak, lacking sharp claws or teeth, but they made up for it by being brutally cunning, always obsessing over power and control. Helmut revealed his secret. He wasn't actually born in this dark forest. He was dumped here as a baby because he carried the seed of darkness. This shocked the old man, since babies born with that curse were normally wiped out on the spot. If Helmut survived, he had to come from a seriously powerful bloodline. That explained why he was exiled instead of killed, all thanks to that dark seed inside him. As long as it stayed there, he'd be endlessly hunted even out in the human world. He would likely bleed to death fighting his own kind. But Helmut didn't care, even with the risks. He was dead set on leaving. Hearing this, the old man finally took him in, warning him that before stepping into human society, he actually had to act like one. He laid out the hard truth. To escape, they had to break through the forest barrier. But right now, Helmut needed to drop that dream and focus on getting stronger, or he'd just die the second he got out. That was exactly why the old man agreed to train him. Inside the rundown cabin, Helmut grumbled about the dust and dirt everywhere. The old man just smirked and pointed, saying that mess was his new bed. but there was zero time to slack off, because they had a lot of work ahead, starting with putting on actual clothes for the very first time. Shortly after, they headed deep into the woods, where Helmut started his survival lessons on foraging. The master held up a strange root explaining that even though it was tainted with demonic energy, soaking it in fresh water made it totally safe to eat. Helmut's eyes lit up in shock. He had no clue you could actually eat plants. Later on, while Helmut was out grabbing water, Eliga suddenly popped up and smacked him right on the ear. She angrily scolded him for following some random human's orders when he never even listened to her. But Helmut just shrugged it off, saying the old man promised to make him strong enough to finally escape this place. Sticking around here was just a dead end anyway, so he turned and walked away, leaving Eliga hoping he'd actually find a better life out there. But that better life was nowhere in sight today. Soon enough, Helmut was stuck sitting in the dirt, with his arms held out straight. The real torture of training had officially started. Watching him, the old man realized this kid was truly special. He carried something way beyond just that dark seed, making him a diamond in the rough worth molding. Hours later, Helmut totally collapsed, groaning about starving to death. To fix that, the master whipped up a warm vegetable stew, and Helmut was absolutely blown away by the rich flavor. As they ate, the old man broke it down for him. Since Helmut wasn't a monster, he lacked natural weapons like fangs or claws, and a normal human body could only take so much. Because of that fatal flaw, he had to learn the way of the sword, starting bright and early tomorrow. But first he gave a quick demonstration. He grabbed his blade, swung it smoothly to the side, and brought it crashing down. With one swift strike, a massive rock was sliced cleanly in two. That deadly power, he explained, was the only way humans stayed alive. They called it Viz. While beasts relied on dark energy, humans tapped into this hidden, invisible life force. Even though the dark seed inside Helmut worked a bit differently, it still acted like a similar fuel. Helmut was instantly hyped and begged to learn it right away, but all he got was a hard flick to the forehead. His scrawny body just wasn't ready for that yet. The most crucial step right now was getting a true feel for the blade. No matter how brutal or painful the process got, he had to push through the agony, because the sword would never betray his hard work. Fast forward a few days and Helmut was pitching a fit. The master kept heavily criticizing his sloppy stance. Still, as the old man watched him closely, he couldn't help but notice the kid's insane growth rate. Usually the seed of darkness drove humans into a mindless rage, but this boy was sharp and stubbornly refused to quit. To prove a point, the master sharply tapped Helmut's hand with his wooden sword, asking if he could feel the difference in the swing. Since the kid was totally clueless, the old man coldly threatened to skip his dinner. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Helmut's head. He finally started to grasp why. The impact felt completely different. He noticed the slight changes in speed and the exact angles of the strikes, even though the basic motions looked exactly the same. The master smiled, explaining that just copying the physical moves was basically useless. He had to sync his entire body perfectly with the mind of the blade, keeping every single muscle under absolute control. He encouraged the boy to pour his heart and soul into every swing if he ever wanted to survive. Helmut went back to his endless sword practice, but eventually took a break by the river to kill some time. Out of nowhere, Eliga showed up right behind him. She noticed he had gotten a lot stronger lately. Curious, Helmut asked why the old man owed her a favor. It turned out she had personally allowed that guy to stay in her territory. Helmut poked fun at her since she usually hated having neighbors, yet she let him move in without a single fight. As the absolute boss of the forest, she normally crushed anyone who stepped on her toes. But looking back on it, she admitted she had to play it safe. She didn't want to get jumped by the giant snake Naho while fighting. Naho ruled the southern woods and had her eyes on the old man. If Ilaga drained her energy in a pointless brawl, that sneaky snake could easily swoop in and wipe them both out. Plus, she had no idea how tough the old man actually was. Unlike monsters who flash their power, humans were great at hiding theirs. As for Naho, she absolutely despised the guy, all because he had completely wrecked her twisted little project. Wondering what kind of nightmare place it was, Helmut asked her to explain. Eliga just grabbed him and dashed straight through the trees. When they finally stopped, they were looking at a literal human farm. It was a brutal camp where people were whipped and forced to work by their own kind. The crowd was split into two and one group was entirely female. These were human women, a sight Helmut was looking at for the very first time. They were being dragged into a cabin just to become Naho's next meal, since the giant snake was obsessed with their soft meat. On the flip side, the men were worked down to the bone until the day they dropped. That was exactly why they called it a human farm. Down there, a bald guy seemed to be running the show. Honestly, every single person there had a shaved head like it was some strict rule. But this specific guy rocked a cape and barked all the orders. He was a pro at hunting down anyone tossed into the woods. If Helmut had drawn a bad hand, he could have easily ended up just like them. Just as the two were turning around to leave, a chilling voice echoed out. Well, look what the cat dragged in. It was Naho herself, the sick mastermind behind the farm. Caught between the heavy auras of these two monsters, Helmut froze dead in his tracks. Smirking, Naho mentioned how much she craved young human meat. But Eliga did not back down bluntly, telling her to keep dreaming. Naho laughed, adding that she passed on guys anyway since she only liked soft meat, taking a deep sniff of the air. The snake suddenly glared at Helmut, demanding to know his connection to Darien. In case you forgot, that was the grumpy old man's real name. Without warning, Eliga swung her massive paw at the snake, smacking her for getting her ugly face way too close. But Naho hissed that she could smell that rotten geezer all over the boy. After all, it had only been a few years since he showed up and ruined her entire operation. Eliga quickly covered for him, claiming the kid simply stole the old man's clothes. She warned Naho that if she laid one single finger on the boy, she would rip her to pieces. Annoyed, the snake just ordered them out of her turf. The sheer terror was too much and Helmut passed out shortly after. Eliga hauled him all the way home, telling him he better watch his back. He needed to stick to the old man like glue because that crazy snake could strike at any second. Once he woke up, Helmut stopped her and asked if he could ever reach her and the old man's level. Looking down at him, Eliga flat out said that normal humans could train for 100 lifetimes and still never get there. It was going to be a living nightmare. But if he actually wanted to escape this forest, he had to push way past his limits. When the old man finally came back, Eliga said her goodbyes and vanished into the trees. Darien called the boy inside, but by nightfall, Helmut was rolling on the floor in pure agony. It felt like his stomach was literally melting away. Right before bed, the old man had forced him to swallow some strange plant. Turns out he had just eaten a straight-up poisonous herb. Darien had ordered him to chew it down and shut up, claiming it was the only way to lock away the dark seed inside him. Sweating and groaning, Helmut honestly thought his time was up. Meanwhile, the old man stood quietly at the very top of a mountain, looking back on everything that happened over the last 4 or 5 years. When the sun came up, Helmut was right back to his endless sword swings. He asked Darien why his body suddenly felt so incredibly light. Was it the toxic herb or just the weird energy from the demonic soil? Either way, the horrible pain had completely vanished over the last few weeks. Looking at him, Darien finally said it was time. He casually picked up a wooden stick and started talking about Vis, an invisible, overwhelming power. He had kept it a secret all this time simply because the boy's body used to be too weak to handle even the basics. But now his body was finally primed to handle Vis. From here on out, the real training began. Darien channeled his energy straight through the wooden blade, instructing Helmut to sense the flow in the air around him, take control of it and channel it straight into his own weapon. This was his new path forward. Helmut gripped his hilt, as the old man pushed him to take deep breaths, mid-combat soaking in the raw power of nature. He needed to clear his mind and move without hesitation, because the moment he lost his grip on that energy, his own body would tear itself apart. The clash kicked off. Helmut cursed under his breath at the old man's insane speed, but he pushed through the assault, locking in on his breathing. Darien effortlessly deflected every single strike, barking at him to sharpen his senses and draw in even more power. This was exactly how they were going to train from today onward. No matter how long it took, Helmut needed to pour his sheer willpower into every single strike of their blades. The old master warned him never to drop his rhythm or his focus. 4 years flew by, and Helmut finally managed to slice clean through a massive tree using nothing but a wooden sword. The old man nodded in approval at his hard-earned progress, and demanded to see his Viz in action. Helmut shook his head, pointing out that the last time he showed it off, Darien flat-out refused to spar with him, brushing it off like it was nothing. Even so, the boy finally concentrated his Viz straight into the blade, leaving the old man internally stunned by his explosive growth. Not only was he carrying the seed of darkness, but his raw talent was completely off the charts. There was zero doubt this kid was going to turn the entire world upside down. Whether he ended up a hero or a menace, the moment had finally arrived for him to pack up and leave the forest behind. Helmut argued that he still wasn't strong enough, but Darien knew the truth. If that dark seed grew even an inch more, crossing the divine barrier would become impossible. It was now or never. Darien broke it down for him. The human realm was waiting just past the southern edge of the root forest, and to step foot in it, Helmut had to break through the divine barrier. On paper, he could still slip through even with the seed of darkness inside him, because any human capable of weakening the barrier itself was allowed to cross. But Darien confessed he had zero clue where the exit actually was, since he never bothered looking for it himself. However, there was one guy who had tracked it down. The village chief Erigo, that creepy bald guy in the cloak running the human farm. Darien gave him a heavy warning. The human world was going to throw everything at him, and real tragedy always sneaks up on you without a sound. When that dark day hits, he would taste true despair, maybe even drown in the pitch-black shadows. But no matter what went wrong, he could never ever lose himself. That was the old man's one and only final request. With the heavy talk over, the old man brushed it off, claiming he was going to catch a nap, but told Helmut to drop by at dawn, because he had a parting gift to hand over. That night, Helmut crossed paths with Eliga once again. totally lost in his own head. He was actually leaving this place for good, and the whole thing just felt like a massive emotional roller coaster. Elega just smiled softly, saying those mixed feelings were proof he was slowly becoming more human. When morning broke, he headed straight to the cabin. But the moment he pushed the door open, the old man was sitting dead, silent, a sword and a pack bag resting right in front of him. Taking in that quiet scene, it finally hit Helmut like a ton of bricks, that it really was time to say goodbye. He swore to himself that he would carry the memory of his master Darien for the rest of his life, and since his next stop was the farm, Elega gave him a heads up that giant freaky serpent was currently in deep hibernation. As long as he didn't make a massive racket, the beast would stay dead to the world. However, if Elega even stepped a toe into its territory, Naho would instantly pick up on her scent. That was exactly why Helmut had to fly solo on this one. Standing outside in the cold air, Alaga gently broke the news that Darien's flame had officially burnt out. She told him to wipe that tragic look off his face, because the old man had lived like a boss and went out exactly on his own terms. Now it was her turn to pass him something special, an item that had been tucked away with him on the day he was dumped in the woods. She figured he would need it eventually. He looked down to see a heavy medallion shining in solid pure gold. Carved right into the metal was a message: "Let there be light upon your path, Margaret Irene." This had to be the one and only clue to tracking down his real family in the human world. Meanwhile, we learned that feeding on the misery and terror of others only made Arago stronger. But eventually, thanks to a relentless mage who hunted him down, his sickening crimes were dragged into the light, landing him a sentence of either death or permanent exile. Trying to save his own skin, that creep fled straight into the root forest, where he ultimately crossed paths with the nightmare-inducing two-headed serpent. With everything set, Helmut finally hit the road, telling Alaga to take care of herself and not to get herself killed down at the human farm. Just as the chief reached to kill the lights for the night, Helmut materialized out of the shadows, pressing a cold blade right against the guy's throat, hissing at him to freeze. Here is the backstory. Dark magic is a nasty force that can turn a total weakling into a powerhouse. That is how this guy got the green light to stay in the giant serpent's turf. The deal: total loyalty and a steady supply of offerings. Using his powers, he rounded up, banished outcasts, and forced them to bow down to Naho. That is exactly how this twisted human farm started. Arago played king, treating everyone else like absolute cattle. Naho stayed completely out of his business as long as the offerings kept coming, but playing servant to a snake was not enough for his ego. Every single winter while Naho went into deep hibernation, monsters would raid the camp nonstop. Yet even with the daily chaos, he actually enjoyed the power trip. Fast forward to right now with a sharp blade kissing his neck. He panicked and asked what Helmut was after. The answer: a one-way ticket out of the root forest. The bald chief gasped, asking if he was Darien's student, but Helmut did not care. Talk or you are done for. Arago tried to bluff, claiming that if he got taken out, Naho would wake up angry. But Helmut saw right through it. If Naho woke up, Arago would still be a goner. Snakes cannot bring back the dead. Sweating, Arago swore he was the only guy with the escape route out of these woods. Take him out, and the secret dies too. Helmut, smart as ever, reminded the guy that mages love writing things down. If he got taken out, Helmut could just toss the room and find the notes himself. Defeated, the bald man finally caved in. He walked Helmut down a dark set of stairs into a hidden basement, explaining that his escape plan was just a theory. Nobody had ever tried it, mostly because nobody was strong enough. The only person who stood a chance was Darien. And seeing Helmut standing there meant one of two things. Either the old master never wanted to leave, or he was already gone. Arago grabbed a dusty book, but before handing it over, he pitched an offer. Take my place and rule this farm. After all, Darien's student was clearly built different from the rest. Hard pass. Helmut just wanted the guy to get out. Arago sighed, saying he found it in some hidden stash years ago. The pages talked about a giant waterfall way down at the southern edge of the woods. Right there, rushing water and dark energy clashed to spark holy magic. That clash was the only key to busting through the wall. But do not get it twisted. Even if it is weak, that shield is still top-tier holy magic. And one wrong move would turn your body into straight dust. That was the whole secret. Helmut looked at this guy with pure disgust. But then his master's voice: never take a life for absolutely nothing. So instead of slicing him up, he drove a brutal punch right into Arago's gut, tied him to a thick post, and told him he would be freed later. Arago freaked out, screaming that his powers were totally jammed. Helmut did not even look back. I am out of here, he declared. But the bald rat was not finished. Chanting a dirty trick, he sent out a desperate signal to Lady Naho. The massive snake snapped out of her deep sleep, hissing furiously about who dared to wake her up. It is an emergency, Arago screamed into the void. The old master is dead and his student is right here. A creepy thrill washed over Naho. Finally, my time to strike, she hissed. Cut to Helmut, sprinting hard through the thick woods. Suddenly, he crashed straight into a huge pack of Naho's pet monsters. The heavy aura in the air was suffocating. Fighting right now was a bad idea. All of a sudden, a foul, heavy energy flooded the entire zone. Boom! The giant serpent herself dropped in. She glared down at him, sneering that she had waited years for this and there was no way he was walking out alive. Helmut gripped his sword. Message received. He would just have to slice his way right through her. The beast snapped her giant jaws at him, but he easily dodged. A massive dirt cloud kicked up completely, blocking his vision. Out of the smoke, thick scales wrapped tightly around him. He was trapped. Taking a deep breath, he forced his brain to cool down. This monster was an absolute unit, but he was not about to end up as a quick snack. Right as Naho stretched her jaws wide open, she charged up a massive blast and fired it right at him. But in a split second, Helmut spotted an opening and darted straight for her jaws. She slammed her tail down to crush him, but he just sprinted right up the giant scales. Even a monster like Naho had a blind spot and his energy was ready to exploit it. He drove his glowing blade straight into her eye. With the beast shrieking in pain, he knew this was his only window to make a run for it before things got deadly. Suddenly, Naho savagely bit into her own flesh and lunged, slamming her raw power against his attack. The impact triggered a massive explosion, allowing Helmut to vanish into the thick smoke. Hours later, beaten and completely drained of energy, he caught his breath in the dark woods, realizing just how absurdly powerful that snake really was. But the moment he tried to move on, a massive shadow loomed right behind him. There was no hiding in her domain. Just as her giant jaws snapped down to swallow him whole, Eliga crashed into the scene, taking Naho head-on. She barked at the boy to run for his life, ready to settle things in an all-out turf war. He wasn't about to waste this golden ticket. Helmut sprinted away, leaving the two giant predators in a deadly standoff, with Eliga warning the snake that she wasn't taking another step. Meanwhile, Helmut pushed his limits, clearing the edge of Eliga's territory. He kept running for 2 days straight. His muscles were screaming, but he only had one goal in mind: breaking out of this cursed forest. Deep in the woods, he stumbled upon a massive waterfall. The vibe here was completely different. The heavy, toxic, demonic energy was completely gone. But before he could relax, giant feathers started drifting down from above. A colossal bird descended from the sky, demanding to know why a mortal was trespassing on her land. This was Igril, the absolute ruler of the north. Just like Alaga had warned, this giant beast was extremely nosy. Taking a deep sniff, Igril asked if he was a pet belonging to Naho or Eliga. Noting the scent of Eliga's mark on him, the bird realized he was invading her space. But Helmut stood his ground. He fired back that he was walking his own path, and what he was about to pull off would go down in history. He told the giant bird to watch closely because she was about to witness the first person ever to shatter the barrier and escape the forest of roots. Igril burst out laughing, mocking the tiny battered human for making such a huge claim. But she also realized, if she didn't watch him try, she might never get to see someone challenge the holy wall again. Mortals were tossed into these woods to die, making him the only one crazy enough to attempt a breakout. Amused, she agreed to a deal. She wanted a front-row seat to his escape attempt. In exchange for the entertainment, she promised to guard his back until he hit the barrier. Before taking the plunge, he asked the bird to pass a message to Eliga, letting her know he made it out alive. Taking a deep breath, Helmut dove straight into the crashing water, swimming hard toward the hidden exit. He had to push past the edge of the forest. The barrier was made of pure divine energy built to protect humanity and burn away anything evil. And since he was soaked in demonic power, that holy light tore through his body with a blinding absolute agony. Meanwhile, miles away, a small caravan was making its way down a dirt trail. While the crew was walking while a heavy wooden cart carried all their gear, the caravan leader called for a break, warning the group that pushing themselves too hard was a death wish. If a demonic beast ambushed them while they were tired, it would be a total massacre. So they sent the blonde kid off to grab some fresh water before the sun went down. But as the kid knelt by the rushing river to fill his bucket, he spotted a bruised and bloody boy washed up on the rocky shore. Panicking, the kid sprinted back to camp in pure terror. He burst into the clearing, screaming at the top of his lungs that there was a dead body down by the water. Most of the crew just rolled their eyes, but a sharp-looking woman in a wide hat grabbed her gear to go check it out. Down at the riverbank, she found the body. But as she leaned in, she noticed his chest moving. The kid was actually still alive. Helmut slowly blinked his eyes open, only to find a bunch of strangers staring down at him. The woman explained that their water boy had tripped over him, nearly bleeding out on the dirt. She casually asked for his name, introducing herself as Tanya, a tough-as-nails rank 3 mercenary, rocking a silver badge from the Pace Mercenary Guild. Helmut just stared at her in total shock. For the first time in his life, he was looking at other humans. She tipped her hat, letting him know he had somehow washed up in the rotten forest. Playing it safe, Helmut lied, saying the only things he remembered were his name and how to swing a sword. Tanya made up her mind to help the guy out. For now, he was officially her problem. A little while later, Helmut realized just how bouncing back was going to take some time. Right now, he felt even weaker than his very first day of training. Worse still, that dark seed he thought was gone, still right there inside him. But whatever happened, he was in the human world now. Keeping that seed a total secret was a matter of life and death. His best play was faking amnesia while secretly tracking down whoever owned that pendant. But to pull that off, he had to play the long game. Fast forward to the next morning and the whole crew's jaws dropped when he finally took a bath. He looked like a totally different person. One guy even wondered if he was some secret royalty, while Tanya checked in on how he was holding up during the trip. The short guy just thought Helmut was weird since he kept petting their horse and calling it a gentle beast. It wasn't long before Helmut started panting hard. Someone suggested throwing him in the back of the wagon, but nope. They made him keep walking, figuring the exercise would actually help him heal. Once they hit the city, a doctor checked him out and claimed Tanya totally lost it. She screamed at the doctor, calling him a massive scammer for saying that. But no matter how many tests the guy ran, Helmut seemed totally fine on paper. He just handed over some pills and guessed the memories would come back on their own. Stepping outside, Helmut assured Tanya he was actually feeling okay. She couldn't help but notice how built he was. Seeing his sword skills, she figured he had to have learned from a real pro. So she challenged him to a quick sparring match to get his blood pumping. They had a free schedule the next day anyway. Tanya was a rank 3 silver medal merc. That meant she was a total badass with real respect in this world. He took her up on the offer, mostly just wanting to test his own limits. Over at the training grounds, the crew was busy sweating it out when Tanya showed up with Helmut in tow. The guys warned her not to break the poor kid. She just smacked them away and tossed Helmut a wooden sword. There was only one rule: keep swinging until somebody hits the dirt. Right then, Helmut was nowhere near 100%. His body just wouldn't listen to him, so his only option was to play defense and deflect her strikes. The fight kicked off. He rushed in, but she blocked it easily, knocking him back. They clashed again. He tried to dodge, but caught a brutal kick straight to the gut. Thanks to his weakened state, it felt like he was fighting in slow motion. He threw up his guard, but she just kept coming at him without a single pause. Finally, she spotted a gap in his defense and completely launched him across the yard. Game over. She won. Still, she gave him props, admitting he actually put up a solid fight. One of the guys chimed in, reminding him that Tanya was a top-tier fighter even by mercenary standards. The whole squad cheered, patting Helmut on the back. Then a man stepped up and introduced himself as Fian, the squad captain and a rank 2 gold medal heavy hitter. With a grin, he announced that Helmut just passed their secret entrance exam. Since they saved his life, they couldn't just let an amnesiac wander the streets alone. They had actually been keeping a close eye on him on the whole trip to the city. And the best part, unlike most guys, he never once tried to hit on Fian's sister. Because of that, they handed Helmut a rank 4 mercenary contract on the spot. Everyone welcomed him to the crew. He turned to the captain and asked how long he was locked into this deal. Fian explained he could pack up and leave whenever he wanted. But once he agreed to a mission, he had to see it through to the bitter end. That setup worked perfectly for Helmut. He was still totally clueless about how this world worked anyway. Plus, it was time he finally learned what it felt like to have a real team. A bit later, an old man complained that this next job was way too dangerous for a rank 4 rookie. But the captain shut him down, swearing that Helmut was built different. He knew the kid was going to pull his weight, and since he was jumping in at the last second, he would only get a 1/3 cut of his normal rank's pay. Oh, and the Tarek mercenary squad was tagging along for this run too. Once the old guy walked out, Fian gave the rundown. Tomorrow's gig was a massive escort mission. If they ran into an ambush, only the rank 3s and above were allowed to draw their weapons, because the monsters in this zone were absolute nightmares. One of the guys chimed in with a warning: if those Tarek goons tried to start trouble, just bite your tongue and look the other way. The Tarek crew was famous for being total dirtbags anyway. With the meeting wrapped up, they planned to move out at dawn. But that night, Helmut was out there training all by himself. Looking back at that intense fight, his body was still aching. But he did not care. He was going to start his training all over again from scratch. By the time the sun came up, the whole group was already moving deep into the woods, heading straight for the cargo they needed to protect. Old Mills barked out orders, sending the face squad to watch their backs. The blonde kid nudged him, whispering that the guys hanging around nearby had to be the Tarek squad. One of those guys flashed a nasty smirk. He snapped at the scrawny kid, asking what he was looking at, joking that a twig like him probably could not even lift a blade. To Helmut, sizing up a human enemy was pretty much exactly the same as measuring up a wild monster. That loudmouth definitely was not the boss, because he just did not have that kind of raw power. But still, it was smart to watch his. Fast forward a few days, and that same jerk intentionally shoved the skinny blonde right into the dirt, laughing it off like it was just a clumsy mistake. The guy standing next to him even joked that the kid looked like a little girl. But Helmut did not even blink. He completely ignored their taunts, helped the frail kid back to his feet, and just walked off. The bully boiled with rage at being brushed off like dust. This guy was supposed to be a rank 3 mercenary, but he got knocked down a peg after busting his arm. To make things worse, his older brother had already laid down the law, warning him that one more mess up would get him kicked out for good. so he figured he would get his crew to jump the kid later. On the other side, the blonde was totally fed up. It had only been 3 days, and these punks were already making his life a living nightmare every single morning. Steaming with anger, he snatched up a heavy bucket and stomped off toward the river to get some water. Right as he knelt by the bank and filled up his bucket, shadows loomed over him. The gang cornered him, telling him they needed to have a little chat. After beating him to a pulp, they mockingly asked if he had ever taken a bath with his buddy. Honestly, they just wanted to strip him down to see if he was actually a guy or a girl. That was the sick reason they dragged him out there in the first place. When Helmut finally tracked them down and saw the mess, he realized these were the exact type of scumbags Darien told him to watch out for. The leader then snapped his fingers, ordering his men to strip Helmut down too. Helmut instantly gripped the hilt of his blade, but before he could, Tanya came crashing in out of nowhere, slamming a brutal punch right into the leader's jaw. She glared at them, demanding to know why the Tarek squad was messing with her people. The pathetic leader rubbed his face, spitting out a lie that they were just having a friendly chat. But Tanya was not buying it. She gave them a dead serious warning. If they ever laid a finger on her crew again, they would not be walking away next time. Later that night, Helmut slipped into the dark woods to train all by himself. After a solid week of resting up, his body was finally starting to feel normal, even though he still could not tap into his V's energy just yet. When morning rolled around, the captain gathered everyone, warning them that the zone ahead was an absolute hotspot for demonic beasts, so they needed to keep their eyes wide open. The guys in the squad started whispering and guessing about how terrifying these monsters could be. Out of absolutely nowhere, a massive claw swiped through the air, taking off the point man's head in a split second. A beast was here. Blinded by sheer rage, his buddy charged straight at it, but the creature casually swatted him away like a fly. The sheer power of this thing was insane. Weapons were drawn as both squads braced for a bloody fight. Helmut grabbed the blonde and dragged him under the wagon to hide. Since his viz was still locked up, jumping into this brawl would be pure suicide. He could feel the heavy, suffocating pressure rolling off the monster. The clash kicked off. The rank 2 fighters closed in, swinging their blades wildly at the main beast while the rest of the crew held off a swarm of weaker runts. The front line was absolute chaos. Since the rank 2 guys could actually channel their VI's energy, they hit way harder than Helmut ever gave them credit for. The squad leaders drew the boss monster's focus, buying time for the grunts to clear out the little ones. But right in the middle of the bloodbath, the giant beast suddenly backed off and bolted deep into the trees. The captain immediately yelled out, ordering everyone to hold their ground and let it run. They were getting paid to guard the cargo, not hunt monsters. Shaking with fear, the blonde kid grabbed Helmut's arm just to get back on his feet, while the surviving mercenaries started carving up the dead creatures. They bragged that monster skins and those rare cores could fetch a massive pile of gold. One veteran tossed Helmut a dark glowing seed to look at. The blonde shivered, whispering rumors about how those dark seeds could twist a person's mind and literally turn them into bloodthirsty beasts. Apparently, kids born with them either died instantly or got tossed straight into the root forest to rot. Suddenly, Darien's warning echoed perfectly in Helmut's mind. As long as that cursed seed was buried inside his chest, he was destined to be hunted by humanity. The only reason he ever learned to control Vis was to lock away the darkness creeping in his veins. Right now, with his powers completely sealed off, he had to protect that deadly secret no matter what. Meanwhile, the blonde leaned in close to get a better look at one of the dead monsters. But right then, its eyes snapped open and its claws locked tight around his throat. Helmut did not even need to think. In one smooth, lightning-fast blur, he drew his sword and sliced it clean through. As he sliced the monster right down the middle, a weird rush washed over him. Tanya kept her eyes peeled and spotted something off about the way he pulled his sword. Later that night, Helmut got right back to training. His energy had finally returned. Give it 3 days, and he would be back to 100% of his old strength. Mid-swing, he felt someone sneaking up. It was that annoying merc. The guy smirked, teasing that walking alone at night was asking for trouble. This time, no one was coming to save him, so it was time for a beatdown. Helmut just looked at him, asking if he was actually serious about pulling a stunt this dumb. The guy just ripped the wraps right off his arm. Good as new. He threw a wild punch, but Helmut caught it with one hand like it was nothing, forcing the guy straight to his knees. The guy desperately needed a reality check. Refusing to take the hint, the merc pulled his sword, but it was completely useless. Helmut pulled his own blade and swiped right across the guy's legs. Left out here like this, he was definitely done for. Right then, Helmut felt that dark, violent urge from the seed, trying to swallow him whole. He punched his own chest, forcing his mind to snap back to reality, since he had gone way too long without tapping into his energy. Once he finally cooled off, the merc had already dragged himself away, mumbling like crazy about how a kid like Helmut could even use that power. But something way worse was waiting in the shadows. That huge boss monster showed up out of nowhere and flattened the cocky merc. Helmut quickly charged up his sword and jumped straight into the fight. After a heavy brawl, the monster bolted away again. The rest of the crew ran up asking what just went down. Helmut gave them the rundown. Caleb, who had been secretly tailing him, got taken out by the beast. One of the squad leaders apologized, admitting they completely dropped the ball and put Helmut in a really bad spot. But Tanya shut him right down, saying a simple sorry wouldn't cut it. Helmut almost lost his life because they all knew exactly what that guy was up to. Another guy yelled at her to watch her mouth, reminding everyone that Caleb was his brother. Tanya shot back, icy as ever, that if he had actually done his job watching him, none of this mess would have happened. Right then, old Mills stepped in to break it up, saying enough was enough. They needed to regroup right now. You cannot change what is already gone. To make up for it, Helmut would get the fallen guy's paycheck. Moving forward, they had to figure out a much safer way to handle these monsters, since 3 of their guys were already gone for good. Later on, Tanya totally chewed Helmut out, smacking him around a bit, warning him never to wander off alone again. Something about the way she sounded. It totally reminded him of how Darian used to treat him. The very next day, they kept pushing through the woods, constantly fighting off monsters. By the time the sun went down, everyone was completely drained from the non-stop battles. The monsters seemed weirdly focused on just their squad. Meanwhile, the Tarek squad barely lifted a finger. That night, inside the wagon, Old Mills pushed for Tarek to help watch their backs, but Tarek brushed it off, claiming that working smart was way better than playing it safe. His logic was simple. While the Pace squad kept the monsters busy, the rest of them would speed right out of the forest. Mills snapped, asking if they had absolutely zero honor, but Tarek just smirked, saying survival was the only thing that mattered out here. Clinging to pride would just get them all wiped out. Tarek doubled down on staying alive at all costs. He knew that Beast would eventually take them all out anyway. It was just biding its time, waiting for them to burn out before striking. His plan was cold, but it worked. The next morning, the Pace squad took the rear, like always. Then, without warning, the Tarek squad hit the gas and bolted, totally leaving them in the dust just as the monsters showed up. The captain instantly realized they had been played. Helmut, staring blankly ahead, decided it was finally time to step up. When the horrible creatures swarmed in, chaos broke out, but there were just way too many of them. Watching his team struggle to survive, Helmut only had one thought in mind. There is no way I'm letting these people fall today. He looked back and told them to keep whatever happened next a strict secret. Then, sparking up his energy, he leaped right into the bloodbath, slicing through monsters left and right until the entire field was completely clear. As the final one dropped, everyone's jaw hit the floor. This kid was an absolute beast. Helmut just brushed it off casually, saying his body was finally back to normal. Tanya realized her eyes hadn't been playing tricks on her earlier, and even the captain was mind blown, because not even he could control his power like that. Either way, Helmut promised he would stick by their side until they made it out of the woods, all while hunting down Tarek and his backstabbing crew. The crew looked completely wiped out from running all night through the dark woods. But suddenly, Helmut stopped. He sensed something. A brutal fight was breaking out just ahead. It took almost an entire hour to get there. They picked up the pace, rushing to save those fools in the other squad. The other guys were barely holding off the monsters when the alpha boss showed up. Yeah, they were completely doomed. The blue-haired guy panicked, telling his buddy they had to run or they would all get wiped out. If they ditched the group now, there would be no witnesses left to ruin their reputation. The 2 cowards bailed out, yelling at everyone to just scatter. Back at the main group, Old Mills was paying a heavy price for his bad call. The massive beast was ripping people right out of their carriage. Just in the nick of time, Helmut burst onto the scene. He swung his flying backward. The captain had told him earlier to scout ahead and check things out. And now that his energy was fully restored, he was more than ready to take this thing down. But the moment his sword sliced into its thick hide, a chill went down his spine. He realized the absolute toughest enemy he had faced since leaving the forest. One wrong move and he was dead. The 2 traded heavy blows, but then the creature started sucking up the life force of the dead bodies scattered around. It was powering up. Helmut knew he had to go all out and end this before the rest of his team got there. The brutal fight dragged on, tearing up the ground around them. Suddenly, the monster launched itself into the air. It was the exact same attack pattern as the serpent Nahas. He leaped right back at it, bringing down a massive, crushing strike. By the time the backup squad finally showed up, Helmut had already wiped the floor with the beast. The battle was over. Luckily, Old Mills managed to survive inside the wrecked carriage. When the old man opened his eyes, he honestly thought he was dead. He started apologizing to ghosts, crying that Tarek's guys had forced him into it. Well, he definitely was not dead, and the demon beast was rotting on the ground. Now it was time to talk business. The crew demanded 80% of the total profit for dealing with all this mess. After all, they did save his life. Having no choice, Old Mills nodded in agreement. The captain crossed his arms and demanded to know what on earth they were actually hauling. It turned out their big client was none other than the Archmage Antiel, and the secret cargo. It came straight from the Lumen Temple. Everyone knew the temple's power was absolutely off the charts. the legendary group that crushed the Demon King thousands of years ago. Yeah, they had changed a lot since then. Now they were scooping up sacrifices and hoarding power, all under the excuse of keeping the peace. Almost every kingdom had bowed down to them. But even with all that influence, they still could not put a leash on this one specific mage. The Archmage had gotten his hands on a special relic from the temple and wanted to study it himself. If word ever got out that the Merchant Guild helped smuggle this item to him, the temple would crush their entire organization in a heartbeat. They were only taking this crazy risk because the mage had saved their leader's life back in the day. They owed him big time. Helmut raised an eyebrow, asking if the guy was really that big of a deal. Apparently, rumors said he once almost broke straight through one of the temple's holy barriers. Hearing this, Helmut wondered if a wizard that powerful could actually get rid of the seed inside him. A few hours later, they finally made it out of the beast zone. The captain tossed Helmut a recovery pill for his energy and gave him a solid nod of thanks. Without him stepping up, the whole squad would be monster food right now. The very next day, they arrived at the drop-off point. The captain looked around, totally confused as to why they were meeting out in the middle of nowhere. There was no town, no dirt road, just empty space. But Old Mills swore this was the exact spot to deliver the cargo, straight to Antiel's front door. Instead of wasting breath explaining it, the old merchant just showed them. He pulled out a strange necklace and pressed it right into the trunk of a tree. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy exploded outward. It was spatial magic. They were actually teleporting. The captain's jaw dropped in pure shock. This was next-level stuff. Helmut glanced around, asking if this was just a trick of the eye, but the freezing air told him otherwise. They were crossing miles in seconds. As the light faded, a figure stood waiting for them. It was Archmage Antiel himself, stepping up to greet the merchants. Seeing his precious cargo safe and sound, he gave a polite nod of thanks, then casually asked if anyone had died on the way. He could sense the lingering life force staining the carriage. Old Mills swallowed hard, admitting that only a third of his guys had made it out alive after a brutal run-in with a giant monster. Antiel's eyes lit up with interest. He immediately asked where the monster's body was. Mills quickly said they had already carved it up, but if the mage wanted to buy the parts, they were definitely for sale. Without blinking, the Archmage threw down an offer of 150,000 marks on the spot. The whole crew froze. That was a mountain of cash. One of the guards whispered that he had heard Archmages were insanely rich, and well, the rumors were true. Antiel just waved a hand, telling them to unload the goods. He did not care about the money. Watching him closely, Helmut could feel a chilling aura coming off the man. It felt totally different from a dark mage, but it was just as dangerous. He stood face to face with the immensely powerful Antioch, locking eyes with Helmut. The mage noted that magic users could see hidden truths invisible to normal folks. Helmut shot back, warning him to watch his step. Antioch simply cast a barrier spell, completely blocking out the rest of the world. It was a sign of respect for those deep secrets. He swore on his honor as a mage. Glowing chains of energy wrapped around him, forming a magical oath. Breaking it meant losing a massive chunk of his power. He told the unique kid to ask whatever was on his mind. Realizing Antioch wasn't some shady dark magic user, Helmut didn't hold back, diving straight into the one burning question he had. Antioch guessed it was about the Seed of Darkness. Spot on. Helmut desperately needed to know how to get rid of it. Antioch gave it to him straight. It was absolutely impossible. That dark seed was permanently tied to his very life force. It carried a demonic power that rarely took hold in dying babies, bringing them back to life through the seed. Because of that, the thing had to stay alive until the host finally passed away. Helmut froze in pure shock. He figured a master mage would have a cure, but Antioch was just a man, not a god. Plus, this was the very first time he'd ever seen anyone actually keep their seed under control. Usually, the seed craved dark energy from its host. The harder you fought back, the faster it ate away at your sanity, until you completely lost your mind and turned into a monster. But Helmut was completely different. Theoretically, he could push down the seed's influence using mana or inner aura, but both of those took serious talent and a whole lot of time. Antioch was amazed that Helmut had built up his aura, all while feeding the seed just enough dark energy to stop himself from going crazy. He also mentioned that even holy priests would have a hard time sensing the seed, unless they checked Helmut in person. Even for a top-tier mage like him, he only noticed it, because it reacted to the massive wave of dark energy in the area. The way things were going, Helmut's future looked pretty grim. He would get incredibly strong over time as long as he stayed off the temple's radar. But eventually, just like everyone else, the seed would probably eat him alive and his blade would destroy the whole world. That was the doomed fate of everyone who carried it. Helmut shot back that it would never happen because he was still human. Antioch just chuckled, pointing out that while people talk a big game about destiny, they also have the power to change it. He promised to keep a close eye on the kid. If Helmut ever lost control, Antioch would be there to put him down. After that intense chat, Helmut finally got paid for his hard work with the mercenary crew. He pointed to a random bag in the pile and asked if it was his, since nobody else claimed it. Inside were all the things he had packed from the deep woods. Helmut thanked them while the captain rubbed his neck, admitting he had just completely forgotten to hand it over earlier. He also gave Helmut a huge thanks, straight up calling him the true hero of their mission. Finn ran and super hyped, practically begging to give him a grand tour of the mercenary base. But Helmut politely passed on the offer. Tanya gently told him he could keep using their team's official license, since he clearly had bigger things to handle now. Helmut packed up his gear and walked out with the whole crew waving a warm goodbye. The captain yelled out that if he ever needed a reliable team, their door was always open. Walking away, Helmut felt a dull ache in his chest. It felt exactly like the day he had to leave Darien and Eliga behind. Now he was back to dealing with monster threats, all while the dark seed inside him kept soaking up more and more power. Just like back in the woods, his only choice was to get so unbelievably strong that the seed could never control his mind. Somewhere else, a shady guy grumbled that he never would have taken the job if he knew it would be a literal death trap. Still, the only thing that mattered was that they survived. Now they could rebuild Tarek in total secret without anyone knowing the truth. But right then, some very familiar voices echoed nearby. The captain, Tanya, and their crew were casually walking through the front door. Panic set in as the two thugs realized their targets had actually survived. As Finn glanced over to the side, the window table was already completely empty. They started sweating, kicking themselves for not wiping out that squad with their own hands. One of them nervously muttered that the guild was bound to find out about their dirty work sooner or later. And with that, Tarek's old crew slowly faded into the shadows. But the angry blue-haired guy snapped at them to keep moving, reminding them they were rank 2 mercenaries. If they didn't want to starve to death, stealing was their only way out. Later, as the sun went down, Helmut sat in a quiet tavern, racking his brain for any solid clue about the mysterious pendant. He had just been aimlessly wandering from town to town for days now. He knew he wouldn't always get lucky and run into solid folks like the captain's crew. But on the bright side, his new paycheck was almost twice the amount Darien had left him. Right then, his eyes locked onto a hidden letter tucked away inside his bag. He instantly recognized the handwriting. It was definitely Darien's. In his very last moments, the old man had actually managed to leave him one final message. The letter started grimly. If Helmut was reading this, it meant Darien was already gone and the kid had finally left the forest. Darien knew exactly what was coming. After spending his whole life in the wild, adapting to the outside world was going to be tough. With his own time running out, the old master couldn't help but worry about the boy's future. He wrote that if Helmut didn't have a clear goal, he should head straight to Baden. There was a place there called Greta Academy, a school filled with kids his own age. It was the perfect spot to learn how to be human since nobles and commoners were actually treated as equals there. But getting in wasn't a solo job. Helmut needed to track down a guy named Ethan Kudrum. All he had to do was show Ethan the sword Darien left him. That blade alone would prove he was the old man's student. Thanks to an old promise, Ethan would definitely back him up. As the letter came to a close, Darien dropped a heavy truth. The human world was wild and dangerous, and raw power wouldn't solve every problem he faced. But after surviving years of brutal training, Darien had total faith that Helmut would crush this new challenge. He begged the boy to stay safe. Looking at the shaky handwriting, Helmut realized his master had barely managed to hold the pen. A wave of gratitude washed over him. Finally, he had a clear path forward. Right on cue, the waiter showed up carrying a massive feast. The bill came out to 15 marks. Without missing a beat, Helmut pulled a single coin from his pouch. It was worth 1,000 marks. The waiter's jaw dropped. Helmut calmly told him he was staying the night and that coin would cover the whole tab. But flashing cash draws attention. A drunk guy eyed the table while Helmut was busy thinking about his recent paycheck. The man stumbled over calling the kid loaded. 2 of his buddies backed him up, demanding 20,000 marks for their bar tab. Helmut shut them down instantly. Annoyed, the thugs tried to pick a fight, and boy did they get one. Helmut wrecked them in seconds. The bruised drunk gasped, asking who the heck he was. Helmut just called himself a mercenary and told them to beat it. Shaking with fear, the waiter warned Helmut to leave town right away. He had just picked a fight with the Black Eagles. They were ruthless thugs who ran the local underworld and would take anyone out for the right price. Helmut quickly realized he had stepped right into a massive mess. His mind raced, deciding to lure them away from the crowd. The panicked waiter kept begging him to run, but Helmut just told him to spread the word that he went into the forest. He promised he would return, so the innkeeper needed to keep his room ready. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, the Black Eagles argued if the kid was actually crazy enough to hide in the woods. Suddenly, one of their scouts sprinted in. He claimed he had tracked down Helmut's exact location. The kid was waiting in the woods right behind the inn. The gang agreed to hunt him down, eager to prove that the Black Eagles were the scariest monsters out there. Waiting in the shadows, Helmut thought back to his time with the mercenary squad. He remembered how some people acted just like wild beasts, while others actually looked out for each other. Humans were seriously complicated. Darien's advice echoed in his mind. Raw power couldn't fix everything, but tonight, violence was the only language these guys would understand. He had learned one very important lesson. When people started acting like demonic monsters, they needed to be treated like them. And since they showed up fully armed, he had every right to send them straight to the grave, right? Sometime later, Helmut moved swiftly through the trees, casually thinking that those thugs were way weaker than Tanya. Regardless, he planned to head out at sunrise. For now, he sneaked back to his inn room to catch some sleep. But right at that moment, the dark seed inside him sparked to life, and he dropped hard to the floor. He groaned, totally confused. After all, he hadn't taken down any demonic beasts tonight, only humans. This reaction meant that taking human lives also fed the seed. This was a massive problem. If anyone ever found out about the scene he just left behind, the whole world would hunt him down. Since he couldn't just wipe out his enemies anymore, he had to avoid drawing blood at all costs. This made reaching the academy even more urgent. Meanwhile, a ninja-like scout reported back to his boss that the entire squad was wiped out. The bearded leader just told them to stick to the plan. Soon after, a fresh group of mercenaries walked in. It was those same rank 2 fighters who ran from the last battle, dragging their ruined reputations with them. The bearded man smirked, saying he always welcomed strong fighters, but joining the crew now came with a catch. He didn't doubt their skills, but this place was built different. They handled a ton of shady, under-the-table work. Having a conscience around here was a liability. That is exactly why he needed solid proof that these guys wouldn't hold back. The night before, he had handed them a test. 5 of his guys had completely dropped off the grid, wiped out by just one single merc. Looking at the aftermath, every single one of them was taken down with just one clean hit. There was not a single weapon left behind. Word on the street was the killer was just a kid, maybe 15, rocking pitch black hair and dark eyes. Pulling this off meant scoring a spot in the Black Eagles. The blue-haired guy did not waste a second, immediately demanding the target's location. Intel said he was crashing at a local inn, just a town over. The trail was still fresh, so he had to be close by. Meanwhile, Helmut was hanging out in another town. He figured grabbing a low-key quest was the smartest way to travel totally under the radar. Stepping inside the guild hall, the front desk girl gave him a warm welcome and asked how she could help him out today. Obviously, he was hunting for some work, and since his merc license was fully up to date, picking up a job was a total breeze. She asked what kind of gig he was into. Helmut casually shrugged, saying the payout was not a big deal to him. He only needed a job that would drop him off right near the city of Bowden. Now Bowden was a massive hub, with folks constantly traveling that way. Scoring a quick bodyguard or delivery run was super easy. She slid a VIP escort request across the desk. A noble girl needed a guard, but there was a hilarious catch. The merc actually had to be exactly her type. Helmut easily checked that box. He locked in the job and headed straight to a clothing store. His good looks already gave him a massive head start. Now he just needed a decent outfit to match the vibe. Inside, a merchant with a bushy mustache hyped up a bunch of flashy outfits. Helmut barely blinked and just calmly asked for the total cost. The guy wanted 2,000 marks for one piece, but the actual mission only paid out 800. What an absolute ripoff. Walking back into the guild, the receptionist's jaw totally dropped. She completely gushed over his incredible glow-up. Completely missing the point, Helmut just deadpanned. "I am not handsome. I am Helmut," while she awkwardly mumbled that he was way too pretty for his own good. But just like she promised, he was the absolute flawless pick for this job. Soon enough, a guy from House Zeringer showed up to inspect their new hired gun. He gave a polite bow, introducing himself as Gilton, the head family butler. Gilton broke it down, explaining that guarding a VIP was pretty much the exact same as moving standard cargo, except the package actually breathes. He added that if things ever got way too intense, Helmut could just step back, let the Royal Knights handle it, and still walk away with a fat cash bonus at the end. They headed straight over to the fancy inn where the Marquis's daughter was chilling. Gilton first introduced him to a heavily armored knight named Cedric, and then pointed out the young VIP. She was completely glued to this guy named Lord Alea over at a nearby table. The butler cleared his throat and formally introduced Helmut as their newest bodyguard, staying entirely focused on Alea. Brushing it off, Alea mentioned they needed to hit the road super soon and walked off to grab some rest. Watching the guy walk away, a really weird feeling washed over Helmut. As the VIP puppy dogged right after Alea, Helmut leaned in and nope. The butler explained he was just a special guest of the young lady and apparently a huge deal over at Greta Academy. Turns out that was their final destination, so the girl could finally take her big entrance exam. With the clock ticking down to just 2 hours, Helmut was ordered to gear up and grab a horse from the back stables. Finally settled into the saddle, Helmut let out a sigh. Getting ready had been an absolute total nightmare. His horse had completely freaked out and almost bucked him right off. Meanwhile, up ahead, the spoiled girl eagerly invited Lord Alea into her private carriage. Staring at him, it suddenly clicked for Helmut. Alea was actually a magic user. That totally explained the weird vibe he got earlier. But as for what exact spells he was actually hiding, or why the guy was secretly casting a spell on his own body, with a smooth smile, he said yes. She confessed that she was totally freaking out over the exams, but he sweetly promised her that everything was going to be perfectly fine. She kept playfully begging him for a private tutoring session, but eventually he gently brushed her off, offering to hook her up with a real test prep expert instead, and smoothly told her to get some beauty sleep for the long ride ahead. Meanwhile, hiding deep in the shadows, a masked spy was relaying this exact conversation to his crew. They now knew that Helmut had officially taken the bait and grabbed a mission. But there was a massive speed bump. Elite Royal Knights were rolling with him, making this whole hit way messier. Despite the heavy guard, the boss gave a cold order: take Helmut out and only Helmut. That was just how the Black Eagles did dirty business. Their enemies needed to be taken apart piece by piece, and the blue-haired guy swore he would make that happen. Meanwhile, back with the escort group, the noble lady was throwing a huge fit about their rundown inn. They had stopped there for the night, but honestly that was the best spot around. She just had to tough it out this one time. Deep in the woods, Helmut was grinding through his training. He could feel his viz surging. Then back when he survived in the wild, he started wondering if he could actually stay focused on his training once he got to Greta Academy. But more importantly, he needed to know if he'd find any clues about the seed. As the sun set, a sudden rustle caught his attention. He checked it out, only to spot a bird being puppeted by Lord Alea. It turns out Alea was keeping a close eye on him too. The guy had seen plenty of elite mercenaries, but a rank 3 at Helmut's age, that was rare. Not long after, the spoiled lady started banging on Helmut's door, yelling that she knew he was awake. Eventually, her exhausted maids had to drag the screaming girl away. The next day, on the road, it was just about time for lunch. They pulled the carriage over by a lake for a break. In the back, the mercenaries were grumbling, forcing down rock-hard bread, and chugging water just to feel full. While the noble lady dined on fancy meals, Helmut caught himself missing Finn's cooking. But then something about the water caught his attention. It had a weirdly sweet taste. Was it spiked? The others were gulping it down blindly, and pretty soon, heads started dropping. Even the butler caught the lady mumbling in her sleep right before he passed out cold himself. One by one, the whole crew dropped. Helmut quietly dumped his cup, instantly realizing they had walked into a trap. When the ambushers rolled up, they froze, completely shocked to see him standing there. Two of them instantly recognized him. It was the kid from the transport job. Helmut glared, calling them out as total traitors for ditching their own squad. They just sneered back, saying none of that mattered now. He and the lady were their targets. The blue-haired guy blocked an incoming strike. But before things could get ugly, Lord Alea stepped in. He gave them a chilling warning: if they wanted to keep breathing, they needed to drop their blades and walk away. Spotting another guy who was still awake, the blue-haired mercenary pointed his sword right at him, demanding to know if he was the mage pulling the strings. Alea just brushed him off, telling him to shut his mouth and clean up his own mess. Then, gripping his sword, he announced it was time for a little chat with the brat. The bearded thug bragged that the mage didn't even need to move, promising a quick end. But the mage coolly shot back that a silent mage is a dead mage. Meanwhile, Helmut was clashing with the blue-haired guy deep in the woods. He felt pretty lucky that the mage hadn't been knocked out by the spiked water. The blue-haired traitor unleashed a massive sweeping slash, totally convinced he had just finished Helmut off. But as the dust settled, Helmut was standing right there, completely unfazed. He calmly stated that they were just getting started. He even thanked the guy for chasing him out here, because this was where his story would end for being absolute trash. The mercenary totally lost it, furious that this kid was actually using Viz, and charged straight at him. Helmut casually dodged, leaped into the air, and came crashing down with a brutal strike to his face. The traitor slammed into the dirt, totally wrecked, gasping out how a mere kid could use Viz. Helmut hit him one last time, coldly stating he was going to let him live. The guy begged to be finished off, screaming that it was better than living with this humiliation. But Helmut leaned in, saying nothing was more pathetic than leaving your own team behind to save yourself, so he'd have to carry that shame forever. The broken man just laughed like a total maniac in the distance, while Helmut suddenly remembered the mage he left back at camp. Back there, the mage had already completely crushed the other attackers, firing off spell after spell. The bearded boss charged in blind, only to catch a magical blast right to the face that slammed him hard into the rocks. The mage locked the rest of them down with a binding spell, warning them to stay put. But in all that chaos, the bearded leader managed to slip away, totally beaten and shaking with fear. He couldn't figure out how his plan blew up so badly. But then he spotted Helmut walking past without a single scratch, proving the blue-haired guy had lost. When Helmut finally made it back to the carriage, the mage tossed him a coil of rope, telling him to tie up the prisoners so they could be handed over to the city guards. Helmut thought back to what Darien had taught him about the dark place waiting for people who do terrible things. Honestly, he kind of regretted letting the others get away. The mage stared in disbelief. How was Helmut still standing? Helmut just shrugged, saying he never touched that lake water. Out of nowhere, a blast of magic exploded right next to Helmut's head. Unfazed, Helmut threw the question right back. He had watched the guy drink it himself, so why wasn't the mage knocked out cold? The mage smirked, explaining he purified the water first. Helmut tilted his head. Was that why he felt magic wrapped around the guy's body? This caught the mage off guard. He could actually sense that Helmut brushed it off, saying he just felt it and really didn't care enough to ask about it. Later, the butler bowed deeply, thanking the mage and promising he owed him his life. The mage waved it off. He was just doing his job, and honestly, the mercenary did a lot of the heavy lifting too. The butler swore he would make sure they got a massive reward. But right then, the young lady practically tackled Alia with a hug. She cried that this was fate. He saved her, so now she would dedicate her whole life to him. She would do absolutely anything. Alia shut that down fast. He bluntly reminded her he was already engaged and getting married right after the academy. The girl burst into dramatic tears while the knights awkwardly signaled to move out. A smooth trip later, the towering city walls finally came into view. At the gates, the butler handed over a hefty 10,000 marks to show his thanks. Helmut gave the mage a quick nod of appreciation and walked away. Now it was time for the academy. Stepping into the city, Helmut was completely blown away. This was nothing like the quiet villages he knew. It was massive, loud, and totally overwhelming. He pushed through the crowds until he finally stood before Greta Academy looking for a man named Ethan Kudrow. At the front desk, he asked the lady for the swordsmanship instructor. After giving his name, the woman guided him down the hall. She told him to hold on a second as she whispered a quick spell on the door. Helmut took a deep breath. He was finally about to meet the guy Darian always talked about. Inside the office, Ethan stared blankly. He had no clue who Helmut was and demanded to know why a kid was in his office. One look, and Helmut knew this guy was no match for Darian. Still, out of everyone he had met so far, Ethan was definitely the top dog. Helmut silently held out his sword. He told Ethan to look closely, and he would get it. At first, it just looked like a piece of junk, but as Ethan squinted, his eyes widened. This was an absolute masterpiece. Only one legend could forge a blade like this. Darian Deppert. Trembling, Ethan asked if the old man was actually still alive. When Helmut quietly said he had just passed away, Ethan buried his face in his hands. It had been 20 long years since Darian vanished into thin air. Ethan had spent all that time wanting to repay the man who saved his life. Carrying that sword meant one thing. Helmut was his final student. When Ethan asked what he wanted, Helmut kept it simple. He wanted into Greta Academy. Ethan totally understood. Darian sent the kid here so Ethan could look out for him. Sizing him up, he figured Helmut looked about 14. They decided to fake his age to 15 so he could take the transfer exam. But Ethan warned him if people found out who his master was, he would get tossed right in without a test. This hit Helmut hard. Darian had been trapped deep in the root forest, yet the world just thought he went missing. Not even his closest friends knew the truth. That meant someone intentionally threw him in there, covering up the tracks. If those people found out his apprentice was walking around the human world, they might drag Helmut back into that hellhole. Then he would lose his only shot at fighting the Seed of Darkness. He had to play dumb for now. He would spill the truth only when he was ready. Ethan agreed, promising to hook him up with whatever he needed. He would take care of all the annoying paperwork for the exam too. But first, he needed to see what the kid was made of. They headed straight down to the underground training room. Tossing him a plain wooden sword, Ethan pointed at a thick chunk of white vine wood. It was the hardest stuff around. Just leaving a dent would be impressive. Without missing a beat, Helmut swung, slicing the massive log clean in half. Ethan was floored. With skills like that, he was basically already in. He just had to pass the written exam. There was just one tiny problem. Helmut didn't even know what a written exam was. The reality check hit hard. His practice scores were literally worse than a kindergartner's. The clock was ticking. He had exactly 10 days to cram his brain before the real. But since Ethan was a teacher, it was totally against the rules for him to help. Then Ethan dropped a hint. That guy Alea, he got into the academy with the highest scores ever. A literal genius. Hearing this, Helmut figured he had nothing to lose and decided to go ask him for a favor. Ethan thought he was crazy, but Helmut marched right up to Alea and asked him to be his study buddy. Alea shot him down instantly. He told him to get lost, saying he would, but Helmut didn't back down. He begged, saying he really needed this and that everyone said Alea was the smartest guy around. Plus, he wasn't expecting a free ride. He was ready to pay. I'll pay, he offered. Alea scoffed, mocking how much cash a lowly mercenary could possibly scrape together. But Helmut just looked at him. Name your price. Annoyed, Alea threw out an insane number, 100,000 marks paid up front in full. Without missing a beat, Helmut agreed. He promised to bring the cash tomorrow. Alea just stood there, completely speechless, that this guy actually agreed to such an absurd ripoff. They set a time for the next day. As Helmut walked away, a green-haired classmate teased Alea, joking about how crazy it was to see him actually hanging out with a friend. The next morning, Helmut showed up totally ready to hit the books. Alea's buddy absolutely floored. The kid actually brought the full 100,000 marks right there in his hands. Alea told him to hold on a second. For a split second, Helmut wondered if he was getting scammed, but Alea came right back and the two hit the library to start studying. Watching Helmut zone and Alia quickly realized this guy was a handful. Sure, he soaked up information like a sponge, but Alia couldn't help but ask, "Dude, did you spend your entire life living under a rock in the woods?" Helmut already had a feeling that Alia wasn't your average student. He stayed on guard and asked what he meant. Alia sighed, explaining that while his memory and focus were off the charts, his actual street smarts and social skills, absolutely zero. His answers on the practice tests were a total disaster. But hey, since he was getting tutored by the #1 student in the academy, failing wasn't an option. If he failed, it would ruin Alia's perfect reputation. Late into the night, they were still grinding in the library. Alia asked a trick question. "If a classmate steals from you, what's your next move?" Helmut didn't hesitate. "I steal it right back." Alia just shook his head and kept lecturing. Until Helmut finally got it, dealing with normal humans is insanely complicated. Fast forward 2 whole weeks. Back at the academy library, a crowd of fangirls was already melting over the handsome Alia, whispering rumors that he was secretly giving private lessons to someone. When Helmut walked in, Alia instantly asked how he felt about the written test. Knowing the physical part would be a breeze for him, Alia packed up, wished him good luck, and headed out. Helmut gave him a quick thanks. Now it was time for the real deal, the practical exam. We cut to the swordsmanship department. The waiting room was completely stuffed with nervous kids chattering away. Suddenly, some flashy blonde kid strutted right up to Helmut. He bragged about being the second son of the prestigious Rugal family and demanded Helmut's name. Helmut just stared. "Why are you even talking to me?" The rich kid played it cool, saying he just wanted to make friends. "Helmut," he finally answered. The blonde pushed further, asking for his last name, fishing to see if he came from noble blood. But Helmut didn't have one. The only last name he had ever seen was carved into his old pendant, Margaret Irene. Keeping it blunt, Helmut just said he didn't have a family. The blonde kid's fake smile vanished instantly. "Just a filthy commoner." The whole room started whispering and laughing at him until a strict knight ordered the brats to shut their mouths. The exam rules were going to be explained in exactly 5 minutes. Walking away, the blonde kid shot a nasty glare, hissing that Helmut better learn to bow down to his superiors. Helmut, he didn't even blink. Total ice. The instructors announced that the test would happen in groups broken down into 2 main phases. Right then, Helmut could feel the heavy stares from the other kids. This academy was totally different from the savage root forest. Out there, monsters had a food chain. But in the human world, pure strength wasn't enough to survive. Bloodlines and status were everything here. Finally, the proctor called the last group into the testing hall. Phase 1 chopped straight through a solid block of blackwood using only a basic wooden sword. Time limit, 5 minutes. Helmut almost sighed. This was basically child's play. He quietly channeled his aura and swung. One strike. Crack. The massive trunk split perfectly down the middle. The examiner's jaw practically hit the floor. Even a trained proctor would need multiple heavy hits to break that wood. And this kid just did it in one flawless cut. Back in the holding area, that annoying blonde rich kid started running his mouth again. But it was time for stage 2, an 8-minute sparring match judged by the instructors. Fights were totally random. Winning or losing didn't actually matter, it was all about showing off your raw technique. The blonde brat loudly complained that it was rigged, claiming whoever got to fight the pathetic commoner would get a free pass. Helmut was finally getting annoyed and ready to humble the guy, but the starting gong echoed through the room. Number 29, Helmut. Number 8, Andrew. Out in the arena, the 2 boys stepped up. Up in the stands, a teacher leaned over asking Ethan if this was the kid he personally vouched for. Ethan had literally never recommended a single student in his life, so this kid had to be an absolute monster. The ref laid out the rules, 8 minutes on the clock broken into 2 4-minute rounds. Show your true skill, not just a desperate grab for a win. Begin, and across the ring, Helmut's opponent sneered, already knowing he was just fighting a commoner. Sure, he managed to chop down that tree, but it was obvious he had zero actual training. He was about to get flattened in seconds. The instructor just stood there completely speechless. Candidate number 8 was already down for the count, absolutely fuming that he just lost to some random commoner. The staff watched in awe. Helmut's skills were just on another level, leaving the other recruits eating his dust. But with Helmut sweeping the floor with everyone grading, the rest was getting, instead of just knocking his opponent out cold, he should fight like he was giving a sword lesson. Ethan turned to Andrew, telling him to drop the whole noble pride thing. Going up against a powerhouse like Helmut was a rare chance to level up. Andrew bit his lip and agreed, swearing on his pride that he wouldn't go down without a fight. What followed was a totally one-sided spar, with Helmut effortlessly deflecting strikes and casually calling out every single flaw in Andrew's stance. It was an eerie echo of how Darian used to train him. The whole thing looked less like a duel and more like a master schooling a rookie. Watching this, a chill ran down Ethan's spine. He flashed back to the day a monster nearly ripped him apart right before Darian stepped in to save his life. Now he was feeling that exact same overwhelming aura from Helmut. Fast forward a week to Baden, Helmut strolled right into the local mercenary guild. The guy at the front desk figured he was a client looking to hire someone, but Helmut cut him off. He was here for work. The clerk blinked, admitting that with Helmut's pretty boy looks, he totally mistook him for some rich, noble kid. Skimming through the job board, Helmut suddenly remembered Ethan choking on his drink when he found out Helmut paid Aaliyah 100,000 marks. Realizing he was clueless about money, he got a quick crash course on basic finance right there at the counter. His goal was simple: find a high-paying gig that he could wrap up by next month. The clerk pulled out a file, but the location was a bit sketchy. Greta Academy. According to the flyer, the school had a major ghost problem. Students were getting spooked out of their minds after dark. The mission: track down the ghost and wipe it out. Later, while Helmut was scoping out the campus grounds, a guy with bright green hair suddenly called out, labeling him as Aaliyah's pet student. Since Aaliyah was the untouchable star of the magic department and never hung out with anyone, seeing him with Helmut had the rumor mill working in overdrive. The kid smirked, claiming his magic was a bit special. With a flick of his wrist, without blinking, Helmut threw a solid punch right through the glowing orb. The green-haired guy burst out laughing, introducing the little wisp as Rudin, a spirit of light. He explained that Rudin was completely harmless, and even if it was dangerous, throwing fists at it wouldn't do a thing. Spirits didn't have physical bodies, meaning only a handful of super-rare mages could even interact with them. And this guy just happened to be one of the lucky few. His name was Xian, the one and only elemental mage at Greta Academy. Helmut just gave a deadpan nod, told him it was nice meeting him, and tried to walk away, pointing out he was on the clock for a job. But Xian was quick. Hearing it was a campus job, he instantly guessed it was the ghost hunt. His eyes lit up and he practically begged to tag along. Fast forward to midnight, the duo was creeping through the dark hallways using poor little Rudin as a floating flashlight. Xian chatted away, mentioning that, unless a spirit was twisted by dark magic, they were pretty much harmless. Getting annoyed, Helmut suggested they split up to cover more ground, but Xian flat-out refused, sticking to Helmut like glue. As they peeked into yet another empty classroom, Xian suddenly froze. Footsteps echoed from down the hall. A shadow was moving toward them. Helmut's hand instantly gripped his sword hilt, ready to strike until the scary ghost finally stepped into the light. It was just Aaliyah, staring at them like they were idiots, demanding to know what they were up to. They quickly spilled the beans about the guild's ghost-busting mission. Turns out, Aaliyah was out here for the exact same bounty. Xian was hyped to turn this into a group project. They ducked into a nearby room where Aaliyah whipped up a glowing illusion spell that projected a 3D map of the entire campus. Pointing at the glowing blueprint, Aaliyah showed them the pattern. Every single ghost sighting happened right around the fencing department. It meant the culprit couldn't be a mage. The casting times and spell ranges just didn't make sense for these locations. Chipping and Helmut mentioned that regular swords were useless against ghosts anyway. He had actually picked Ethan's brain about this earlier and learned some solid ghost hunting facts. Sitting there, it suddenly hit Helmut he was actually having a normal, productive chat. Usually, he was just getting yelled at by Aaliyah or getting his ear pulled by Darian. But right now, the three of them were bringing totally different skill sets to the table. Bouncing ideas off each other, they were actually piecing the mystery together like a puzzle. So this is what teamwork felt like, huh? Getting back to business, Aaliyah advised Helmut to coat his blade with Viz energy if the ghost decided to show up. A little later, Xian wandered off to take a break. Left alone, Helmut asked Aaliyah how someone could even track down a spirit. But even as an elite elemental mage, Aaliyah couldn't just pull up a spirit radar. Then it clicked. Someone else had already put the pieces together and quietly slipped away to hunt down the spirit themselves. Panic set in, and the two dashed down the hall after Xian. While running, Helmut asked if Aaliyah had been on to Xian from the very start. Aaliyah flashed a knowing look. Yup, that was the plan all along. Using the naive spirit mage as bait was the only way to lure out their target. To track down whatever was lurking ahead, Aaliyah cast a quick detection spell. Glowing footprints appeared on the dirt, pointing right toward the swordplay training grounds. Aaliyah pointed out that spirits always look for dead, quiet spots to hide out. That instantly reminded Helmut of Ethan's old practice area. It was right next door, a totally abandoned and silent spot. They crept inside, and Aaliyah nodded. He definitely felt a presence. Helmut gave him a knowing look, asking if there was an actual guild mission for this. Honestly, Aaliyah just hated the fact that Xian was the only elemental magic user at school. He just wanted to bag this spirit for his own research. Muting his footsteps with a stealth spell, he asked Helmut to help him rig a trap. And then finally, the infamous school ghost showed up. Aaliyah didn't hesitate, slamming down a ceiling barrier right over the area. The phantom was pinned. Now it was up to Helmut to beat it down. Gripping his blade, Helmut flared his energy and sliced the monster clean in half. Wait, it actually worked. Or not. The thing just pieced itself back together, completely ticked off. Out of nowhere, another magic blast lit up the field. Xian stormed in, yelling, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" He argued it was a conscious dark spirit, meaning they had to handle. Aaliyah just rolled his eyes. How do you gently catch a rampaging monster? But Cian fired back, accusing him of just wanting to run twisted tests on an innocent being. Aaliyah groaned, complaining that Shan never wanted to share any of his spirit research. Mostly because Alea's lab methods were honestly terrifying. Pushing the argument aside, they made a plan. Aaliyah would hold the cage while Helmut played bait. Meanwhile, Cian layered down magic rings to soothe the creature. The two rivals were actually teaming up. The phantom lunged, Helmut deflected the strike, but the monster tried to run. He sprinted after it, launching himself into the air. His sword swung down in a deadly arc inches from its face, but at the very last second, Cian fired his spell. The raging beast instantly shrank into a tiny, grumpy little blob. By morning, they dropped the little guy off at the mercenary guild to clear the job. Cian wouldn't shut up, theorizing about why it showed up on campus, totally bragging about his unique magic skills. The desk clerk just told them to check back in a few days, just in case the ghost respawned. Surprisingly, Helmut had just made his first real friends at school, even if Aaliyah refused to even shake his hand. Later on, Helmut met up with Ethan. He finally got his room key. Since boarding was mandatory, Helmut handed his papers to the front desk. Somewhere upstairs, a familiar voice was already complaining, swearing off making new friends forever. Yet here, he was stuck with two absolute headaches, all thanks to some annoying crow hanging around the stairs. Reaching the third floor, Helmut pushed his door open, and sitting right there was Aaliyah, still whining about something. But wait, Aaliyah wasn't a guy at all. He was actually a girl in disguise. Could this explain that strange magic Helmut had been sensing around him lately? Meanwhile, across town, those two hitmen who messed up were arguing loudly with some guards. Suddenly, a shadowed figure stepped out. The blue-haired thug charged, but his head hit the floor in a flash. The bearded guy panicked, screaming for a name, but he went down too. The figure coldly whispered that they had dragged the Black Hawk's name through the mud. Then the attacker slowly turned toward the shivering guards. Back at school, Aaliyah was losing his mind. He wanted to avoid Helmut at all costs. But the moment the lock clicked, reality hit. Helmut looked around. The room was basic compared to the Kudrow estate, but way better than sleeping in the wild. Since stepping out of the woods, he had joined forces with the Pace crew, and now he was a student at Greta. Things were finally falling into place. From this point on, his only goal was leveling up his strength. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Pure instinct made him, except he'd set it down earlier. Standing right behind him was Aaliyah, looking ready to blow a fuse. Aaliyah yelled that he got stuck in room 3012. Helmut just blinked in confusion. Then he finally noticed. Furious, Aaliyah stomped out to find the director, screaming at Helmut not to touch a single thing while he was gone. Or I swear you'll regret it. Meanwhile, Director Liam Weiss was just enjoying his coffee when the door got kicked open. Furious, she demanded to know how he could let this happen. She was the head of the magic department after all. She had every right to a single room. The sneaky director, already expecting her anger, gave a smooth apology. He claimed the dorms were getting renovated, leaving them short on space. Aaliyah glared at him, boiling with anger as she brought up his past promise. He knew exactly why she needed her own space. If anyone found out she was actually a girl, it would be a total disaster. The director just told her to watch her back. With her archmage-level power, those meatheads in the fencing department wouldn't suspect a thing. But still, she was beyond mad. He knew exactly who she had to deal with. The director looked dead serious, saying that giving her a private room now would look like pure favoritism. His only fix was sticking her with a friend for a roommate until next semester. And to Alea's horror, that so-called friend was Helmut. The director pushed back, saying she had tutored the guy, fought side by side with him, and even called him a friend. Aaliyah snapped back that she only did it for the cash. But the old man just smiled, claiming it was his job to help students bond. If she could just tough it out, the room would be all hers next semester. Watching her storm out, the director let out a breath, knowing they had barely dodged a bullet. Helmut seemed like a decent kid, but the whole setup was a ticking time bomb. Back at the dorm, Aaliyah, with a bright red face, asked if he seriously wanted to share a room. Helmut shrugged, having zero options. For this semester, they were stuck together. She even tried telling him to live off campus and just commute by magic every day. But there was no way the director would let that fly. Grumbling about how annoying this would be, she asked one last time if he was sure. Helmut paused to think. Honestly, he would take Aaliyah over those fencing meatheads any day. This left Aaliyah totally flustered, kicking herself for ever helping him pass the exam. A bit later, with the sound of carriages rolling by outside, Helmut started moving his stuff in. Aaliyah pointed sharply. A giant curtain cut the room in half, and everything past it was her territory. She'd even slapped a magic alarm on it. Under zero conditions was Helmut allowed to cross that line. Then came the ground rules. Keep it quiet, do not smell bad, scrub the bathroom, and absolutely zero guests. And if he really needed something, he had to knock on the curtain. As she vanished behind her barrier, Helmut just quietly said he hoped they could get along. While wandering the campus, a bunch of students were busy gossiping. The rumor was real, a lowly commoner had somehow passed the transfer exam, and Professor Ethan was backing him up. A snobby kid named Sabbath swore he would deal with the guy himself, barking that commoners had zero right to breathe the same air as nobles. Fencing class was tomorrow, and they were fully planning to teach this street rat a harsh lesson. Later on, Helmut finally threw on his new uniform, amazed by how comfy it was. He started heading to the training hall, but bumped right into a familiar moss head, his buddy Cyan, looking totally shocked. Cyan asked if Helmut was actually staying in room 301. With his usual blank face, Helmut asked if that was a problem. Cyan's brain was short-circuiting. Aaliyah had always lived completely alone, as the magic department head. How on earth did she agree to a roommate? Cyan just muttered that living with someone so high-strung must be a total nightmare. He then checked if Helmut had fencing class today. Since it was day one, Cyan dropped a warning. Avoid the department's mad dog at all costs. Helmut blankly asked if they raised puppies on campus, but Cyan sighed, saying it was just a nickname. The mad dog was a crazy second year named Oscar. Last year, anyone who even looked at Oscar wrong got beaten to a pulp. One guy even dropped out after losing a whole ear. The school only slapped Oscar with a suspension because of his insane talent. That was why everyone avoided him like the plague now. Cyan told Helmut to keep his eyes peeled in class. He pointed out that his room was 303, so if Alea tried to murder Helmut in his sleep, he should run straight upstairs. Later, out on the fencing field, the instructor barked at the second years to form 4 lines. He sarcastically asked how their sweet little vacations were, acting all tough for the first class of the semester. He then announced basic training. I hope you enjoyed resting in mommy's lap. Now give me 20 laps around the field. Helmut jogged along without breaking a sweat, honestly wondering if 20 laps was way too short for a real warm-up. But a kid nicknamed Lettuce Head was fuming over running next to a dirty commoner. He decided to introduce Helmut's face to the dirt. He threw a sneaky kick, but it did absolutely nothing. Confused, he tried tripping him again. But Helmut, already sick of this garbage, casually slapped the bully straight to the ground, face first into the dirt, and just kept jogging without breaking a sweat. The kid he tripped promised he'd make him pay. By the time the laps ended, the whole class was totally wiped out. That same angry guy got right in Helmut's face, blaming him for the nasty fall, even though he was the one who started it. Furious, he spat, warning Helmut that while the academy's rules kept him safe here, nobody could save him once they stepped off campus. This arrogant fool had no clue who he was messing with. He didn't realize Helmut was already on a whole different level. Another noble, a blonde kid, stepped in and told Aaron to cool it. He promised they'd get their payback soon enough. Helmut just watched them, thinking about how humans were so physically weak, yet clung so desperately to their social ranks, a status they hadn't even worked for. He honestly wondered if he should just crush these spoiled nobles right then and there. Right at that moment, a voice called out from above, asking if they were talking about him. Aaron glared and asked who the hell he was. The new guy shrugged, having no clue who they were either, but he'd heard them trashing a commoner and wondered if they meant him. The blonde noble snapped, calling him trash, and made it clear he was sick of dealing with commoners. But the blue-haired mad dog just flashed a crazy grin, provoking them, while his buddies held him back. Oscar dared them to see how long they could handle him. Helmut suddenly remembered Cyan's warning, whatever you do, stay away from the department's mad dog. And yep, Oscar was the one causing all this chaos. Suddenly, the professor yelled out, ordering everyone he called to grab a wooden sword and step forward. He called Oscar's name, first angrily asking why he was late. Oscar smoothly lied, saying he had a meeting with Professor Patricia, but she was actually off today. If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it, the instructor barked, slapping him with 30 penalty laps. Helmut figured Oscar must have a pretty awful track record here. The professor warned the class to take the training seriously, no messing around. Helmut grabbed a sword, casually slicing the air with massive power. He thought back to what Cyan had told him, that the first day of class would be totally basic. And it was exactly that simple, making Helmut wonder if things would ever actually get tough. Just then, Oscar called out to him. Oscar smirked, asking if Helmut was going to say thank you since he was the one who broke up the fight earlier. But Helmut hadn't asked for anyone's help. Oscar suddenly grabbed his hand, saying they should look out for each other since they were both commoners. Helmut felt a weird burst of energy coming from Oscar's grip. He ignored it, as Oscar added that he absolutely hated weaklings who always begged for help. Then Oscar just walked away, muttering crazy things under his breath. Helmut stayed silent, wondering if picking random fights was the best way to make a strong impression here. Alia told him that was a bad idea, explaining that the idiots who rely on their noble status can be easily crushed just by showing real power. Helmut remembered Cyan telling him not to start anything on day one, but Alia explained that it really depended on the situation. Baiting people into a messy brawl would definitely make him look bad, but putting them in their place officially could work in his favor. It was better to wait for the combat classes. Helmut noticed Alia studying him intensely. Alia teased that he had a huge advantage since he got special private training. Helmut thought about that for a second, and asked if being the absolute best in class meant he could fight however he wanted with zero limits. His mind was focused on that weird wild kid from earlier. Meanwhile, Oscar had cornered the noble clique. The blonde noble sneered at Oscar, mocking him for making a new commoner buddy but bragging that soon Oscar would be nothing more than their loyal guard dog. Oscar instantly slapped him hard on the neck, laughing that the guy was getting way too, and asked if he seriously wanted to see him act like a good boy. You see, on paper, Greta Academy gave everyone an equal chance to learn, as Oscar coldly pointed out, but behind the scenes an unspoken rule let the nobles treat commoners like absolute garbage. It was strictly against the rules, but it happened in the shadows every single day. Oscar earned the title Mad Dog because of his terrifying unhinged vibe. He unleashed that deadly pressure right onto the nobles, taunting them for freezing up in fear. One of the rich kids gritted his teeth, admitting Oscar was as crazy as the rumors said, but reminded him that since he just got back from suspension, he was walking on thin ice. One more strike, and he'd be expelled for good. So the noble smugly dared Oscar to throw a punch, bragging that if he lost his temper, his life here was over, but at least he'd end up as their pet. It was so obvious who was actually terrified. Oscar's buddies laughed, joking that even the mad dog was scared of being locked in the pound. Oscar was boiling with rage, ready to clock the kid, but suddenly, wham, someone smacked them both, right on the head. Are you guys trying to be street punks? It was Professor Patricia. Oscar pointed fingers, claiming the rich kid started it. But she just whacked him again, chewing him out for always, letting his fists do the talking. She then whipped around to face Sabbath, the snobby noble. She called him out too, saying he needed to pick fights based on actual skill, not family money. With the clock ticking down to the next period, she shooed the crowd away and ordered Oscar to follow her. Once they were alone, she slapped his back one more time, warning the guy he was walking on thin ice. She stepped in, this time just because he was an upperclassman, but next time, he was on his own. She told him not to toss his future in the trash over petty drama. Then she brought up some gossip, mentioning the new regular kid survived his first day just fine. She told Oscar to cut the new guy some slack, since they were stuck in the same boat. Clicking that she meant helmet, Oscar grumbled, making it clear he wasn't looking for buddies. That kid seemed totally fine riding solo anyway. Across the room, someone asked if Sabbath was going to let this slide. Another rich snob whined that they couldn't keep letting these peasants get bold. A third guy threw a towel his way, telling him to play nice for the moment. The crew groaned, totally missing the point, because play nice definitely did not mean be friends. Cut to the classroom where the teacher noticed they were short one person. A kid sitting in the back row chimed in, pointing out that Helmut was the missing link. He even swore he gave the new guy the right room number. The teacher was about to send a search party when Helmut casually strolled in. She demanded to know why he was tardy, but the reality he had zero clue. They switched rooms. The rest of the class played dumb, claiming they all got the memo. She pressed him on whether he checked the updates. The snooty kids were already snickering in the background, and even the teacher caught on that he was left in the dark. Still, Helmut kept it super polite. I never got the word. My bad. With the teacher totally brushing it off, you just know somebody is going to have to teach these rich brats a lesson the hard way. Right after that, the lesson kicked off. Today was all about building up stamina, an absolute must-have for any real sword user. Everyone was handed a single almond. The challenge, balance that tiny nut on the very tip of their blade without letting it fall. Anyone who could hold it there for 30 straight minutes got a free pass to leave early. She called Helmut up to pass out the rest of the almonds. Oscar watched him, expecting some attitude, but Helmut just looked like a regular guy, keeping his head down around the rich kids. At least that's what Oscar thought. But then Helmut walked up to the guy, who lied about the room change. Oh man, grab your popcorn for this. Helmut moved with crazy power. The bully couldn't even blink before taking a massive gut punch. The whole room froze in shock. The crazy part, Helmut practically drove that little almond straight into the dude's stomach. The guy squealed in agony while Helmut just stood there calmly, apologizing for using too much muscle. Seriously, imagine if he had gone all out. Right then and there, Oscar knew this new kid was built totally different. Once the chaos settled, training went on, and the guy who took the hit peeled his shirt off, revealing a nasty dark bruise across his stomach. And now the sore loser is crying for payback, like he didn't 100% ask for it. He whined to Sabbath, begging him to step in. Another sidekick threw a fit about regular folks invading their space, until someone tossed over a towel, hushing them up and telling them to lay low for now. The guys groaned, still too dense to realize he was brewing a trap. He promised those two would get their reality checks soon enough, so they needed to chill. The crew eagerly asked what the big scheme was. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as the next period rolled around. Flash forward, Marimo popped up on the scene, grinning because he already heard the spicy rumors. Helmut snagged a detention in exactly 2 days flat. Helmut just gave a little smirk and owned up to it. Meanwhile, another kid was super confused why he looked so happy about it. Cut over to Alea, who was ripping into Cian for crashing his room. Cian swore he was just dropping by to check on his buddy Helmut, but Alea wasn't having any of it. After a bunch of back and forth arguing, An irritated Alia literally kicked them out, forcing the two of them to chat out in the hallway. Cyan said sorry, swearing he had no idea Alea was even in there. But Helmut was still wearing that unusual grin. Honestly, it might be the very first time we've ever seen him smile, since he usually looks totally serious. Cyan asked him for the real story. Helmut confessed he was honestly just proud of himself, because even though he couldn't flick that almond at full power, at least nobody ended up in a hospital bed. He was actually glad to do things the human way. Just like Alia mentioned, relying on his own power was the only real fix here. For the time being, he just needed to train hard and sort things out. Then Marimo asked if he had any weekend plans. He wanted to drag him into the city, but Helmut had other business. He needed to drop by the professor's place for a chat. Hearing that, Cian lit up. He begged to tag along to the Kudrow estate, figuring a little networking could not hurt. Helmut paused for a second, then agreed. Cian dashed off, yelling that they would meet up this weekend. Helmut just stood there, totally clueless about what just happened. Later that night, inside his shady building, a guy hidden in a hood walked in. Another man told him a new job just dropped. He whined that it was just some errand from a bunch of spoiled rich kids. Still, money was money, so they took the gig. On top of that, he mentioned some copycats were out there pretending to be their crew. Skimming through the files, he asked Chromo if any of the names looked familiar. Nope, nobody recognized a thing. They decided to put that job on hold while he handled a different. Still, someone needed to watch their backs. The name Helmut gave him a seriously bad vibe. Flash forward and the weekend finally rolled around at the academy. Everyone used their days off to hang out in the city, which left the whole campus feeling super empty and quiet. Helmut was all set to leave when Marimo noticed he was empty-handed. Wait, are you not packing anything? I mean, they were going to be away for 2 whole days. Helmut just thought back to his time in the wild. If you wanted to make it out alive out there, you always traveled light, like bare minimum light. Out of nowhere, Cian asked if Aaliyah was still hanging out in the room. Pretty obvious, honestly. Aaliyah barely ever went out on weekends and pretty much never visited home. Hey, I am not being a creep or anything, Cian quickly defended himself. Helmut just stared at him with a deadpan face. Do you want me to pass along a message, he asked. Cian waved it off, saying to forget it. But once they got into the city, he totally changed his mind. Meanwhile, Oscar was enjoying the peace and quiet. Those snobby rich kids could not touch him out here. And even if they tried, he would rather die than back down. His mind kept drifting back to Helmut. It was crazy how chill that guy stayed even when Oscar was totally losing his cool. Honestly, watching that showdown in class felt pretty awesome. But then a weird feeling hit him, and he glanced over his shoulder. He kept walking through the busy market, munching on a meat skewer. Yep, he was definitely being followed. He ducked into a dark alley, spun around, and demanded to know who sent them and what they wanted. Seeing a bunch of shady guys step out of the shadows, it was not hard to connect the dots. The problem, his sword was getting fixed at the shop, so it was time to throw some bare-knuckle punches. Out of nowhere, he screamed, "Oh snap, Professor Allen is right there." The thugs totally froze in panic. Oscar did not waste a second. He rammed his shoulder into the closest guy, leaped right over him, and sprinted away. But bad luck struck again. More goons were blocking the exit. Trapped, he glared at the crowd and dared them to stop showing off and just fight him already. At the exact same time, over at the Kudrow mansion, Ethan was thanking the guys for stopping by. Cian was smiling, super wide, looking around and calling the place absolutely gorgeous. Ethan chuckled and told the kid to just stick with Professor. Honestly, he was thrilled. He never pictured Helmut hanging out with someone so polite. Cian pointed out that since it was their weekend off, they really should explore the city. Helmut, of course, brought up his training schedule. But Kudrow totally backed Cian up, saying getting out was a fantastic idea. So Helmut was officially trapped. He was going on a city trip with Cian tonight, no excuses. Cian started teasing him, joking about how Helmut could ever leave a sick mansion like this just to sleep in a cramped dorm. He even wiped away a fake dramatic tear, guessing that Aaliyah was probably so obsessed with spirit summoning that there was zero time left to bother Helmut. Well, at least Cian was actually getting better at his own summoning skills. Right at that moment, somebody stumbled up from behind. It was Oscar, completely beaten and covered in blood. Cian let out a huge yelp as the guy desperately begged for help. Seconds later, 3 guys carrying swords stepped out at the far end of the block. One look at the logo on their coats said it all. Helmut knew exactly who they were, the Black Hawks. Helmut calmly stepped up. He was going to handle this. Cian freaked out, asking what the heck his plan was. Helmut remembered these guys were hired guns, cold-blooded killers who took out targets for cash. Not too long ago, he actually trashed a few members of this exact crew. He really hoped he was done dealing with their mess once he got into the academy, but hey, this was the perfect chance to squeeze out some info. One of the thugs looked at his boss, asking for the next move. No loose ends, the captain barked. They were going to wipe out all 3 of them, starting with the swordsman. Helmut blurred into action. In a flash, one guy's arm was completely ripped off. Then he kicked the second dude's hand, sending his sword launching straight into the sky. and before that blade even hit the dirt, Helmet had already smashed the rest of them straight into the pavement. The whole crew was knocked out flat except for Helmet. Even Asuka just stood there completely blown away by that insane speed. Helmet actually paused for a second to double-check, making sure that creepy Darkseid stayed totally quiet. It was pretty obvious now as long as nobody took their last breath. The seed wouldn't act up. Marimo nervously asked who these guys even were. Helmet casually dropped the name, the Black Hawks, crushing his heel into one of their hands while explaining they were just dirty mercs who took people out for cash. Asuka demanded to know who hired them. He had his suspicions, but getting a straight answer wasn't going to be easy. These guys were trained to keep their mouths shut. Helmet coldly muttered that they just needed to snap a few bones, until one of them finally started screaming the truth. Marimo freaked out, asking if he was out of his mind, actually wanting to torture them. No one else could figure out what was going on inside Helmet's dark head either, but Shan stepped in, insisting the only smart move was handing them over to the campus guards. Asuka looked at him like he was crazy. Still, jumping a student was a massive deal. Cian took off to get help, telling them to hold tight and not do anything stupid while he was gone. The second Cian was out of sight, Helmet dug his boot right back into the guy's hand, growling to know exactly what they wanted. But the guy just gritted his teeth and stayed totally quiet, so Helmet just sighed and dropped it. Later on, back on campus, a staff member told them the headmaster would see them the next day, and offered Asuka a trip to the medical wing. He stubbornly brushed it off, and the trio kept walking. Honestly, with a little first aid, he'd bounce back fast. Marimo pushed for some magical healing, but their wallets were completely empty. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he dragged the boys straight to Alea's dorm. Alea whipped the door open, glaring and asking why this moron was standing there looking like a total wreck. Right as Asuka started snapping back, Marimo jumped between them, pleading that Asuka was badly hurt and desperately needed magic. That just made Alea's blood boil even more, getting dragged into this absolute circus at the crack of dawn. But when Helmet actually asked nicely, Alea let out a sigh and caved. Of course, a warning came with it. This wasn't going to be a freebie. Since Helmet asked, he was footing the bill. Alea smirked, asking what exactly Helmet was willing to do for this favor. Without missing a beat, Helmet blurted out, "Whatever you want." Alea locked that deal in with a super suspicious grin, leaving Helmet instantly regretting his life choices. Alea worked his magic on Asuka, who threw his shirt back on and muttered that Helmet was pretty brutal out there, but definitely had skills. Then he just walked off, leaving Alea complaining about his zero manners. Marimo shrugged it off, saying it always felt good to look out for people. Helmet crossed his arms, insisting he worked alone and didn't need anyone. But Marimo gave him a serious look, telling him he was totally sleeping on the power of teamwork. Being a lone wolf only gets you so far. Same went for Alea, who somehow ended up rolling with two completely antisocial weirdos. For once, Helmet actually let that teamwork advice sink in. When the sun came up, rumors were flying everywhere about Asuka getting jumped the night before. Everyone heard the attackers were caught after going after Helmet and Marimo too. But plot twist, by morning, the headmaster got the terrible news that they had completely vanished. Asuka was furious, shouting about how that was even physically possible. Turns out, someone on the inside had unlocked the doors for them. Marimo nervously asked what the school was going to do about this mess. The headmaster promised they were not going to just let this slide. They were going to grill every single person in the security team. Leaving the office, Asuka angrily kicked the ground, grumbling that they should have tortured the guys, just like Helmet wanted, since letting them go was a massive mistake. Helmet just coldly shot back, "If you want to start a war, leave me out of it. You clean up your own mess. But if your mess knocks on my door, I will end it." Marimo dragged himself to class while Helmet headed straight for the training grounds. A few minutes later, he glared back and asked why Asuka was tailing him like a lost puppy. Asuka just shrugged, praising Helmet's crazy skills, and asked how he kept his cool when those stuck-up nobles ran their mouths. Helmet flatly replied that he wasn't about to act like a hothead like Asuka. He pointed out Asuka was already making a scene without even knowing it. Helmet looked him dead in the eye, calling him out for having a trash attitude and picking useless fights. Asuka burst out laughing, mocking him as some good little obedient boy. Helmet's eyes flashed with anger, snapping back that he definitely wasn't patient enough to let people disrespect him, and that included Asuka. That totally shut the guy up. Helmet reached out and shoved open the heavy doors to Professor Kudrow's private gym, where he had VIP access to train. Asuka eagerly asked to join, but Helmet literally slammed the door right in his face, telling him he would just be dead weight. Meanwhile, in another part of campus, those rich kids were whining about getting questioned over the whole Black Hawk drama. One of them arrogantly laughed, bragging they were completely untouchable, and the school couldn't prove a thing. Then he leaned in, whispering to ask what Sabbath was planning to do next. Sabbath was absolutely fuming. He gnawed on his nails, pissed that his pathetic little plan had totally blown up in their faces. He vowed that the school's investigation was just the kickoff. Their real war against the commoners was only getting started. The next day, their instructor dropped some exciting news. Real combat practice was officially starting up next week. Helmut couldn't wait to finally settle things with his blade, but the teacher quickly added a massive written exam was happening in 2 days, and it would seriously impact their overall grades. So they needed to hit the assigned textbooks hard. Later on, Alea completely lost it when he found out Helmut hadn't even bought his copies yet. Did nobody bother telling you? Alea snapped. Helmut suddenly remembered Kuduro mentioning it, but it totally slipped his mind with all the recent chaos. Heading back from the mansion, Alea told him to grab a hall pass to head off campus. There was just one tiny issue. Helmut was completely broke. Alea groaned in frustration, then realized Helmut actually paid him 100,000 marks earlier, but Helmut had left all that cash back with Kuduro, and there was zero time to make a round trip. He needed to make some quick cash. Are you seriously asking me for a loan right now? Alea sighed. Helmut swore he would pay him back by the weekend. Alea eventually caved and agreed to front the cash, but he demanded to tag along into town, since he didn't trust Helmut to stay out of trouble. As they headed out, Marimo tagged along too, claiming he wanted to browse the bookstore. Then Oscar jumped in, making up a random excuse to leave campus. Alea grumbled that Helmut was dragging along two totally useless third wheels. Inside the bookstore, Marimo was practically vibrating with joy just from the smell of paper, while Alea swiftly piled up every single required textbook Helmut needed. Flipping through the pages, Helmut realized even the intermediate stuff was just total basics. Out of nowhere, Oscar handed him a bonus book. It wasn't on the syllabus, but Oscar warned that this specific professor loved testing on outside material. So this was the ultimate. The group stared in shock. Alea pointed out that Oscar usually acted like a reckless mad dog, so seeing him actually use his brain was pretty wild. Smirking, Oscar asked if they could spot him a new book too, but Alea instantly shot him down, telling him to use his own cash. The total rang up to 2,000 marks. Suddenly, the cashier squinted, asking if he was the famous Alea. He desperately tried to play it off and slip away while the guys clowned him, begging for an autograph. But the clerk was right. Alea was the prodigy who crushed the academy entrance exams with record-breaking scores. Watching them joke around, Helmut felt like he was finally grasping how human friendships worked. Outside, Alea sighed, saying, "Coming along was a waste of time." Helmut tilted his head. "Didn't you need to buy books too?" "Obviously, I bought mine ages ago," Alea scoffed. But he wasn't talking about shopping. He meant learning in general. Helmut honestly wondered if staring at a page could actually teach him how to fight. Alea explained that knowledge came in all shapes and sizes. A lot of textbooks just lay out the basic rules of the world, and if you walk around acting like you know it all, reality is going to knock you flat on your face someday. He shot Helmut a glare, warning him to guard those books with his life because he wasn't buying replacements. But the very next morning, luck completely turned on them. Helmut was seeing red. Both his and Oscar's textbooks had completely vanished from their lockers. His knuckles cracked, gripping his fists so hard he could have punched through solid concrete. Oh, someone was definitely catching some hands today. Later in the arena, the instructor officially kicked off their sparring sessions. Everyone had to pair up, and using aura was strictly banned. The whole point was to get raw physical experience fighting other humans. Once you lock eyes with your target, the instructor roared, "Start the match." Right on cue, a voice cut through the crowd calling out Sabbath's name. It was Oscar stepping up and demanding a duel. Sabbath let out a cocky sneer, but Oscar just smirked back. "What's wrong, you scared?" "Because real men settle their beef with a blade." Sabbath quickly made up an excuse, claiming he already had a sparring partner, but the professor shut that down loudly, reminding everyone to fight new opponents. Cornered, Sabbath snapped that a noble like him would never cross swords with a filthy commoner. Oscar burst out laughing. "Or maybe you just can't handle me." Hearing that, Sabbath's rich buddies started exchanging nervous glances. Out of nowhere, another shadow stepped up, claiming he wanted a piece of the action too. It was Helmut, hand resting firmly on his hilt. His eyes were cold as ice as he looked at the nobles. "Honestly, even I'm still gonna wipe the floor with you." Hiding behind a group is exactly what weaklings do. Sabbath's face flushed with pure rage, ready to attack, but his buddy quickly grabbed his shoulder to hold him back. He swore he'd wipe that cocky grin right off Helmut's face after beating him to a pulp, but taking a step back to right before class. The rich kids were huddled up scheming. Sabbath's big idea was to push their buttons, then take the bait when they snapped. One guy pointed out that while Helmut was a mystery, taking down Oscar was basically impossible. But Sabbath smirked, claiming he'd just use Viz. His buddies panicked, reminding him that Viz was totally banned. But Sabbath had it all figured out. He'd just play the victim and say it was self-defense against a crazy attack. At worst, he'd get a light warning. But if they managed to cripple Oscar, the guy would get kicked out of the academy for good. To Sabbath, the payoff was way bigger than the risk. Then another guy chimed in with a special request. He specifically asked to fight Helmut's squad, still holding a bitter grudge over that running test, and so the trap was set. The rich kids were practically begging for the match. When the big day finally arrived, Oscar and Sabbath locked eyes in the arena. Sabbath flashed a nasty grin, boasting that he was about to teach this peasant a lesson. But once the match actually kicked off, the whole crowd froze. Sabbath was already dripping with sweat, completely confused. Oscar hadn't even swung his sword yet. One of Sabbath's goons realized his boss had massively underestimated Oscar. The moment Oscar gripped his blade, he turned into a bloodthirsty hound. He just stood there like a statue, piercing right through his opponent, waiting for one tiny slip-up. The goon had tried to warn the others about this terrifying pressure, but nobody listened. Sabbath scoffed to hide his fear. In a flash, Oscar launched forward, shooting straight at him. Sabbath's brain went into overdrive. He's going right, he'll strike from the right. He jerked his sword up to defend. But Oscar's blade slammed straight down the middle, aiming right for the noble's head. The heavy blow sent Sabbath crashing hard into the dirt. It was painful to watch. Sabbath was completely dominated. Oscar coldly stated that putting arrogant nobles in the ground never got old. Shaking, Sabbath struggled to his feet, but his shoulder was completely dead. Even with a useless arm, he dragged himself up, desperate enough to pull out his forbidden vis. Before he even could, Oscar sliced across his back, sending him flying across the arena. From then on, Sabbath was nothing but a punching bag. He choked on his own words, desperately trying to cry out that he gave up while taking hit after brutal hit. He was totally broken now. But Oscar sealed the deal with a vicious jab to the gut, making sure Sabbath would feel this beating forever. Every time the guy tried to yield, Oscar just beat him even harder. Meanwhile, let's check out Helmut's matchup. His noble opponent nervously asked why he was glaring like a killer. Was he that scared for his buddy? Helmut simply stared him down and replied, "I'm worried about you." But jumping back a bit, we see Sabbath taking one last brutal hit, collapsing like a broken toy. He glanced at the crowd, but everyone just glared at him in disgust. Gripping his sword, he screamed that he wouldn't go down like trash. In a panic, he unleashed his vis, hoping for a cheap win. But as he charged, Oscar effortlessly spun around and slashed him from every single blind spot. Since the noble played dirty first, nobody cared if Oscar threw the rulebook away too. As Oscar raised his sword for the killing strike, the crowd gasped. When the instructor suddenly dashed in to block the attack, he loudly declared the match over and ordered them both to his office. Oscar furiously shouted that Sabbath cheated first, and if he hadn't moved fast, he could have been killed. But the instructor coldly fired back, claiming that showing zero mercy was also against the rules. Oscar angrily questioned why a professor was protecting a spoiled brat like Sabbath. Ignoring him, the teacher ordered someone to drag Sabbath to the clinic. Just then, another student rushed over, begging the instructor to stop Helmut's fight too. But flashing back to right before their clash, the timeline shifts to yesterday. Sabbath's two flunkies warned him that Oscar wouldn't go down without a nasty fight. Another guy told him to wake up and look around. Sabbath's reputation was already dead. Even with no proof, the whole school knew he set up that dirty trick in town. They were ready to abandon him completely. He was nothing but a stain on their noble pride. Back in the present, Helmut looked like an absolute demon. With just one heavy swing, he shattered the noble's sword to pieces. Without missing a beat, Helmut kept a deadpan stare as he drove a fierce strike right into the guy's throat, knocking the wind out of him and dropping him to the floor. Squatting over his gasping body, Helmut coldly asked if he really thought his fancy title would save him. They had better guard him off campus because Helmut could break his neck anytime he wanted. The rich kid burst into tears in front of this absolute beast. As Helmut crushed the guy's hand under his boot, the sea flared up. He grabbed the snob and tossed him into the air like a rag doll. The teacher sprinted over, yelling that the fight was over. But Helmut shot him a glare so deadly the teacher's knees actually started shaking. He just stood there frozen. Helmut finally chilled out and dropped the punk to the ground. The teacher told them to rush Aaron to the clinic and dragged Helmut to his office. Meanwhile, Oscar admitted he just wanted to knock some sense into Helmut and warned him not to lose this epic showdown. Going back to right before the match, Helmut asked if this guy was the one who trashed his locker. The rich kid just smirked, asking who else it could be. Thinking Helmut left himself wide open, he dashed forward, going straight for his legs. Back in the office, the teacher said he would give them both a shot to say sorry if they wanted to speak up. When nobody said a word, he sighed, saying he expected this from Oscar but not Helmut. Helmut just played it cool, saying he did not break a single rule. But the teacher revealed he had just checked the clinic, and Aaron's throat was completely ripped up. Plus, every single finger on his hand was snapped. If they had waited any longer, the guy would be mute for life, and he would never swing a sword again. Oscar blew up, shouting that the guy hired the Black Hawks to take them out, so it was better if those snobs never fought. Again, the teacher smacked him right on the head, asking if they had any idea how far they crossed the line. Helmut said he had no clue why they were getting all the blame. Aaron was totally weak, but still had the guts to trash-talk them. Helmut was just sending a clear message, teaching him not to mess with the wrong crowd. Oscar chimed in that the snobs swiped books from his locker too. The teacher argued that went against everything their department stood for. Helmut snapped back, asking if insulting, robbing, and treating commoners like dirt was what they stood for. The teacher put his hands up, saying he was not picking sides, but admitted Helmet fixed a mess the staff could not handle. Suddenly, he pulled out his sword and swung it right at them, slicing a huge gap straight into the ceiling above. He told them they were just acting like apex predators hunting easy prey. He said it would be totally messed up if he used his own crazy power to crush the two of them, just like how a rich kid should not look down on a regular guy. The strong have no right to step on the weak. They were acting exactly like the snobs they hated. Helmet asked what they were supposed to do then. The teacher turned away, admitting the staff messed up for standing by and letting things get so bad. But he made it clear the campus could not turn into a jungle where only the toughest survive. This place was built to bring people together. Rich or poor, strong or weak, everyone is on the same level. He praised them as top-tier students, but banned them from fighting anyone else on campus except each other. That made Oscar light right up. Then the teacher handed them some paper, because they were not off the hook yet. They were locked in until they wrote 50 apology letters. By nightfall, Oscar's hand was totally raw and covered in blisters. He could not even scribble one more word. He stormed out of the room swearing under his breath about the teacher, while Helmet sat there thinking. He did not regret what he did, but he knew he messed up. He had totally lost his grip on the seed, just for a split second. Oscar turned back asking if Helmet's hand was killing him too. Helmet just muttered that now he could not even train. Oscar stared at him asking if he ever took a break, teasing that Helmet was crazy strong for a guy who looked so lazy. Then he asked if they could train together. Helmet shot him down with a big fat no. Up above, the teacher was watching them. He always knew Helmet was gifted, but that crazy bloodlust from earlier felt straight up demonic. He secretly hoped the kid would not get swallowed by the darkness. Then he glanced up at the massive cut he left in the ceiling, sighing because they were definitely taking that out of his paycheck. Later that night in a sketchy warehouse, a group was kneeling in front of their boss. The leader said they just lost a low-level spy, trying to run them out of town. A guy with spiky hair bowed his head saying he was sorry, admitting they totally blew the mission. The dude rocking an eye patch argued that his second-year student had no business fighting like such a monster, but the boss cut them off. He did not drag them there to chew them out. Honestly, they deserve a prize just for making it back breathing. He ordered Chromo to step up, asking if one of the kids they fought had black hair and eyes like a crow. The crew nodded, confirming that was exactly the guy. Chromo revealed the kid was actually Helmet, an ex-mercenary. The same guy who took out 5 of their men using just a literal tree branch. The boss smirked, calling his academy hideout a pretty smart play. They knew he'd be a massive headache, but they couldn't exactly let him roam around unchecked. So the boss handed down a fresh set of orders. They needed to drop off a report to the higher-ups. After that, a well-deserved vacation. But the second the hyped-up crew walked out the door, the boss whispered to another lackey to wipe them all out once the job was done. Why? Because a certain VIP meeting was on the horizon. Later that night, Helmet slipped back into his dorm only to get called out by Alea for being so late. Helmet just muttered an apology for the racket, but Alea wasn't asleep. He'd already caught wind of the campus gossip. Word on the street was Helmet had wrecked another student so completely that the guy was permanently benched from fighting. Helmet just grunted, annoyed that the whole mess ruined his training schedule. Alea couldn't believe it, asking if he wasn't even a little bit relieved. Instead of answering, Helmet just apologized for losing Alea's books. That snapped Alea's patience. He yanked the bed curtain open, glaring and asking if Helmet was deaf to what he'd said before. He didn't lend them out expecting a robbery, meaning it wasn't Helmet's fault. Helmet just gave a simple thanks, making Alea slam the curtain shut, his face totally flushed. Fast forward to the next morning. Helmet headed out to pump some iron, but his usual gym was locked for cleaning, forcing him into the public training hall. Ever since that brutal duel, the vibe had totally shifted. Kids were actually talking to him now, not out of friendliness, but out of pure terror. Still, for Helmet, that was a solid win. A bit later, a messenger popped up, saying Professor Kudrow wanted a word. When Helmet showed up, Kudrow mentioned he'd heard all about the classroom brawl. Helmet instantly bowed his head, admitting he was partly to blame. But Kudrow waved it off, saying that wasn't why he called him in. He revealed those bullies were facing major payback. In fact, both of them were getting completely kicked out of the school. Elite status meant absolutely nothing once you got caught doing dirty work with the Black Hawks. Kudrow told Helmet that as long as he learned from his mistakes, he just needed to grip his sword and carve his own way forward. Trying to kill the heavy tension, Kudrow chuckled about his own wild rebel days. Then, he invited Helmet and his crew over to his estate for the weekend, even bringing out some fresh books. Noticing 2 huge piles, Helmet asked what the deal was. Kudrow casually said the second pile was for Asuka. When Helmet grumbled about being a delivery boy, the old man just smiled to himself, thinking, go make some friends, kid. Later on, the green-haired guy beamed, saying Helmet showed up at the perfect moment. Helmet used the opening to dump the heavy stack into Asuka's hands, explaining it was a gift from Kudrow. Marimo then chimed in, asking if Helmet was free this weekend. Cut to an evening out, and Marimo was absolutely buzzing. hyping up the tavern as the best spot in town to celebrate sweet, sweet justice. Plus, Asuka was covering the entire tab. As the loudmouth kept rambling, Helmut's mind drifted back to Alea, who flat out refused to hang with these losers. Helmut took a reluctant sip of his drink, instantly hating the taste. The guys wouldn't shut up about how he was the new campus legend. Asuka cracked up, pointing out that nobody in their right mind would mess with a guy who just permanently broke a rich kid. Marimo then teased Helmut for looking so gloomy. Helmut admitted he was used to people hating him, but he honestly couldn't figure out why these two dragged him out to party. Totally wasted. Marimo slurred that it was a no-brainer. From day one, he just knew hanging around Helmut would guarantee a wild time. Asuka then started whining about Helmut being cold to him, begging Marimo to back him up. But Marimo was already dead to the world, face planted on the table, bright red after a single glass. Asuka busted out laughing at the lightweight while Helmut quietly realized he still didn't get how friendship worked. Once the drinks stopped flowing, they stumbled back toward campus, basically dragging a limp Marimo. Suddenly, Helmut noticed a massive crowd blocking the street, and could have sworn he saw Aaliyah trapped in the middle. Rewind to earlier that day. Aaliyah had been tearing up the library looking for a specific read. Striking out there, he considered heading into town. He thought back to Helmut, actually asking him to hang out. A total missed opportunity since he coldly turned him down. Fast forward a bit, and it was the usual nightmare, a mob of fangirls swarming him, throwing themselves at him. Right at the breaking point, he caught sight of the crow waving from afar and bolted toward him, loudly declaring they had plans today, leaving Helmut completely clueless. Asuka started complaining about the sudden intrusion while the disappointed girls sneered, asking why Alea would ever hang out with a bunch of meathead swordsmen. The vibe got ugly real fast. Then one girl zeroed in on Asuka's hair, her eyes going wide as she asked if it was actually him. Visibly annoyed, Asuka challenged them to say one more word, just begging for an excuse to teach them a painful lesson. That did the trick, sending the girls running. Alea smacked Helmut, warning the drunk crowd to back off. Still, the guy wouldn't stop butting Helmut, demanding to know where Marimo went. Helmut just shrugged, saying the lightweight passed out after a single drink. Alea whipped out a vial, explaining it was a magic department hangover cure. They forced it down Marimo's throat, and he snapped awake instantly. Catching sight of Alea, his face turned bright red. Since Alea actually showed up, Helmut casually debated, do I end this guy now or later? Shaking off the thought, he invited Alea to check out Kotaro's mansion the next day. Alea immediately checked. Those two idiots aren't coming, right? Helmut promised it would just be the two of them. Satisfied, Alea agreed and asked when to meet. The following morning, Helmut realized he totally misread the room. Alea woke up absolutely fuming, declaring this was a tag team war, and their only mission was to crush those two meatheads. He snapped, I do not accept defeat. Got it? Helmut just stood there completely clueless. And that kicks off our next chapter. Back in the dorm, Alea pressed Helmut about his exam prep. Helmut brushed it off, saying he was doing okay, claiming he wasn't sweating it too much except for a couple of rough subjects, namely continental history and magic theory. Missing out on the early classes as a late transfer really set him back. Still, Helmut figured that passing just meant proving how strong his combat skills were. But that was a massive trap. Even if his practical skills blew past the charts to 150 points, the grading system maxed out at exactly 100. So despite being a top-tier fighter, he desperately needed decent theory scores to win tiebreakers. Helmut casually pushed the problem aside, but Alea snapped back, warning that if he slacked off that mutt, Asuka would steal his spot. That hit Helmut right away. Dropping his playful tone, Alea offered to tutor him, provided Helmut paid a fair price. That little deal landed both of them straight in the library. Looking around, Helmut asked what the game plan was. Alea smirked, calling it a special exam care package. Stepping inside, they spotted Marimo and Asuka sitting together. Alea raised an eyebrow, asking why those two were hanging out. Marimo stuttered some excuse about open rooms, though he was secretly dying to know what Helmut and Alea were up to. Flustered and defensive, Asuka barked that he was just trying to study. Marimo sighed, acting disappointed, and asked them to find another room so they could focus. Helmut leaned in, whispering that this whole setup felt incredibly sketchy, flashing a sweet but fake smile. Alea agreed it was a pity and said they wouldn't dare interrupt their study session. Marimo quickly thanked him, but Alea smoothly cut in with a much better idea. Helmut and Asuka would stay put in this room, while he and Marimo took the room next door. The two boys froze in panic, prompting Alea to ask if they had a secret. The truth finally spilled out. Terrified of losing his top rank to Helmut, Asuka had begged CN for private tutoring. He complained that he missed the #1 spot by just a single point last time, all because Alea had carried Helmut through it. But this time, Asuka refused to let his theory grades drag him down. The idiot then boldly asked if Alea planned to carry Helmut again. With his usual sharp bite, Alea shot back. Obviously. Why else would I be here? Seeing everything out in the open, Marimo chimed in, proposing a high-stakes bet. Whoever lost had to run 100 laps around the track with zero magic allowed. Suddenly, Helmut wasn't just studying for grades anymore. He was fighting for Alia's pride. And so the brutal study grind began. As night completely took over, heavy rain lashed against the library windows while the duo crammed away, with Alea absolutely losing his mind over Helmut butchering every single question. He slammed the paper, demanding to know what kind of garbage answer this was. First question, what separates a witch from a mage? Helmut's brilliant response, witches are bad guys, mages aren't. I know because I've run into one. Helmut casually defended his logic, but Alea practically barked at him, reminding him that answers actually needed to follow standard textbook theory. The other two goofballs wandered over to peek and were left speechless, asking if Helmut had ever taken a real written test in his life. Turns out his transfer exam was purely multiple choice. Furious, Alea slammed his hands on the table, vowing he would never let his student lose to a pair of meatheads. From that second on, the study session turned into a brutal boot camp, packed with endless shouting and late-night snacks. Hours later, after the library cleared out, Helmut finally asked why Alea was so insanely obsessed with being number one. Helmut figured that one day he'd understand. Alea was on track to become an archmage, which meant he'd eventually spot the seed hiding inside him. Sooner or later, Helmut knew he'd need to pull away. Alea leaned in close. "Are you even listening to me?" he asked, tossing his hair. But Helmut was completely spaced out. Suddenly, they both blinked, realizing their faces were just inches apart. Alea whipped around. "I'm not repeating myself," he snapped. His ears burned cherry red as he stormed off. Watching him go, Helmut figured he had been overthinking things way too much. The next day, Helmut was sweating it out in the training hall. A classmate strolled up asking if the rumors were true. Had the top two guys in the department really made a bet? Word traveled fast around here. The guy grabbed his practice sword. That was Andrew. They'd been tight since the transfer exams, with Helmut even giving him some pointers on his sword work. "Oscar is tough," Andrew admitted, "but there is no way you are going down." "Man, I would pay good money to see Oscar get wrecked," Andrew laughed. He didn't notice the terrifying. Oscar shoved the guy aside with a scowl. Changing the subject, he demanded to know about today's sparring matches with the freshmen. Oscar muttered that he'd much rather just fight Helmut. Dusting himself off, Andrew chimed in, saying the new first-year class was packed with absolute monsters. "There is this one girl in the sword division," Andrew whispered. "Crazy skills with a blade and gorgeous too." Helmut watched thoughtfully as a girl in the distance sheathed her weapon. Once everyone gathered up, Andrew nudged him, pointing straight at her. She tossed her dark hair over her shoulder. Honestly, she looked exactly like a female version of Helmut. The guys couldn't stop whispering about her intense royal vibe. It didn't take long for the rest of the class to spot the crazy resemblance. Heads kept turning from her back to Helmut. Rumors started flying that they were secretly related, though Helmut had absolutely zero. The first years were acting incredibly stuck up, completely ignoring anyone who looked like a commoner. The sophomores chuckled at the cute little rookies. Oscar glared at his classmates. "Zip it unless you want me to beat you down right here." Right on cue, the instructor stepped up, calling for the cross-class sparring to begin. She started reading off the list. First match, Charlotte. The crowd buzzed. Helmut actually considered going over to talk to her, but her opponent turned out to be Oscar. The sophomores groaned in pity. Why did it have to be him? He actually whined to the teacher. But matchups were strictly based on skill. No backing out. As they stepped onto the dirt, Charlotte looked him dead in the eye. "Don't you dare hold back. Just because I am a girl," she warned. Meanwhile, the teacher announced Helmut's opponent, Jeffrey, an absolute mountain of a guy. Just looking at him, you could tell he would crush most upperclassmen. The whistle blew for the first fight. Watching Charlotte, Oscar had to admit her stance was pretty solid. "Why are you even in this division?" he called out. "To get stronger." Obviously. She shot back clearly, having zero interest in small talk. Boom, Oscar dashed forward, swinging hard. The clash sent her sliding across the dirt. The crowd gasped as they saw her hands shaking. She knew he was a big deal, making this the perfect test. "I am barely even stretching," Oscar taunted. Her eyes narrowed. It was time to get serious. Sparks flew as the pace cranked up. She deflected every strike. This girl really knew her way around a blade. Oscar closed the gap, swiping right for her neck, but she leaned back, dodging by a hair. He kept pushing, locking their weapons together. "Are you seriously trying to stall for a tie?" he scoffed. Shoving her back, he glared. "I can't stand cocky kids who don't take this seriously. Was all that big talk earlier just a bluff? If you don't want to fight, get out of the arena." Stung, she yelled back that she didn't care about their age gap. She was here to learn. His strikes just proved she still had a long way to go. Gripping her hilt tight, she dared him to attack again. Oscar didn't hold back anymore. Steel clashed in a blur. She actually managed to graze past his face. They tore across the battleground, trading relentless blows and blocks. Just when she thought she had an opening, Oscar vanished, reappearing right above her in midair. "You need to loosen those shoulders," he yelled down at her. This was going to sting. He crashed down right next to her sword, locked onto his target. Tough luck getting matched with me, he smirked. The teacher called the match, giving Oscar the win. He admitted her little stance change actually caught him off guard. Pinned on the ground, Charlotte groaned, "Hey, get off me, you weigh a ton." Oscar stepped back and she sincerely thanked him for the tips. Naturally, some jealous guys in the crowd started muttering that he was just a creep. Walking away, her eyes met Helmut's for a split second. Off to the side, the giant freshman scoffed. How could she let some filthy commoner beat her? Charlotte snapped back. You better drop that ego or you'll be eating dirt next. Right then, the giant stepped up, towering over Helmut. As they stared each other down, Helmut flashed back to a chat he had with Andrew. He asked how he would handle a much stronger fighter. The massive guy sized him up, figuring this had to be the rumored commoner everyone was talking about. Unimpressed, he gave him that classic look of total disrespect. From the sidelines, the instructor called out, warning Helmut not to overdo it. Nobody had forgotten his last crazy match. As soon as it started, the big guy rushed in hard. Helmut deflected the attack, but a second swing came right at him. He had to jump back just as their blades clashed. The guy bragged that he would have shattered Helmut's sword if he had not moved. But Helmut's expression was pure ice. He stayed completely chill. He had survived way worse monsters before. As the fight went on, he dodged every single swing, because raw power is totally useless if you just hit thin air. The crowd started whispering that the match was getting dull. Frustrated, the big guy called Helmut a filthy commoner, claiming there was a wall between them he could never climb. Helmut just thought this was the weakest trash talk ever. But then the guy smirked and insulted Helmut's master. Oh, he crossed the line. Helmut's eyes went dark. The teacher told him to pay attention, but Helmut just let out a breath and warned him that things were about to get ugly. In a flash, he dashed forward and sliced right into the guy's leg. Without missing a beat, he vanished behind him. The big guy tried to jump away, but Helmut still struck him hard. The arrogant noble screamed that his hits were pathetic, right before collapsing straight to his knees. His legs simply gave out. Looking down, Helmut remembered an old lesson, that getting wrecked by a nobody builds character. Furious, the noble lunged for one last desperate swing, but Helmut just slid right under him, sweeping his legs out and sending him crashing face first into the dirt. He struggled to stand, but Helmut kicked his blade away. Staring down at him, he said, I might be a freshman, but I highly suggest you keep my master's name out of your mouth. The teacher yelled at them to freeze, but Helmut stopped his blade right at the noble's throat anyway. The whole crowd was totally speechless, as Helmut, the absolute noble destroyer, took the win. After that crazy showdown, the remaining matches were pretty chill. The first years finally understood the massive skill gap, and everyone else realized they had to step up their game. Later on, Helmut bumped into Charlotte near a puddle in the courtyard. She jumped a little as she said hi, and he just stood there awkwardly, his mind drifting back to the name carved on that pendant, Margaret Irene. He looked totally lost in his own head. Not knowing how to act, Charlotte started sweating under his intense stare. After all, this was the upperclassman, who had literally just wiped the floor with Joffrey. Breaking the silence, he told her he had noticed her skills, and that she had serious potential. When he asked if she knew who he was, it was almost funny because literally everyone on campus knew their newest legend. She told him she really wanted to spar with him eventually, and when he casually agreed, her face lit up with a thank you, saying she could not wait. Right on cue, Oscar popped out of nowhere, asking if they were a thing. They quickly brushed it off as a random run-in, and Charlotte hurried off saying it was nice talking to him. Oscar smirked and asked if he was making moves on the freshman, but Helmut shot back that he wasn't a giant flirt like him. Later that night, Helmut asked if he was bothering Aaliyah. Sitting on the windowsill, Aaliyah said no, but after surviving for years alongside Darian, Helmut still felt a weird vibe in the room. Shutting his book, Aaliyah said he had a question. Rumor had it that a freshman girl just asked Helmut out on a date, and he wanted the truth. Helmut's surprised face gave it away, even though he quickly denied it, explaining she just wanted to practice fighting in their next session. He promised he would never lie to him. Opening his book again, Aaliyah sighed and said he would trust him, claiming Helmut was his best friend in the whole school. But then his tone shifted, warning him to watch his back, and telling him never to trust any girl who tried to get close, because they were all just using him as a stepping stone to reach Aaliyah. Basically, Aaliyah was just guarding her own territory. Helmut just stood there super confused while Aaliyah kept rambling on with her weird advice. Nodding slowly, Helmut just said he got it. When asked if Helmut should stay away from Charlotte, Aaliyah grew completely flustered, yelling that wasn't it at all. But Helmut, his expression deadpan, calmly replied that if Aaliyah really found her suspicious, he would gladly keep his distance. Aaliyah's face turned bright red. Looking away, he mumbled that he just wanted Helmut to stay on his toes. Cut to the library the following day. The tension in the air was thick as everyone stared at Aaliyah in dead silence. Finally, Aaliyah broke the quiet, announcing that Helmut had actually given a decent answer for once. The group practically jumped for joy, thrilled he survived those brutal study sessions. But Aaliyah quickly shut them down, snapping that his answer wasn't flawless. so there was no reason to throw a party just yet. The real work was just starting. That's when Marimo chimed in, mentioning that with tests right around the corner he had found the absolute perfect, a cozy place where they could hit the books and grab some delicious waffles. Asuka gave him a weird look, asking who even does that. But Marimo whined that he literally couldn't function without a snack. Just picturing fresh, warm waffles made Aaliyah's mouth water, and he agreed a quick break wouldn't hurt. Asuka raised an eyebrow, wondering if the place would even be open right now. Marimo boasted about Baden's lively nightlife, but surprise, surprise, when they got there, the doors were locked shut. Marimo practically burst into tears, crying about how bad, while Aaliyah just told him to quit his whining and find another spot. Sniffling, Marimo pointed out a nearby toast shop instead, and Aaliyah gave him a shove, telling him to dry his eyes and keep moving. At least this place was actually open for business. Once inside, Asuka stared at the menu, completely shocked by the insane prices of the sandwiches. Marimo noticed and asked if he was going to order anything, but Asuka sighed, explaining his family sent him just enough cash to cover his school fees, and not a penny more. Marimo joked that he'd probably win a scholarship for getting suspended, which earned him a quick, angry grab by the collar. Aaliyah then went into lecture mode, stating that a true mage always needs to stay aware of their surroundings, just to avoid messing things up. Rolling his eyes, Marimo grumbled that Aaliyah was way too uptight about spiritual magic. By that point, Helmut had already picked out his food, and when it finally arrived, his sandwich was an absolute monster, leaving the entire table staring in disbelief. Even Asuka burst out laughing, joking if he was planning to take the leftovers home. As it turns out, this was a special challenge meal made strictly for the sword department students. Right at that moment, Charlotte and Joffrey walked in, casually mentioning what a crazy coincidence this was. At least the big guy was finally showing Helmut some actual respect. Charlotte told them they were only there to take on the famous sword department sandwich challenge. Joffrey had dared her to do it. Asuka side-eyed him, asking if he felt bad about challenging a girl, but Charlotte shot back, asking if he was looking down on her. Meanwhile, Marimo sneakily tried to steal a bite of Helmut's massive sandwich, but Helmut quickly smacked his hand away, loudly announcing that he was joining the challenge too. Charlotte gave a soft smile, saying it really must be fate that they bumped into each other here. Aaliyah suddenly stood up, glaring as he asked if he had seen her somewhere before, leaving the rest of the guys totally confused. Fast forward, where Helmut and Charlotte faced off in a duel with the professor watching their every move. Sparks flew as their blades met, but Helmut easily pushed her back. He swung hard, aiming straight for her neck, but she barely managed to dodge. She went for a low strike, but Helmut just kicked her sword right out of her hands. With her wrist throbbing in pain, she finally surrendered. The teacher praised their awesome demonstration, and Helmut walked off his mind, drifting back to what happened the day before. Aaliyah had asked Charlotte if she knew him from somewhere, but she just claimed she recognized him by sight, since he was the super popular upperclassman from the magic department. She had even stolen a glance at Helmut, her cheeks burning red, looking totally flustered by the whole thing. Back in the present, Marimo groaned, saying he finally figured it out. As long as Aaliyah was hanging around, there was zero chance any of them were getting girlfriends. Helmut thought over Aaliyah's previous warning. Seeing how Charlotte acted, maybe Aaliyah had a point. He figured it was best to keep his distance for now and just focus on grinding his skills, getting so strong that no one would ever dare cause problems for him again. Meanwhile, Asuka slumped back in his chair, complaining that he just needed to survive half a semester without getting kicked out. Helmut startled him, asking if he honestly thought he could pull that off. Jumping a little, Asuka mumbled he was just thinking out loud, then quickly changed the subject, asking how the duel went. He figured if it took a while, it must have been an intense fight, but Helmut confessed it was over in a flash. He only dragged it out because the teachers specifically asked him not to end things too fast. Hearing that, Asuka just sighed, saying that if Helmut really didn't want to let Aaliyah down, he'd better start studying for the written test right this second. Aaliyah popped up out of nowhere, nodding along. He asked if tomorrow's exam was on magic theory, suggesting they hit the books together. Oscar glanced around, wondering where Marimo ran off to. Someone guessed he was probably buried in his textbooks with finals so close. As the guys started bickering again, Aaliyah cut in, telling Helmut to quit messing around and get back to grinding. Helmut just tilted his head, wondering why Aaliyah was so stressed. Honestly, he figured running 100 laps wasn't a big deal, but Aaliyah crossed his arms, flat out, saying he absolutely hated losing bets, so Helmut better pull his weight and study. He then shot a glare at Oscar, scolding him for being a total distraction, and literally shooed him away. With the room quiet, Helmut went back to studying. Fast forward to the exam room, the professor started the clock. 2 hours on the board starting right now. Helmut stared at the very first question. If you accidentally absorbed the power of darkness and removing it would kill you, how would you handle the situation? 2 hours flew by. The halls were buzzing with exhausted students pouring out of the classrooms. Later in the library, Aaliyah leaned in, asking how the test went. Helmut shrugged, saying it actually wasn't that bad. Most of the stuff on the paper was exactly what Aaliyah told him to study, The only weird question was that one about dark magic. Curious, Aaliyah asked what he wrote down. Helmut's face instantly went totally serious. He quietly said he would embrace the power and spend his life figuring out how to control it. Aaliyah nodded, admitting that wasn't a terrible answer. At the very least, the professor would probably accept it. Helmut then flipped the question, asking what Aaliyah would have done. Aaliyah sighed, saying he would have headed straight to the temple for answers. But honestly, deep down, his real choice would be exactly like Helmut's, even if it meant turning the entire temple against him in the process. Since the Lumen Temple makes it their life mission to wipe out anything dark, exposing those powers would just make him a prime target. He looked Helmut right in the eyes, warning him never to say that out loud to anyone else. It was just too dangerous. As he said that, a quiet realization hit him. This was exactly the kind of secret he was hiding himself. A few days later, it was finally results day at the academy. The rankings went straight up on the massive board in the central plaza, turning the whole place into a fierce battleground for bragging rights. Helmut pushed through the massive crowd, checking the magic department rankings. No shocker here, Aaliyah took first place, leaving Marimo stuck in second. He glanced over and saw Marimo looking completely crushed, muttering that this was completely impossible. He groaned, wondering what kind of crazy stunt Aaliyah pulled this time. Because even though spiritual theory was a totally brand new subject for everyone, he still managed to grab a flawless score. But to Aaliyah, 3 months was way more than enough time to master anything. While Marimo stood there questioning his life choices, a massive crowd of girls immediately swarmed around Aaliyah. Moving on, the guys went to check who took the crown in the sword department. Believe it or not, Helmut actually beat Oscar by just one single point. Marimo freaked out, yelling that there was no way this was real, while Aaliyah just smirked, proud that Helmut actually pulled it off. Oscar was grinding his teeth beyond frustrated over losing by a single point. But hey, losing the top spot to a guy like Helmut was a pill he could swallow. Still, he warned Helmut not to get comfortable, because he was coming for that spot next semester. Right then, Marimo popped up from behind, loudly calling him a massive traitor. Because of this upset, Marimo lost the bet. He literally begged for mercy, swearing that running 100 laps would straight up kill him. But Helmut calmly said 100 laps never killed anyone. Aaliyah chuckled, agreeing that it was completely fair, joking it was time to burn off those late-night snacks. And Marimo just collapsed on the dirt in pure despair. Sure enough, he was soon running endless circles around the track. The very next day, the sword class was out training when a rumor dropped. They were going on a survival camping trip in the forest next week. The class broke into a panic, students asking each other if they even knew how to camp. One red-haired guy started messing with a nervous classmate, hyping up how they needed shovels, heavy sleeping bags, and telling them to watch out for massive venomous mosquitoes. Oscar just rolled his eyes, complaining that this was boring. He had slept rough on the dirt roads a million times before, while Helmut calmly suggested they could just burn animal dung and incense to keep the bugs away. Changing the subject, Oscar dragged Helmut out for a supply run that weekend. But once they actually hit the city streets, Oscar froze up. He suddenly had zero clue what else they actually needed to buy. And to make things weirder, Marimo had trailed them into town. Helmut looked over, asking if his legs had actually survived all those laps. Marimo just gave a shady grin, bragging that recovery magic worked absolute wonders. But walking through the city that day, something suddenly clicked for Helmut. He actually cast a spell, forcing a shadow spirit to do the heavy lifting for his punishment. Oscar clapped his hands together, hyping up their first goal, finding a way to... They started by checking out some bug-repelling incense candles at a nearby stall. Helmut honestly felt like just dealing with the bugs was easier. Next on the list was a dim lamp perfect for keeping wild predators in the dark. Oscar was totally blown away by Helmut's survival skills, but he worried the lamp might get knocked over while they slept and spark a massive forest fire, which made Asuka panic, asking if that wouldn't literally kill someone. Even so, he kept pushing them to buy the lamp anyway. Watching this chaos, Helmut could... Needing a break, Helmut slipped away to explore the market on his own. He honestly wasn't exactly jumping for joy at the thought of camping out. Plus, he figured the Black Falcons wouldn't be crazy enough to attack an academy zone packed with pro instructors. Up ahead, a vendor caught his eye, twirling a fluffy treat on a stick and yelling about Baden's most famous dessert. A huge crowd swarmed the stall, but Helmut just stared at the treat, thinking it literally looked like a tiny cloud. Suddenly, a guy who just bought one spun around, asked if it didn't look amazing, and started chatting because they shared a magic theory class. Helmut just blinked silently, wondering who on earth this total weirdo was. She flashed a bright smile, introducing herself as Teresa, a junior from the magic. Helmut instantly remembered Alea's warning about trusting girls, so he quickly cut her off, claiming he was already taken. Teresa kept pushing, but Helmut just turned his back. He told her if she was so obsessed with Alia, she should go bother him instead. She giggled, telling him to chill out since he was the one she wanted. But right on cue, Alia walked up, questioning what Helmut was up to. Teresa quickly played it off as a total coincidence. Alia casually ran a hand through his hair. The girl instantly turned red, completely speechless, giving Alea the perfect chance to drag Helmut away. Once they were clear, Alea sighed. I warned you, he scolded, telling Helmut to ignore chattering girls and actually put his foot down. A bit later, Alea asked where Oscar and Marimo wandered off to, saying it was time to group up. As they kept walking, Helmut quietly wondered if Alea actually liked or hated all the attention. They soon spotted their two goofy friends, and Alea just shook his head in total disappointment. Oscar bragged that he was fully packed and ready, so the camping trip would be an absolute breeze. Marimo, though, sweated over how much money they just blew. Right then, Helmut's head snapped back. He felt someone watching him. He kept moving as a masked shadow melted into the darkness. His quiet academy life was officially ticking down. The scene cuts to a pitch-black room. A single candle flickered over several kneeling figures in hoods. One man stepped up, praising their efforts and calling himself Anton, the branch commander. Sweat rolled down his face as he nervously tried to speak toward a doorway filled with heavy smoke. A crushing pressure suddenly filled the room. Everyone froze as a terrifying man casually strolled right past them. He snapped at them to keep talking and quit staring. Anton gulped out a quick yes. He knew this guy was one of the syndicate's absolute best. Fascio the clown, a deadly killer with the eyes of a hawk. Anton explained they were having some serious trouble taking down a specific target. He slid over the intel file. Fascio scanned the paper. The target was a rank 2 mercenary from the Pace Squad, who was somehow also a sophomore at Greta Academy. Fascio scoffed, wondering if a fancy school could even teach a kid like that anything useful. Anton nervously added that the kid was already way too strong to even need academy training. He guessed the boy only enrolled to lay low, mentioning he was backed by a noble named Ethan Kudrow. Fascio raised an eyebrow, asking if they dug up anything about his past. Anton shook his head. Nothing. The only trace they found was him randomly joining the Pace mercenaries mid-mission and sticking around. Fascio muttered, so we don't know his birthday, who trained him, or who he even is. Man, this is the first time I've seen a ghost like this. Anton panicked, asking if they messed with the wrong guy. Fascio just jammed his finger into the paper, growling, nobody hides from the Black Falcons. Once you're dead, you vanish like you were never here. He smirked, telling Anton to leave it all to him. He was going to wipe this kid off the map himself. This hunt was actually going to take some real effort. Later on the morning, sun lit up the academy grounds as horses whinnied. An instructor snatched a bottle from a student, calling it a 32-year-age drink. It was super rare stuff. He shamelessly declared he was confiscating it to share with the staff. The poor student begged, please, I saved up forever just to buy that. But the teacher shot him down, barking that field training isn't a vacation. They were totally warned about this. Another student whined, pointing at a guy packed like a mule in the back. Oscar proudly claimed he only brought the bare essentials. The instructor yelled at him to drop the junk, or his poor horse would collapse. Oscar grumbled as Helmut watched the chaos from a distance. He thought to himself, it's Monday morning, and today, the outdoor training finally kicks off. Time flew by as the students rode their horses up into the mountains. Helmut breathed in, realizing it had been a long time since he left the city. The crisp autumn air felt amazing. Riding nearby, Oscar bragged that his rich sponsor got him a top-tier horse, then asked what kind Helmut was riding. Helmut shrugged, having zero clue, and just complimented Oscar's horse instead. Oscar sighed and asked for the horse's name. Helmut blinked. Do horses even need names? Oscar gasped, calling him totally heartless. He lectured that a swordsman and his horse are lifelong partners, so naming them is mandatory. Helmut muttered that it sounded annoying, but figured he'd just say the first thing that popped into his head. He stared blankly at his purple-maned horse and named it Oscar. The real Oscar instantly lost his mind, yelling about how messed up it was to name a horse after him. Helmut innocently asked what the big deal was, sparking a hilarious argument with Helmut, claiming the horse totally looked like him. Later that night, the teacher called for a pit stop, telling everyone to leave their heavy bags tied to the saddles. Oscar groaned that it felt like an eternity had passed, whining about how much longer it would take to hit the campsite. Helmut just rode along quietly, taking it all in. From what he gathered, Day 1 was all about kicking back with a barbecue. Day 2 was meant for a hunting contest, and the third day was reserved for team stuff. Still, he knew better than to drop his guard, out here in the dark woods. Right then, Oscar turned to Helmut, asking where his horse ran off to. Helmut blinked, completely caught off guard. His ride had vanished into thin air. Checking the spot, he found the tether sliced clean through by a blade. That was impossible. When did someone sneak up on him? The craziest part was that he hadn't heard a single sound while someone snatched his horse right from under his nose. Suddenly, Oscar pointed through the brush. There it was, hiding behind the trees. Without missing a beat, Helmut grabbed Oscar's sword. He moved forward, blade drawn and senses dialed up for an ambush. But as he reached the animal, the woods were dead quiet. No one was there. Just then, a chill ran down his spine. He glanced at his feet, stopping inches away from the jagged teeth of a bear trap. How did someone plant that without making a sound? This was no random accident. Someone was playing games, and he could feel the eyes of a predator watching him. A cold smirk crossed his face. If this hunter thought he was easy prey, they were dead wrong. It was time to flip the script. Playing it cool, he called out to the white horse, naming it Snowy on the spot, and coaxed it to come over. Naturally, the clueless animal just stared at him. As Helmut walked over, his mind was racing. Whoever set this up was asking for a death wish. If they crossed him, he would crush them. But honestly, he just hoped this guy could put up a decent fight. Fast forward to the bustling campsite. The instructor's voice rang out telling everyone to hold off on cooking dinner. It was time to form squads. From this moment until camp ended, they had to stick together and watch each other's backs. Every team leader was handed a magic sphere to call for backup in emergencies. Helmut tossed his into his palm, staring at the shiny orb. Oscar nudged him, saying a captain shouldn't zone out on the job. Right behind them stood their crew packed with rookies. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, Helmut barely recognized anyone, and a few of the guys were already giving him nasty looks. Breaking the tension, one kid stepped up, suggesting a quick round of introductions. He broke the ice, calling himself Andrew. Pointing to the others, he rattled off their names: Mitchell, Basil, Wesley, and Dino. Helmut tilted his head toward the redhead. The guy scoffed, muttering that his name was James and they had already crossed paths. Helmut gave a knowing nod. Yeah, he remembered. Waving them off, he ordered the squad to get the fire going. While he went to have a word with the boss, Oscar raised an eyebrow asking what was up. Helmut dropped the bomb about his horse and the hidden bear trap. Those things were strictly banned out here, so the instructor needed to know. Hearing that, Oscar volunteered to tag along. The rest of the guys just shot them dirty looks, convinced their leader was just dodging kitchen duty. Out under the starlit sky, the instructor frowned, demanding if he was dead certain about seeing a trap out there. She pressed him for details, and obviously, he wasn't lying. It nearly took his foot off, but looking around the brush now, the metal jaws had vanished without a trace. She sighed, promising to put the whole camp on high alert. Oscar scratched his head, wondering if they were even in the right place. But Helmut's eyes narrowed. The flattened grass told the whole story. The culprit had snatched the trap back while he was gone, meaning someone was watching his every move from the shadows. It brought back a lesson from Elega about how humans get sneaky when hunting monsters way out of their league. They would stalk their prey, wearing them down until they dropped dead from sheer exhaustion. That was their terrifying advantage. But if these cowards thought a few cheap tricks could take him down, they were in for a brutal wake-up call. Heading back to camp, he realized there wasn't a single soul on this mountain that could actually touch him. Stepping back into the firelight, a squad mate whined about them taking forever while he slaved over the stove. Then he proudly presented the main course. It was charred, pitch black, basically a plate of smoking rocks. One bite of that toxic mess would send them straight to the graveyard. Thankfully, a bit later, a massive platter of juicy steaks arrived. The boys were drooling. Oscar had taken over grilled duty to save them from a crunchy demise. They joked that commoners sure knew their way around a campfire. Oscar just rolled his eyes, wondering if that was an insult or praise. Then someone whispered excitedly, telling the group to check this out. He flashed a glass bottle of booze, and the guys went wild, asking how he pulled that off. The sly devil had slapped a pocket dimension spell on his jacket just to smuggle the good stuff past the guards. Complaining that a cookout without booze was just plain boring, the guys realized they had to chug their drinks fast before the instructor started her patrol. The campfire popped and hissed as the party heated up. But soon enough, the instructor stormed over, totally livid, clutching a bunch of empty bottles. She demanded to know if they had snuck in some liquor too. Finally, she turned to Helmut, asking if the boys were actually telling the truth. When he backed up their story, she backed off but warned him that as the team leader their mess was on him, so he had better watch his back. She barked at them to finish eating, leaving the group nervously glancing at one another. The second she was gone, they grabbed the booze right back and kept the party rolling. One guy gagged at the harsh burn of the liquor while Andrew noticed Helmut's reaction and asked if it wasn't his thing. But it wasn't the drink bothering him. Oscar chimed in, wondering if he was still stressing over that trap they found. They quickly hyped him up, insisting there wasn't a single threat out there he couldn't crush. One guy even bragged that Helmut's combat skills were way more insane than anyone expected. As the drinks kept flowing, somebody casually asked where he actually learned. He simply said he picked it up in the woods where he grew up. The guys were amazed, saying whoever trained him must have been a total legend. But Helmut's voice dropped, revealing his master was no longer alive. The mood instantly shifted and the guys mumbled their apologies. Trying to kill the awkward tension, they yelled to drop the sad stuff and just drink until they passed out. Watching them, Helmut realized Cian had a point. Sharing a drink really does bring people together. Later that night, the camp went dead, silent with his squad passed out on the ground. Helmut suddenly stood up, muttering that he needed to go throw up. He slipped away into the dark woods, scanning the shadows around him. He knew exactly how to sweat out the booze, but he had a gut feeling his stalker was watching his every move. Pushing deeper into the trees, he stepped carefully. Soon, he spotted a small cabin, figuring it had to be a camp watchman's place. Creeping closer, he knocked twice. A grumpy old man cracked the door open, demanding to know who was out there. Catching sight of the school uniform, Helmut stated he found a hidden trap out in the woods, telling the man to step up the area patrols. The old guy brushed it off, warning that anyone setting traps around there faced massive fines. But Helmut didn't back down firmly, stating he knew what he saw. He was absolutely certain it was a trap. Hearing that confidence, the man admitted it was a huge deal, closing the door slightly while promising that tomorrow he would beef up security since slipping a bear trap into the brush was. But right then, Helmut jammed his boot against the doorframe, glaring at the man with dead eyes. He had never once mentioned it was a bear trap. Caught in his lie, the old man flashed a creepy grin and mumbled an apology, making an excuse that most traps around here were just for bears. Helmut noticed the fake smile but played along, shrugging it off as if he was just being paranoid. He gave the old guy a chilling warning to watch his step out there, but tossed in one last question before walking away. He wanted to know exactly where the students were being sent for their field test. The old man told him the hunting event always went down up in the northern mountains, same as every single year. Helmut gave a nod and walked off, realizing he couldn't feel a drop of viz from the guy. Still, his gut was screaming that something was wrong. For a split second, he thought about snapping the old man's neck but chose to play it cool. He kept moving through the dark, figuring that once this shadow enemy finally showed their face, all he had to do was strike back hard. By the time he made it back to camp, the instructor was already roughing up the guys, and she shot Helmut a death glare as he walked up. The chaotic night finally passed. Bright and early the next morning, the students lined up in formation. Helmut stood dead center, gripping his wooden bow. The instructor stepped up to lay out the rules for the big hunt, making it crystal clear that keeping their squad alive was the #1 priority. If anyone took a hit, their partner had to send up a signal right away. With the briefing done, everyone got their gear, a bow, some arrows, a map, and a bit of food. Even though they were teaming up, the final scores were all about individual kills. One guy raised his hand, asking if bagging the most animals guaranteed first place. The instructor shut him down, telling the wise guys planning to just farm a dozen rabbits that the points were based on the threat level of the prey. A fox brought in way more points than a rabbit, and taking down a bear was the ultimate jackpot. With the rules set and no more questions, the competition kicked off. Oscar smirked, bragging that they were basically guaranteed the win, all because he lucked out and got Helmut as his partner. The rest of the guys just groaned, asking if he had absolutely zero shame. Even though these two were the absolute best in their class, the instructor let everyone pick their own partners. Oscar strolled away, chuckling at the rest of the guys. A bit later, with the sun beating down on them, Oscar pitched an idea. They would completely dominate the entire department. They could easily sweep the first and second place prizes. But Helmut was completely zoning out. His mind was stuck on one question: would the mysterious hunter sneak up on him? Unaware of his thoughts, Oscar asked if he knew any good hunting spots. Right then, Helmut hatched a quick plan. If he let Oscar take the lead, he could eventually send him back to camp by himself, leaving him totally free to handle his own business. So Helmut just told the guy to follow him. High above them, a massive waterfall slammed into the rocky basin. Pushing through the thick brush, the two arrived. Helmut explained that animals usually flock to the riverbank. Hearing this, Oscar groaned, asking if they were going to be stuck there all day. But Helmut pointed out that constantly moving around would just scare off their prey. He made it clear real hunting is all about playing the waiting game, biding your time until the perfect shot lines up. He also mentioned spotting deep scratch marks on the tree trunks the night before, a clear sign that something massive was lurking around. Speak of the devil, they suddenly spotted a huge bear right up ahead, snatching a fish from the water. Oscar whispered his plan on the count of 3. They would both fire. They drew back their bowstrings, but a thought crossed Helmut's mind. If he actually went in for the kill, that strange seed inside him might act up, so he purposely held back his power. Thwack! Both arrows found their mark. As the wounded beast bolted, Oscar darted right alongside it, firing shot after shot to cut off its escape. Finally, he infused an arrow with his viz and brought the massive bear crashing down in a single blow. Oscar cheered, totally thrilled by the catch, but right at that moment, a loud, violent crash echoed from the deep woods. Helmut's expression turned grim and he took off sprinting, shouting over his shoulder that whatever made that sound, it definitely was not an animal. He rushed ahead to check out the chaos, leaping swiftly through the branches until he reached high ground. Looking down, he spotted a brutal scene. One student was badly hurt, while his partner stood there trembling, completely frozen in fear and unable to even activate his emergency crystal. Helmut dropped down from the trees, giving the panicked kid a massive jump scare. The stunned student stammered, asking where he came from, but Helmut ignored him. His eyes were locked on the injured boy who had triggered one of those deadly traps he had noticed scattered around the woods earlier. The uninjured kid cried out for him to do something, but Helmut warned him if they just yanked him out of those metal jaws, the blood loss would be catastrophic. Without wasting a second, Helmut dashed deeper into the undergrowth and snatched up a handful of wild herbs. He popped a leaf into his mouth, chewed and nodded. The bitter taste confirmed it was exactly what he needed. Grabbing a couple of flat rocks, he rushed back to the scene. After a quick rinse, he crushed the green leaves between the stones, grinding them into a paste. The terrified student just stared in utter confusion. As he worked, Helmut casually asked if they were buddies. The boy nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Helmut ripped a large strip of fabric right off his own shirt, making the kid gasp in shock. Moving fast, he got ready to pry the trap open. Pulling a sturdy arrow straight out of his quiver, he barked at the uninjured boy to hold his friend Basil steady. Channeling his viz, he slammed the glowing arrow right into the trap's mechanism. The heavy metal snapped open with a loud crunch as Basil cried out, shaking in absolute agony. Wasting no time, Helmut scooped up the mashed green paste and slathered it thick over the deep gashes left by the metal teeth. He explained that the wild herb was a natural coagulant that would stop the heavy bleeding. With the wound packed, he ordered the other guy to call the instructors right now. Looking closely at the broken metal, Helmut realized something chilling. Whoever planted these was just messing around. The thing was not even set up right. In short, this specific trap was not meant to catch him. Suddenly, his blood ran cold. He had left Oscar totally exposed. He spun around, but Oscar was already standing right there, loudly complaining that Helmut had totally ditched him, breaking the buddy system rule. Helmut let out a massive sigh of relief as Oscar stepped up, asking what all the chaos was about. Over on the side, the panicked student finally got through to an instructor on his crystal. Turning to Helmut, he looked at him with pure awe. He admitted he had been completely paralyzed by fear and then bowed deeply, endlessly thanking him for saving his buddy's life. Helmut just brushed it off, telling him to keep a close watch on the bandaged leg. A nasty infection out here would be a massive headache. But deep down it hit him. This was literally the very first time someone at the academy had actually thanked him. Fast forward a bit. Basil's leg was fully treated by the medics. The senior instructor was seriously impressed, calling Helmut's quick first aid absolutely flawless, and stating he deserved total credit for the save. The professor gave him a solid nod of approval, adding that since a real trap was found on the testing grounds, she had zero choice but to report this straight to the higher-ups. She turned to the uninjured boy Wesley, asking exactly how it all went down. Still shaken, he just pointed, stammering that he caught a glimpse of something in the shadows and just bolted. But since he was sprinting ahead, he had no clue how Basil actually got snagged. With the situation under control, the medics prepped Basil to head back to the main medical tent. Wrapping things up, she looked at Helmut and Oscar, giving them the green light to get back to their hunt. The showboat kept bragging about bagging a massive beast, but she barely batted an eye. Even his smug comment about how she shouldn't be too shy, Helmut cut in, telling him to just grab the bear and head straight back to base camp. He promised he'd catch up in a bit. Oscar wasn't totally convinced and asked if he'd be okay alone. Helmut brushed it off, saying he wasn't dumb enough to step on a trap. Plus, leaving a free bear carcass around was basically an open invitation for thieves. Nodding, Oscar headed out, warning him to watch his back. Once alone, Helmut sprinted forward. This was his perfect opening. He knew the person hunting him was lurking nearby, watching his every move. He channeled his viz, scanning the area until a sharp intent spiked nearby. Reacting instantly, he swung his blade and dropped flat. Looking up, he spotted a hidden tripwire tied between the trunks. He tugged the dangling line. Solid iron. Running into that at top speed would slice right through a person. A bit further down, he spotted a deer hopelessly tangled in the traps. So that was what spooked Basil. He readied his bow. He'd definitely be claiming this prize on his way back. Back at the camp, a massive pile of hunted game was on display, with Oscar's giant bear taking the spotlight. The crowd was totally blown away. Rumors were already flying that Helmut was the one who brought it down. But Oscar quickly set the record straight, shouting that Helmut's catch was something else entirely. The instructor noticed the deer hyping up how good the meat was going to taste. He gave the boys a solid nod, praising their hard work. Then it was time for the reward announcements. 5th place scored 10 free meal tickets. 4th place earned a fancy ink and quill set, while 3rd place walked away with a bookstore gift card. The runner-up scored exclusive access to a private training room, and the grand champion took home every single prize on the list. Oscar stepped up, waving off the writing supplies. He loudly asked if anyone in the crowd wanted to. As the instructor wrapped up the final rankings, the scene shifted to a roaring bonfire later that night. One of the guys pointed out that a private training room was an insane perk, telling Oscar to stop whining about coming in second. Oscar instantly fired back, yelling that he literally took down a whole bear. Yet somehow, 1st place went to a guy who caught a rare fox. Helmut just patted his shoulder, reminding him the training room was still a huge win. As for Helmut, he ended up in 5th place, happily pocketing his 10 meal tickets. He joked that thanks to Oscar's crazy catch, he'd finally get to taste bear meat. The mood shifted when someone pointed out that only 3 of them were left. The other 2 were forced to head back to school. Wesley, the guy who carried Basil earlier, took a bad fall when a bridge suddenly gave out. Then Mitchell severely messed up his leg after stepping into a trap and had to be evacuated. Because of all the accidents, their overall group was now down to just 5 members. Helmut narrowed his eyes. There was no way these accidents were just bad luck. He debated whether he should warn the guys about what was really going on. Completely clueless, Oscar grumbled that the injured students were probably sleeping in warm, soft beds right now while they were stuck out in the dirt. As they kept chatting, Helmut decided to keep his mouth shut. Spooking them now would only ruin their focus, especially with early morning drills coming up. The following morning, the squad marched out in a single file line. Someone tapped the map, asking how much longer until they reached the checkpoint. Helmut didn't even stop. He just pulled his horse's reins and ordered everyone to keep pushing forward. As the sun started to set, one of the guys asked Helmut to scout the path ahead. They headed down the trail and spotted a perfect little stream. It was an ideal spot, plenty of fresh water and a safe place to build a fire. Helmut crouched down, closely inspecting the stream. At first glance, everything looked perfectly normal and safe. While Oscar casually asked if he wanted a drink, the rest of the crew eagerly talked about dropping their heavy gear. Walking all day had completely wrecked their backs. Once darkness hit, the group huddled closely around the warm campfire. Helmut noticed the heavy, gloomy vibe in the air. He figured losing the other 3 guys really took a toll on morale. Getting up, he volunteered to grab more firewood. Seeing everyone so down, Oscar offered to tag along and help. The woods were pitch black by now, as they started gathering broken branches from the ground. Oscar held up a bundle, asking if it was enough, but Helmut immediately rejected it. The wood was way too damp to burn. Frustrated, Oscar complained that he couldn't see a thing in this darkness. Trying to break the silence, he told Helmut to talk to him, but Helmut coldly ordered him to just focus on finding dry kindling. Oscar kept whining anyway, cursing whoever thought it was a genius idea to drag them into the middle of a spooky mountain. Helmut suddenly walked over, shoved a massive pile of dry wood into Oscar's arms, and told him to head back to camp immediately. Confused, Oscar asked why he was suddenly acting so weird, but Helmut just said he had business to take care of. Sensing the tension, Oscar headed back, warning him not to do anything stupid and to hurry up. Now completely alone, Helmut locked his eyes on the pitch-black forest. Taking a slow, deliberate step forward, he broke the silence. "Have you prepared enough?" he challenged the darkness. Right there in the shadows, he finally came face to face with his hunter. The creepy clown smirked, thanking him for putting on such a good show. Claiming they had plenty to talk about, he motioned for Helmut to grab a seat on a nearby log. So they sat down, staring each other down. The clown asked for his final words now that he was face to face with his predator. Helmut just scoffed, telling him that Mask looked completely stupid. He added that he couldn't respect a coward hiding his face. Glancing at his own weapon, the masked man noted that Helmut was definitely built different. Usually, prey runs in panic when they realize they're being tracked. But Helmut actually bared his fangs at the hunter. Because of that killer instinct, the clown felt a connection. He decided to offer him one last way out. Tossing a small object at Helmut's feet, the clown revealed he was a top-tier assassin for the Black Falcons. He boasted about having the power to recruit fresh talent. If Helmut wanted to live and join their ranks, he had to swallow that gross worm. But if he turned down the offer, every single one of his friends would be wiped out. He claimed his backup was waiting in the shadows for a signal. Helmut glared right through him, calling his bluff. There was no one else around. The clown just shrugged, leaving the choice up to him. Helmut weighed his options, wondering out loud if he could actually walk away freely, especially after hurting those rich nobles. But the clown had already taken care of the details. By getting the main targets out of the picture early, he cornered Helmut into accepting. Helmut stared down at the ugly little worm and asked the clown to repeat that part about them being so similar. Without missing a beat, he stomped the worm into mush. He told the assassin he clearly hadn't done his homework. Then Helmut exploded forward, sword drawn for the kill. The clown flicked his wrist, spawning a deadly web of steel wires right in Helmut's path. But the boy just slashed right through the trap, never slowing down as he charged straight at his target. Declaring that taking down the clown would fix everything, he swung his blade with pure killing intent. But suddenly, a chilling feeling washed over him. A dark presence slipped right behind his back, whispering that he just threw away his only lifeline and would die in these woods. In a flash, the creepy assassin vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, back at the campsite, a loud rumble echoed through the trees. The group thought it was a rock slide, and someone noticed Helmut was missing. Oscar brushed it off, saying the guy just had an upset stomach. Just then, another student walked up holding some hay, wondering if anyone moved their rides. Wesley swore nobody touched them, but there was one huge issue. The horses were totally gone. They rushed over, finding nothing but cut ropes. As panic set in, a sudden rustle from the dark woods made everyone freeze in terror. Thankfully, it was just Helmut walking back. The guys immediately started complaining, pointing out their missing transport. Helmut took a deep breath. Deciding it was time to come clean, he gathered everyone around the campfire. The tension was heavy as one of the guys pieced it together. The Black Falcons were out for Helmut's blood, and they sent a pro-killer to silence all of them. The crew started shaking with absolute dread. One kid started whining, crying that he never even messed with that dangerous guild. Oscar smacked the back of his head, barking at him to man up because no one was dying tonight. They guessed maybe Sabbath set this up, but that was a dead end. Helmet finally spilled the truth. Before even joining the academy, he had personally sent quite a few Black Falcons straight to the grave. That was the real reason there was a target on his back. Back in the day, he was actually a rank 3 mercenary. Hearing that Flex left the boys totally speechless. It suddenly made total sense why he always dominated them in combat training. Helmet looked at his team, stating firmly that he wouldn't drag them down with him. He planned to handle the assassins solo. One of the guys nervously asked if they should just call the teachers for help, telling Oscar to use the emergency flare. But when Oscar checked his pockets, it was completely gone. Panic erupted, and everyone started yelling at him for losing their only lifeline. Helmet calmed them down, warning that the woods were probably rigged with traps. Running out at night was a terrible idea, so he decided to move out at first light, even if they had to walk. But knowing the killer wouldn't just wait around, he planned to tail behind the group. That way, it would be impossible for the assassin to sneak up on them. He was going to trap the hunter himself. Knowing what they were up against, the group went to bed to rest for the brutal day ahead. Helmet stayed out in the cold, keeping his eyes peeled on the tree line. Soon, 2 of his classmates stepped out. He asked what they were doing, and they simply replied they were taking shifts. They were going to stand guard together. Helmet warned them not to play hero, but they just smiled back, reminding him they were swordsmen too. They still had their pride. The guys asked, but Helmet brushed it off, saying he could easily stay awake for 3 straight days. James figured Helmet must have terrified the hunter, since he was nowhere in sight. But Helmet warned them to stay sharp, that creepy clown wouldn't give up so easily. Suddenly, he held up a hand. Quiet, he whispered. A faint rustling echoed from the dark woods. Right after he shushed them, the strange noise echoed again. Drawing their blades, the group crept into the brush and stumbled upon one of their missing horses. Before anyone could even speak, Helmet snapped around. Get back now. Suddenly, the creepy clown dropped from the branches above. He slashed the air with his claws and smashed something on the ground, instantly filling the area with blinding smoke. Oscar burst out of his tent, shouting to see what was going on. James gripped his hair, completely losing it in sheer panic. Helmet grabbed him, snapping him out of it and telling him to stay sharp. Shaking in terror, James cried out that the clown had snatched Dino. Keep your head straight, Helmet warned, his voice ice cold. Unless you want to be the next one in a grave. Just then, Andrew and Oscar rushed over, frantically asking where Dino went. Helmet ground his teeth. That psycho really knew how to mess with their heads. Tears in his eyes, James begged to know the plan. There was no way they were. Oscar wondered aloud how they could even pull off a rescue, while Andrew looked at Helmet, asking if he actually planned to ditch their friend. Helmet knew that charging in together was exactly the trap that Freak wanted them to walk into. James completely snapped. He grabbed Helmet by the collar, screaming that this was all his fault and he'd never forgive him if they abandoned Dino. The others tried to pull James off, but Helmet stayed totally calm. He plainly stated he wasn't going to risk all their lives for just one guy. James threw a punch, but the guys held him back so he could cool off. Unfazed, Helmet stood his ground, making it clear he meant every word. Finally, Andrew stepped up. He was standing with James on this one. He flat out refused to run away. If they stuck together, they could definitely figure something out. Later, by the crackling campfire, a much calmer, James walked over and apologized for freaking out. Helmet just took a seat and looked at them. He laid out the harsh truth: they had no clue where Dino was, and even if they fought with everything they had, survival was barely on the table. So Helmet asked, "Are you all still in?" James didn't hesitate. He had known Dino since they were kids. Walking away wasn't an option. Andrew nodded, adding that running away was for cowards. Oscar agreed, saying he never backed down from a fight. With the whole team on board, sleep was officially canceled. It was time to formulate a rescue plan and take that hunter down for good. High above, the full moon lit up the creepy, overgrown woods. A dark figure dashed silently through the branches. Helmet touched down in a quiet clearing, spotting someone slumped over in the dirt. He stayed hidden in the shadows for a moment, watching the motionless body from a safe distance. His sharp eyes swept the tree line, checking every corner for a trap. Once he was sure the clown wasn't hiding nearby, he moved in to grab Dino and get out. He rolled the boy onto his back. "Hey, wake up," Helmet whispered. "We need to move." Dino's eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying light. Helmet instantly leaped backward, dodging the sudden threat. He realized it was dark, forbidden energy, and his friend had actually resorted to using it. This kind of power was nothing but pure, mindless rage. Once it enters a human body, it violently tears apart their natural life force until nothing is left. The twisted monster that used to be Dino slowly stood up to face Helmet. Helmet drew his blade as the beast locked onto him. With a savage roar, the creature launched itself forward. Helmet barely brought his sword up in time to block the massive strike. The raw power of the hit sent him skidding backward across the dirt. But the monster didn't stop, unleashing a relentless fury of wild attacks. Their weapons clashed so hard it completely cratered the ground beneath them. Helmet vaulted high into the air, totally avoiding the beast, and landed gracefully a few feet away. Keeping his guard up, he quickly analyzed the threat. Even with that insane power, it was still just a mutated human. Taking it down wouldn't be too hard. But suddenly Helmut flinched, clutching his own chest in shock. His eyes blew wide open. Could the dark seed inside him actually be reacting to this sinister power? He locked eyes with his opponent once more. The pieces finally clicked together. This whole setup was connected to the seed of darkness. Before he could think, the monster violently stomped the ground ready for round two. Smashing through the rubble, the monster rushes its target. It unleashes a storm of rapid punches, but Helmut blocks and fires back. The two lock into a brutal brawl, trading lightning-fast punches in a blur of motion. Dino lunges with a heavy hook, but Helmut meets it head-on with his own fist. The swordsman smoothly sidesteps, letting the monster's momentum shatter a massive stone wall. The sheer force of the crash makes the whole cliff start falling apart. Helmut seizes the opening, dashing in to bury his fist deep into the beast's gut. Helmut casually tells his friend to stay buried and chill for a bit, promising to dig him out soon. A massive rock slide completely buries the mutated Dino. Helmut calmly walks over to his trapped friend. Pressing a hand against Dino's forehead, he starts draining the dark energy right out of his body. The seed of darkness drinks up the demonic power. Luckily, this stuff is way weaker than what they faced. Helmut easily burns the corruption away using his viz. The dark veins on Dino's face slowly fade, bringing him back to his normal self. Figuring it will take a while to clear it all out, he is just glad Fascio is not around to interrupt. He pulls Dino to his feet, telling him to stop slacking off. Suddenly, the earth beneath them starts splitting apart. Helmut quickly realizes the crazy shockwaves from their fight completely wrecked the foundation. The whole cliff violently gives way, crashing down into the abyss. Meanwhile, in a faraway valley, the moon lights up the night sky. One of the guys wonders how long they have been waiting, but his buddy tells him to stop worrying about Helmut for a second. Back with his team, Oscar warns them that the real fight is just beginning. Out of the shadows of the woods, a masked man with curved blades steps right toward them. One of the boys points him out as the guy who snatched Dino, but Oscar snaps at him to stay in line and not mess up their strategy. A quick flashback shows the group talking about the assassin's crazy stealth skills. To counter his invisibility, they decided to spread out in an open circle to cover every blind spot, waiting to strike back the second he showed himself. Everyone was on board with Oscar's idea, and now he watches the scene unfold. The killer slowly counts the 3 students in front of him. He notes that all of his remaining targets are finally in one place. Oscar glares, clearly annoyed by the trash talk, but his teammate whispers for him. The masked guy easily calls out Oscar by name, then points to the others, recognizing them as Andrew and James. Calling himself Fascio, he drops a cold truth. He is here to wipe them out, all because they hung out with the wrong guy. But Fascio sighs, admitting that murdering 2 high-class nobles is a huge headache, and he really hates taking extra risks. Raising a single finger, the killer offers them a dark deal. He points straight at the one commoner in their squad. If the 2 nobles help Fascio kill their own friend, he will let the rich kids walk away without a scratch. Andrew and James exchange a nervous glance, almost like they are actually thinking about it. Fascio pushes harder, saying it is the perfect chance to throw out the trash, and even swears he will take the secret to his grave. Oscar panics, yelling at them not to be total idiots and fall for his lies. But the killer cuts him off, calling Oscar's name with a mocking tone. Just then, James looks up with fierce eyes, declaring he has never been more sure of anything. Pointing his blade forward, he proudly shouts that a true swordsman never sells out his brother in arms, and he vows that all 3 of them are making it out of this forest alive. Fascio clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed. Dropping into a low stance, he mutters that trying to negotiate was a waste of time, and now he is just going to slaughter them all. Oscar shouts at his team to stay sharp because the freak is making his move. The boys hold their ground just as the killer completely vanishes into thin air. James gasps, realizing Fascio is totally gone, but Oscar barks at him to keep his eyes peeled. The killer is not gone. Sweating, they grip their weapons tight, frantically scanning the dark woods for any sign of movement. Andrew nervously asks why the guy is not attacking yet. James grips his hilt, whispering that he is just waiting for them to blink. Suddenly, it hits James. This sick guy is just playing mind games to terrify them. Out of nowhere, Fascio materializes right beside him, his blade swinging for the kill. By pure instinct, James brings up his sword, clashing against the curved blade at the very last millisecond. Sparks fly and Oscar yells out to check on his friend. Fascio's cold eyes lock onto him. He instantly figures out that from this position, James is the weakest link. The killer flips backward into the shadows, making a mental note to Andrew screams that Fascio is locking onto James, begging his buddy to stand his ground. But it was a bait. The assassin completely ignores James, bursting forward at insane speed to deliver a vicious side slash right into Andrew. The brutal impact sends the poor guy flying through the air like a rag doll. James screams out his name, but Oscar is just pissed off, growling that this hitman is treating them like a total joke. Fascio touches down, smirking that they are all bark and no bite. Wanting to wrap this up, he just hopes his targets will not snap too fast. Out of nowhere, a blinding strike tears into Asuka's shoulder. The masked killer then blitzes all three boys at once with a storm of deadly slashes. Panting hard, the battered students lean on each other to stay standing. High up on a branch, the assassin stares down at his prey. He chuckles, calling their little stunt entertaining. Down below, Asuka gasps for air, his body covered in deep cuts. The hitman notes that the kid actually looks like he is having fun, but warns that dragging this fight out will only end in... Slowly, Asuka pushes himself up with a wild grin. He throws out a crazy idea. How about they ditch the other two guys? He demands a fair one-on-one match, claiming that these two dead weights are completely holding him back. Locking eyes with the killer, Asuka seriously suggests letting his buddies walk away so they can finally settle this man-to-man. Bleeding and confused, Andrew cries out for his friend. The assassin tilts his head, mocking the boy for trying to play the hero and save his pals. But Asuka brushes it off, insisting it is just way more fun this way. He simply cannot swing his sword right with them standing behind him. Annoyed, Asuka snaps, asking what this guy even knows about his real power. The assassin just warns the cocky kid that if he loses here, he will be absolutely crushed by Helmut anyway. The masked killer actually thinks over the offer. He admits that even though it is a cheap taunt, he respects the guts. He agrees to give Asuka a few seconds to clear the area. Without missing a beat, Asuka turns and barks at his friends to run away right now. Grabbing James, Andrew tells him they need a medic bad and that they just have to trust their buddy with this fight. The two injured students stumble backward, leaving Asuka totally alone to face the deadly killer. Raising his blade, the boy shouts that he is ready for anything, but in a flash, the assassin vanishes, popping up right behind his back. Whoosh, Asuka spins on his heel, landing a lightning-fast counter-strike. Startled by the kid's reflex, the assassin stumbles back as Asuka follows up with a massive sweeping slash. Ducking and weaving, the young swordsman perfectly slips past Fascio's deadly strikes and instantly fires back. With a fierce shout, the boy unleashes a heavy strike, slicing right into the killer's mask. Surprised by this sudden shift in technique, the assassin wonders if the kid's cocky attitude was more than just a bluff. In his mind, Asuka replays his training. Focus your senses and strike the split second your blades clash. He thinks back to a certain girl. A girl who could pull this move off flawlessly. Snap back to reality. Asuka takes another nasty slice to the shoulder as their swords clash furiously. Watching nervously from the trees, his friends stare in awe. They whisper that his new fighting stance looks exactly like a certain first-year girl's style. Clang, Asuka barely blocks another lethal thrust from the masked man, his feet gliding rapidly across the dirt to stay alive. Chest heaving, the young warrior is clearly fading the pain of his deep cuts, dragging him down. Seeing this, the hitman bursts into dark laughter. Annoyed, Asuka spits blood and asks what is so damn funny. The killer grins, admitting the boy was not faking it. The closer he is to death, the sharper his killer instinct becomes. The assassin sighs, admitting he would love to play with his prey a little longer, but it is time to prepare for his main target. Raising his blade for the final kill, he bids the boy a cold farewell, telling him it was a fun dance, but it is time to rest in peace. But instead of giving up, the bloodied kid glares right back, smirking as he asks if the guy plans to bore him to death with words. Fed up, the killer lunges, bringing his sword down in one fatal strike. From the bushes, his friends gasp in horror. But suddenly, with a crazy grin, Asuka literally grabs the razor-sharp blade buried in his own shoulder. The masked killer realizes his fatal slash was caught on purpose, because the boy focused all his aura into his arm to trap the sword, and hidden beneath that glowing energy, a magic scroll is tied tightly to his bicep. Blood dripping from his mouth, Asuka flashes a wild, fearless smile at the elite Black Hawk killer. He casually asks if the big bad assassin ever practiced holding his breath. Pop, the torn scroll triggers, instantly unleashing a powerful vacuum spell. This was his crazy gamble all along, using his own body as bait to trigger the magic trap in a fraction of a second. All the air is sucked out of the space around them. Suffocating, the assassin's guard completely drops, leaving him wide open. Launching forward like a rocket, Asuka seizes his one chance. He throws his entire body weight into a brutal punch aimed right at the killer's face. Bam! But the veteran assassin is too fast, barely bringing his arm up to absorb the bone-crushing impact. The kid's heart sinks. It was not enough. This monster just used the exact same aura-blocking trick he did. Before Asuka can pull back, Fascio delivers a devastating front kick, launching the boy through the air. Breathing heavily, the assassin stands his ground, ignoring the sword still lodged firmly in his own arm. Absolutely furious, he roars, calling these kids nothing but arrogant little monkeys. But right then, a tiny metal sphere rolls quietly across the dirt. Fascio glares down. He instantly recognizes it as a communication crystal, even though he was dead sure he had destroyed it. It turns out that shiny uniform brooch they were wearing was actually a disguised radio crystal the whole time. He realizes the sneaky kid had it stashed in his vest pocket right from the start. Snatching the crystal off the ground, Asuka screams into it, calling desperately for his instructor. Trying to call for backup against the hitman, Fascio lunges right at them, yelling that he won't let that happen. and smashes the calm crystal in one single strike. The instructor's voice echoes out from the shattered pieces, desperately calling for Oscar, but Oscar just smirks. He taunts the masked man, telling him it's just a matter of time before the teachers show up. The hitman just tightens his grip and growls that he doesn't even need a minute. He darts forward to finish the kid off, before any backup gets there. But suddenly, the masked attacker freezes. Fascio feels this heavy, suffocating aura creeping up on them. He instantly knows the main event is back. Fascio shakes it off, steadying himself to face the real monster standing right in front of him. The newcomer stands tall, holding Dino as Oscar watches from the dirt. Fascio quickly does the math and realizes this is way above his pay grade, marking the whole mission as a bust. Without missing a beat, he vanishes right into the dark woods. The boy looks over at his friends, who are still wondering if the bad guy just ran off. Finally, back with the crew, Helmut gets a huge welcome from Oscar, but Helmut just casually mentions that they all look completely beaten up. Oscar snaps back, yelling at him for taking so long, but Helmut simply says sorry for the holdup. He gives them props, though, for surviving and holding the line until he got there. Andrew steps up, saying he found the crystal and already radioed the other teachers for help, and Helmut tells the whole squad to just stay put. With his face hidden in the shadows, he quietly mutters that he has one last loose end to take care of. Meanwhile, Fascio is sprinting for his life, cursing his luck that he only grabbed one of his blades. He knows Helmut is on his tail, but thinks the kid is making a huge mistake since these woods are rigged with traps. Even with a botched mission, he swears he'll still take out his main target. But out of nowhere, an attack clips him from behind. Fascio scrambles, jumping through the branches, but another strike catches him off guard. Helmut is just standing there gripping a bough. Then bam, Fascio takes another heavy hit, coming straight from the branches above. Helmut smirks, giving him slow claps for being the very first guy from Black Hawk to actually survive this long. Crashing hard into the dirt, Fascio demands to know how he dodged all those tripwires to catch up. Helmut just looks at him and asks if he ever looked like the type to fall for a cheap trick. Fascio goes pale, realizing this monster just smashed right through all his setups head first. The next strike slams into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and rocks everywhere. Fascio stares at the blade stuck in the ground and suddenly pieces it together. That's exactly how his 5 guys got wiped out. He gives the kid credit for backing him into a corner, but spits that little toys like that won't work on him. Sitting on a branch above, Helmut laughs, saying it's actually pretty fun watching cornered prey squirm. Then he sarcastically apologizes, because he has zero interest in hunting a clown like him. Helmut just struts down the dark, foggy trail like he owns the place, hiding in the shadows. Fascio sneers that the kid messed up by following him into these woods. But in a flash, Helmut pops up right behind him, whispering that he caught him. Fascio barely spins around in time, swinging his blade for a desperate counter. But the sheer force of the clash sends the hitman flying through the air. He sticks the landing, sweating as he wonders how Helmut even saw that coming. Realizing he's out of options, he decides to go all out. Fascio blends into the environment, bragging that the dark leaves completely mask his presence. And with his vision blocked, there is no way the kid can track his top speed. But boom, Helmut blasts him right through the bushes. Fascio is totally stunned. Before he can blink, Helmut lands a brutal kick, sending him skidding across the dirt again, down on the ground. Fascio realizes that wasn't just a lucky guess. He's freaking out, thinking no normal human could ever read his moves like that. Meanwhile, Helmut is just chilling in his fighting stance, ready for more. Gritting his teeth, Fascio charges in one last time. He finally gets it. You just can't completely hide your deadly aura when you go in for a strike. And this kid is literally feeling that hostility to lock onto his exact spot and counter. He thinks to himself that this kind of radar is way beyond human limits. Helmut steps closer, asking if the guy is finally out of cheap tricks. With a cold glare, he warns that it's his turn to go on the offensive. Fascio stares at him like he is looking at the actual Grim Reaper, and realizes this kid has to be rank 1. Panting hard, he knows he has taken way too much damage, but he bets. Helmut is burning out too and can't keep this up forever. Fascio scrambles back into hiding, hoping to just stall until the kid runs out of gas. But Helmut just straight up rips a whole tree out of the ground with one swing and launches it right at him. Fascio crashes to the dirt, blood pouring from his wounds. Helmut steps right up to him. Your weapon is gone, he says coldly. Got any other tricks? Hacking up a cough, the masked man gasps. There is only one answer to that. He throws his hands in the air. I surrender. Helmut just stares at him in dead silence, before violently kicking the ground. Panicking, Fascio yells, is this how your fencing academy treats guys who give up? This is not a duel. Helmut fires back. Then, with zero hesitation, he stomps down hard on Fascio's leg. Snap. The bone shatters. Screaming in pain, Fascio begs for his life, swearing he will back off for good. But Helmut is not buying it. Why should I trust you? He asks, warning him to think real carefully before speaking. Fascio argues that he is just one piece of the Black Hawk crew. If he does not make it when they show up, Fascio groans. Are you really going to be able to protect everyone around you like you did today? The masked assassin tries to push himself up, but Helmut brutally drives his blade right through the guy's hand. You've got it all wrong, Helmut says flatly. You are dying right here, right, and whoever they send next, I will wipe them out too. Looking into those cold eyes, Fascio realizes he is completely out of options. With the conversation over, Helmut raises his sword high for the finishing blow. Wait, please, the masked man screams in absolute panic. Out of nowhere, a new voice cuts through the tension. Hold on a second, Academy boy. A guy hidden under a hood steps up, casually mentioning that losing Fascio would be a massive headache for their whole operation. Helmut locks his eyes on this mysterious shadow stepping out of the woods. The stranger holds out a trembling hand, claiming he is practically shaking in fear. But Helmut instantly notices something chilling. This guy's presence is way harder to track than Fascio's. Still in the dirt, Fascio gasps the man's name, Talon. It clicks for Helmut immediately. This is the big boss, the leader of the Black Hawk. Talon cuts straight to a deal. If Helmut lets Fascio live, he will personally buy his man's life back. No deal, Helmut shoots back. The only way he pays is with his life. Talon sighs, explaining that the Black Hawk is running super low on manpower. Losing a top-tier guy like Fascio just is not in the budget. So he puts a serious offer on the table, cold, hard cash, and top-secret intel, all for his underling's life. Helmut quickly sizes him up. Talon is dangerously strong. In his own beaten-up state, Helmut knows he cannot even find a single opening to strike. Plus, taking Fascio out now would force his inner dark power to fade back, leaving him way too weak for a boss fight. It is too risky. Sweetening the pot, Talon promises to completely call off the hunt, swearing they will not ever take a contract on Helmut again. Well, what do you say? The boss asks, smoothly. It is a— Helmut stands motionless over Fascio's broken body for a moment. Finally, he speaks up. I want both. The money and the intel. Talon chuckles, calling the kid greedy but plays along. He tosses a heavy bag of coins into the dirt, and the gang leader casually mentions, there is around 300,000 marks in that pouch. Go ahead, count it, he offers. Talon says the intel is on the house, but Helmut immediately shuts that down. Just one piece of info, not gonna cut it. He lays down his terms. He wants 5 solid answers, combining what both the boss and Fascio know. Helmut just shrugs it off, saying he already figured the guy would pull a stunt like that. The hooded boss smirks, noting that his years in the business make it super easy to read the kid's face. He knows Helmut is bursting with questions. But then Talon holds up a finger. I have got one condition of my own, though. He lays out the final offer, a total of 5 combined secrets, no more. Helmut locks eyes with him, chewing over the offer. Then he drops his first question. Where did you stash the rest of the stolen horses? Fascio coughs up the answer. Head east. You will find them tied up right— Next, Helmut demands to know if the Hawkeye's crew will try to ambush him later for payback. But Fascio shakes his head, explaining that their group does not really care about teamwork or loyalty. Then, using the tip of his sword, Helmut flicks the mask right off the guy's face. Panic sets in as Fascio stammers, What are you doing? Helmut takes one look, turns his head in disgust and mutters, Yeah, you are better off keeping that thing on. Pivoting back to Talon, he casually declares that the mask trick did not count as a question, leaving him with 3 left. Sighing, the Black Hawk leader pulls out a glowing crystal ball. He tosses it over, explaining it is a direct hotline straight to him. Use this and you get your last 3 answers anytime on the house. But here is the catch, he warns. The magic on this thing only lasts 10 years. After a decade, we owe you nothing. Helmut nods, then points his blade right at Talon's cloak. He demands the boss hand over his magic storage gear too, just so he will not look suspicious carrying everything. Talon just smirks, unclasps his cloak, and tosses it over. As the hood falls away, the true face of the Black Hawk leader is finally revealed in the open. Helmut instantly recognizes the man as the camp admin. He demands to know how he masked his energy so well. Talon smirks, claiming disguise is his specialty, and asks Helmut to see this reveal as a sign of trust before shifting into his true form. Helmut glances down at the defeated Fascio and casually kicks him over to Talon. The Black Hawk leader easily catches his subordinate, slinging him over his shoulder. Helmut tells him to get lost, but his voice drops to a deadly whisper. If they ever cross paths again, he won't hesitate to kill them. Talon just nods, thanking him. He tells a groaning Fascio that it's time to head back and get him patched up. Suddenly, Talon pauses. He turns back, curious about one thing. He notes that Helmut clearly has 0 issues with killing, yet he always hesitates right before drawing his blade. Talon asks if that struck a nerve, offering a smooth apology if he crossed a line. Helmut stays cool, admitting that the observation isn't exactly wrong, but reminds him that he's still just a student in Greta Academy's swordsmanship department. Talon chuckles at the unexpected joke, amused that a student card is his excuse for sparing lives. He promises to wait for Helmut's call, then fades into the pitch-black woods with Fascio. Riding through the shadowy trees, the mood is heavy. Fascio hangs his head in shame, hating that his boss sacrificed so much just to bail him out. Talon asks if he thinks the rescue cost too much. Desperate to prove himself, Fascio swears he'll repay the debt and steal everything back. Talon then asks a sharp question. Did Fascio really think they almost won today? Without waiting, Talon shakes his head. The Blackhawks are officially done crossing Helmet. Fascio furiously pushes back. He insists they need to wipe the kid out now, even if it takes an entire army before he becomes a massive problem. Talon just bursts out laughing. He points out that getting his mask ripped off has completely clouded Fascio's judgment. Sure, throwing everything they have at Helmet might work, but Talon questions if a hollow victory is really worth. He reminds his hot-headed subordinate that Helmet chose mercy today, agreeing to their terms instead of ending them. To Talon, anyone willing to spare a sworn enemy is someone who stays loyal to their friends. Having a guy like that as an ally, way more profitable. He orders Fascio to drop the revenge plot and focus entirely on healing up once they reach base. Deep down, Talon realizes something chilling. Helmet is basically a sleeping monster. Back at the camp, two students rush up to check on Helmet, but he brushes them off, saying he's totally fine. The scene around him is a mess. Asuka, James, and Andrew are all beaten and bruised. An elderly healer leans over an unconscious Dino. One of the guys sharply lectures Dino for acting so recklessly, but Helmet just shrugs it off, acting like it was no big deal. The guy sighs, calling him a total magnet for trouble. The girl next to them cuts in, pointing out that all that really matters is that everyone survived the night. Helmet walks over to the exhausted, long-bearded healer to check on Dino. The old man sighs, explaining that the severed finger is back in place, and his deep cuts are stitched up, but that dark demonic energy eating away. The healer looks up, asking Helmet for the full story, since word around the camp is that he's the one who pulled Dino back from the edge. Helmet keeps it brief. Dino mutated into a monster and went wild. Hearing this, the other guy nervously questions how demonic energy even got involved. The old healer chimes in, saying Dino got incredibly lucky. As long as they get him to a temple to cleanse the remaining corruption, he'll bounce back. Guilt washes over the woman's face. She apologizes, but Helmet shakes his head. He stares at the ground, confessing that he was the one who dragged them all into the crossfire. A part of him had actually been thrilled to sense a powerful enemy lurking in the shadows. But the thrill vanished the second those enemy blades pointed at his friends. After saving Dino and seeing his squad battered and bleeding, he can't help but wonder, is the Academy making him soft? Before he can spiral further, Dwayne cuts in, pointing into the distance. He announces that backup is here. Stepping out of the heavy fog is a familiar figure with stark white hair and a pale cloak. The instructor's face lights up instantly, recognizing Alea from the Magic Division. She notes that Professor Dwayne called her in for an emergency. Dwayne quickly asks her to focus on Helmet, since he just got back from the front line and hasn't had a single bandage applied. Helmet softly calls out her name. Gently, she tells him to sit and bare his injured arm, instantly channeling her magic to close up his deep gashes. Glancing at the carnage around them, she notes that things got way uglier than the reports claimed, seeing as even a fighter like him took some hits. Helmet looks at her, bringing up an old lesson she taught him about how saving people is a true virtue. His voice tightens. He asks her why anyone would take that risk, knowing that if they fail to save a life, the guilt will haunt them forever. His eyes drift over to his bruised and battered crew slumped exhausted against it. He mutters that they almost died tonight because of his choices, and he is terrified he won't be fast enough to save them next time. He clenches his fists, blaming his own weakness. Hearing this, Alea pauses, asking him a piercing question. Does he really think saving friends is just an act of charity? Helmet mentions that people usually lend a hand just expecting a favor in return, so he asks what it really means to accept help. Alea tells him that humanity survives by sticking together. After all, there is only so much one person can handle alone. She notes that even though he carried most of the weight this time, his friends might be the ones saving his life down the road. But Helmet isn't so sure. Wouldn't they hate him? I mean, they almost died because of him. Wrapping up his healing magic, Alea just smiles and tells him to go ask them himself. She steps away to chat with Professor Dwayne. Taking a deep breath, Helmet stands up, faces his squad, and apologizes for dragging them into danger. But Andro quickly cuts him off, telling him to drop the guilt trip. They made it out alive, right? In fact, Andro admits that watching Helmet fight really showed him how weak they still are out in the real world. They were just lucky to survive. All because Helmet was there to protect them. With a clear new goal in mind, Andro gives him a genuine thank you. Leaning in, Asuka asks if he finally finished off that assassin. Helmet shakes his head. Not exactly. But he won't be bothering them anymore. Smirking, Asuka brags that Helmet only had it easy, because he had already messed up the killer's arm. Still, he will let it slide. Then James pushes himself up and holds out a hand. Helmet just stares at it for a second, before finally shaking it. James sighs, mentioning how he heard Dino got totally consumed by dark energy, and just completely lost his mind. He admits he was terrified, thinking he was actually a goner, and deeply regrets forcing Dino to come along. But looking right at Helmet, he says, "You stepped up, and because of you, we are all still breathing." James swears he will never forget this. If Helmut ever needs backup, he will be there in a heartbeat. As Helmut listens, realizing they all live because of his actions, a memory flashes in his mind. He remembers another friend swearing on his honor to never forget what he did for them. He also thinks back to Alea asking if helping people was just some act of pity, and his instructor's wise words, that rich nobles, regular folks, the strong and the weak, they are all just human. Helmut finally gets it. If he can just remember this, the real answer will come to him one day. He realizes true power is not about crushing the people below you. It is about linking hands and hearts together, built on pure trust and having each other's backs. Looking at his team, he wonders, is this what makes humanity so strong? Breaking the silence, James flexes and jokes that surviving a near-death experience made him way tougher. Now their normal training feels like a complete joke. But Asuka shuts him down instantly, pointing out that James mostly just got used as a punching bag. James groans, complaining about the brutal honesty. Laughing it off, the boys flop back onto the soft grass, just soaking in the amazing feeling of being alive. A little later, Helmut sits quietly on a rock, gazing at the busy camp from afar. Walking up to him, Alea offers to warp him back to school early using teleport magic, saying he definitely earned a VIP ride home. But for the first time, Helmut gives a soft smile and shakes his head. He tells her he wants to march back with his squad. Respecting his choice, she nods and tells him to stay safe until they meet at the academy, before walking away. Feeling refreshed, Helmut hops down and rejoins the guys. Asuka casually asks what Alea was whispering about, and Helmut simply says she offered him a fast track home, but he turned it down. Side by side, the boys watch quietly as a beautiful golden sun rises over the horizon. A little while later, the morning light reveals a massive city in the distance, and they finally walk up to the giant gates of a desert fortress. Meanwhile, a mysterious guy in a dark cloak steps up to those same desert gates. Reaching up, he pulls back his hood, revealing a familiar face returning to the very place his grandfather once called home. Back at the academy, things quickly go back to normal after the crazy camping trip. Just like that, an entire week flies by. Suddenly, the heavy classroom doors swing wide open. A student points and gasps, totally shocked by who just showed up. Dino shuffles inside looking super awkward as the whole class erupts in cheers. One of the guys runs up practically buzzing with excitement, asking if the rumors about a crazy assassin kidnapping him were actually true. Poking fun at him, he jokes that Dino better spend the rest of his life being grateful. But before he can finish smack, the teaser gets a swift hit to the back of the head. Asuka glares at the noisy students, daring them to try getting kidnapped and coming back in one piece before talking trash. Stunned, someone asks if Asuka is actually standing up for Dino. Crossing his arms, he totally denies it, saying they were just being way too annoying. But James jumps in proudly, reminding everyone that at the end of the day it was Helmut who sent that assassin packing. But Oscar argues back, saying he was the one who landed the stab. The other guy is not buying it, insisting the killer actually ran from Helmut, and Oscar should really be saying thank you. Somewhere else on campus, two students gossip about how Helmut has been grinding non-stop since the camping trip. Cut to Helmut, deep in focus inside his private training room. His eyes snap open as he feels that the seed of darkness inside him has gotten bigger. He can feel his viz surging right alongside that dark energy. That whole intense loop of fighting, draining his viz and charging it back up, it completely leveled him up. Gripping his blade, he is practically itching to test out this new power. But right then, a sharp knock echoes through the room. A female teacher steps in, letting him know Instructor Ethan needs him in his office right away. The young swordsman heads over, wondering what is going on. Ethan greets him with a warm smile and gestures for him to take a seat. He immediately checks in, asking how the kid is holding up. Shaking his head in disbelief, Ethan points out that Helmut is the only person here who could fight a top-tier assassin and walk away with just a few scratches. He smiles proudly, saying Lord Darien would have been so proud of him. Helmut just smirks, firing back that his master would have totally chewed him out if he lost. With a chuckle, Ethan gets down to business. He asks the kid what he is doing for the upcoming break after finals. Helmut shrugs, saying he plans to hit the road and take on some mercenaries, but he has no real destination in mind. Hearing this, Ethan gets a bit worried and asks if he is dropping out. He sighs, admitting he cannot force him to stay, but there is still plenty to learn here. Helmut quickly clears the air, promising he is not done learning just yet. He swears he will give a heads up if he ever decides to leave. Relieved, Ethan offers to lend a hand. He admits it is tough finding anyone left who can actually teach the kid anything new about swordsmanship. That gives Helmut an idea. He explains that after everything that just happened, he feels like he broke past his limits and really needs a place to see how strong he actually is. A light bulb goes off for Ethan. Helmut leans in, curious about what the instructor is thinking. Ethan asks if he knows about the kingdom of Basur. He explains it is a big deal, that is where Helmut's master Lord Darien was born and raised. And right during the school break they are hosting a huge martial arts tournament. It is the ultimate playground to test his skills. The young man mulls it over, totally down for it, but there is a catch. Helmut points out that it would be a disaster if anyone caught him using the Sword Saint's signature moves. Ethan totally agrees. He nods, saying that is the tricky part. To the people of Basor, the Sword Saint is basically a living legend. Someone would definitely spot his technique. And even if the average fighter misses it, the Knights of the Order of Palma, the exact squad Lord Darien used to lead, would spot it in a heartbeat. The heavy name sinks in for the young man. Ethan makes it clear if he enters this tournament, he has to stick to basic everyday sword moves. But he smiles, adding that with Helmut's crazy talent that should be super easy. Helmut says he will think on it, but asks if there is a way to mask his identity so he does not end up with another target on his back. Ethan nods in understanding, knowing the kid just survived a massive hunt by the Blackhawks. He is still on edge about whether those assassins will actually back off. But Helmut is completely chill, promising he has solid proof to keep them in line. Ethan tells the young swordsman to stay safe and give the tournament some thought. Helmut waves it off for now, saying he has to run to class for the big final exam announcement. Ethan just chuckles, knowing he will do great. He just warns the kid not to get too mad at the teachers for what they planned. Cut to the lecture hall, where Alan stands at the front dropping massive news. This year's practical final is the Grand Monster Combat Proficiency. A wave of panic ripples through the students at the mention of fighting actual monsters. Alan calms them down, explaining the gauntlet has 10 different levels. The deeper they go, the higher their final grade will be. His tone turns serious, reminding them about the whole Dino situation. Dark energy is a real threat now. He looks right at the young swordsman, declaring that they will inevitably face monsters out there. So, the staff bumped up the senior exam to get them ready early. A nervous student raises a hand, asking just how bad these creatures are going to be. Alan cracks a smile, revealing they are just magic illusions, so nobody is getting seriously hurt. A massive sigh of relief fills the room. Asuka grins, realizing that since these monsters are just illusions, he can finally go all out. The instructor smirks, noting that even the seniors who retake this test every year act tough at first. That chilling comment leaves the students shaking in their boots right before he wishes them good luck. But Helmut is actually excited. He's already used to fighting beasts like these. Asuka then walks up, asking Helmut how he did on the written test. The dark-haired boy shrugs, saying he did about as well as last time, but Asuka brushes it off. He insists the practical exam is all that really matters and they need to give it everything they have. He confidently declares he'll beat every single level, teasing Helmut not to chicken out halfway through. Hearing Helmut throw the same challenge right back gets Asuka totally pumped, and he swears everyone will watch him conquer all 10 stages. Soon after, the results for candidate number 15, Asuka, echo through the room. He only cleared stage 7. Frustrated, Asuka jumps up, yelling that the test is completely rigged. He points at the other exhausted students on the ground, arguing that not even high-ranking priests have to face monsters like that. He loudly points out that nobody else even survived past stage 5. Helmut calmly reminds him that you don't actually need to beat every level to pass. But Asuka insists that is missing the point completely. Right then, the loudspeaker calls for candidate number 16 Helmut to step into the arena. Asuka just sighs, muttering that it's better for Helmut to just see it for himself. He tells him to reach stage 8 so he'll finally understand why he quit. As Helmut walks in, he wonders what kind of nightmare Asuka actually faced. A man welcomes him, noting it's been a while since their camping trip. Helmut immediately recognizes him as Professor Dwayne. The professor smiles, saying he remembers Helmut clearly. He brings up the surprisingly clever answers the boy wrote on his magic theory test, calling his ideas totally refreshing. Dwayne adds that he is really eager to see what Helmut can do in a real fight. He then asks if Helmut has that same fierce courage to face the powers of darkness again. In response, Helmut simply draws his sword. He coldly replies that he will just do what he always does. With that, Helmut steps deep into the arena. A glowing summoning circle lights up the floor in front of him. Stage 1 kicks off as a vicious rabbit monster leaps right at his face. Helmut doesn't even blink. With one lightning-fast slash, he cuts the creature down instantly. Watching the fake monster fade into dust, he finally understands how these illusions work. Amazed by the sheer raw experience, the boy is showing off. Helmut smoothly moves on to stage 2, staring down another beast. He breezes right through stage 3 without breaking a sweat. The monsters from stages 4 and 5 don't even stand a chance against him. The young swordsman casually wipes out the creatures in stages 6 and 7 too. Suddenly, a massive dark summoning circle forms on the ground. Helmut braces himself for stage 8, the exact level that broke Asuka. The earth rumbles as a horrifying giant centipede erupts from the dirt. Looking at this grotesque bug, he totally gets why Asuka panicked and ran away. With a terrifying screech, the giant centipede lunges right at him. It wildly thrashes, its massive claws tearing the solid ground to shreds. The monster keeps up a brutal non-stop attack, but Helmut stays perfectly calm in the chaos, finding his opening. In a flash of steel, he slices the huge bug into a dozen pieces. Professor Dwayne watches the bloody spectacle completely blown away. Standing over the fading monster, Helmut casually decides that this bug was nowhere near as scary as Naho. Soon after, the system announces that he has officially cleared Stage 10. Dusting himself off, Helmut mutters that even for a school test, that final stage monster was definitely designed by a very twisted examiner. Professor Dwayne claps as he walks over, praising him for an amazing job. He notes how much stronger Helmut has grown, pointing out that he is the very first second-year student to beat this exam. Dwayne then shares a little secret. Any student who beats Stage 10 gets a special magic item as a reward. The professor happily offers to craft this item personally, telling the boy to drop by his lab later on. Hearing this, Helmut asks if it's possible to make an item that can change how he looks, specifically to disguise his face and hair. Dwayne blinks, totally caught off guard by the weird request. Helmut calmly explains he just wants to avoid unwanted attention whenever he goes out. The professor quickly puts two and two together. Remembering the crazy incident from before, Dwayne agrees to build the disguise and promises to let him know when it's finished. Out of nowhere, a massive earthquake violently shakes the whole building. The professor looks around, wondering if the shockwave is coming from the magic department right next door. A split second later, a gigantic explosion blasts through the arena. Through the smoke, an angry teacher is yelling at Alea, screaming that he told him not to blow up the entire testing facility. Alea just glares back, snapping that they shouldn't have given him such a stupid test and totally ridiculous rules in the first place, leaving the professor totally furious at his disrespect. He casually points out that this means he cleared every single stage, and adds that he will swing by tomorrow to grab the artifact. As he walks off, the instructor fumes, grumbling that, if Alea was not literally the #1 student, he would have totally made him pay for that attitude. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Oscar's jaw drops when he hears Helmut actually beat all 10 stages. He admits defeat, knowing his friend is about to take the top spot, and eagerly asks what kind of Helmut calmly explains that the whole point of the test was probably just facing your worst fears. This makes Oscar even more curious. But then, Helmut drops the bomb, saying the monster was actually a massive swarm of hundreds of giant cockroaches. Dino notices Oscar looking pale and asks if he is doing all right. Oscar quickly defends himself, saying he is definitely not scared of bugs, but just hearing that makes his stomach turn. The green-haired guy sighs in relief, so glad he did not make any bets with them this time. Just then, a female classmate walks up, cheering Helmut on for being the very first second-year student to beat Stage 10. He looks surprised and mentions how fast the rumors fly around here. But she just smiles, telling him that literally everyone in the fencing department has their eyes glued to him right now. She turns to Oscar and gives him a thumbs up for making it all the way to Stage 8, but he narrows his eyes, asking if she is making fun of him. She shakes her head wildly, explaining that his score is actually amazing, especially since most people tap out at Stage 4. Oscar pauses, thinking back on everything that just happened. Then he puts on a proud face and claims he did not need any luck, because he's just a natural genius at adapting. With that, he spins around and struts off, leaving the two of them standing there confused. The girl looks at Helmut and asks what his deal is, but Helmut just shrugs, totally clueless. She then asks what his plans are for today, and he replies that he is just heading back to his room. The girl leans in and asks if he is planning to visit his family for the upcoming break, but Helmut calmly replies that he is going on a little trip instead. She sighs, saying she wishes she could travel too, since being stuck at home feels way too suffocating. Hearing that, the name Charlotte suddenly flashes through Helmut's mind, the one person who might hold the secret to his hidden past. The classmate steps a bit closer and softly points out that he actually acts a lot warmer around them compared to how he treats the other second-year kids. She quickly says, sorry if that sounded weird, but Helmut shakes his head, saying he does not mind at all. She smiles softly, explaining that she just feels super comfortable talking to him, almost like a weird sense of nostalgia. Realizing the time, she apologizes for holding him up and waves goodbye, saying she needs to head out now. Helmut calls out, telling her that once the break is over, if she feels like she has gotten stronger, he is ready to spar any time. She throws her arm up from a distance, cheerfully yelling back that it is a promise. Sometime later, Alea tracks Helmut down and tosses him a sleek-looking bracelet. Helmut catches it, asking what this thing is. Alea casually explains that it is the communication artifact he scored for beating Stage 10. Alea tells him all he has to do is push some of his energy into it to send a signal. This leaves Helmut totally confused, asking why he's getting handed someone else's hard-earned prize. Alea rolls his eyes, stating he literally got the item just to give it to Helmut, since the guy is a total magnet for danger, and that he better use it to call for backup if things go sideways. Helmut raises an eyebrow, pointing out that Alea absolutely hates dealing with other people's problems. But Alea just glares, asking if he has a problem taking a gift. Helmut sighs and says, no. He snaps the bracelet onto his wrist, muttering that he will try his best to only use it in a real emergency. Changing the subject, Helmut asks if Alea is heading home for the break. Alea nods, which suddenly makes Helmut think of Oscar. Cut to a dark office where Talon is busy writing a letter, muttering to himself that he never expected to cross paths with Helmut again this fast. Right on cue, Helmut picks up Talon's call. The man wastes no time asking if the kid has thought over his offer. Instead of answering directly, Helmut casually drops a hint about a massive fighting tournament happening in the Bezor Kingdom in exactly 1 week. His voice turns serious as he demands to know absolutely everything about that country, from the big-shot players and the royal family right down to the most powerful nobles. Talon sounds surprised, asking if he is seriously planning to enter the arena, but Helmut instantly shuts him down, coldly reminding the man that he is the one calling the shots and asking the questions right now. Without missing a beat, he warns Talon that if he brings back some lazy, half-baked intel, there will be serious consequences. Unimpressed by the Black Hawk's weak intel-gathering skills, he just silently watches the guy through his communication orb. Talon nods, promising to get the intel ready just like he asked. He then asks how totally different from the laid-back mercenaries back in Baden. Later on, a local shop owner tells him he can actually enchant his cloak with a cooling spell, and it will be ready to pick up in just 3 hours. Now that he has a room booked and a way to beat the heat, Helmut decides to get some sleep before signing up for the tournament tomorrow. But on his way, he spots a towering statue of Darien, his old master. Staring up at the rough stone face, he chuckles, realizing that he finally understands exactly where Darien got his hot-headed personality. He quietly asks his master to watch his back, swearing he will pull off a victory that would make the old man proud. Helmut steps into his inn. Right away, a worker points a finger straight at him, picking him out from the crowd. A fancy-looking guy wearing a monocle gives him a hard stare with a young assistant standing right behind him. Helmut walks up, wondering what this snob wants. The monocle guy asks if he's the one who booked the Emerald Room up on the 5th floor. Helmut nods. The man then straight up tells him to pack his bags and switch rooms because his VIP boss doesn't have a place to sleep tonight. The absolute nerve of this guy immediately ticks Helmut off. He narrows his eye. The guy steps closer, putting on a fake polite smile, and asks again if he wouldn't mind giving up his room. The servant named Robert explains that his master is out of luck and desperately needs a place to crash. Our hero is not having it. His eyes lock onto the guy, flashing with a quiet, dangerous anger. Thinking cash solves everything, Robert offers to pay him off, claiming a smaller room would fit a guy like him way better anyway. But Helmut isn't impressed by the bribe at all. His face goes completely cold and dead serious. Behind the desk, the receptionist watches the whole drama go down, sweating bullets as the tension in the room skyrockets. Letting a bit of his terrifying aura leak out, Helmut wonders if he really looks like some pushover. He turns his back flat out, rejecting the cash. He plainly states the room is already paid for. Losing his patience, Robert actually grabs Helmut by the shoulder aggressively, insisting he'll double the money. In a split second, Helmut violently grips the guy's wrist. He warns him to let go right now or he will rip his arm clean off. The servant freezes in pure shock, terrified by the cold. Stand down, Robert. The voice belongs to Mikhail, a young noble who's been watching the whole scene unfold with a relaxed smile. He steps forward and apologizes for his knight's aggressive behavior. Robert instantly drops into a deep bow, respectfully calling him Lord Mikhail. This shift completely catches our hero off guard. Helmut sizes the kid up instantly, noticing his absolute calm and total control over the room. Mikhail offers another apology, explaining that his weak health makes hunting for a place to stay pretty difficult. Not really caring, the hero turns his back to leave, stating he just needs some sleep. But the noble begs him to just hear him out. He admits this inn is his absolute last resort, and because of that, he wants to make a deal. The pitch is simple. He'll cover every single expense if they just share the room. Hearing this, Robert loses his mind, shouting that it's unacceptable. But Mikhail cuts him off, his voice dropping ice cold. Staring him down, he asks if his servant is ready to take full responsibility for the consequences. He flat out warns him that he has no use for a barking dog that steps out of line in front of its master. Mikhail then turns back to Helmut, confidently stating that he has a great eye for judging character. Left with zero options, Robert bows, deeply agreeing to follow his lord's will. Helmut just stands there watching this intense dynamic play out. He tries to read the strange power balance between the two. With the drama settled, Mikhail flashes a smile and asks if they can pick up where they left off. The protagonist quickly realizes this kid actually knows how to lead and command respect, which is way different from his first impression. Heading up the stairs, Mikhail promises he won't invade his personal space. He swears to keep his distance playfully, asking if a strong guy like Helmut is actually scared of someone as fragile as him. Honestly, Helmut thinks to himself, he has never felt such a weak, completely harmless aura in his entire life. The kid literally looks like he would shatter if you bumped into him too hard. He didn't even know it was possible for a person to be this fragile. Mikhail then tilts his head, asking if Helmut is warming up to the idea of sharing the room, but our hero pushes back, demanding to know what exactly he brings to the table besides just throwing money around. Mikhail gives a sly little smirk, asking if by any chance he is trying to test him. The protagonist stays dead silent, just piercing the kid with a cold stare, waiting for a real answer. Taking the hint, the noble guesses that Helmut is in town for the massive martial arts tournament. He reveals he's also here to watch the fights, and brightly promises to be his #1 cheerleader in the stands. The warrior just deadpans, completely baffled by such a ridiculous, useless offer. But Mikhail keeps pushing, teasingly asking if his emotional support isn't enough to seal the deal. Completely fed up with the banter, Helmut lets out a heavy sigh and tells him to just do whatever he wants. Looking victorious, the young noble turns to the receptionist, asking him to prep a second bed for the room. Suddenly, a wave of pure terror hits the receptionist as a dark shadow closes in on him. In the blink of an eye, Helmut closes the gap and brutally buries his fist right into the guy's face. The raw power of the punch sends the poor man flying like a rag doll across the entire lobby. Mikhail and Robert freeze, completely stunned by this explosive burst of violence. Helmut coldly looks down at the receptionist, warning him to watch his filthy mouth from now on. Sprawled out on the floor with a busted face, the terrified man can do nothing but beg for forgiveness. The hero scoffs, thinking to himself that in this messed up country, violence is the only language people actually understand. Cut to a bit later, we finally see the two settling into the highly contested hotel room. Taking a seat on the bed, Mikhail gives a proper formal introduction and asks for his name. The swordsman hesitates for a split second, before firmly stating that his name is Hyde. Internally, he curses himself for almost slipping up, still not used to rolling with a fake identity. Hyde reveals he's 16, while Mikhail casually mentions he's 14. Prying a bit more, the noble asks if he comes from a high-class family, but Hyde quickly dodges the question. However, the protagonist is caught totally off guard when the kid perfectly guesses he's a student at Bowdoin Academy. Mikhail points out that the gear on his arm clearly looks like a magic artifact, which Bowdoin is famous for making. Narrowing his eyes, Hyde asks if the kid is trying to dig into his past, but the young noble waves his hands, denying it. He admits it sounds totally crazy, but he feels this strange sense of familiarity around him, playfully, adding that maybe it's because they actually look a little bit alike. Mikhail then notes how Hyde is blessed with a tough, muscular body, something the frail noble could never have. The hero stays quiet, deeply processing the kid's unexpected, slightly sad comment. Shaking it off, he steps out onto the balcony and asks if he can use the open space to train. Mikhail happily agrees, but shyly asks if he can sit and watch the sessions. He explains that since his own body is so weak, watching a real swordsman push their limits actually gives him hope and energy. Hyde glances out the window and, with a soft sigh, tells the kid he can do whatever he wants. Smiling brightly, Mikhail thanks him, calling him a big softy, which leaves the tough warrior completely speechless. Our hero feels a little awkward about the praise, but he keeps his guard up. Watching that strange young noble, he figures the kid is hiding something since his face is a total blank slate. Cut to nighttime. A massive bright full moon hangs right over their hotel. Inside the room, Mikhail is already fast asleep, resting like a baby. But Hyde, he is wide awake. He sits on the edge of his bed, staring closely at a glowing red object in his hands. A quick flashback hits. Hyde wonders to himself, could Mikhail actually be part of Darian's bloodline? Turns out the kid is his grandson, meaning Darian's missing son actually survived out there. Hyde suddenly remembers hearing rumors that his master had a child pretty late in life. But wait, Darian himself always claimed his boy died, leaving him with absolutely zero heirs. Clearly, this massive secret was covered up on purpose. Hyde asks how Mikhail even proved his identity if the son vanished ages ago. Through the call, a man with a shady smirk asks if our hero is getting curious. The guy explains that Mikhail looks exactly like the sword saint back in his younger days. But the absolute dead giveaway, the kid's amazing sword skills. It is totally crazy, especially since the whole world thought the master's fighting style died right along with him. The word vanished rings in Hyde's head as he grips the orb. He realizes Darian never actually explained how he ended up stuck in that forest in the first place. Playing dumb, Hyde casually asks what exactly happened to make the sword saint vanish. Well, the public story is that he went hunting some massive scorpion and just never came back. And what about the real story? Hyde pushes, knowing there is a secret version. The man gets dead serious. He shares a dark rumor the temple took him out. Over in Basor, the sword saint was basically worshipped like a god, making him a huge threat to their power. Hyde just sits there soaking it all in, dead silent. While Hyde processes that heavy dark secret, the man asks if he is interested now, but Hyde coldly brushes it off. Not really. The guy signs off, reminding Hyde he still has 2 more favors left and adding that it was a nice chat. The red light dies out, cutting the call. Hyde's mind races, remembering one massive detail. The spot where Darian vanished was also inside Basor. His master would never just drop his guard like that. Someone had to have stabbed him in the back. An inside job. Probably someone from the Knights of Palma, the exact same order Darian used to lead. Just the thought of that dirty betrayal makes a cold sweat drip down his face. He grips his cloak, holding it tight. He wonders, would Darian even want him to get revenge? An image of his old master flashes by quietly meditating all alone in a bear. Hyde realizes he inherited everything from that man, so Darian's payback, that belongs to him now. His eyes turn ice cold. He promises that whoever the coward was, they are going to pay dearly. Pushing his anger down for a second, he thinks back to the grandson. All this time, Hyde thought he was the only one carrying the legacy. Falling back onto the bed, he figures the master's son must have run away from training but somehow still managed to pass the sword skills down to his own kid. A small smirk creeps in. He admits it. He really wants to see just how tough this kid actually is. The next morning, a huge crowd is already packing the entrance of the Grand Coliseum. Inside, the place is absolutely massive, filled with thousands of screaming fans, hyped for the fights. Up in the VIP section, Mikhail and Robert watch the chaos, both of them looking totally calm. The announcer hypes up the crowd while down below, the fighters are nervously waiting for the bell to ring. Down in the pit, one angry dude starts whining, annoyed that some spoiled rich kid signed up for a real fight. Two massive thugs step up to Hyde, telling him to get lost and go sit in the bleachers. Hyde is clearly annoyed. The nerve of these two losers trying to provoke him. A staff member shows up, calling out for Mr. Hyde to walk him to the stage. But he just finds our guy standing over those two giant bullies, who are completely knocked out on the floor. Hyde casually claims they just had a little heat stroke and politely asks the staff to switch up the fight schedule. Cut back to the main stage. The roar of the crowd is absolutely deafening. Up in the stands, Mikhail actually looks a bit moved watching the huge event kick off. A short guy walks up and tells Hyde to drop his cloak and put on his real gear. The qualifiers finally start. Hyde steps out onto the dirt, geared up in armor and sword in hand. The announcer screams out the name of his first opponent, Jackal. Meet the undefeated street champ of Bajor. Up in the stands, Robert points out that this guy runs with a gang and only picks on easy targets. Mikhail tunes him out, looking totally bored, feeling like this opening match is a... Jackal whines about being matched with a total lightweight right out the gate. He smirks, flexing that the tournament will not take the blame if he snaps a bone or two. He keeps running his mouth, telling our boy that rich, spoiled kids do not belong here. Hyde just sighs and complains about the heat, leaving the big bully completely lost for words. Taking a breath, Hyde casually mentions he spent good money buffing his sword and just wants to wrap this up fast. Jackal absolutely loses his mind at the disrespect, flashing a deeply creepy grin. Pushed to the edge, the brawler rushes in with everything he has got, yelling that he is going to send the kid packing. But our hero does not even flinch, just watching the glare bounce off the enemy blade. In a split second, Hyde sidesteps the strike and fires back with blinding speed. Jackal freezes, completely stunned by the blur, watching the kid glide right past him like a ghost. With one clean slash, Hyde ends the whole match, claiming instant victory. Crushed, Jackal collapses, screaming in agony on the dirt floor, covered in nasty cuts. The entire stadium erupts into pure hype, absolutely mind blown by how that just played out. Mikhail, on the other hand, just flashes a knowing smile, like he saw this blowout coming from a mile away. The booming voice of the announcer declares Hyde is moving on to the next round, proving his skills are the real deal. The camera cuts back to the hotel room, where a massive feast is waiting for our hero. Mikhail claps him on the back, cheering on the big win, and saying backing him up was worth every single penny. Hyde gets a little flustered, caught off guard by the over-the-top VIP treatment. He points out there is way too much food, but Mikhail insists that true warriors need to eat big. Hyde narrows his eyes, warning him not to use this feast to pull strings later. But the young noble just chuckles at the suspicion. He makes it clear this is not a debt hanging over his head, but a calculated investment. The boy tilts his head, asking why toss money around if losing is still on the table. Mikhail smirks, explaining that high risks always bring the biggest rewards. He wraps up his thought by saying his gut tells him Hyde is going to be a massive asset down the line. The hero stays quiet, figuring it is best to just dig into the meal for now. Darkness sweeps over the city streets once again, setting a quiet, mysterious vibe. Back in the room, the young noble is out cold, sleeping peacefully like a baby. Hyde stares at him, thinking the guy looks fragile enough for anyone to just scoop up and carry off. He pulls up a chair and grabs a folder that was secretly slipped to him earlier. It looks like the background check he ordered is going to eat up his free time during the games. With razor-sharp focus, our boy scans the files, hunting down clues on his main target. The papers drop a huge bombshell, revealing the boss of the Palma Knights is a guy named Ludus Cicero. This dude has been running the show ever since Darian vanished, stepping up as the Golden Child's successor. Hyde frowns, finding this super sketchy since Darian never once mentioned having a right-hand man in the Knight's Order. He wonders how this guy actually views his old master, itching to question him face to face. But then a dark creeping doubt hits him. Why on earth did Darian send him to Ethan instead of Ludus? If Ludus was the second in command, the master would have surely told him his plans. A heavy, painful memory bubbles up in his mind, reminding him that total disaster always strikes in total silence. He hears Darian's old advice echoing, telling him to never lose his way, no matter how bad things get. As the pieces click, the hero realizes his master knew he was being played, and was left to die on purpose. Nobody from the church could have ever caught Darian on their own, but an inside job changes everything. The person he trusted with his life stabbed him in the back, and walked away with all the power. His eyes go cold as he connects the dots, realizing all signs point straight to Ludus Cicero, being the dirty traitor. Even if it is just a hunch for now, he makes a chilling vow to not leave Bajor until Ludus pays a heavy price. He pushes his chair back and takes one last glance at the rich kid who is still out like a light. Later that same night, Mikhail's eyes snap open, looking totally pale and restless in the dark. The scene cuts to the very next morning, with the sun blazing down on the fighting pit and the crowd buzzing with heavy tension. The opening match to crown the finalists is finally kicking off. Hyde, our super rookie, scores another absolute blowout, locking his spot in the next round. Up in the stands, the crowd absolutely loses their minds over the kid's insane skills. A staff member gives him a pat on the back, letting him know the grand finale goes down in just 2 days. Since he wrapped up his match first, he figures he might as well head back and finish digging through those documents. But right as he turns to leave, Robert the servant steps up and calls his name. Our boy pauses and looks back, waiting to hear what the guy wants. Cut to the VIP section of the massive arena. Mikhail pats the seat next to him, saying it would be pretty awesome to catch the rest of the matches together. Hyde wonders if active fighters are even allowed to spectate, but the noble waves it off, saying there is zero rule against it. He jokes that with Hyde's crazy talent, he doesn't even need to scout the competition. But hey, kicking back and watching is just plain fun. Hyde stays quiet, keeping a close eye on this rich, mysterious kid. Suddenly, the loudspeaker booms, calling out the next contender, the headmaster of a super famous local dojo. Hyde and Mikhail lean in, as Kyle's opponent steps into the ring. Enter Luke Yeager, the youngest prodigy to ever join the Palma Knights, and an absolute rising star. Hyde's eyes widen. He instantly recognizes that face, flashing back to where he saw this exact kid before. Flashing a super polite smile, Kyle calls it an absolute honor to cross swords. But Luke just bows, saying the honor is entirely his. The young knight looks totally chilled out, smirking like he already won. Hyde figures Darian must have acted exactly like this back in the day, wondering just how good this kid really is. No time wasted, the bell rings and the two blur across the dirt, trading lightning-fast strikes. Up above, the entire stadium falls dead silent, completely stunned by the crazy high level of combat. Luke barely flinches, reading every swing with a totally flawless stance. Cold sweat drips down Kyle's face. He cannot find a single weak spot. Breaking the tension, Luke casually mentions they will be here all day, if they just keep playing it safe. Flashing a cocky grin, he warns him that the rookie is about to drop the hammer. Boom! He dashes forward at a frankly ridiculous speed, his blade glowing with a bright blue energy. He sweeps in low, his strike so clean and sharp that not a single inch of motion is wasted. Spotting an opening, Kyle thinks the kid got too cocky and winds up for a massive counter. The blades smash together with a deafening crash, packed with every ounce of Kyle's muscle. But in a flash, the young knight just vanishes. Kyle freezes, completely lost. Before he can even blink, a brutal slash tears right across his chest. Match over. The kid stands completely still, his face dead serious after delivering the final strike. Up in the stands, Hyde's jaw practically hits the floor, totally blown away by the raw talent. Just like that, Luke drops Kyle, who crashes into the dirt, completely knocked out. The crowd sits frozen in disbelief, scratching their heads because they barely caught the blur. Back in the VIP box, Hyde locks his eyes onto the arena, his face turning dead serious, as he processes exactly what just went down. Down below, Luke turns around and mutters an apology, claiming he honestly has no choice but to win the whole thing. The speakers boom again, pushing Luke Yeager into the grand finals, after a total landslide win. Hyde cannot take his eyes off the victor, while Mikhail totally senses the heavy vibe. Mikhail nudges him, asking why he looks so grim and if that swordsman got under his skin, but Hyde just brushes it off, simply stating the guy has got serious skills, making him a massive threat. Mikhail lights up at that, hyping up the rivalry and totally loving Hyde's fiery attitude. Deep down, Hyde realizes Darian's kid really mastered the blade. The pieces start coming together, making him wonder if Luke picked up those exact moves straight from Darian. With his mind racing, he turns and tells Mikhail to head back to the dorms without him. Mikhail blinks, caught off guard by the sudden cold shoulder, while Robert just watches the awkward moment in total silence. We pan out to the massive coliseum, absolutely jammed with fans for the big martial arts showdown. Stomping down the hall, Hyde catches himself practically sprinting. Then it hits him. Even with all his academy connections, he and Luke share one massive missing link. Darian. He keeps pacing, realizing Luke packs the same exact talent and inherited the exact same sword style, so he makes up his mind. It absolutely couldn't hurt to do some digging and see who Luke Yeager truly is. Cut to Luke, chilling with a buddy, whining about how snooze-worthy the tournament has been. A fellow knight scolds him for running his mouth, pinching his cheek hard just to shut him up. But the knight's instincts suddenly kick in. He senses a presence, muttering that they've got company. Standing right there is Hyde. His deadpan expression makes it obvious he heard every single word. As he steps closer, the tension in the hallway gets thick enough to cut with a knife. Luke tilts his head, squinting as he mentions that Hyde looks awfully familiar. Then it clicks. Snapping his fingers at the boy, he calls out Hyde's name, saying his matches were pretty wild. Flashing a cocky smirk, Luke asks if Hyde tracked him down to declare war on the crowd favorite. Leaning in close, he teases that maybe Hyde was just blown away by his skills and wants to join his fan club. He laughs it off, joking that he only takes girls as super fans. But Hyde cuts the joke short, flat out asking if Luke is Darian's grandson. In a flash, Luke's hand clamps over Hyde's face, catching the kid completely off guard. We get a quick cinematic flash of an old man, looking absolutely shaken to his core. Back in the hall, Luke violently presses the kid back, demanding to know who he really is and where he heard that name. The knight steps up to help, but Luke waves him off, playing it cool by saying the kid just wants a private chat. He quickly drags Hyde around the corner and slams him against the wall. Irritated about being put on the spot, Luke demands answers about his identity and his background. Hyde completely ignores the threat. Instead, he calmly asks why Luke refuses to use his actual family name, keeping his eyes locked dead on Luke. Hyde doesn't beat around the bush. He flat out asks why he is keeping his identity as the Sword Saint's grandson a total secret. Luke sighs, explaining that his dad completely severed ties with the old man, making it utterly pointless to claim the family title. Unfazed, Hyde shoots back that despite that he is clearly still using their signature sword techniques. The blonde swordsman finally opens up, revealing he actually plans to drop the massive name reveal, but only after he takes home the tournament trophy. His eyes burn with pure conviction as he states he wants to prove his own worth first, without riding on his grandpa's coattails. Hyde is taken aback by this raw confession, seeing the undeniable fire in Luke's eyes. Realizing he just spilled his life story to a total stranger, Luke gets flustered and begs the kid to keep his mouth shut. But Hyde's mind is racing. A sudden thought hits him, questioning why the traitorous commander would ever take in Darian's flesh and blood. Just then, the heavy clanking of golden boots echoes down the hall, breaking the tension. Both boys whip their heads around to see who is crashing their private chat, and stepping right out of the shadows is the massive, intimidating figure of the Knight Commander himself, Lutus Cicero. Flashing a warm smile, the boss notes it is perfect timing to bump into Luke out here. Caught totally off guard, Luke stammers, asking what in the world the big boss is doing wandering these halls. Watching quietly, Hyde locks onto the man, confirming his suspicions. That is definitely the infamous Lutus Cicero. The guy practically oozes authority with his heavy golden armor, demanding absolute respect. Shifting his gaze, Lutus casually asks about the kid standing there, and Luke quickly introduces Hyde as one of the tournament finalists. The commander acts impressed by such a young talent making it this far, offering a polite apology for not recognizing him sooner. But then he steps uncomfortably close. Looking dead into Hyde's eyes, he asks if the boy is using magic to conceal his true face. Hyde's heart drops into his stomach, totally paralyzed that his cover is blown this easily. Giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Lutus smoothly adds that he isn't the only guy keeping secrets around here. He brushes off the heavy tension, claiming he just dropped by to give Luke a pep talk before the big match. Wishing both fighters the best of luck, the commander turns to walk away. With a final wave, he promises to be watching their grand finale from the VIP seats. As his footsteps fade away, Hyde and Luke just stare at each other, swimming in a suffocating pool of awkward tension. Breaking the silence, Hyde points out that the big boss sure seems to favor him, making Luke visibly defensive as he shoots back a guarded glare. Deep down, Hyde questions if Lutus is secretly trying to make amends with Darian's bloodline. Brushing off the weird vibe, Luke begs the kid to keep their little family secret strictly under wraps. But Hyde just locks eyes with him coldly, stating that Luke's big reveal will have to wait until next year. Overflowing with icy confidence, Hyde makes it clear that he will be the one holding the championship trophy this time around. Caught totally off guard by the bold claim, a wild grin slowly spreads across. Realizing the gauntlet has just been thrown, he spins on his heels and walks off. Tossing a casual wave over his shoulder, he tells Hyde he cannot wait to clash swords in the arena. Hyde stands his ground, watching his new rival fade down the hall. His face remains stone cold, completely dialed in on his endgame. Deep in his mind, he swears to himself that he won't let Luke end up, just like Lutus Cicero planned. Back in their room, Mikhail flashes a knowing smile and asks how the little chat with Luke Yeager went. Hyde shoots him a look, his face a complete stone wall as usual. He demands to know if Mikhail had been spying on him, but the young noble just shrugs, claiming it was a lucky guess. Hyde winces, slightly realizing his own awkward silence just gave him away. Mikhail pushes for details about the conversation, but Hyde shuts him down completely. Shifting gears, Mikhail casually asks what he would do if the Knights of Palma offered him a spot. Hyde raises an eyebrow, wondering why they would even bother. Mikhail points out that scouting talent is the whole point of this tournament, but Hyde instantly rejects the idea, jokingly complaining that their base is way too hot anyway. Hyde narrows his eyes at the noble, trying to read between the lines. Dropping the playful act, Mikhail looks him dead in the eye and asks Hyde to work for him once the tournament wraps up. Hyde asks if he means as a knight, but Mikhail smoothly replies that he wants him as his personal right-hand man. Hyde flat out refuses, stating he does not belong to anyone. Still, Mikhail urges him to just sleep on it. Hyde's mind races, trying to figure out Mikhail's endgame. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off and Hyde completely flips the script. Staring right at him, he asks if Mikhail is any good at digging up secrets. Mikhail nods and Hyde demands a full background check on the Knights of Palma and their recent missions. He notes that he needs some solid facts to weigh against the job offer he just got. Mikhail gladly takes the bait, promising to deliver totally unbiased intel. With their little deal struck, Mikhail offers his hand and invites him out for food. Deep down, Hyde crosses his fingers, hoping this move will expose Lucius Cicero's hidden agenda. Fast forward to the finals, the blazing sun beating down on the massive Colosseum. Hyde easily crushes his first opponent of the day, punching his ticket to the next round. He cringes internally, thinking his new nickname, Blonde Hyde, sounds totally ridiculous. Right then, Luke Yeager strolls up, teasing him for being so boring with the cheering fans. Hyde just gives him a heavy side-eye, as Luke tells him to loosen up and enjoy the spotlight. Walking away, Luke throws a smug warning to save some energy for their big showdown in the finals. Another fighter walks by, grumbling about wanting to smack Luke in the back of the head, but Hyde tunes it out, wondering if Mikhail got the dirt he asked for. Suddenly, a wild scream cuts through the air. Hyde turns around, spotting a massive commotion. To his absolute horror, a stampede of crazy fangirls is charging right at him, screaming his name. Hyde freezes in pure shock, feeling a terrifyingly dark vibe radiating from the mob. We then cut back to the quiet safety of the academy dorms. Mikhail is peacefully sipping his tea when the door slams open, nearly giving him a heart attack. A completely wrecked Hyde bursts in, panting that the city's women are hunting him down. Mikhail bursts into laughter, pointing out that being a tournament star naturally draws a crazy crowd. Smiling, he teases that all this hype is probably just because of Hyde's pretty face. Hyde stares at him in disbelief, sensing that something way weirder is actually going on, remembering how the town treated him just days ago. Mikhail sighs, realizing the guy is totally clueless. Brushing it off, Hyde snaps back to reality and demands the intel they agreed on. Mikhail winks, revealing he knew this was coming and already did his homework. He tosses over a thick notebook, playfully asking if this buys him some trust. Hyde flips it open, skipping past all the boring rules about how knights operate. His eyes scan the pages for the real dirt. Then bingo! He finds a secret file revealing that Lucius Cicero is secretly backing the first prince. The records show this prince follows a totally different religion, and he is planning to drag his own temple right into the kingdom. The gears in Hyde's head start turning, realizing Lucius's political loyalty is the missing puzzle piece. Digging deeper into the files, he hunts for any clues about the knight's actual fieldwork. He stops and asks Mikhail about a specific desert monster, and Mikhail notes that the beast is super famous around here. Apparently, the Knights of Palma run an annual hunt to wipe out its young. Hyde's blood runs cold when he reads that this year's hunt kicks off right after the tournament ends. Flipping to the next page, he finds a full, heavily detailed file on Luke Yeager. That is when it hits him. Lucius did not draft Luke to protect him, he drafted him as a pawn. The shady commander just wanted to keep a threat on a tight leash, watching his every move. The real plan: send Luke into the monster hunt to get him killed and spin his death into a fake hero story. He shuts the book, realizing how incredibly lucky he is to reach Bazar just in time to uncover this secret. His eyes harden with resolve. He has to crush Luther's scheme no matter what, but a huge roadblock stands in his way. The commander is incredibly strong, and Hyde knows a solo victory might be impossible. Pushed into a corner, he figures he might have to tell the truth and beg for Luke's help. Meanwhile, Mikhail quietly watches everything, calmly sipping his tea. A faint smirk plays on the noble's lips, like he already predicted every single move. Down in the arena, the tournament's first semifinal kicks off, pitting Hyde against his challenger. The referee shouts for the match to begin, and Hyde locks his focus entirely on the battle ahead. His rival, a seasoned mercenary, flashes a grin and wishes him a good match. Up in the stands, Robert points out to Mikhail that this guy is a top-tier fighter. Mikhail waves it off, saying he shouldn't be any trouble for Hyde, since the boy has crushed way tougher enemies before. Still, Robert warns him not to be too sure, as sheer willpower can change everything. The young noble goes quiet, letting his servant's words sink in. Back on the dirt floor, Hyde draws his blade, bracing himself for the clash. His sharp eyes track every tiny shift of the mercenary standing before him. Up in the VIP box, important people like the princes and Ludus Cicero are watching closely. Hyde feels their heavy gazes, realizing that since it is the semifinals, everyone decided to show up. Catching this, the mercenary calls him Kid, trying to mess with his head. He tells the boy to ignore the crowd, warning that getting cocky will get him killed. Hyde mutters a quick sorry but drops into his fighting stance, proving the cheap trick did not work. In his head, he wonders if a top-ranked mercenary can actually match someone like Pasmo. The older fighter flares his aura, but to Hyde, it feels kind of weak. So he decides to test the opponent first and see how the guy moves. Hyde dashes forward like a blur, and a fierce storm of clashing steel breaks out. Without warning, the mercenary deflects a strike, catching Hyde by surprise with his crazy fast reflexes. Seizing the opening, the fighter counters and closes the gap in a flash. The mercenary glares at him with dead serious eyes, making it clear he is not holding back. Their blades smash together with intense power, sending bright sparks flying everywhere. The raw force of the crash violently blasts the mercenary across the arena. Wasting zero time, Hyde charges back and refusing to let his foe breathe. But the mercenary triggers a wind skill, unleashing a brutal spinning slash. The heavy hit slams right into Hyde's armor, cracking the metal on impact. In a blink, the enemy pops up right behind him, getting ready for the final strike. The battle turns wilder by the second, as the two trade lightning-fast strikes. Finally, Hyde spots an opening and delivers the match-ending blow. The whole crowd and even Mikhail are left totally speechless, completely blown away by how intense that fight was. Hyde admits to himself that the guy was way tougher than expected. He notices the mercenary purposely holds back his strikes, attacking exactly when there is an opening. Breathing heavily, the mercenary admits the kid is not just running on pure luck. He praises Hyde's insane reaction speed, admitting he could never pull that off himself, but then he blasts out his aura, declaring he absolutely cannot lose here. In a single explosive dash, he charges forward. But Hyde sees right through the fake-out. The mercenary triggers a hidden gadget, making his blade just a bit longer. He bets that Hyde won't be able to dodge if the strike is suddenly faster. With that, he shoots his sword forward like a missile, catching Hyde completely by surprise. But the boy instantly fires back with a blast of dark energy, freezing the blade in midair. The massive wave of purple power sweeps forward, leaving the mercenary frozen in absolute terror. Hyde suddenly realizes his mistake and panics, since he never meant to kill the guy. Thank goodness the dark blade stops inches from the man's throat, leaving him trembling and amazed he is still breathing. With the enemy's weapon completely shattered, the announcer loudly declares that Blonde Hyde is moving on to the grand finale. Hyde steps up to shake his rival's hand, saying sorry for wrapping things up so fast just because it was hot outside. Hyde casually explains he was ordered to go all out. The mercenary catches his breath and thinks to himself that as long as he survived it was worth it. He realizes true geniuses actually exist and he just went toe-to-toe with a future legend. Hearing this, Hyde points out that if the guy actually focused on raw training, he could have been way stronger himself. But the man brushes it off, explaining that for a mercenary, having endless tricks up your sleeve is the only way to stay alive. Hyde fires back, saying that against pure overwhelming power, all those clever little strategies just fall apart. Meanwhile, miles away, Mikhail can't stop thinking about Hyde's ridiculous strength and what the kid is secretly doing every single night. He wonders what Hyde's ultimate endgame really is, because it is definitely not just winning the tournament. Suddenly, chaos breaks out outside as guards start yelling at an old man to step back. Mikhail steps out, demanding to know what the racket is about, and a servant quickly explains that some stranger is demanding to see him. The old man pushes through the crowd, calling out for Mikhail, claiming he has something incredibly urgent to discuss. The staff mutters about his total lack of respect, but Mikhail waves them off, asking the old guy who he is. The man proudly introduces himself as the master blacksmith of Basor, the very person who forges blades for the Knights of Palma. The blacksmith says he caught a rumor about a kid named Hyde, who was closely connected to a guy named Mikhail. He begs to meet with Hyde, needing to confirm a massive hunch he has about the boy. Leaning in, the blacksmith reveals his suspicion is tied directly to the origins of Hyde's sword. Intrigued, Mikhail tells the old man to spill all the details. Over at the arena's second round, blades clash and Luke Yeager crushes his opponent with zero effort. With that easy win, the finalists are locked in, setting the stage for an epic showdown between Hyde and Luke. Back in the waiting room, Hyde is just relaxing when Luke suddenly pops up, nervously peeking through the curtains. He rushes over to Hyde, looking totally stressed out, which leaves Hyde completely clueless. Pacing around, Luke drops the bomb that the second prince of the kingdom is heading their way right this second. He quickly explains that the royal is supposedly just checking on the finalists, but his real target is Luke. It turns out the prince is fully aware of his connection to the Sword Saint's bloodline and he wants his backing. Hyde instantly connects the dots, knowing that if the prince snatches him up, the commander's grip on power will drop. Luke freaks out, asking how the heck Hyde knows all these political secrets. but Hyde just shrugs, saying he has a knack for gathering intel. Panicking, Luke begs Hyde to cover for him and tell the prince he is too busy, or just make up some excuse. But he is a little too late. The prince steps up right behind him, having heard every single word. The royal just chuckles at his pure panic, saying he totally gets why he is stressed. He notes that Luke's grandfather was a fiercely serious man, making him seriously doubt they are even related. At the mention of the granddad, Hyde's eyes instantly light up, desperate to soak up any details about his old master. He jumps right into the chat, asking the prince exactly what kind of guy Darien really was. The prince turns his attention to Hyde, teasing him about his curiosity while hyping up his insane skills. Hyde just stands there dead silent, hanging on to every single word the royal drops. The prince goes on to explain that he only crossed paths with Darien a couple of times, but the man's absolute loyalty left a permanent mark. He points out the pure fire in Darien's eyes, claiming that intense gaze perfectly captured the true spirit of their kingdom. Then catching on to the vibe, the prince smirks and asks if Hyde only buddied up with Luke just to dig up family secrets. Still smiling, the royal mentions that their little chat felt pretty deep, and he hated to crash the party. Sweating bullets, Luke begs the prince to keep his mouth shut about his family, straight up calling Hyde a borderline stalker. But the prince just waves him off, stating that a true swordsman's heart is always bared through his blade. Hyde then catches everyone off guard, bluntly stating that the prince is way more solid than Luke. Taking the compliment, the royal immediately offers Hyde a spot on his crew, but Hyde shoots it down in a heartbeat. The prince just laughs it off and shakes Hyde's hand, wishing him the best of luck in the finals and hoping he uncovers more about the Sword Saint. Shifting gears, his tone drops as he turns to Luke, warning him that they are going to have a private chat right after the match. Luke tenses up again, terrified of dragging the prince or the commander into any messy drama. But the prince cuts him off cold, locking eyes with him and stating that this is strictly about his survival. That heavy drop leaves both Luke and Hyde totally stunned, trying to decode what that meant. The prince tells him to just keep that in mind for now, promising to send someone to fetch him quietly later. With that cryptic message, the royal bids them farewell and strolls off, leaving a super thick, tense vibe in the room. Luke just stands there, dripping with nervous sweat, while Hyde quietly reads the whole messy situation. Breaking the silence, Hyde remarks that for a guy having a total panic attack, Luke and the prince seemed awfully tight by the end of it. Sighing, Luke admits the prince is a great guy, but sometimes you just can't afford to follow your heart. But Hyde pushes him to answer the prince's summons completely, catching Luke off guard. He makes it clear that no one else is going to step up and save him. He has to take charge of his own life. Hyde warns that if he just keeps drifting along with whatever happens, he will end up completely lost. The harsh truth finally hits Luke, wiping the confusion right off his face. He demands to know what Hyde is hiding and why he called this a life-or-death situation. But Hyde just brushes it off, telling him to focus on his own survival while he handles his own business. He even throws in a joke, telling Luke to go hang out with some girls to clear his head. Deep down, though, Hyde just prays. The kid realizes the massive target on his back. Cutting back to the academy, everything seems perfectly normal. Later, we catch Hyde slipping quietly into his dorm room like he is expecting trouble. Mikhail greets him right away, casually asking how his little chat with the second prince went. Hyde freezes, shocked that his roommate already knows about a top-secret meeting. But then he sighs, admitting nothing really surprises him anymore. Mikhail just smirks, bragging that he keeps close tabs on every move the prince makes, tossing his cloak aside. Hyde tries to finally relax after a crazy day, but Mikhail interrupts, saying he stumbled onto a juicy piece of gossip. He asks if Hyde is in the mood for a story, dropping the name of a guy called Leighton. Turns out this guy was the absolute best blacksmith in all of Basehor, but he refused to forge weapons for just anyone, only crafting blades for those he deemed worthy. Hyde thinks to himself that this Leighton sounds like a tough guy, with a huge ego. Mikhail leans in, revealing that he tracked down the blacksmith's old apprentice, who revealed the secret of Leighton's 3 ultimate masterpieces. All 3 were given to the royal family, but one of them was permanently gifted to an outsider. His playful tone vanishes as he points out that Hyde's sword looks exactly like that legendary blade. Hyde goes dead silent, soaking in every single word coming out of the noble's mouth. Mikhail goes on, explaining that the one sword that never made it back to the royal vault was given to a very specific person. His eyes darken as he drops the bomb. It was the personal blade of Darien Differt. Flash, a brutal memory rips through Hyde's mind, a bloody vision of a man being violently slashed. Snapping back to reality, we suddenly see Helmet, his disguise completely dropped, glaring with pure murder in his eyes. He tells Mikhail to choose his next words very carefully. In a flash, Helmet is pinning the noble to the floor, ready to end him right then and there. Trembling with rage, he growls at him to watch his mouth. Despite being totally defenseless, Mikhail manages a shaky smirk, realizing he just struck a massive nerve. Gasping for air, he begs Helmet to loosen his grip so he can breathe. Reluctantly, Helmet backs off and the coughing noble swears he will not tell anyone. He might not get why Helmet is so furious, but he promises to shut the blacksmith up for good, ensuring the secret stays buried between them. Narrowing his eyes, Hyde asks if this is just a trick to make him owe a favor. Mikhail quickly shakes his head. He insists it is just a peace offering a guarantee that he is an ally. But Hyde is not buying it that easily. Still trying to figure out if he can actually trust this guy. He warns Mikhail that he better not be playing games, and Mikhail just laughs nervously, amazed by the sheer pressure Hyde gives off. Dusting himself off, the noble finally asks how he is connected to the Sword Saint. Without missing a beat, Hyde admits he is his apprentice. Mikhail gets super hyped, totally amazed that he shares a dorm with a living legends student. He starts firing off a million questions, but Hyde cuts him off cold, barking his name. Locking eyes with him, he tells Mikhail to figure out a way to act like none of this ever happened. The deadly serious tone wipes the smile right off Mikhail's face, as the true weight of the danger finally sinks in, grabbing his weapon. Hyde gets a bad feeling in his gut. He starts packing up his gear right away, knowing that if things turn bad, he will need to sprint for his life. Staring down at the blade, the crazy value of the weapon finally hits him. He mutters that he had absolutely no clue this thing was basically famous. Mikhail points out that since it used to be a royal treasure, only a real expert would ever spot it. Hearing that, Hyde realizes he needs to be smart. He decides to never unsheath it anywhere near the king or the princes. Still curious, Mikhail asks about the final. Hyde brushes off any concern for Luke. He focuses on the match, hoping the grand finale won't be a total letdown. Bam, cut to a scorching, endless desert wasteland. Heavy boots trudge through the deep sand. A lone hooded figure braves the brutal heat of the sun. He pauses for a second, letting the dry sand slip right through his fingers. Out of nowhere, the earth quakes. Deep cracks splinter the ground, erupting into a massive, blinding sandstorm. Through the thick dust, a massive shadow rises from the dunes. A colossal scorpion surfaces, towering over the hooded man. Without flinching, the stranger pulls a glowing orb from his cloak, revealing a magical relic. He presses it right against the beast's head, and surprisingly, the monster submits instantly. "Good boy," he mutters, praising the creature for recognizing its true master. With a wicked grin, the hooded guy declares that the time to wake up is finally here. Meanwhile, back at the massive Colosseum, the city of Bajor looms in the background. The arena is packed, the crowd screaming and roaring for the ultimate showdown. The announcer hypes up the grand finale, a dream match nobody saw coming. In one corner, the prodigy of the knights, and in the other, the wildcard genius. Luke jokes that he feels like the bad guy here, but Hyde tells him to relax, saying it is all just part of the show. He teases Luke, asking if the pressure is getting to him, since losing would trigger a massive fan meltdown. But Luke just smirks, warning Hyde not to cry for a cut of the prize money once he beats him. With both fighters locked in, the referee raises his hand to start the brawl. Luke flares up his golden energy, the spirit of Darien flashing, right behind him with a proud smile. Seeing that sword stance brings back a ton of memories for Hyde. The final clash is seconds away, as a beautiful bird glides across the clear sky. Up in the stands, Mikhail narrows his eyes, sensing something very wrong with the flock above. Suddenly, one of the birds drops a heavy object that plummets straight into the ring. Down on the dirt, Hyde and Luke are dead focused. Their auras are burning bright, but the mystery object crashes down right between them, instantly ruining the start of the match. Both fighters jump back, totally stunned by the crazy interruption. The object slams into the dirt with a nasty heavy crunch. Blood and dirt splatter everywhere. Total chaos breaks out as the audience and nobles freak out over what just fell from the sky. Hyde steps closer, spotting a twisted shadow monster twitching on the ground. He snaps his head up, realizing a massive swarm of birds is circling the arena. A guy in the crowd points up, shaking and stuttering in pure terror. And there it is. A gigantic winged beast bursts through the clouds, sending the whole stadium into a massive panic. Luke freezes up in shock, wondering how a beast got past city defenses. Suddenly, a frantic voice screams his name, making the knight grip his weapon even tighter. He spins around to see Hyde rushing straight at him. Luke is completely caught off guard, having no idea what Hyde is trying to pull. Acting on pure instinct, he raises his sword, bracing for a sudden attack, but Hyde moves like lightning, launching himself off Luke's blade to push the knight back. A winged freak dives in, and Hyde leaps up to meet it midair. Glowing with a fierce purple energy, his eyes lock onto the target. In a split second, he slices the beast into ribbons, leaving it shrieking as it falls. Hyde touches down smoothly, flexing his flawless combat skills. Luke is absolutely speechless, staring wide-eyed, as Hyde shoots him a serious look. The camera pans to the dead monster and the lifeless body it dropped, raising a ton of questions. Hyde notes the victim is a local citizen, asking why the beast used a body as a bomb. Up in the VIP seats, a noble mutters that this stunt feels like an all-out act of war. Luke stays quiet, still trying to process the insane power he just witnessed. He He just keeps staring at the shredded monster. Realizing he has to face things like that from now on, he turns his focus back to Hyde. He asks if the kid has actually ever fought a monster to act so tough. Hyde fires back, saying he has way more combat experience than the knight. This bold attitude makes Luke really annoyed. Tilting his head, Hyde casually asks if every monster looks that ugly. Stunned, Luke asks if he has seriously never seen one before. The boy shrugs, explaining that he was just a normal civilian until very recently. He points out that regular people do not exactly bump into monsters every day. Hyde waves it off, trying to calm him down by calling the creatures mindless brutes. Luke quickly shoots back, denying that he is scared, but his tone drops as he adds that if the creature actually has brains, they are in real trouble. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the arena. The final match is put on hold, and all fighters are ordered straight to the waiting room, leaving Luke totally confused. He wonders why they are being pulled from the fight so suddenly. The camera pans out, giving us a wide shot of the massive coliseum from the outside. The sun is already shining bright in the sky. Cut to the waiting room, where Luke nervously fixes his hair, while Hyde quietly watches him from the shadows. Commander Lutus Cicero finally walks in, looking around and noting that everyone is already present. Caught off guard, Luke stumbles over his words at the sight of the captain. But Lutus cuts him off, wanting to get straight to business. He reveals that the dead body belonged to someone from the south, which points to a monster attack in that area. Staring dead ahead, the commander gives his order. He tells Luke that as a knight he must join the monster hunting team. Turning his gaze to Hyde, the commander apologizes for the mess and asks the boy to sit this one out. Reading the room, Hyde instantly knows this is a setup for a bargain. Crossing his arms, he asks what happens if he turns down the offer. Lutus bluntly states that the only other option is calling the tournament a tie, meaning the grand prize would be split right down the middle. Faced with this annoying choice, Hyde goes totally quiet for a second, weighing his options carefully. A spark lights up in his eyes, and he pitches a wild new idea to both the commander and the knight. He volunteers to join the hunt himself. His terms: whoever takes down the most monsters goes home as the grand champion. Luke is left completely speechless by this insane challenge. Yelling in pure disbelief, he warns the kid that hunting monsters is no easy game. But Hyde just smirks, reminding the knight that he has already proven how strong he is. Hearing this, Commander Lutus actually stops to think about the crazy bet. A heavy, serious look crosses his face. Realizing Hyde earned his spot in the finals for a reason, he formally apologizes for looking down on him earlier. Without another word, he fully accepts the boy's terms and tells the guys to gear up for the mission in the plaza. The scene cuts to a sprawling desert city. Luke turns to Hyde, totally baffled that he's actually joining the mission. He even accuses him of rigging their bet. But Hyde shrugs it off, saying finding monsters is just pure luck. Honestly, he's only tagging along because he's worried about his friend's safety. Luke instantly gets flustered, so Hyde just tells him to drop it and accept the help. Panicking a bit, Luke quickly stammers that he was just messing around, and asks if this has anything to do with the second prince's words. He practically begs Hyde to spill the beans on who exactly is out to get him. Hyde falls silent. His eyes lock onto nothing in particular, carefully chewing over his companion's heavy question. He decides it's way too early to share his suspicions, so he simply warns Luke not to trust the knights. And to make sure the message really sinks in, he tells him not to even trust the captain himself. You can literally see Luke stiffen up at this. A cold sweat breaks out on his face, even though he has no idea why. Suddenly, a voice shouts out for Hyde, making both of them whip their heads around to look. The young noble Michael strolls up to them. Right beside him is his servant, Robert, holding up a fancy parasol. Michael flashes a polite greeting, noting that this is the very first time they've run into each other outside. Luke leans in and whispers, "Is that your brother?" But Hyde shoots it down, saying they barely know each other. The noble then smiles and asks if he can borrow Hyde for a quick chat. Hyde tells Luke not to worry about it. Luke just reminds him to bring his gear to the plaza later, and Hyde nods before walking off alone with Michael. Michael smirks, pointing out that Hyde seems pretty buddy-buddy with the knight. Hyde completely ignores the bait and cuts straight to the chase, asking what he wants. Michael casually mentions that he's leaving town tonight, but then a sly smile creeps onto his face as he corrects himself. "We will definitely meet again," he says, so it's not really a goodbye. He then brings up the fact that Hyde is joining Luke on the monster hunt. Clearly, keeping close tabs on him, Michael throws out a little provocation. He asks if Luke was the real reason Hyde even came to Bezor in the first place, but Hyde doesn't even flinch. The camera angle shifts, zooming in tight on the noble's eye. The playful vibe is gone. Things just got dead serious. He drops a bomb: a supposed priest of Lumen was spotted out in the desert just 2 days ago. Giving Hyde a piercing look, he wraps up his little warning, saying he just thought Hyde deserved to know. Hyde quietly takes all of this in. It hits him, this noble definitely wasn't here just to watch a tournament. As he turns around to walk away, he looks back at Michael, promising that he will keep his words in mind. The scene cuts away, showing a massive army of knights marching out of the city gates and into the sandy wasteland. Up on their horses, Hyde and Luke brace themselves for the brutal trek ahead. Luke takes a deep breath. He really didn't expect his very first real mission to kick off this fast. Out of nowhere, a hand taps his shoulder. Luke nearly jumps out of his skin. A sketchy hooded figure grabs his arm, and he nervously stammers, asking who the heck they are. The mystery guy just lets go and backs away, quietly watching the rest of the soldiers march by. Then the stranger raises a hand, flashing a weird cross symbol on his palm, like some kind of secret code. Hyde totally catches this weird little exchange, and keeps a very close watch on the situation unfolding next to him. Just then, Commander Ludus barks a massive order commanding the entire force to move out, and just like that, baking under the harsh desert sun, the mission that is going to change their lives forever officially begins. The camera pans across an endless sea of massive sand dunes stretching all the way to the horizon. Later on, the squad sets up a base camp and the knights huddle around to talk strategy. A finger taps heavily on a map pointing right at the village of Oldor. The commander explains that this is exactly where the monster struck. Ludus drops a grim update. They only managed to pull out a single survivor. Hearing this, one of the knights gets absolutely furious at the disgrace. But Ludus quickly cuts in, revealing that a very familiar beast was spotted among the attackers. A wave of pure shock hits the soldiers. Ludus looks them dead in the eye and names the threat the Crimson Scorpion. Even worse, it somehow managed to reach its fully grown adult form right under their noses. The knights are left completely stunned, totally speechless at this horrifying news. One guy loses it, shouting that it's completely impossible and that all their scouting was just a massive waste of time. Hyde listens quietly, immediately connecting this creature to the exact same beast the legendary swordsman Darien once took down. Another knight starts panicking out loud, but he gets quickly yelled at to shut his mouth and pull himself together. The commander then steps up, reminding everyone that unlike last time, they are all fighting side by side right now. He straight up admits that he might not be the most reliable leader, but he swears that standing united makes their order unstoppable. With a fiery look of confidence, Ludus hypes them up, urging his men to be brave and draw their swords. The knights all look at each other, and you can feel the energy in the room shift as their morale finally bounces back. The commander taps the map one last time, laying out his plan to team up with the Knights of Desire. The main unit is heading straight for Oldor, while the remaining teams sweep the south for monsters. The commander then starts rattling off the names for the main strike team. As the roster is read, we get a sweeping shot of the busy camp outside. But then comes a huge shocker. The very last name called is Luke Jaeger. Just as the meeting is about to wrap up, a hand shoots into the air. Someone has an objection. To everyone's absolute disbelief, Hyde demands a spot on the main squad. Commander Ludus and Captain Horton glare at the kid, clearly not thrilled. Ludus flat out tells him he is stuck with the vice captain because he refuses to trust a total stranger on the front lines. But Hyde does not back down. He reminds them of their bet where the winner is decided by who kills the most monsters. He points out that for this to be a fair fight, he and Luke need the exact same chances. Horton snaps, calling Hyde an arrogant brat, but the commander admits the kid actually has a point. Hyde offers to start his kill count later, but Ludus shoots that down, saying it would completely ruin things for Luke's team. With a cold glare, Ludus orders Hyde to fall in line with the vice captain, but Hyde bites back, reminding the commander that he is not a knight, so he doesn't take orders from him. The air in the tent grows heavy, as every knight glares daggers at the bold kid. Caught right in the middle of this mess, Luke just stands there, looking completely lost and speechless. Out of nowhere, Commander Ludus bursts out laughing, shattering the thick tension. He turns to Luke and asks for his take on all this drama. Caught off guard, Luke stumbles over his words, but manages to say he wants a fair match too. Hearing this, Ludus finally gives in and puts Hyde on the main team, which leaves Horton absolutely furious. Ludus calmly reminds the angry captain that Hyde made it to the finals, so one extra guy will not hurt. However, to keep their battle formation from falling apart, he forces Hyde to stay in the back. Hyde just shrugs it off, confidently saying he can watch his own back just fine. With that settled, the commander wraps up the meeting and tells everyone to rest up before they move out. The knights file out of the tent, getting their gear ready for the harsh desert trek. Hyde thinks to himself that Ludus gave in way too easily, probably assuming he could keep him on a tight leash. He also notices how fiercely loyal these knights are, meaning picking a fight right now would be a terrible move. So he decides to play it cool and watch his step. The army finally rolls out, with Luke staring off into the distance, clearly on edge about what is coming. They eventually reach Dysar, a lonely outpost surrounded by an endless sea of sand. Ludus hops off his horse, greeted by a group of knights who were already waiting for them. The leaders huddle up one last time, pointing at maps and plotting out their route. We then get a cinematic shot of the outpost's massive gates, slowly grinding open to let the army through. The combined forces march out together, pushing deep into the scorching wasteland, until they finally spot Oldor in the distance. Ludus feels something is totally off about the view, but confirms it is indeed the village. One knight points out that the place is completely ruined, making Ludus wonder if the monsters packed up and left. He notes that beasts usually stick to their nests, but right now anything is possible. Then it hits one of the knights. The giant scorpion could be hiding right under the sand. Ludus agrees with the theory and commands everyone to hold their lines as they slowly creep into Oldor. The cavalry steadily pushes through the crumbling, broken streets, swallowed by an eerie silence. They walk past scattered rubble and blood-soaked walls, grim reminders of a brutal slaughter. Taking in the horrifying scene, one knight gets a really bad gut feeling. He whispers that it is way too quiet, without a single soul or monster in sight. Panicked, a soldier begs the captain to fall back, but Ludus stays quiet, deep in thought. Out of nowhere, something hard clinks against a knight's helmet, echoing loudly. Pissed off, he snaps at the guy next to him, who swears he did not throw anything. Suddenly, rocks start raining down, bursting right up from the ground. A massive scorpion violently erupts from the sand, freezing a nearby knight dead in his tracks. Someone screams out a warning, and in an instant, a whole swarm of monsters bursts out, launching a brutal ambush on the entire army. Hyde and Luke lock eyes, pure panic setting in. Nearby, a knight screams his lungs out as the giant scorpions close in. Right then, Commander Ludus roars, telling everyone to hit the dirt if they want to live. He throws himself right onto the front lines. Drawing his blade, it erupts in a blinding golden light. He swings hard, smashing his sword right into a monster's armor. The beast screeches in pain. The massive shockwave kicks up a huge dust cloud, completely blinding the entire squad. Ludus immediately barks out orders to group up, yelling that they need to fall back right now. The cavalry spurs their horses into a full sprint, but the horde is right on their tails. Without warning, the ground collapses. One of the knights plunges straight into a sand pit, tossing Captain Horton hard into the dirt. He cries out in agony. And things are about to get worse. A massive scorpion looms over him, ready to snap. Ludus whips around, eyes wide with horror, screaming Horton's name. Watching the nightmare unfold, Hyde's mind races. He knows he has to jump into that pit if the captain is going to survive. His face hardens. He makes his choice, bracing himself for a deadly drop. He blows right past Luke in a blur, leaving him completely stunned. Throwing himself off his horse, Hyde charges the beast all by himself to pull the captain out. Luke screams for the captain to stay down, his own sword suddenly bursting with light. With deadly aim, he strikes the scorpion head-on. The monster howls in agony, but it just will not go down. Luke grinds his teeth, wondering how this thing is still breathing. He shouts at Horton to grab a horse so they can catch up with the main force. Horton scrambles onto another rider's horse, escaping a gruesome death. Hyde watches it all from a distance, silently taking note of his rival's insane bravery. A scout finally calls out that every unit made it out of Oldor alive. But Commander Ludus isn't running away. He orders the entire squad to turn right back around and line up. He marches his men straight back into the killing zone, ready to take the swarm head-on. Letting out a massive battle cry, he swears they are going to wipe out every single monster in the sands. Hyde bites his lip. He had second thoughts about helping since Horton is Ludus's man, making him a future enemy. But Luke didn't even blink. Even with a known traitor in their ranks, Hyde can't help but wonder. Is this guy just dangerously naive, or is he actually that pure? The camera pans up to the clear sky, marking the end of a brutal bloodbath. Down below, the sand is entirely covered in monster guts. Standing over their victory, Ludus sighs that the mess is cleaned up. Still, he can't shake how weird it was to get ambushed by that many scorpions. With the danger gone, Luke and Hyde finally get a second to breathe. Knowing this threat is way worse than they thought, Luke lets out a heavy sigh, looking totally drained from the crazy fight. Seeing him shaking, Hyde walks over and tosses him a water canteen to help him cool off. Luke catches it but plays it cool. He brushes off the fatigue, joking that the fight was actually a breeze. Hyde doesn't laugh. He stares right at him and asks why he risked his own neck to save those guys. He bluntly points out that Horton and his crew might be the very ones trying to cut his throat in the future. Luke just looks at him totally calm and admits that yeah, that could easily happen. But his voice stays firm. He says he didn't become a knight just to stand around and watch people die. Hyde falls dead silent, completely thrown off by how raw and heroic that answer was, but tells him to keep his mouth shut about it. We then cut back to Ludus, who is checking the clock on how long until the rest of the troops group up. He decides to stay off the radio, putting his faith in the other squads to handle their own business. Suddenly, a soldier sprints up to him, screaming for Captain Ludus in a total panic. The guy is holding a glowing magic orb, saying the captain needs to take this call right now. Ludus asks if it is Dasim on the line, but the soldier shakes his head as he hands the orb over. He grabs it and answers, stating his name and rank: Captain of the Knights Ludus Cicero. A crackling voice replies, calling himself Heinz of Desera, and nervously asks if they are still alive out there. The guard stationed on the wall asks if the captain's squad ran into any. But before Ludus can explain, Heinz drops a bomb. A massive horde of monsters is swarming right at the gates of Desera. Ludus freezes, a cold sweat breaking out. The scorpions they just fought were only a distraction. Heinz sounds desperate, explaining that most of their guards are out on patrol, leaving the city wide open. Hearing this, Ludus asks one vital question. He asks if the red scorpions are hiding out there. The knight shakes his head, no sign of them so far. Ludus catches on and promises to send backup to hold the line. Hearing this, a soldier speaks up, warning it might be a trap, a sneaky move to split their forces out in the desert. Ludus agrees. Since it is an ambush, it could easily be a trick. So he makes his choice, leave a small squad here and send everyone else back as backup. Hyde's eyes go wide. He instantly sees what is about to happen. If Ludus sends the whole crew away, he and Luke will be left totally alone. Hyde narrows his eyes, wondering if Ludus planned this whole thing, but he tells himself he won't go down easy. Then, Ludus shouts the orders. Only he and 5 others will stay behind. The rest will head back. But then he surprises everyone. Luke and Hyde, they are going back to Desera too. Hyde is stunned. Did he just hear that right? Ludus repeats himself, making it clear those two must return to Desera right now. Both of them are totally confused. They stare at the commander in shock. Luke even steps up to argue, but Ludus cuts him off right away, ordering him to listen. He grips the knight's shoulder firmly, showing his mind is made up. He looks Luke in the eye, saying he never doubted his strength. He is sending him back because he trusts him. Ludus orders him to bring the backup. Once they group up, they will crush the scorpion together. And he makes a promise. He will make sure Luke gets payback on the monster that killed his grandpa. Those words hit Luke right in the chest. His face lights up with pure focus and drive. With that settled, the commander orders them to leave as soon as they are ready. Standing a bit further away, Hyde watches the whole thing, studying Ludus's every move and word very closely. Soon after, the backup troops ride out, marching across the huge deadly sea of sand. Hyde is deep in thought. Why would Ludus send them away when he had the perfect chance to strike? He strongly feels Ludus is the traitor but admits it is just a guess for now. He even wonders if the prince gave the order. Either way, he decides not to drop his guard at all. After all, he knows very well that disaster never gives a warning before it strikes. Halfway down the road, Luke calls out to Hyde. He wants to talk in private. He asks if Hyde is also eager to destroy the scorpion, just to get justice for the divine swordsman. Hyde just stares back in silence, processing his teammate's weird question. Then Luke reveals something shocking. He doesn't care about revenge at all, even with hero's blood in his veins. He admits he never even talked to his grandpa. Honestly, the captain's speech just made him feel disappointed. Hyde smirks, pointing out it sounds like someone told him he needed to prove his own strength in the past. Luke asks if that makes him sound weird, genuinely wanting his rival's honest opinion. Hyde replies that it honestly sounds a bit spoiled since he got everything handed to him by his grandpa. Luke turns red, looking away in pure shame. Hyde says it is good to just talk, but right now they should focus on how to survive. Suddenly, he remembers something and asks, "Didn't someone hand Luke an item right before they left?" Luke nods. He did get something, but he was so distracted he hasn't even looked at it yet. The knight reaches into his armor and pulls out a folded piece of paper. He mentions that it is a note, and he is pretty sure he knows who sent it. Just like he thought it is from the second prince. He decides to see what the message says. As Luke starts reading, another knight yells at him to stay in line, but right at that moment, Hyde gets a really bad feeling. A strange, creepy purple glow starts flashing on his chest. His eyes light up. He pulls his horse away from the group, knowing something is terribly wrong. He glances back, feeling a dark presence creeping up, right toward all his friends. His eyes go wide in pure panic. They just walk straight into a trap. Desperate, he screams at the top of his lungs, yelling at everyone to stop their horses right this second. He yanks his reins, spinning his horse around sharply, leaving the other knights totally confused. Out of nowhere, the ground starts shaking violently, scaring one of the horses so badly it throws its rider right into the dirt. A soldier spots the movement ahead and screams in pure terror. It is an ambush. Suddenly, giant snakes and scorpions burst out of the sand, surrounding the entire team. Stepping up, Luke takes charge, shouting for everyone to get ready to fight. But when he looks around, his heart drops. The is absolutely terrifying. And to make things even worse, the giant red scorpion shows up, bursting out of the dunes completely enraged. Luke is completely frozen and staring right at the nightmare itself, the red scorpion. Now they are trapped from all sides. Horrifying beasts close in for the kill. A knight shrieks in total agony, while another desperately shouts to radio the captain, but the comms are completely dead. Right then, Hyde and Luke jump into the fight, stunning a nearby soldier with their fearless charge. Hyde unleashes a blast of purple energy while Luke's blade glows with a bright golden flare. He brags about landing the first hit, claiming the point for himself and totally annoying Luke. But Hyde fires back that he's keeping his own score too, as a massive snake coils up to strike. Out of nowhere, the beast lunges its gaping jaws, barely missing Hyde. In a deadly snap, a quick-thinking knight manages to block the monster's brutal attack, rescuing the boy at the very last second. Watching this unfold, Luke shrieks, Hyde's name in pure panic, terrified, his friend is gone. But instead, the serpent's head gets caught in a web of crackling purple energy, frozen completely in midair. In a flash, Hyde blasts the beast's head wide open from the inside out with crushing force. Drenched in monster blood, he glares at the battlefield with a freezing, dead-set stare. Luke calls him totally insane, but another knight points out Luke is just as bad. The chaotic clash rages on, as the soldiers give everything they have to hold back the desert swarm. Once the dust settles, Hyde wanders the ruined grounds alone, wading through gore and debris. He catches sight of the red scorpion. Realizing it just watched them fight and the other beasts moved in a super weird pattern. Hyde gets the chilling feeling. They were hunting for something exact. He stares down the red scorpion, which just stands there silently, sizing him up. Through the blowing sand, a gleam on the monster's head catches his eye. When he sees what it actually is, he is completely shocked, eyes widening in pure disbelief. Mikhail's old warning rings in his head about a priest of Lumen crossing these very sands. In that split second, it clicks. The glowing thing on the beast's forehead is the priest's holy pendant. Gordrick walks over, asking the captain if he left something behind. Looking dead serious, Ludus says no, leaving the soldier looking totally lost. Ludus then mutters he was just figuring it was about time they reached their drop zone. The view cuts away, throwing us right back into a wild desert brawl between knights and towering freaks. Deep in the bloody chaos, Helmut lifts his head dripping with gore but flashing a fierce glare. All of a sudden, Luke Yeager lets out a terrified yell as a nightmare speeds his way. A massive snake bursts from the dunes, towering right over him. Frozen in shock, Luke just watches helplessly as the Titan drops down for the kill. But right at the breaking point, Helmut rockets forward at crazy speed to try and save his buddy. He makes it just in time, launching himself into the strike path to smash the giant beast away. He knocks the snake off course, smashing a huge crater into the dirt. Helmut glares at the threat with pure rage, ready to bleed to win. From a distance, a shady figure declares they caught the target, ordering his men to slaughter everyone else. Hearing this, the giant scorpion's eyes light up, gearing up for another deadly wave. But Helmut pushes himself up, pointing his blade at two massive snakes, daring them to try. Darkness creeps in beneath a blood-red sky, a glowing full moon watching the horror. Right then, the hooded guy steps out. He smirks, asking if our hero is the only one left standing. He mocks Helmut as a sad little lamb who just got lucky dodging the massacre. The young fighter glares down his enemy, his bloody face burning with pain. Helmut steps right up to the mysterious guy and his monstrous scorpion pet. He senses a weird vibe, guessing it is demonic magic kicking up. But the crystal on the beast and the guy's energy feel totally alien. Suddenly, the hooded freak unleashes his heavy aura, revealing that he is actually using holy magic. The bad guy claps for Helmut's raw power, amazed the kid practically wiped out his entire monster squad alone. He wonders what the boy's deal really is feeling, a dark, creepy vibe from him too. Helmut brushes off the taunt, barking out a furious demand to know where they took Luke Yeager. The man flashes a smug grin, warning the kid that talking it out. He hints that the backup Helmut is waiting for is about to meet a really tragic accident. Realizing his squad is getting wiped out, Helmut completely snaps. His eyes flash with killer intent as he calls the guy out for sacrificing everyone just to kidnap Luke. Catching the villain totally off guard, the shady guy realizes Helmut is not just some random soldier, but a major threat. Gripping his blood-soaked blade, Helmut growls that he will beat the answers out of him to get Luke back. The villain then lets out a dark chuckle, finding the kid's bold threats absolutely hilarious. His giggles quickly turn into a booming, mocking the hero and asking if he can actually back up his big talk. Right then, he reveals a huge secret. He states that Luke is nothing more than a pawn, blindly following orders from the shadows. The direct command to eliminate the divine swordsman's grandson actually came from High Priest Nardalos himself. Helmut freezes in pure shock. He suddenly realizes that saving Luke's life means going to war with the entire Holy Temple. We learn that the temple is desperately trying to grow its dark power, and getting rid of the hero was the fastest way to do it. Taking it all in, Helmut tightens his grip on his heavy blade and finally speaks up, loudly declaring that he just changed his mind. A fierce blazing aura explodes from his body as he charges right at the enemy with a deadly strike. Glowing with raw power, he screams that he will definitely save Luke, but he's going to crush this fake priest first. Unfazed, Nardalos just rolls his eyes and calls him a crazy fool, openly laughing at the young warrior's blind courage. The camera pans back to the chaos in the desert. Without warning, a massive sandworm bursts from the ground, ambushing one of the knights. The brutal strike sends Knight Gordoric flying through the air, screaming in pure agony. Crashing into the dirt, Gordoric coughs violently, his body crushed by the heavy blow. Meanwhile, Luke Yeager pants heavily. He is completely drained but refuses to fall. He drops to one knee before his captain, who steps out of the shadows. Ludus Cicero stares down at the young knight with a chilling, mysterious glare. Completely lost, Luke can only whisper his captain's name, his mind spinning. Fear creeps in as he asks where the rest of his squad is. Ludus flat out ignores him. "Get up and walk," he orders coldly. The scene cuts to the two of them, marching through a rocky canyon under the fading evening sky. A suffocating silence hangs between them. Finally, Ludus breaks the quiet, bringing up Luke's grandfather. He talks about how much he looked up to the man, bleeding for 10 long years just to earn his respect. The captain admits he sent Luke to fight alone to prove his worth, but then smirks. He claims that only foolish brats think hard work actually pays off. Luke freezes, his eyes wide in absolute shock. He begs for forgiveness, but insists on asking his boss just one thing. A dark memory flashes in Luke's mind, a warning he desperately wanted to ignore. The letter was clear: never stay in a room alone with the night captain. Panic sets in. He asks if all that trust was just a sick joke. Ludus slowly says Luke's name, his voice terrifyingly calm. He then drops a bombshell. This exact spot is where Luke's grandfather was last seen alive. The terrifying truth hits Luke like a truck, locking his body in place. Cold sweat drips down his face. Ludus smiles and confesses, I lured Darian into a trap and buried him right here. With dead eyes, he promises the young knight that he is going to join him. Just then, strange smoke starts hissing from the ground beside them. We snap back to Helmut, whose sword erupts with a dark purple aura. He unleashes a vicious slash at the priest and his beast. Our hero is completely wrapped in this dark power, fully locked into the fight, but the giant scorpion swings its claw and blocks the strike, sparking a massive explosion. Helmut grits his teeth, realizing that just being near that holy light makes his chest burn in pain. He quickly dodges a deadly tail whip, struggling to keep his dark power in check. Nardolas looks confused. Why is this monster-like boy backing away from the holy light? Helmut pushes forward again, but raw dark energy starts leaking from his skin. We see a dark seed glowing wildly right inside his chest. The priest's eyes snap wide open, finally putting the pieces together. He instantly throws up a wall of blinding light, blasting Helmut backward with pure holy power. Sliding back, Helmut realizes some people managed to slip past the temple's radar. Nardolos flashes a twisted smile, screaming that destiny sent him to kill this beast and bring back justice. The setting suddenly shifts, taking us to a fancy castle high up in the mountains. Inside, a girl flips through a book, her eyes drawn to a silver bracelet. Sitting alone in the grand library, she tries to calm her nerves. No news is good news, she hopes. Back to the clash. Priest Nardolos unleashes a storm of holy light, but Helmut stands his ground, swatting away the golden beams with his dark aura. Frustrated, Nardolos screams, mocking the boy for being so good at running away. Our hero just stares him down with ice-cold eyes, reading the battlefield. He notices a huge flaw: the once raging scorpion is standing totally still. He figures it out: the crystal is controlling the beast, but the connection is buggy. Helmut also sees that the priest is an amateur. His attacks are wide open. He tightly grips his sword, spotting the perfect opening to strike. Now all he needs is pure willpower. Without holding back, he charges straight at the priest, completely dropping his guard. Nardolos laughs and calls him a fool, shouting that a blind rush like that has zero chance. But Helmut keeps charging as the priest screams for him to embrace the light. Helmut, his face smeared with grime, glares at the enemy with pure resolve burning in his eyes. Back in the desert, the heavy dust finally starts to settle. Wrapped in a chilling dark vibe, Ludus slowly draws his blade, getting ready to go all out. The two stare each other down across a wasteland of total ruin. Ludus actually gives the kid some credit, calling his moves seriously impressive, but Luke tells him to cut the act, knowing his old captain could have taken him out way earlier. Ludus just gives him this dead, hollow stare like nothing even matters to him. Heartbroken, Luke admits he doesn't even recognize the guy standing in front of him anymore. Without a single word, the captain lunges, going straight for the finishing move. But the young knight barely gets his guard up at the last second, sending sparks flying everywhere. Ludus compliments the kid again, saying he really inherited the family talent and looks just like his grandpa back in the day. But then he screams that even with all that, it's just not enough to make it out of here in one piece. The impact is so heavy, it sends wild tremors right down Luke's blade. Ludus sneers, taunting that a real swordsman would have dodged that. He barks that his grandpa would have already countered and rushes Luke with everything he's got. He keeps yelling that a true divine swordsman wouldn't even flinch at a strike this weak. Spotting an opening, Ludus swings a massive full-power horizontal slash. The blade catches Luke right across the chest before he can even blink. Ludus roars in pure frustration, totally disgusted by how weak the divine swordsman's heir turned out to be. He finally stops swinging, gripping his hilt tight with eyes of ice. Sprawled out on the dirt, Luke spits up a pool of crimson, totally beaten and out of gas. His captain glares down at him with pure disgust, asking what kind of pathetic joke he's looking at. He coldly states that Bassar doesn't need a divine swordsman anymore, especially not one like Luke Yeager. But even battered, Luke uses his sword as a crutch, dragging himself up to keep going. Ludus raises his weapon to finish the job, muttering that there's still something he just doesn't get. Out of nowhere, Luke snaps back and deflects the strike, setting off a shower of sparks. The captain's blade slips, slicing right into the young knight's shoulder instead. Right then, with his eyes glowing bright, Luke unleashes this massive hidden power, catching his enemy completely off guard. Stunned by the sudden burst of energy, Ludus can barely hold back the kid's counter. The young knight grits his teeth, throwing every ounce of his strength into holding his ground. The two just start trading, wild, heavy swings, metal clashing, and sparks filling the air. It's almost like his grandpa's spirit is right there giving Luke the push he needs to stay on his feet. Ludus is totally shook by the kid's stubbornness. As the rage boils over, he hoists his sword high, channeling every last drop of his power into one final strike. The clash sets off a massive blast of golden energy, wiping out everything in its path. As the smoke finally clears, a giant crater is left behind from the sheer impact. Beaten down, Luke asks what exactly the captain hates so much to go this far. Ludus just locks eyes with him, ice cold, a fresh cut dripping red down his cheek. He boldly states that Luke's end will go down in history as a hero's sacrifice. Raising his blade high, he declares that with this very sword, he struck down the past and now he'll erase the last successor. Down on his knees, Luke accepts what's coming, just waiting for the final swing from his old boss. But out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the silence, asking whoever said Luke was the last one left. Ludus whips around in total shock, trying to figure out where that ambush came from. A flash of purple energy rips through the air, cracking the earth open with crazy power. Right then, Helmut steps out of the shadows, dripping in a pitch-black aura, with absolute rage in his eyes. Luke is frozen, stunned beyond words to see who just showed up to save his life. Covered in that heavy dark energy, Helmut's arrival leaves Luke completely speechless. He growls, Ludus, Cicero's name, his voice dripping with pure venom. His whole vibe shifts entirely, showing off his true form as he grips his sword like a man on a mission. Glaring daggers, he promises that it's finally time to put an end to all this. Ludus glares right back with matched fury. Standing tall in his dark aura right in front of Luke, the young knight is totally lost. Freaking out, Luke asks how Hyde the kid he used to know even got all the way out here. But Helmut just shows his true colors, staring the knight down with a chilling, dead serious glare. Suddenly, someone screams at him to crawl back to Lumen's side. Glowing with golden light, Helmut charges forward without a second thought, his blade wrapped in shadows as he clashes head-on with that holy power. The enemy then unleashes a massive blast of light, trying to wipe our boy off the map. He even smirks, totally convinced his big move just sealed the deal. A huge cloud of dust kicks up, hiding the aftermath of that crazy energy blast. But to the guy's absolute shock, Helmut just bursts right out of the smoke without a single scratch. The enemy's smug grin instantly melts away, terrified by the monster standing in front of him. Moving like a blur, Helmut zips right past him before the guy can even blink. The man flips out, yelling that this makes zero sense, since he just used his energy to scorch the dark seed. Turns out, Helmut only made it through because he channeled every ounce of his power straight into his blade. To pull this off, he had to tap into the exact same dark energy he'd been trying to hold back this whole time. But he makes it clear that this short window is all he needs. Fully ready to finish this clash for good, the shot cuts to Helmut hitting the dirt, blasted away by an insane force. The strike slams right into the giant scorpion's head, and the beast definitely feels the sting. Helmut figures the priest has been messing with the monster's mind to turn it against them. The camera reveals the Lumen priest standing right in the path of the massive creature. He stares down the beast with a dead serious glare, gearing up for a huge showdown. Out of nowhere, a blinding light slices through the sky, showing off the priest's crazy power level. Helmut is shown collapse on the ground, battered and completely drained, with the towering monster looming right at his back. The dark seed in his chest starts glowing, reacting to the massive energy wave. We get a quick flashback showing a younger Helmut sweating it out in training next to his master Darien. The frame zooms in on Darien's face, looking super intense and packed with pure wisdom. Snapping back to reality, a heavily battered Helmut grips his blade with fierce resolve. The giant scorpion then pivots and charges straight at the Lumen priest. The guy loses his mind, screaming that a low-level beast has. Clapping his hands together, he shouts for the creature to vanish into thin air, unleashing a huge wave of golden energy. A colossal blast of light erupts, proving just how destructive the priest really is. But as the smoke fades, it turns out the giant scorpion tanked the hit, and now there is someone standing right on top of it. Smirking with pure disgust, the priest calls the creature a brainless animal, fully believing he took the win. But suddenly, Helmut steps out from the shadows right behind him with a chilling glare. Faster than you can blink, he drives his blade straight through the priest's center, making him cry out in agony. Helmut backs off as the guy collapses from the massive strike, while the giant scorpion just sits back and watches the show. The priest stumbles back, completely stunned that he took such a critical hit. Delivering the final blow, the scorpion slams its massive claw down, pinning the guy hard to the dirt. Hyde watches the whole thing play out, his eyes glowing with a deep purple aura. Spitting up red, the priest curses them both out, calling them nothing but lowly trash. Hyde steps right up to the guy and drops a freezing tone, demanding to know where Luke is hiding. Refusing to talk, the priest screams out that a cursed rat like him shouldn't get cocky. Out of patience, Hyde stomps a heavy boot right onto the guy's mouth, shutting him up instantly. He casually mentions that he is totally used to slicing and dicing, until people start talking. With a menacing glare, he threatens to start taking apart anything that still works. The priest's eyes shoot wide open in pure panic, as it finally clicks what's about to go down. The scene shifts over to a gloomy cave, where Helmut is now staring down a fresh, heavy-hitting threat. Rocking his slicked back long hair, he grips his blade as his dark aura flares up big time. We find out that during his last training arc, that Dark Seed leveled up right alongside his own energy, and we are looking at the exact same setup here. Only this time his power has recharged so much that it's nearly impossible to hold back. He knows this crazy boost won't last long, but while he's in this zone, he can actually stand toe-to-toe with his target. And that guy is Ludus Cicero, looking like an absolute boss wrapped in heavy armor and a bright golden aura. Ludus is stunned, demanding to know how a kid like him survived that hellish zone. Helmut just fires back that Ludus never thought he'd catch a loss from someone like him. Hearing that, the commander's face twists into pure rage, totally mind-blown by our hero's nerve. With a flash of speed, Ludus sends a massive slash of golden energy flying right at him. The blast erupts on the ground with insane impact, kicking up a huge dust cloud and shattering everything nearby. But Ludus starts sweating when he realizes his strike didn't do the trick, because Helmut is already pushing right through the smoke cloud, and now the two are locked in blades ready to swing. Full of spite, Ludus roars out, warning him that no matter who he thinks he isn't walking out of here in one piece. The showdown kicks off and the auras of both fighters erupt with absolutely ridiculous power. Ludus spits out that his identity means nothing, because once he wipes him off the map, all his problems are gone. But Helmut hits him with a fearless smirk, telling him that's only if he can actually pull it off. The weapons clash again, and Helmut's raw strength actually starts pushing the commander backward. Ludus is completely thrown off, wondering what kind of crazy cheat code the kid is using to hit this hard. He barely manages to parry a strike, but Helmut's shadow sword keeps bringing the pressure. With a slick spin move, our hero swings again, flexing his high-tier skills. Watching from a distance, Luke Yeager gets completely caught off guard by a move he actually recognizes. Helmut busts out a sword technique moving at such insane speed. Purple streaks of energy slice through the air. Helmut locks eyes with his opponent, his dead serious expression making it clear playtime is over. Caught off guard, Ludus demands to know where he learned that exact sword style. Helmut just slowly raises his blade, declaring that his weapon will do all the talking. Ludus's eyes snap wide open as the sheer familiarity of the stance hits him. For a split second, the phantom silhouette of a legendary master flashes behind Helmut. Rattled to his core, Ludus mutters under his breath that it just cannot be real. Helmut coldly warns him that while Darien might have let things slide, he has absolutely zero intention of letting him walk away alive with all that hatred. Ludus clenches his hilt, and his golden aura flares up blindingly bright. The sheer force of his energy blasts through the entire cave, gearing up for an all-out strike. He screams that this is impossible, bragging that he was the one who ambushed Darien and dragged him to the temple. But Helmut coldly replies that if seeing the technique firsthand isn't enough proof, talking is completely useless. The clash resumes as both fighters lunge, their blades smashing together with brutal force. Moving like a shadow, Helmut slips past the golden strike, letting the pure energy just graze him. Furious, Ludus hurls two massive waves of light that rocket straight toward our hero. Watching from a safe distance, Luke Yeager takes it all in, completely blown away by the crazy level of this surreal battle. Helmut somehow manages to block the onslaught, sending sparks flying in every direction. In a flash, he ducks right under a deadly swing, flexing his insane speed before parrying the commander's blade, and locking them into a brutal test of raw strength. Seizing the perfect opening, Helmut stomps right on Ludus's foot to throw off his balance. He dodges another strike instantly, throwing his left hand forward to cast a spell. Ludus fires back with a massive slash of energy, forcing Helmut to retreat. Without hesitating, the boy drops to the dirt and slides smoothly, dodging the lethal attack by mere inches. The collision of their powers triggers a massive shockwave that completely lights up the pitch-black cave. The blast is so intense, it actually sends Luke flying backward. Even through the dust, we clearly see both powerhouses down on one knee, panting as they recover from the crazy impact. Helmut realizes that even now winning isn't a sure thing, and he really needs to end this fast. Ludus rises back up, his golden aura blazing, looking like an absolute god of war. He admits that he finally gets why the divine swordsman picked him as his true successor. Our hero gives a faint smirk, actually appreciating the nod of respect, but Ludus growls that this is exactly why he cannot and will not ever accept him. He flares up even more power and screams that the divine swordsman's legacy ends right here. Helmut just shuts his eyes for a brief second, locking in for the next round. We learn that Ludus has literally spawned his own domain, completely warping the battleground around them. Totally fearless, our hero charges forward, more than ready to throw down in this new arena. The commander looks stunned, shocked by the kid's guts to attack him head-on. With a crazy leap, Helmut vaults right over him, lining up a surprise strike from above. The beatdown rages on with insane intensity, as their blades smash together with ridiculous power. Ludus goes on the offensive, looking dead serious and refusing to give our hero a single second to breathe. But Helmut manages to parry the hit-crossing blades in another fierce struggle of strength. He whips out a smaller weapon to block, catching the commander totally off guard with a weird technique. In a flash, our hero shoves Ludus away, suddenly switching up his entire fighting style. The commander aims for a sweeping side slash, but Helmut easily weaves around it. Ludus starts panting heavily, really feeling the heat of this completely unpredictable fight. Confused, he demands to know what the kid is doing since that is definitely not Darien's style. Helmut casually explains that since Ludus already knew all the classic moves, he just blended in a few techniques the guy had never seen before. Disgusted, Ludus screams that he inherited the greatest style in the world, yet he's out here using pathetic cheap tricks. Our hero just answers back calmly, completely unbothered by his enemy's rage. He simply states that the masters of those mixed styles were far better swordsmen than Ludus could ever be. The commander pauses, stung by the insult, and asks if he seriously believes that nonsense. He quickly snaps back, calling the boy a total fake, adding that unfortunately Hyde is a fraud too. He screams that a real divine swordsman would never rely on the power of another coward. Suddenly, our hero's dark purple aura explodes outward, as he gears up to unleash his real strength. With ice in his eyes, he apologizes for disappointing him, but warns that he's nothing like Darien. Taking to the skies, he rockets forward, spawning multiple afterimages of himself to completely mess with his opponent's head. Ludus screams in pure fury, barking that cheap magic tricks and illusions will never work on him. The commander just stands his ground, staring down the clones with a mocking smirk. Eyes glowing with rage, he charges at full speed, ready to end this kid's little game once and for all. His massive strike connects right with the boot, but he realizes it was just a setup. Out of nowhere, Helmut materializes right behind him. Ludus spins around, terror flashing in his wide eyes. We learn that a smart plan is your best weapon against stronger foes. And sure enough, the trick pays off perfectly, as Helmut drives his blade straight through Ludus's heavy armor, landing a deadly strike. From here, the story pulls us back in time, to an ancient desert town. There we see three young boys running around and swinging wooden swords, hoping to become great heroes one day. Up on a roof, two of them look down at a massive event unfolding in the streets. A grand night ceremony is taking place, with rows of heavily armored soldiers filling a huge courtyard. Standing out among them is a knight named Darien. With his striking white hair and calm demeanor, he easily commands respect. Watching him, the young boy beams with absolute awe, completely captivated by this legendary swordsman. Years go by, and that same kid grows up to wear his own silver armor. He finally gets to fight and ride into battle alongside his childhood idol. During a massive clash, Darien takes on a whole horde of monsters at once, showing unbelievable bravery. Gripping his blade tight, he fights like a beast, using his huge strength to keep everyone safe. The younger knight just stares, completely stunned, unable to process the sheer scale of that power. Meanwhile, a quick cut shows someone receiving a dark, mysterious blade from a royal figure. We then cut to Darien and his squad standing at a formal event, where they are being honored for their incredible victories. Here, Ludus, now sporting a thick beard and a fierce stare, burns with total focus, and we finally realize that the starry-eyed kid from before was actually Ludus all along. He steps up, begging for the absolute honor to be trained by Darien himself. We see Ludus looking dead serious, totally prepared to swear his loyalty. Darien just gives him a weird look, mentioning how odd and out of character this whole request is. But Ludus pushes back, pleading for a chance to endure his brutal training. The master swordsman just glares at him from the corner of his eye, looking extremely cold and suspicious. Without missing a beat, he flat-out rejects him, leaving Ludus totally crushed by the blunt answer. Darien admits the guy has solid potential, but his secret techniques are strictly reserved for his own son. Frustrated and angry, Ludus snaps back, yelling that Darien's kid couldn't even handle the pressure and gave up. Darien's eyes instantly turn lethal, as he shoots him a deadly stare, warning him not to cross the line. Feeling ashamed, Ludus quickly backs down and apologizes. Darien simply tells him to stick solely to his normal job. Ludus just drops his head in defeat, a single drop of sweat dripping down his face. Masking his deep frustration, the scene then shifts to a quiet castle courtyard, a peaceful spot surrounded by a lush green garden. Soon, another knight steps onto the scene, calling out to Sir Darien, who is just sitting there enjoying the silence. The man respectfully asks for a quick second of his time, and Darien turns his head to see what's going on. Gripping his weapon tightly, the knight looks deeply focused and ready for action. Without a word, he launches into a fierce training routine, showing off some incredibly smooth and advanced sword skills. Darien's eyes lock onto him, silently judging every single swing and step. The knight pushes himself to the absolute limit, displaying totally flawless technique. He explains that he copied all of this just by watching, figuring out the rest on his own. Dropping to one knee, he pledges his entire life to Darien, begging for just one chance to prove himself. But Darien coldly says his full name, Ludus Cicero, making the knight freeze up. Darien gets visibly angry, asking why he's wasting his time with this complete nonsense. Ludus is totally frozen, breaking out in a cold sweat as his master's rage boils over. Darien decides to make things painfully clear this time. Since the first polite rejection didn't sink in, he bluntly tells Ludus he is simply unworthy to inherit his fighting style, and it has absolutely nothing to do with a lack of skill. He then snaps at Ludus, telling him to stop being so arrogant, and orders him to take a long, hard look in the mirror before demanding anything. To end he commands Ludus to bury this topic forever. Tears stream down Ludus's face as he quietly whispers that it was never about that. He just wanted to be a great warrior like him and prove he actually mattered. Snapping back to the present day, Ludus collapses to the hard dirt, bleeding out fast, as he silently relives that heartbreaking night under the glowing moon. Helmut stands tall over Ludus, who is now broken on his knees, defeated, and coughing up blood. With a messy face, Ludus finally admits that Master Darien was actually an arrogant and deeply selfish guy. Our hero pauses for a second, silently agreeing that he really can't argue with that. Ludus confesses that pure toxic resentment drove his betrayal, because he was absolutely crushed when Darien shut him out so completely. Standing there in the dark, Helmut finally pieces together why his master's attitude changed so much later on. He then glances down at the dying commander, asking if he ever felt bad about the betrayal. Ludus lets out a weak, painful chuckle, revealing he became totally obsessed with wiping out every last trace of Darien's legacy. But as he looks at his own bloody hands, he admits he could never truly let go of his past. He figures out that Darien must be dead by now, and the boy quietly nods to confirm it. Barely holding on, Ludus uses his last breath to ask a question. As his purple eye glows in the shadows, our hero thinks about his master's anger and decides exactly what he will say next. Helmut simply points out that Darien never seemed to care about him at all. Looking totally heartbroken, the fallen commander whispers that he finally sees the truth. When Ludus asks for his real name, the boy calmly replies Helmut. With his dying breath, the commander promises to watch from the afterlife to see what path Helmut chooses. Without missing a beat, Helmut swings his blade. The pure force of the strike sends the commander's head flying through the air. Covered in fresh blood, our hero stares down at the gruesome scene with a freezing gaze, feeling zero regret. As the severed head passes across the full moon, Helmut decides he is finally going to live life by his own rules. The once mighty knight commander crashes to the earth totally defeated. Down on the ground, the dust settles as Luke faces Hyde, who asks if he is the master's final student. Luke suddenly realizes this is Helmut, but the young swordsman tells him to just call him Hyde. Luke feels like a total fool for bragging so much about being the divine swordsman's grandson. Now that the battle is over, he asks what Hyde is going to do next. Hyde points out that the captain betrayed their master, but no one is going to believe the truth. The young swordsman gets lost in thought, trying to figure a way out of this huge mess. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he turns to share his brand new plan with Luke. But out of nowhere, the heavy sound of horse hooves cuts them off. They both snap their heads toward the noise, wondering who could be coming this way. Hyde gets a strong feeling and smiles, thinking things might just work out after all. Right on time, a high-ranking noble on horseback rides up to the duo. He admits he already knew the captain came out here alone, and demands to know what happened. A heavy gust of wind sweeps through the canyon, making the mood incredibly tense. After listening to their explanation, the noble finally pieces together the whole crazy situation. He stares down at the shattered armor and sighs, hating that it had to end this way. Luke steps up and asks how long he knew about the betrayal, and the noble admits it was nothing more than a suspicion. He says sorry for keeping it a secret, but the young knight just shakes his head, saying it does not matter anymore. Looking deeply hurt, Luke confesses that the captain was like a real father to him. The noble quietly listens to the boy's pain, keeping a totally straight and serious face. He steps in to explain that a true captain has to be the absolute core of the knights, a leader everyone can trust with their lives. He keeps going, pointing out that this rule applies even to people from the bloodline that Luke hates the most. Taking a step forward, he rests a heavy hand on the knight's shoulder and warns that one day he might have to carry this very burden. Completely stunned, Luke stammers, asking if the noble wants him to become the new captain, but the older man just laughs in his face, asking if Luke thinks he is actually crazy enough to do that. Luke turns bright red from the scolding while Hyde just stands back with a tiny smirk. The man explains that Vice Captain Decim is taking the job since he was secretly a spy all along. Still, he gives Luke some encouragement, telling the boy that if he works hard and proves his worth, the top spot might belong to him one day. Luke just stays quiet, letting this massive new life goal sink in. They finally lay out the cover story. They will tell everyone they took down the villains as a team, keeping Hyde's true identity completely hidden. Luke hates the idea, asking if Hyde is really okay with giving away half the glory. But Hyde calmly replies that Luke belongs in Basor because that is exactly what Darien would have wanted. He needs to live there as a swordsman, who never backs down from anyone to truly honor his grandfather's legacy. Taking a deep breath, Luke accepts his fate and promises to do whatever it takes to live up to the name. Hearing that fire in his voice, Hyde flashes a warm smile, looking totally satisfied with the knight's spirit. The noble chimes in saying that this is the best answer he has ever heard from the kid. Turning his attention to Hyde, he apologizes for dragging him into this giant political mess. He asks about the Red Scorpion's location and Luke warns that it is pretty close by. The noble starts putting the puzzle pieces together, listing out the monster attack, the brutal battle, and the crazy final showdown. Hyde just stands there thinking to himself, wondering if the public will actually believe a story with so many holes in it. But the noble is sharp and completely understands the enemy's original plan. They wanted to fake a rescue mission, just to lead Luke into a death trap. Even if the kids survived, Ludus was supposed to finish the job, letting the traitors walk away as heroes. After that, they would leak Luke's royal identity to win over the public's heart. Luke is totally blown away by the noble's smarts, while Hyde breathes a sigh of relief that the guy bought their story. Flashing a clever look, the noble suggests they just reuse the enemy's exact strategy. Hyde and Luke lean in closely, ready to hear the details of this new plan. Looking a little unsure about their next move, they agree on a cover story. The knights put up a brave fight. But in the end, it was Luke, the hero, who took down the beast and saved the kingdom. The noble smirks, asking if that doesn't sound like a perfect fairy tale for the public. Luke feels terrible, dragging a dead man's name into this, but he knows it's the only way to fix this mess. He nods, along with the plan, and the noble turns to Hyde, telling him to lead the way to the monster's corpse. But before they move, Luke speaks up. He wants to bury the captain's body right here, right now. The noble raises an eyebrow. Without a body, a simple story won't be enough to fool the public. The young knight holds up 2 fingers. He has 2 solid reasons. First, the cuts on the captain's body are clearly from a sword, which would definitely raise some eyebrows back home. Second, even without physical proof, this gives him a real purpose to fight for. With fierce determination, he promises that he will personally make sure everyone believes the story. Surprised, the noble studies the young knight's sudden change in attitude. There's a new fire in his eyes. He almost asks if Luke is actually the divine swordsman's grandson, making the boy blink in confusion. But the noble quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing, and agrees to go along with the idea. Right then and there, Knight Luke Yeager steps up, fueled by a brand new purpose for his future. Hyde watches Luke from a distance just as the first morning sun rays peek over the horizon. As dawn breaks, a fresh chapter starts for everyone caught up in this crazy situation. In his heart, Hyde whispers an apology to Darien, because he finally stops seeing the grandfather's shadow hanging over Luke. The scene then jumps to the middle of the desert, where the group arrives to wrap up the final step of their plan. Lying out there in the sand is the massive, lifeless body of the Red Scorpion. The noble steps up to the giant creature, making sure this is actually the monster that went down. He quickly asks about the priest's body, but the others say it's already buried nearby. The noble asks about the condition of the corpse, but Hyde shrugs it off, saying he just had a few questions to ask the guy. The noble had planned to use that body to pressure the temple, but now the temple can easily wash their hands of it. Shifting gears, he asks if they plan to split the massive bounty for the monster. Luke shakes his head. He wants Hyde to have it all, admitting he wasn't the one who actually brought the beast down. Plus, he says there are things way more important than cash on the line right now. The noble listens closely, picking up on the young knight's total shift in mindset. So he gives Hyde a pat on the back, joking that the kid just became He says he's going to gather his men and tells the two to wait tight for a bit. The second he leaves, Hyde dashes over to the monster's body to check something crucial. Just as he thought the monster's core is totally gone, another beast must have snatched it. You see, monsters do this to steal each other's power and grow way stronger. This means whichever monster swallowed that core is going to evolve into a massive threat down the road. Letting out a deep breath, Hyde drops down onto the dead creature, finally taking a moment to rest his legs after all the chaos. Off to the side, Luke keeps his eyes locked on the horizon, fully aware of the tough road waiting for him. The scene then cuts to a heavy emotional funeral where the fallen captain's sword is carried with deep respect. A huge line of knights marches behind the coffin, honoring their fallen leader. The big ceremony takes place right in the city square, with a massive crowd gathered to watch. Stepping up to the front, the noble starts his speech, announcing that while the city is safe, they lost Commander Ludus. He reminds everyone that they also had to say goodbye to the divine swordsman, bringing tears to the eyes of the crowd. He calls it a heartbreaking tragedy but pushes them to carry on the legacy of those who passed. That heavy duty is now passed to Dasim Alvis, who steps up as the new captain of the knights, but then catching everyone completely off guard. The noble loudly calls out a name, Luke Yeager, standing right in the middle of the troops. The young guy stares at the stage with a totally serious, unshakable look. He steps out of line and walks straight past all the senior knights. The crowd immediately starts whispering, dying to know who this random kid is. But Luke doesn't even flinch. He just keeps moving forward, radiating total confidence. Taking a deep breath, he grips the handle of his sword tight. The crowd gasps, completely lost on what is about to happen on that stage. With his eyes closed, Luke focuses his mind. Digging deep, he flashes back to the moment he turned his back on his grandfather. But Helmut was the one who finally opened his eyes to the truth. He finally gets that both sides of his past make up the exact man he is today. Right then, a massive blast of golden energy erupts from his body. The knight steps forward, completely reborn, letting everyone witness his raw, unmatched power. The crowd goes dead, silent, completely blown away by the sheer force of that golden light. Stepping up, the noble proudly announces the name he was born to carry. Luke Deppert, the true son of Darien. One of the rich guests in the crowd drops his jaw, stammering and asking what he just heard. The man boldly declares that Luke has finally come home, and he is the one who rescued them all from the deadly red scorpion attack. Hearing this, epic tale tears start welling up in the eyes of the onlookers. Staring up at their savior with pure respect, he clenches his fists and shouts that the great hero's spirit lives on just to keep them safe. The entire plaza absolutely loses it, cheering and chanting the name of Bassora's brand new champion at the top of their lungs. Tucked away in the cheering mob, Hyde just watches with a sly, proud smirk. But that shocked noble from earlier leaps to his feet, boiling with rage. Pointing a shaking finger at the stage, the angry man barks that Luke's nightmare is only just getting started. Luke can already feel his brother's icy glare burning into him. But he doesn't even flinch, calmly, stating he is ready to take on whatever they throw at him. The camera cuts to the bustling town square a little while after the big event wraps up. We spot Hyde packing his gear, getting ready to hit the road. While tying bags to the saddle, Luke begs his buddy to stick around just a bit longer. But Hyde shakes his head, saying he has got his own business to take care of. A wave of sadness washes over the knight's face, though he clearly respects his friend's choice to leave. Giving him a warm look, Hyde tells Luke he sees him as a real brother, especially since they trained under the very same master. Flashing a bright smile, Luke swears that if Hyde ever needs backup, he will drop everything and come running. But Hyde just laughs and jokes that he really hopes it never comes to that, earning an annoyed eye roll from Luke. Right on cue, the friendly noble strolls over to them. He checks if Hyde got his prize money safely and warmly, invites the kid to come back anytime for a true champion's feast. Hyde smirks and says he will think about it, though he quickly gripes that Bassora is way too sweaty and exhausting for his taste. With that, the young guy kicks off his journey riding solo through the massive city gates. Watching him fade into the distance, the noble turns to Luke and points out that he is on his own now. Luke nods, a heavy feeling sinking into his chest. Standing tall, the young hero gazes out, ready to face his destiny and his huge... Suddenly, Luke gasps in pure shock. The noble just bursts out laughing, teasing that his clueless, innocent face totally fits him. He drops a bombshell, revealing he recognized their master's sword style right away. Why? Because unlike Luke's bitter brother, this noble was a massive fan of the great hero. The young knight just freezes in his tracks, completely dumbfounded that his massive... But the noble pats his shoulder to calm him down, promising his lips are sealed so they can stay good friends. Staring out at the setting sun, the noble softly hopes that the next time they meet, Hyde will finally reveal his actual name. The camera suddenly cuts away, dropping us right in front of the map. In a quick flash to the past, we see Robert looking absolutely stunned as Helmut packs a single bag to leave home. It turns out the loyal servant handed him just one tiny gold coin before sending him off. And with that memory, the crazy events in Bassora finally wrap up. Fast forward, and the big day of the Academy's reopening is finally here. Inside, bright morning sunlight floods the hallways and you can practically feel the hype in the air. We catch the young student Alea strolling down the corridor with a soft, happy smile on his face. But halfway down the hall, he stops dead in his tracks. Up ahead, he spots a familiar guy with messy purple hair walking away from him. His eyes shoot wide open in pure shock. He knows that back anywhere, it is none other than Helmut casually strolling toward a classroom door. A deep red blush creeps across Alea's cheek. Finding his voice, he yells out Helmut's name, instantly whining about how the guy should have used his magic bracelet to text him first. But when the guy turns around, it is a totally different Helmut. This one is rocking a deep golden tan and casually calls out Alea's name. Alea just stands there totally frozen, completely unable to process the strange sight in front of him. He lets out a loud shriek, completely freaked out by how insanely tan the guy got during his trip. Just then, a green-haired classmate walks up looking just as baffled by their friend's crazy new makeover. Helmut just stares back with his sun-baked skin, keeping that classic stone-cold chill expression on his face. The green-haired kid asks what on earth happened to him. Without missing a beat, Helmut calmly explains it was just some handy disguise magic. After a quick flashback showing how the spell actually worked, the buddy laughs and admits the dark skin actually looks pretty cool. Meanwhile, Alea finally catches up, dragging all their heavy luggage. Huffing and puffing, Alea whines that Helmut somehow got even taller over the break. He then asks where Oscar is, and Helmut warns them that the crazy guy has been training 24/7 since he got back. Shoving the bags into Helmut's chest, Alea groans about having to pack up all his junk for him. But the green-haired buddy chimes in with some epic news. Helmut is finally getting his very own private dorm room, but Aaliyah snaps at the guy to mind his own business. The student stammers, asking. A heavy, terrifying aura leaks from Aaliyah. Scared of getting crushed, the classmate quickly spits out an apology. He awkwardly waves goodbye and scrambles down the hall. Left completely alone, a thick, heavy silence falls between the two. They just stare at each other for a beat. Finally, Helmut breaks the ice, asking what Aaliyah thinks about the new setup. He asks if his friend is happy to finally get some personal space. But honestly, Helmut points out there is not much of a difference, since their doors are literally right across from one another. Helmut finds the whole situation weird, making Aaliyah completely lose his cool. Aaliyah raises his voice defensively, rattling off all the downsides of sleeping alone. He teases that Helmut won't be able to rely on him anymore. Visibly annoyed, Helmut turns to walk away, but Aaliyah quickly offers to help him unpack just for today. Pausing in his tracks, he spins around to drop one last reminder. He brings up the promise they made a while back, the one where Helmut owes him a blank check favor. Helmut nods and Aaliyah smirks, warning him that he plans to cash it in real soon. He tells Helmut to stay on his toes, playfully pointing to his door across the hall. Right before stepping inside, Helmut locks eyes with him. His face softens into a serious, genuine look. He tells Aaliyah to give it his all in this upcoming semester. Caught slightly off guard, Aaliyah nods back, telling him to do the same. The second Helmut's door clicks shut, Aaliyah slumps against his own. He buries his burning red face in his hands. His heart races as he scolds himself for acting so incredibly awkward, completely overwhelmed by his own swirling emotions. We then cut right back to the bustling academy grounds, buzzing with the new term. Back in his room, Helmut drops his last bag and considers hitting the training grounds. But right on cue, a loud heavy thud echoes from outside his door. He instantly thinks of Asuka, wondering if his crazy buddy is still out there swinging his sword. He steps into the hallway, finding it weird that they haven't crossed paths yet. Suddenly, a wooden staff smashes a dummy into splinters, and the debris flies just inches from Helmut's nose. A girl sprints over, frantically bowing and apologizing for the wild swing that almost took his head off. She completely freezes when she looks up, her cheeks burning as she stammers Helmut's name. A bit startled, his face lights up in recognition. He gives her a calm, friendly nod, saying hey to Charlotte. Right then, Asuka barks at her from across the field. Charlotte instantly fires back, whining that he is sparring like an absolute maniac. The blue-haired fighter jogs up, playfully demanding to know where Helmut has been hiding. He circles his friend, pointing out his new tan and growth spurt. Helmut rubs his neck, feeling a little self-conscious. When Asuka asks about the rest of the crew, Charlotte sighs, explaining they already packed up and left. Actually, she corrects herself, guessing the others were just too scared to join in. She groans, complaining that she has been swinging her weapon for 4 straight hours. Not missing a beat, Asuka flashes a cocky grin and dares Helmut to step into the ring. He warns his friend that he has been grinding hard, betting the next meal on who wins. But Charlotte fiercely cuts in, demanding first dibs since she already called it. Asuka groans, calling her annoying, which makes Charlotte completely blow a fuse. Watching them bicker, a warm smile spreads across Helmut's face. He finally feels like he is back home. Stepping up, he agrees to 1 round, since he owes his buddies a good spar. His grip tightens on his blade, eager to see just how much stronger he has gotten. Instantly, a suffocating dark aura explodes from his body. To save time, he casually invites them both to attack him at once, leaving the duo paralyzed by his insane pressure. Their jaws drop, wondering what kind of monster training he did over the break. Helmut stands, his ground blade drawn, totally hyped for the clash. The camera pans out, skipping past the heavy beatdown. Night slowly creeps in, hanging a massive bright moon that bathes the sprawling campus in a cool silver glow. Deep inside the dorms, the long hallways are completely dead and shadowed under the moonlight. Standing right there in the pitch black, Aaliyah waits quietly, eyes glowing with sharp, unbending resolve. Soon, heavy footsteps echo and Helmut steps into view. The two friends meet face to face in the dead, silent corridor. Breaking the tension, Helmut sighs, asking if they can just get moving. Without flinching, Aaliyah meets his gaze, treating this night out like a high-stakes mission. He gives a firm nod, and the scene cuts to the loud, neon-lit streets of the city. As they stroll, Aaliyah starts listing off food spots, pointing out a joint famous for feeding hungry fighters. But Helmut just shrugs, giving his buddy full control of the night, since he is the one picking up the tab anyway. Aaliyah nervously rubs his neck, admitting he has zero clue what that place actually serves. So Helmut takes the lead, picking a solid spot he already trusts. As they walk, Helmut side-eyes his friend, curious why he is acting so stiff. The duo steps into a stunning high-end dining hall, glowing with crystal chandeliers and incredibly classy decor. Helmut slides the menu over heavily, pushing a killer shrimp platter he loves, but he quickly notices that Aaliyah is totally spacing out. Helmut points out that things are way too quiet. Aaliyah finally realizes no one is tailing them, and Helmut smirks, saying it took him long enough. When asked why, Aaliyah figures Helmut's aura might have dropped a bit, but Helmut actually reveals he figured out how to hide his mana, just to stop drawing so much attention. He sighs, complaining about how ridiculously hard it is for him to just blend in like a normal guy. That confession leaves Alea deep in thought. He completely agrees that acting normal is super tough. He then looks right at his friend still trying to process this surprise. Breaking the quiet tension, Alea asks if Helmut has anything else to share. He really wants to know the real reason behind this dinner, but Helmut just shrugs. There is no secret reason. He made some extra cash and just wanted to treat him to a meal to say thanks. Alea just sits there quietly for a second, taking a moment to process what he just heard. Then with a soft smile, he admits he is not even surprised. Helmut raises an eyebrow asking what that means. Alea explains that most people always want something in return, but he knows Helmut is not selfish like that. Honestly, if Helmut was that kind of guy, Alea would not have even shown up tonight. That is exactly why he got so curious, and wondered why Helmut even bothered hanging out with him. Helmut thinks the question is pretty silly, so Alea just tells him to hurry up and order, because he is starving. Alea quickly looks away, getting a bit flushed after their serious talk. Meanwhile, Helmut wonders to himself if it is really that weird to do something for no reason. He admits he would not do this for anyone else, wondering what makes Alea so special. But right then, a girl's voice cuts through their dinner, acting like bumping into them is a total coincidence. A blonde girl walks right up to their table and says hi to Helmut. She mentions it has been a long time since they last met. Flashing a sly smirk, she teases that he has gotten even better looking since then. Helmut just stares at her, clearly annoyed by this random interruption. Deadpan, he asks who she even is. The girl is completely stunned that he forgot her. Alea politely asks the upperclassman to back off, but she just pokes fun at him, saying he has not changed a bit. Another girl jumps in, introducing herself as Sophia, and totally fawns over Helmut's looks. Then Teresa boldly suggests they all eat together, just to make things a bit more fun. Alea asks them nicely to give them some space, but the girl will not take no for an answer, even offering to cover the bill. Getting super annoyed by her pushiness, Alea tells Helmut to just ignore them. Helmut plainly states he hates being bothered and tells the girls to go find another table. The upperclassman gasps, totally offended by the cold rejection. She cannot believe he just brushed her off like that. She claims Helmut must be embarrassed by Alea, adding that a real friend would totally get it. But Helmut firmly replies that he just wants to eat his meal, demanding they leave immediately. The girl's face turns beet red, absolutely furious about getting rejected like that. She calls him clueless, snapping that he should just accept a senior's kindness. Then she starts gossiping about the two of them living together, warning that it could start some nasty rumors. That is the last straw. Alea completely loses his patience and slams his hand down on the table. Leaking a dark, scary aura, he asks if he needs to kick her out by force. Boiling with rage, the girl flares up her own fiery aura, threatening to teach him some respect. But out of nowhere, a massive, intimidating guy steps in to break up the brawl. He walks up to their table with his arms crossed, leaving both of them frozen in shock. The giant man clears his throat and strictly warns them to take their drama outside. Both students instantly shut up too, terrified to talk back. After that sudden scolding, the scene shifts as a super fancy plate of food lands, right on their table. As they dig in, Alea mentions that the huge waiter looked exactly like an ex-fencing student. He then looks at Helmut, noting that his friend has definitely changed a bit since coming back. Helmut casually chews his steak, replying that he has not noticed a thing. Alea smiles, saying it was actually a compliment. He tells Helmut to keep handling weirdos exactly like that from now on. Helmut just goes back to eating his food, looking a tiny bit shy from the praise. Later that night, Helmut lays in bed, realizing that for some reason dinner tasted way better this time around. He still cannot quite figure out his own feelings, but one of the academy's biggest events is right around the corner. Suddenly, a red-haired classmate walks up saying he needs a massive favor. He begs Helmut to help out at his festival booth, which instantly kills Helmut's mood. With a deadpan look, Helmut just mutters the word festival, already dreading all the extra work. Meanwhile, the whole campus is buzzing as students raise their mugs, cheering loudly for the upcoming party. So it turns out the Academy Festival is one of the rare times students from different courses actually get to hang out. Meanwhile, a classmate corners Helmut, tugging at his clothes and begging for a massive favor. The red-haired dude explains. Their festival booth needs him as the ultimate secret weapon. Bowing deeply, he pleads, claiming their squad is totally doomed without him. The guy practically shouts that Helmut's only job is just to sit there and look handsome. He spills the tea, mentioning the wild rumor that Helmut flat-out rejected senior Teresa, since she is the absolute queen of the school. Dumping her basically turned him into an overnight superstar. With him at the booth, they would easily crush the competition and draw a massive crowd. But out of nowhere, Asuka creeps up from behind, glaring and asking what the heck is going on. Panicking, the redhead quickly apologizes to Asuka for giving his spot to Helmut. Asuka's face instantly darkens as he grabs the kid by the collar. Radiating pure anger, he slams the boy into the dirt and roars, demanding to know if talking trash about him is some kind of joke. Turning around, Asuka snaps asking if Helmut is actually going to help these losers. Helmut coolly replies he has not made up his mind since his training always comes first. Furious, the redhead screams at Asuka, asking who made him Helmut's personal bodyguard. The hallway erupts into a shouting match, but someone suddenly hisses for everyone to shut up, because the instructor is stepping into the room. Taking his spot, the teacher announces that the festival kicks off next week. He also drops the bomb that right after the fun they will face a series of brutal tests and a special training mission. Plus, when the semester wraps up, a massive final exam, along with a highly competitive selection tournament will take place, leaving the whole class completely stunned. One kid quickly shoots his hand up, but the teacher shuts him down, telling him to hold his questions. Helmut narrows his eyes, wondering what the heck this joint combat tournament is all about. The instructor reveals it is a massive collaboration, involving 2 other academies from Baden. They are only picking 4 top-tier students to represent them, prompting someone to whisper that it is crazy the temple even greenlit this. Helmut mutters, asking why the temple would care, and a classmate reminds him that mages basically reject the gods. Another kid hushes them, warning that not everyone here is an unbeliever. The guy whispers that the temple is on very thin ice with the other kingdoms right now, which is the only reason they allowed this crossover. Catching all these quiet murmurs, Helmut stays quiet, mentally filing away the crucial details. Clapping his hands sharply to regain order, the instructor wraps up the announcements and orders everyone to train. But stopping in his tracks, he drops one last heavy warning, saying the High Priest of Lumen might actually drop by the academy. The bombshell freezes Helmut in his tracks, dread washing over his face. He grits his teeth, wondering why a top-tier holy man would crash a student party. We find out that High Priest Nardalus has made it his mission to wipe out the Divine Swordsman. Helmut flashes back to the last priest he fought, who instantly sensed his dark energy. Panic sets in. If he crosses paths with the High Priest, his cover is totally blown, fixing his face into a dead serious glare. He forms a desperate backup plan. Spinning back to the red-haired kid, he makes a sudden choice. The classmate just blinks, totally lost as to why Helmut's vibe just completely flipped. Fast forward to the late afternoon. A warm orange sunset bathes the campus grounds. Meanwhile, young Alea knocks on a heavy door, calling out for the academy headmaster. The headmaster welcomes him and mentioning he had a delivery waiting. He clarifies that the present is not from him, but from some guy named Heiki. Sliding a small wooden box across the desk, he says it is to help Alea enjoy the upcoming festival. Alea grabs the box, but his eyes narrow with deep suspicion. He is not buying it for a second, even asking point blank if the thing is rigged with poison. The headmaster chuckles, swearing he already scanned it and it is perfectly safe. Still, Alea stares at it, trying to decode the hidden motive behind the bribe. The old man softly reminds Alea that hiding at this school is his only way to dodge the temple's radar. Popping the lid open, Alea finds a sleek golden bracelet resting on top of a folded letter. Inside, Heiki praises his stellar grades, claiming he crafted this gear so Alea could safely party at the festival. The note reveals it is an enchanted artifact that grants a flawless, totally undetectable disguise. Alea lets out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, he actually has a shot at surviving this mess. Stuffing the item away, he says he got what he came for and turns to leave. But the headmaster's face hardens as he calls out, warning the kid to watch his back out there. Alea pauses, taking in the heavy words, but his eyes do not show a single ounce of fear. The rector tries to hide his anxiety, but his tight expression totally gives him away. Right then, the boy looks back and declares with absolute certainty that the temple will never steal anything from him ever again. The rector silently agrees, praying the kid never has to face that kind of loss again. The Academy Festival finally kicks off with massive crowds flooding the busy walkways. Over at our main group's booth, their glowing shaved ice desserts are totally selling out. The red-haired guy yells out an order, whining that he's literally going to die from exhaustion. One of the girls snaps at him for complaining so much, but he just gets annoyed, telling the crowd to eat their food and move along. Yet even while snapping, he's got a huge grin on his face. He's thrilled because at this rate their stall will easily take first place. He knows the food is great, but admits the real secret to their massive success is something else entirely. The camera pans to a group of blushing girls whispering as they stare at the booth. Then we see Helmut at the counter calmly taking orders. He asks what they want with his usual deadpan stare, but his face is practically glowing with a floral aura, instantly melting the heart of every girl who walks up. The girls whisper that he's the guy who turned down Teresa, swooning over his noble vibe. The red-haired dude brags about his genius marketing plan, but another guy points out they just got super lucky. Helmut said yes. The gray-haired boy crosses his arms, looking deep in thought. He seriously wonders why someone like Helmut even agreed to help out. Meanwhile, Helmut is just steadily punching in orders. While focused on the busy counter, his eyes scan the massive crowd. He figures that with this many people around, he can easily blend in. With thousands of magic auras mixed together, he's pretty sure even the high priest couldn't track him down here. Still, even with his perfect hiding spot, Helmut knows things could always go wrong. Soon enough, their shift wraps up and a classmate thanks everyone for the hard work, finally letting the crew take a break. Right on cue, Asuka pops up asking if Helmut is finally free. The red-haired guy groans about the booth but offers some free food, saying they've been feeding the whole department. But Asuka passes, saying cold food isn't his thing and grabs Helmut to go hang out. With a massive grin, he says that at a festival like this, they absolutely cannot skip the manly games. He eagerly points over to a shooting gallery booth, ready to show off his skills. But without breaking a sweat, Helmut instantly nails the dart right in the dead center of the board, with absolute perfection. Right after that, he completely crushes a dice game, leaving the booth owner staring in total shock. To make things worse, he effortlessly wins a cup-stacking contest too, leaving Asuka stunned. Frustrated, Asuka slams his hands on the table, totally jealous of his buddy. He screams, demanding to know if there's literally anything Helmut is bad at. Helmut calmly takes it as a compliment, but Asuka turns red and yells that he wasn't praising him. Just then, the rest of the crew walks up, and one guy jokes that Asuka should avoid games that take actual physical skill. But the red-haired dude smirks, saying, there's one specific contest perfect for him. This definitely gets Asuka's attention. Suddenly, a girl on a stage announces the Miss Academy pageant, explaining that only guys dressed as girls are allowed to enter. The red-haired buddy points at the stage, joking that this is Asuka's true calling. Asuka immediately snaps. He grabs his friend by the collar, making it crystal clear he is not amused. He body slams the guy to the dirt, screaming that they already made him work and now they want him in a dress. But another friend quickly jumps in, pointing out the prize is 3,000 marks, and Asuka would win it easily. Hearing that insane amount of cash makes Asuka freeze in pure shock. The anger vanishes instantly as he rethinks the whole thing. He goes completely quiet, deeply tempted by the chance to score that kind of money. Making up his mind, he smacks his hand on the sign-up table, totally ready for the pageant. But he glares at his friend, warning him that if he loses, he's dead meat. But before the guy can even react, Asuka has already signed his name. Helmut just watches his friend stomp off, casually holding the teddy bear he won earlier. He notes that the priest hasn't shown up yet, but knows he absolutely cannot drop his guard. Suddenly, Asuka spins around and shouts at Helmut, saying it's his turn to join the contest. He shoves the registration paper toward Helmut, waiting for him to grab the pen. But when Asuka looks up, Helmut has completely vanished into the crowd like a ghost. The entire friend group just stands there with their jaws on the floor, shocked that he escaped that fast. Asuka totally panics, screaming that it isn't fair and frantically tries to cross out his name. But it's already a done deal. The scene cuts away, panning up to the late afternoon sky over the academy rooftops, far away from the noisy festival. Helmut decides it's much safer to stay out of sight, melting perfectly into the shadows. He strolls quietly past the loud booths, keeping a firm grip on his prized teddy bear. Walking past a dark dorm building, he sees the lights are completely off, figuring Alea must still be stuck in the library. Helmut stares down at the plush bear in his hands, then it hits him. He'll just give it to Alea. After all, the guy literally wears bear print pajamas. But out of nowhere, frantic footsteps echo through the shadows, heading straight for him. Before he can even step aside in the dark hallway, a figure slams right into his chest, instantly stumbling backward. Moving on, pure instinct, Helmut clamps his hand over their mouth to muffle any screams. He quickly grabs their waist to stop the fall, murmuring a soft, but the stranger just mumbles for him to let go. When Helmut finally gets a good look at their face, his jaw practically drops. Turns out the stranger is actually Alea. The hard crash completely shattered. Helmut just stands there totally frozen, blinking at that familiar face in pure disbelief. Let's rewind a bit to the dorms. Alea is just chilling in his pajamas, quietly reading a book. Hearing the loud cheers outside, he suddenly remembers the Academy Festival kicked off today. He glances over at a strange gift he recently got, weighing his options on what to do next. He really doesn't want to join the party, but running into the priest on his way to the library would be a massive headache. So he slips the mysterious bracelet onto his wrist, getting ready to cast a quick disguise. He looks down, totally confused. Not a single thing about his body has changed. Without warning, a blinding purple flash erupts from the bracelet, completely swallowing him whole. Panic sets in as the wild magic spirals out of control. The glowing light is so intense, it actually lights up the window from the outside. As the flash fades, thick smoke fills the entire room. Coughing, he angrily mutters Hecate's name. He should have known better than to trust her. People really never change. That bracelet wasn't some basic disguise. It was a full-on gender swap. He stares into the mirror, completely horrified. A cute girl stares right back at him. Blushing furiously, he mentally screams at Hecate, calling her an absolute lunatic. And just when things couldn't get any worse, the bracelet shatters into pieces on the floor. The spell is locked in. She glares at her reflection, realizing that breaking the item didn't break the curse. Well, at least her mana flow feels perfectly normal. but there is zero chance she's stepping outside looking like this. Furious, she wonders how long this nightmare will last, cursing Hecate for leaving out the details. A heavy sigh of pure exhaustion escapes her lips. She has absolutely had it. She decides to hit the library right now and dig up a cure. But first, she definitely needs a wardrobe change. Luckily, she remembers packing some women's clothes by accident. Fully dressed up, she figures she is totally unrecognizable. As long as she avoids one specific person, she'll be fine. But fate is a cruel joke, and Helmut is standing right in her path. Her face turns bright red with pure panic. Out of everyone in the school, meanwhile, Helmut just stands there looking deeply confused by this strange girl's reaction. Heart-pounding, she desperately tries to keep her cool and invent an excuse to run away. Right then, his hand accidentally slips, softly, brushing against her side. He casually asks if she's heading to the festival, adding that she's running a little late. The totally normal question catches her off guard. She freezes, unsure of how to play this. Is he being serious? She quickly stammers that the main event hasn't even started yet. Her mind is racing. Did he really not figure out who she is? Helmut just keeps staring at her with his usual calm, totally unbothered expression. Thinking fast, she lies and says she only came outside because her room was getting too stuffy. Then he gently holds out his hand, offering to show her around the fun spots. The poor girl turns bright red, feeling crazy awkward. She stutters, asking if he seriously wants to go together. Seeing his open hand makes her heart do flips, completely unsure of what to do next. Blushing super hard, she finally mumbles a shy yes to his invitation. With a tiny smile, he takes her hand and gently leads the way into the crowded festival. Walking beside him, she suddenly realizes the heavy weight of her hidden identity just fades away. She wonders what it is about this guy that makes her feel so totally free. Hand in hand, the two stroll through the festive night, soaking in the bright lights and happy vibes. Soon they pause right in front of a busy shooting gallery. She decides to give her aim one more shot, but while Helmut lands every hit, her shots fly completely off the mark, leaving her super frustrated over the total loss. Trying to cool off, she grabs a sweet skewer to snack on, her cheeks still burning red. The two stroll side by side into the night, taking in the festival treats. Helmut keeps his usual deadpan expression, while the girl next to him is a flustered mess. They weave through the busy crowd of students. But from a distance, Sophia and Teresa catch sight of the pair. Stunned by the rare sight, Sophia points them out, wondering who on earth that mystery girl with Helmut is. Teresa's face twists in pure rage, radiating waves of bitter jealousy. Whispers instantly ripple through the crowd as everyone wonders if the unknown beauty is his hidden girlfriend. Teresa grinds her teeth, convinced this new girl is the exact reason she got rejected. Boiling with anger, Teresa stomps right toward them, completely ignoring her friend, trying to hold her back. A dark smirk creeps onto her face as she mutters that it's time to meet her little rival up close. Meanwhile, Alea hugs her prize, teddy bear lost in her own little world. Helmut snaps her out of it, pointing out a quiet spot for them to sit down. He even offers to carry the plushie if it's getting heavy, but she quickly shakes her head. Trying to hide her nerves, she asks why he was wandering around alone and where his buddies went. He calmly explains they're busy prepping and invites her to hang out and wait for the event together. Panic sets in. She just trailed after him without thinking, and now she has no idea how to make an exit. Luckily, the dense guy doesn't seem to notice, but she's terrified someone in the crowd will spot them. Worse, she dreads the high priest tracking her down right here. Bam, a hand suddenly slams down onto their table, completely shattering the quiet mood. It's Teresa. She pops out of nowhere and glares down at the two of them. Dripping with jealousy, she demands to know who the girl is playing the victim since he's ignoring her. Helmut just blinks at the drama, wearing his usual clueless blank stare. The tension at the table instantly skyrockets, as the upperclassman leans in to bully the new girl. But Alea doesn't flinch, firing back that Teresa is being incredibly rude and pushy. That bold comeback makes Teresa's blood boil, pushing her to the edge. Stepping closer with a mocking sneer, she asks if this little girl even goes to their academy. Flashing a fake smile, she demands to know exactly what her deal with Helmut is. Alea coldly replies that Teresa just reminds her of someone she absolutely hates, ticking the older girl off even more. Furious, Teresa spins to face Helmut, demanding him to confess if this is his girlfriend. Shocking everyone, he actually says yes, calmly, confirming they are dating before telling Teresa to get lost. The sudden confession leaves Alea totally stunned, her whole face blushing a deep crimson. Hearing him say that out loud, Teresa's face twists into an ugly mask of rage and bitter envy. She immediately starts insulting Alea, sneering that a cheap, trashy toy perfectly matches a commoner like her, igniting a red aura in her palm. The bully reaches out, asking to take a little look at the bear. Her magic cruelly begins to crush the stuffed animal, making Alea panic over her ruined prize. Suddenly, Alea's eye glows, a piercing purple, unleashing a dark, terrifying wave of magic. A massive mana blast erupts, sending everyone flying from the sheer. Through the dust and chaos, Helmut just sits there watching the madness with his usual calm, sharp eyes. Teresa freezes in pure terror, totally unable to grasp the monstrous pressure pouring out of this unknown girl. Swirling in heavy purple energy, Alea glares dead at her enemy with absolute killer intent. Shaken, Teresa stammers, asking what she thinks she's doing, finally realizing this girl is a mage too. Right on cue, a staff member rushes in, shouting at them to take their brawl outside, which only pisses Teresa off more. Her friend tries dragging her away, but the furious senior screams that Alea just made a fatal mistake messing with her. Seeing the chaos getting out of hand, Helmut casually picks up a stray wooden stick from the dirt. He unleashes an insane burst of aura, blowing everyone back and shutting down the fight instantly. Both girls are left speechless, their jaws dropping at his crazy display. Cloaked in dark energy, he shoots Teresa a deadly glare, warning her to stay far away from him. The cold threat leaves the bully trembling in fear, especially when he promises that next time he won't just stop at a warning. Totally humiliated, she grinds her teeth and storms off, leaning on her friend for support. With the drama finally over, the two are left standing in the wreckage. Beneath the sparkling festival night sky, Alea lets out a deep breath of relief, letting the torn teddy bear fall to the dirt. Feeling completely drained, she quietly apologizes and uses her magic to clean up the mess they just made. She kicks herself for losing control like that. If Helmut hadn't stepped in, things could have ended in an absolute disaster. He adds that she didn't have to push herself that hard, but it was time to hold her ground with a smile. She genuinely thanks him for getting mad on her behalf back there. Helmut just stares back, dead serious. Ready to clear the air once and for all, he drops her name, Alea, revealing he knew exactly who she was this whole time. She completely freezes up, totally shocked that he actually saw through her disguise. Wasting zero time, he grabs her arm and pulls her into a quiet corner. Pinning her against the wall, he leans in, ready to have a serious talk right then and there. Total panic sets in as she desperately stammers, asking just how long he actually knew it was her. He casually admits he knew from the very first moment they crossed paths in the hallway. Her face turns burning red, freaking out over but then he smoothly asks if she was just getting ready for the academy cross-dressing contest. That question leaves her totally speechless. Paralyzed by pure embarrassment, she cannot even force a single word out, practically shrinking away from the awkward situation. With her cheeks absolutely burning, she just lets the heavy shame wash over her. The scene shifts and night finally falls. A massive hyped-up crowd waits for the festival's main event as the host loudly announces the start of the Academy Miss contest. Off in the distance, two buddies wonder if Oscar is actually getting his makeup done right for the big show. A quick flashback shows his sister using him as a makeup test dummy, ending in a totally bizarre disaster. Snapping back to the present, one guy points out that the contestants are finally rolling in, but the moment they look, their jaws drop, completely horrified by Oscar's messy look. A huge crowd packs the front of the stage just as Helmut and Alea walk up to watch. She points out that the turnout is way bigger than anyone expected, wondering what got everyone so hyped. Helmut casually asks if she managed to sort things out with the event's staff. She admits she made up a quick excuse, but still feels like dropping out of the contest entirely, dropping her voice. She strictly warns him not to breathe a word about her being Alea in disguise. Blushing all over again, she whispers that just having him know the truth is already way too much for her to handle. Helmut just looks at her in total silence for a second, giving her that classic calm and unbothered stare. Suddenly, a blinding spotlight hits the stage and he points out that the madness is finally starting. The host welcomes the crowd, kicking off the annual Greta Academy Miss contest. He jokes that he takes zero responsibility for any identity crises today and calls up contestant number 1. The first competitor struts onto the stage, rocking a super flashy and elegant red dress. The guys in the crowd instantly lose their minds, blushing hard and cheering loudly for her. But as the camera zooms in, we see it is actually Oscar wearing the most ridiculous clown-like makeup imaginable. The reveal leaves the entire audience stunned, silent, while Helmut and Alea. She awkwardly asks if she is supposed to be enjoying this, but Helmut dryly tells her she really does not have to force a smile. The host gets super pumped, shouting that this absolute chaos is the true spirit of the contest. Then contestant number 2 steps up, making the whole crowd drop their jaws at her stunning beauty. Her gorgeous blue hair and soft features glow under the spotlights, instantly stealing every guy's heart. The audience goes completely wild, screaming and clapping like crazy for the new girl. Even Helmut and Alea look surprised, watching her with wide eyes. But then the camera pans down, revealing a body so insanely jacked and muscular that it shatters every single expectation. The cheering instantly dies as the crowd looks on in pure, horrified despair. The host nervously sweats and asks if she has a special talent to show off. She questions why he is even asking, but he just mutters that it is part of the script and tells her to roll with it. Taking a second to think, she locks eyes with the crowd, wearing a dead serious expression. Suddenly, she draws a massive sword, proving her special charm is a bit deadlier than the rest. Panic erupts as people cover their faces, terrified of what will happen next. With one lightning-fast strike, she slashes right through Oscar's dress, shredding the fabric into tiny pieces. The ruined dress falls away, exposing Oscar's surprisingly buff physique to the entire school. Smirking confidently, she turns back and asks if that was charming enough. The traumatized audience completely revolts at the mess and starts aggressively throwing trash at the stage. Alea cringes hard at the chaotic scene unfolding, wondering why people are getting so violent. Helmet casually remarks that it would have been totally unfair if she had actually competed against those guys. That unexpected compliment completely catches her off guard, making the girl blush furiously. She gets totally flustered and jumps a little in surprise, leaving Helmet confused as to why she is acting so jumpy. With a beet red face, she pouts and complains, whining that he says those sweet things way too naturally. But Helmet stays completely chill, totally clueless as to why she is freaking out so much. Meanwhile, up on stage, the beauty pageant officially devolves into a massive all-out brawl. Out of all the people competing, the surprising winner turns out to be our cute Cian. Night falls over the city, wrapping up the crazy festival after all the chaos dies down. Alea stands alone on a quiet street, lost in thought. Helmet walks up to her and checks to see how Asuka is doing. She replies that Asuka is back to his usual self, playfully messing with Dino. Helmet mentions he had fun tonight, but he needs to hit the library for some late-night studying. He waves goodbye, telling her they should part ways here. She just looks at him, her cheeks turning pink, while he stares back with his usual calm, slightly awkward expression. She calls his name, trying to say something important, but Helmet suddenly cuts her off. A look of shock and mild panic flashes across his face. His eyes widen sharply as he senses them fast. Without a second thought, he grabs her arm and pulls her into a sprint. Alea is completely frozen, dragging her feet as she tries to process why they are suddenly running. He shoves her into a dark, narrow alleyway, hiding them from plain sight. Just then, the high priest and his royal guards march right past their hiding spot. This surprise visit from the church proves just how dangerous things have gotten. Helmet frowns, questioning why his ability to sense divine power has gotten so weak when he is not fighting. The holy group keeps walking, totally clueless that the two students are nearby. Helmet and Alea hold their breath, waiting for the scary threat to fade away into the distance. Helmet whispers a quick sorry for grabbing her, admitting he really wanted to avoid the priests. She nods in agreement, confessing she had no desire to bump into those guys either. That is when she remembers the favor she wanted to ask him earlier. With a bright red face, she softly asks if he will go somewhere special with her. Meanwhile, over at Greta Academy, the campus is quiet and beautifully lit up under the night sky. But heavy, confident footsteps break the silence in the hallway, signaling that some very important uninvited guests have arrived. The heavy office doors swing open, revealing High Priest Mackin and his royal guards demanding to come inside. The academy director greets the man, offering the priest a seat and a warm cup of tea. Sitting down, Mackin politely says thanks, but points out he clearly feels like an unwanted guest. He mentions wandering through the festival earlier and seeing almost zero religious believers in the crowd. The director calmly replies that mages focus on studying nature, which naturally turns them away from religion. The priest flashes a sneaky smile, noting that some things in this world will simply never change. Then the director brings up a rumor, saying he heard the Holy Temple is going through a tough time right now. The director gets tense and directly asks if the priest is actually pointing fingers at the academy. Mackin smoothly changes the subject, saying the school is huge, making it the perfect spot to hide a few dirty secrets. Clearly annoyed by this threat, the director demands to know exactly what he means by that. Mackin stays super calm and claims he is not interested in snooping into the academy's hidden secrets, but the director sees right through him, realizing this is straight-up blackmail wrapped in polite words. He fires back with sarcasm, asking if this is how the temple makes friends these days. Narrowing his eyes, the director asks what kind of shady favor the priest actually wants, smirking like a villain. The holy man finally gets ready to spill his real reason for coming. Outside, the stars shine bright, but a heavy, awkward tension fills the academy air. After that intense meeting, walking away from the school, Mackin laughs to himself about how arrogant these mages act, completely clueless about what is coming for them. He realizes this trip was a total win because he kept a huge secret hidden from the director. While walking through town earlier, he actually sensed dark demonic energy but chose to save that juicy detail for later. This is exactly the ultimate weapon he needs to hold Greta Academy, right in the palm of his hand. The next day, the scene cuts to some sweaty students practicing, with wooden swords loudly clashing across the training yard. Out of nowhere, Asuka marches right up to Helmet, interrogating him again about who his mystery date was at the festival. Helmet tries to dodge the question, claiming it was just some random person he barely knows. But Asuka is not buying that obvious lie and loudly demands to know the girl's name. A quick flashback shows Aaliyah begging Helmet to keep their meetup a secret, so Helmet nervously thinks this whole thing is turning into a massive misunderstanding. Desperate to change the subject, he quickly asks if Asuka has finally picked his upcoming field training mission. Just then, Cian pops up and cheerfully announces, that they are teaming up to go collect spirits. Asuka leans in curious about who Helmut is teaming up with. Helmut simply replies that he is going with Alea. Asuka whines that all the top students are sticking together, but Helmut brushes it off, saying Alea is not the type to do anything crazy. Teasingly, Asuka points out how close those two have gotten. Helmut just stays quiet, his mind drifting back to a private chat they had earlier. Cut to a flashback. Alea pulls him into a quiet corner, mentioning a special place she wants to explore with him. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she nervously asks him to be her partner for the field task. Snapping back to reality, Alea drops a bomb. Their destination, the legendary dungeon of the great mage. Lampion. Helmut just blinks, totally lost. He asks what a dungeon even is. As they hike through the thick woods, she explains it is basically a secret vault where mages hide their private research. Her eyes gleam with ambition as she reveals that Lampioni's hidden work is. Helmut raises an eyebrow, asking if they are going to steal it, but she smiles, calling it more of a qualification test. Still confused, he wonders why he is even there, since magic really is not his thing. Alea confidently says she will handle all the traps. The catch: these places are built for huge groups. Normally you would need dozens, or even hundreds of skilled mages working together just to clear it. She smirks, asking if he is ready to do the work of 100 people. She jokes that they will each do the work of 50. Honestly, she admits she would rather bet on his strength than risk exposing her secret to a crowd. Alea wants to keep things totally quiet without anyone else finding out. Catching on to the stakes, Helmut nods, fully committing to her wild plan. Alea mentions they can always back out if things get too tough, but Helmut prefers to finish the whole thing in one shot. With a sharp look, she tells him it is time to move, warning him to stick close and not fall behind. Suddenly, an intense wave of magical energy completely wraps around Helmut's body, catching him totally. A magic circle flashes to life, and a blinding pillar of light beams them miles away, blinking away the glare he takes in the totally unfamiliar scenery stretching out in front of him. The view shifts to a gorgeous beach at sunset. Strolling along the sand, Helmut looks around in absolute awe. He has never seen anything like it. Suddenly, Alea stumbles, asking him to grab the resting mat from their bag. The teleportation spell took a massive toll on Alea's body. Flopping down on the mat, Alea sighs, explaining that it drained a ton of mana, but a quick nap will fix things. When Helmut asks where they are, Alea explains they are looking at the ocean, a massive body of water covering 70% of the globe. Having spent his entire life in one small region, Helmut struggles to even wrap his head around something that huge. Alea tells him the Baden Kingdom is just a tiny speck in a massive world. Helmut goes completely quiet, trying to process this mind-blowing truth. Totally wiped out from casting the spell, Alea passes out right there on the sand. Helmut quietly sits guard beside his companion, keeping watch while Alea rests and gets some energy back. Fast forward to nighttime, and Alea finally wakes up from a deep, long sleep. Sitting up on the cool sand, Alea stares at the bright full moon and starry sky, groggily realizing just how late it is. It makes sense after burning so much mana. Glancing around, Alea wonders where Helmut wandered off to just as the swordsman walks up. Alea mentions feeling better and suggests grabbing some dinner, but suddenly freezes in shock. Helmut is standing there completely shirtless, casually holding a massive sea monster he just caught. The swordsman calmly explains he brought over a rock to smash the creature's shell, making Alea blush a little out of nowhere. Flustered and red in the face, Alea feels a bit silly, remembering their bag only had some basic sandwiches packed inside. Helmut quickly apologizes for digging through the bags, but Alea brushes it off. Still, the warrior insists that eating just plants will not give them real strength. Looking at the huge catch, Alea asks how they are even supposed to cook it. Deadpan, Helmut says he was just going to eat it raw. Horrified by that idea, Alea demands he hand over the meat right this second. Fast forward a bit, and they are happily roasting the seafood and some skewers over a crackling campfire. Spotting a piece of paper in Alea's hand, Helmut asks if it is Mage Lampion's final will. Alea explains it is actually a clue about the hidden dungeon's location, recently released by the Mages Association. Reading it out loud, the riddle hints at life springing up alongside green vegetation. Alea is totally stumped by the cryptic words, but Helmut tells him to stop overthinking it. He casually points out that the place of life is obviously the ocean and the shining moon clear. Confused, Alea asks why the genius mages at the association could not figure that out, and Helmut drops a bomb they already did. It clicks for Alea, the ocean is massive. There are thousands of coastal spots sitting under this exact same moon. Helmut nods, explaining that the mages dug way too deep, searching for hidden metaphors, but he confidently reveals that this exact beach is where Lampion found his ultimate magical inspiration. Shocked, Alea asks how he could possibly know such a private detail about the legendary mage when the association had no clue. Avoiding eye contact, Helmut mutters that he just did a ton of independent research. Quickly changing the topic, he points out that the real tricky part of the riddle is the 6 stars. He explains that when a full moon is this bright, its intense glow blocks out nearly everything else in the night sky. That means the riddle is not talking about actual stars up above. Suddenly, Alea recalls one of the mage's famous quotes about human life being rooted in the earth. Lampion deeply respected the ground, where mankind built its foundation. Putting the pieces together, Helmut realizes the stars they need to find are right here on the dirt. When Alea asks how they are supposed to spot starlight on the ground, Helmut just smiles and says they have to wait for the moon to do its job. The glowing full moon finally hits its peak in the midnight sky. Whispering that it is time, Alea grabs Helmut's hand so they can get a better view. Out of nowhere, a pulsing purple aura wraps around their bodies, lifting the two of them high up into the air. They hover above, which is now glowing with a strange mystical light bleeding out from the earth itself. Looking down, Alea points eagerly toward a specific ridge, telling Helmut to look closely. Down below, 6 brilliant points of light are beaming from the rocky mountain, looking exactly like a fallen constellation. Blown away by the magical sight, Helmut totally gets the true meaning of the riddle. Alea explains that it is the light bouncing off hidden crystals, a phenomenon that only flashes for a brief second under a peak full moon. Helmut feels a little bad for not helping much, but Alea cheers him up, admitting to having found the entrance on a previous solo trip anyway. Helmut is a bit thrown off by his partner's sudden hyper-energy as Alea asks if he is ready to dive in. Pushing through the dense woods, they make their way to the hidden spot. Placing a hand over a concealed magic seal in the dirt, a massive secret passageway violently rumbles open. A hidden staircase stretches down into the dark. Standing at the entrance, Alea looks over at his buddy and asks if he's ready to roll. Making their way down the steps, they bump into a massive stone door glowing with a bright orb. Alea gives him a heads up that from here on out, they're walking into blind territory since he's never set foot in this dungeon. He mentions it'd be a total waste if this place only let one guy in at a time. Out of nowhere, the orb flares up with a blinding light. With a heavy rumble, the giant door swings open, showing off a swirling portal of pure golden energy. It spins like a glowing whirlpool, practically daring the duo to step into the unknown. Alea notes that the mage doesn't strike him as a riddles guy and waves for Helmut to head inside. Bracing themselves, the pair step up to kick off their dungeon run. They walk right through the glowing gate together, totally clueless about what's waiting on the other side. As they pop out, the whole vibe flips into a creepy green glow. Out of nowhere, a weird neon green symbol flashes in midair. The glowing mark shoots right at them, branding both their wrists with a matching hourglass tattoo. It's definitely a countdown timer, and Alea figures they've got roughly 2 hours on the clock. He guesses the first puzzle should be a breeze but tells Helmut to watch their right flank. The guys wade through a tight, dark hallway, freezing water sloshing right up to their knees. Peering down the end of the hall, they catch sight of 2 glowing shapes that look like warrior statues. But as they get closer, something feels super off, leaving them totally confused. Squinting at the weird shapes, Alea scratches his head, wondering what the heck they're even looking at. Helmut points up, spotting some text glowing on a panel above. Staring at it, they find a crazy math puzzle mashing up Roman numerals. Alea realizes this is their first test, but the bizarre shape of the hole below it totally throws him off. Suddenly, a loud grinding noise echoes as the walls start closing. The space shrinks down fast, pushing the guys to make a split-second choice before they get crushed. Catching onto the trick, Helmut yells that they have to dive through the hole matching the right answer. Panicking, Alea screams that the right side is the answer, but the cutout shape is totally ridiculous. Helmut realizes the hole is shaped for 2 people tangled up together. With zero time to argue, he just scoops Alea right off his feet, leaving the guy completely stunned. Holding Alea like a bride, Helmut sprints like a madman toward the glowing gap. They slide through at the very last second, right as the heavy doors slam shut behind them. Flushed red, Alea groans, ranting about how stupid Mage Lawfane's test was. He can't believe that was real, thanking their lucky stars that the totally humiliating pose was the correct answer. Shaking off the near-death scare, the duo gears up for whatever the dungeon throws at them next. Scanning the empty room, Helmut points out that the place looks completely bare. Alea shakes his head, betting it's a hidden puzzle, and tells him to stay on high alert. Helmut spots a single brick with a weird color, earning a quick high-five from Alea for his sharp. Alea recognizes the hidden text, muttering that this famous mage is actually a massive troll. He flashes a bit of light, magic decoding a hidden message about their next trial. As the glow hits the stone, the hidden writing lights up, laying out the rules for the new challenge. The diagram literally demands they copy another embarrassing carrying pose. Alea's jaw drops, totally mind-blown by the mage's weird requests. And just like that, history repeats itself. Helmut scoops him up all over again, making the poor guy want to sink into the floor. Face burning bright red, he screams that he'll make Lofane pay for this embarrassment. They push through 5 more crazy gates, each one forcing them into another super awkward team-up pose. Helmut checks the time, noting 30 minutes have passed, and asks if they can actually pull this off. But Alea is fuming, swearing to destroy Lofane for making him do these embarrassing stunts. Then it clicks, every single challenge perfectly matched their 2-man team. A horrifying thought hits him. What if this dungeon is reading his mind and creating puzzles based on his own wild thoughts? Blushing furiously, he panics, wondering if all these weird couple poses were pulled straight from his own imagination. Sweating bullets, he frantically tries to blame Helmut's brain instead, since they're in this together. Catching the weird look, Helmut asks what's wrong with him. Totally unable to explain himself, Alea just freezes up, looking like a giant tomato. Waving his hands, he stammers that it's nothing at all, aggressively pushing Helmut to hurry up and keep moving. The scenery shifts again, opening up into a grassy plain. Alea's eyes light up at the gorgeous view. Out of nowhere, the dark dungeon is completely gone, replaced by a bright, sunlit forest. Spinning around to check it out, Alea's stomach drops. Helmut is completely gone. Stranded in the eerie woods, he yells out for his buddy, but only silence answers his calls. It suddenly hits him. He has been trapped inside an illusion spell. He did not even sense the magic kicking in. He figures out they are facing solo trials and Helmut must be locked in a completely different dimension. Glad he can finally drop the embarrassing poses, Alea still feels a gnawing anxiety. As he steps forward, a massive shadow suddenly engulfs him. Gazing up, he locks eyes with a colossal snow leopard, its piercing blue gaze locked right onto him. The beast bares its razor-sharp fangs, glaring down with killer intent. Alea freezes, his blood running cold. He stands totally petrified before the towering beast. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts over to Helmut. Helmut finds himself stranded in a blank white void that looks like an endless sea of clouds, totally clueless about his surroundings. Since Alea vanished into thin air and the scenery flipped so fast, Helmut guesses they are taking separate exams. He knows his friend can handle himself, but he cannot help wondering what on earth he is supposed to do in this totally empty space. Out of nowhere, a heavy presence washes over him and a shadowy figure steps through the thick mist. On high alert, he demands to know who goes there, squinting at the long-haired stranger. The figure slowly turns around, leaving Helmut completely speechless. It is a woman with striking purple hair and matching eyes. Her familiar face shakes him to his core. Operating on pure instinct, he rips his blade from its sheath, ready to fight. He shouts that she is a dead ringer for Alea and demands her real identity. Tears well up in the woman's eyes, as she cries that she cannot undo the past, no matter how much he hates her for it. Helmut keeps his weapon drawn and steady, completely lost about her tie to his buddy. Her cryptic words just tick him off and he angrily demands she explain herself. Flipping back to the other trial, Alea is still rooted to the spot, trembling as he stares down the giant beast. But instead of attacking the majestic snow, Leopard just stands tall, gazing peacefully out at the horizon. Alea wonders if this thing is actually a monster, debating whether to strike first. Realizing he cannot afford to hesitate, he gathers dark energy into the palm of his hand. But the creature suddenly calls him Helmut, leaving him utterly baffled. The big cat asks if he isn't going to meet the human waiting for him today. The question hits Alea like a truck. His brain basically short-circuits. He is freaking out because not only is this monster talking, but it also thinks he is Helmut. The beast then asks why he looks so down, wondering if the human is mistreating him. Without warning, Alea's mouth moves entirely on its own, replying that the training is just super tough. Pure panic sets in as he realizes he has zero control over his own voice or body. The leopard stares back with deeply knowing eyes as if it completely understands the boy's struggle. The creature then asks if he really wants to leave the forest that badly just to gain more power. Trapped in his own mind, Alea cannot respond, forced to endure this crazy out-of-body experience. But the leopard softly apologizes and tells him to brush it off, accepting that his mind is already made up. Taking a deep breath, Alea figures out that this monster actually knows him, knows him as Helmut anyway. He tries to wrap his head around the trial, wondering what the beast meant about leaving the woods. Suddenly, the leopard warns that the human is coming and bids him farewell, wishing him the best of luck. The warning leaves the boy totally lost, wondering exactly which human is about to show up. He watches the massive creature stroll away, leaving him all alone in the eerie woods once more. Out of nowhere, a tough white-haired guy carrying a wooden bucket steps into view. The man calls him Helmut and barks an order to follow him. Still a passenger in his own body, Alea's mouth moves by itself to say the man's name, Darien. He starts freaking out, realizing that if this guy is really Darien, things just got incredibly weird. It turns out Darien is actually the legendary divine swordsman, the absolute powerhouse who leads the Berserker Knights. Alea's eyes dart down to the man's blade, and he instantly recognizes it as the exact same sword Helmut always carries. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces snap together, as he recalls his buddy's insane combat style and how he normally reacts to scary monsters. It all makes total sense. This is not just some random illusion dungeon, he is literally trapped inside the memories of Helmut. The camera cuts back to the real Helmut still pointing his blade at the deeply sobbing mystery woman. Through her tears, she desperately apologizes to Alea. Hearing that heavy guilt in her voice, Helmut connects the dots. She must be a relative of Alea, given her identical looks and knowing his name. He opens his mouth to press for answers, but the whole world starts ripping apart. A bizarre heavy force violently shoves him backward. As the illusion warps and shatters, everything flashes a blinding white, and he gets sucked straight into a memory that is not his own. The scenery violently shifts, dumping him right in front of a massive burning mansion. He glances around, totally stunned by the roaring flames and chaotic destruction, swallowing the estate. Then he catches sight of Lumen priests glaring at the chaos with terrifying coldness. At first he assumes it's just some kind of magic trick, since there is zero trace of holy power in the air. But suddenly, a wave of shock hits him. He actually remembers this nightmare. This isn't just any place, it's Alea's childhood home. And those roaring flames, they just claimed his parents' lives. Down on the scorched earth, the charred bodies reveal just how ruthless these priests really are. Out of nowhere, tears start streaming down his cheeks, completely out of his control. He quickly realizes these aren't even his own tears, leaving him totally confused by the raw emotion flooding his mind. An agonizing pain grips his chest, a deep, soul-crushing grief he has never experienced before. Then it clicks. This heavy heartbreak belongs to little Alea. One of the priests barks an order to hunt down another girl, shouting that the traitor Heike's bloodline must be wiped out. The guy suddenly turns pale with fear, but it is way too late for him to block the attack. Moving like lightning, Alea's body dashes forward, slashing the priest with his blade. Instantly, a massive blast of dark energy erupts, wiping out the entire group of priests in one shot. But that kind of power comes with a heavy cost, and his body is left covered in deep stab wounds. Yet even bleeding out, he glares at his enemies, with pure hatred and unstoppable drive. Suddenly, a blonde woman blasts him with magic, sending him flying backward from the heavy impact. He stares down at his badly burned hand, groaning from the searing pain of the spell. His face is completely smeared with blood, but he readies himself to keep fighting, refusing to show even an ounce of weakness. That is when he spots Alea's grandmother wrapping her arms around the boy. It suddenly makes sense. She was his master. Helmut realizes that on this awful day she was the only family his friend had left in the world. He knows for a fact that this is Alea's real memory, totally baffled by how this dungeon can pull this off. But then a terrifying thought crosses his mind, and he realizes something. If he is experiencing Alea's past, doesn't that mean it goes both ways? He thinks about his friend looking into his own dark history, and starts panicking about this mind swap. As the harsh reality sets in, Helmut nervously wonders what exactly Alea is seeing right now. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to an eerie, mysterious forest. Alea is pacing around, looking incredibly stressed. Back inside, a small cabin. Darien looks over and asks if he left something behind. Alea quickly shakes his head, stuttering out of denial. He tells himself he needs to focus on the trial, but his brain won't stop spiraling. Darien just stares right through him with an intense deadpan expression, easily noticing that the kid is acting super weird. He finally asks if the cat told him something, since Alea looks completely lost. In his head, Alea frantically reminds himself that he isn't actually Helmut. Getting nothing but silence, Darien casually sits down, grabs his blade, and goes back to calmly polishing the steel. As Alea steps away, Darien picks up on his total lack of response, starting to suspect that the boy only answers to the name Helmut. Once he is outside, Alea mutters to himself, wondering if escaping this forest is really his main goal. Inside, the veteran swordsman keeps polishing, but his sharp eyes stay locked on the kid. Outside, Alea falls into deep thought. He had specifically avoided asking where they were so he wouldn't blow his cover. Putting the pieces together, he recalls that the very first beast they fought knew Helmut's name. That totally explained Helmut's insane combat skills, but it also proved he was desperate to escape this place. It hits Alea hard. Helmut wasn't living here because he wanted to. But why was he stuck here? And the craziest part is that the legendary divine swordsman is right here acting as Helmut's personal master. Darien slowly strolls over, stopping just inches away from Alea. Without a word, he holds out his heavy sword, gripping the sharp blade with his bare hands like it's nothing. Staring him down, Darien challenges the boy to try and lift it. Sweating a bit, Alea grabs the massive hilt, instantly feeling the crazy weight of the steel. He manages to heave it up with a grunt, completely blown away by how heavy the weapon truly is. Darien casually jokes that he is still way too tiny, teasing that he better hit a growth spurt soon. Despite the playful jab, the old man flashes a tiny proud smirk. Alea feels his cheeks heat up, clearly embarrassed by the awkward compliment. As he stands there, Alea realizes that even with all those deadly monsters, this cabin somehow feels warm and safe. It becomes obvious that this strange place meant the world to the real Helmut. Darien mentions that surviving here means he might actually have a shot at breaking past the barrier. But the second he drops the name Forest of Roots, Alea's face instantly drops. The heavy sword clatters against the dirt and pure panic washes over the boy. Deep down, he already had a hunch, but he was terrified to accept the truth, because any human dumped in this cursed place must have been born with the seed of darkness. Shaking with fear, Alea stammers, asking if this is actually the infamous Forest of Roots. Before he can process it, a violent burst of dark energy explodes from Darien, blowing the kid backward through the air. As he falls, a rush of foreign memories and wild emotions invades Alea's mind, leaving him completely dizzy and overwhelmed. A strange sensation washes over him and a voice whispers. He is slowly turning into a human. Gritting his teeth, he makes a vow. Has times to make it past this forest. Suddenly, a fierce green energy erupts around him, pulsing with pure resolve. The scene flashes to a massive shadowy hall. There Alaya stands alone in front of towering statues. Dropping to his knees, Alaya is completely lost, wondering where on earth he just landed. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. It's Helmet calling his name and pulling him to his feet. Alaya blinks in shock, calling out Helmet's name in disbelief. Looking around, Helmet asks how he even got here. Brushing himself off, Alaya says he just dropped in too. Curious, Helmet asks, did you see something when you got to this weird place? Alaya goes quiet for a second, then nods. Yeah, he saw it too. But Helmet waves it off, cutting him short. The hourglass is still running, which means this test isn't over. He pivots around, staring deep into the dark hall with intense focus. Stunned, Alaya asks how Helmet is acting so calm, especially after they just saw each other's hidden pasts. The two of them scan the dark room, seeing nothing but those two giant statues. That is until they spot some kind of stone altar. Helmet guesses it's a spot for offerings. Alaya frowns, thinking it's pretty weird. This is supposed to be Lampion's tomb, so where is the coffin? Without thinking, Alaya presses his hand against the cold stone. Instantly, the altar flares up with a blinding light, making them both jump back in panic. They have no clue what's going on as a massive shockwave of energy blasts out of the stone, throwing them hard across the room. As the glowing dust settles, a ghost floats into view. It's an old bearded man with weary eyes. The phantom looks down and asks, "Are you the mage who actually beat my test?" He mumbles about living a very long time, but admits he never expected such a pretty mage to make it. Alaya freezes up, stumbling over his words as he asks, "Is this really the legendary Lampion?" The old ghost nods, saying he showed up just to guide him through the final trial. Off to the side, Helmet crosses his arms, annoyed that he's being completely ignored. It makes things super awkward. Lampion gives a half-hearted apology, explaining that only a truly top-tier mage gets to move forward. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a weird force yanks Alaya off his feet. He gets sucked right into the glowing altar, as Helmet and the ghost just watch it happen. Lampion then looks at the young swordsman and tells him his journey ends right here. Panicking, Helmet screams out Alaya's name, but the portal snaps shut right in his face. His panic shifts into pure boiling rage. Glaring with absolute hate, he rips out his dagger. Suddenly, a dark shadow bursts out of the statues and lunges at him. Helmet is forced right into a brutal fight for his life. A toxic purple aura flares around him as he taps into his real power. His eyes narrow. His gut is telling him something is deeply wrong here. Every alarm bell in his head is screaming danger. Meanwhile, the view shifts to a trippy, dreamlike space inside the portal, with Alaya and Lampion. The swirling magic finally settles down, revealing an endless library packed with floating books. Alaya spins around in awe, completely lost as he mutters, Where am I? Smirking with pride, Lampion welcomes him to his personal library, home to all his life's research. He tells the boy he should feel pretty lucky, since nobody else is allowed in here. Shaking off his shock, Alaya groans, asking if he seriously had to get kidnapped just for a test. Lampion chuckles, pointing out how much Alaya relies on his friend. Alaya turns bright red, totally embarrassed. The old mage just gives a soft smile and says now he gets it. It definitely wasn't just blind luck that got him through. Curious, Alaya asks what the point of that final test even was, since all it did was show their dark pasts. Then it clicks. The test exposed their worst secrets just to see if it would break their trust. And as we find out, the true job of a mage is to be the glue that holds everyone together. Even when things got messy, he never stopped trusting Helmet, and that's exactly why touching the altar let him in. Lampion smirks, admitting that the result was a little different from what he planned. Alaya tilts his head. So, the whole point was just keeping faith in each other. The old ghost nods. Spot on. Letting out a huge sigh of relief, Alaya smiles, finally understanding what this crazy maze was all about. But then, Lampion's face totally shifts. The warm smile drops, replaced by a cold, creepy stare. He whispers that his grand plan wasn't a waste after all, especially since it brought him such a beautiful mage. Unaware of the danger, Alaya asks if he gets a reward, but Lampion tells him to slow down, before dropping a horrifying truth. He announces they are going to merge into a single body so they can do research together forever. Alaya's smile instantly dies. The words "one single body" bounce around his brain like a bad joke. Then the shock wears off and his eyes turn ice cold. Realizing he just walked right into a deadly trap, he glares at the old ghost. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Lampion just hovers there, looking way more twisted and demonic than before. Not wasting a second, Alaya throws up his hands to blast him with magic. But with just a flick of his wrist, the spirit blocks it. Glowing chains erupt from the ground, locking the kid down tight. Panic sets in as he realizes his magic is completely shut off. The mage sighs, complaining that a normal human lifespan is just too short for real learning. That is why he needs a fresh young body, so he can finish his life's work before dying. Horrified, Alea snaps back, accusing him of using dark magic to hijack his body, but Lampion just brushes it off. He proudly calls it a custom soul transfer technique he made himself. Stepping closer, he tells Alea he should feel honored, and promises it won't hurt a bit. Bam! A blinding barrier erupts from Alea, sending the old wizard flying across the room. Stunned, Lampione scrambles up, demanding to know how a mere kid pulled that off so easily. Alea just stands there wrapped in a protective aura. Smirking, he taunts, "Too bad things did not go your way, huh?" The old man demands answers, furious that his ultimate spell was blocked. But Alea just shrugs, saying he did absolutely nothing and maybe the old guy's magic just sucks. Enraged by the disrespect, Lampion screams that he is an insolent little brat. He charges up for another strike, but the shield violently blasts him away a second time. The old guy is completely lost. His spell was flawless. What went wrong? Suddenly it hits him. He stares at the kid and asks, "Is Alea actually a girl?" Alea glares back with pure disgust. Without answering directly, Alea mocks him, laughing that the great mage missed such a huge detail, even after snooping through his memories. He then drops a reality check. A soul transfer simply cannot ignore basic body biology. Furious, the old freak lunges forward, violently grabbing Alea by the face. He snarls that inside this realm, he has all the time in the world to force the adjustments, but Alea just flashes a wicked smile, whispering that his time is actually up. The old man tells him to shut his mouth, totally out of patience. But then he glances at the altar and freezes. The portal is ripping open again. Back in the main hall, a massive burst of dark magic obliterates the stone golem. A surge of purple energy shoots through the portal, zooming straight for the mage's core. Helmut bursts onto the scene, unleashing pure dark energy to crush the enemy's defenses. Lampione is horrified. A golem with a magic core should be completely indestructible. Pure terror washes over his face, as his entire plan falls apart. It turns out, Alea slyly planted a tracking spell on Helmut, right before getting snatched. Thanks to that, Helmut tracked down the core and went in for the kill without hesitation. The impact is so brutal it starts tearing the library dimension apart. The space around them shatters like a broken mirror, completely breaking the mage's spell. Free at last, Alea screams at the top of his lungs. Helmut, cut him down now. Panicking, Lampion scrambles to cast a shield, but it is way too late. Helmut's blade slices right through, landing a direct hit on the spirit. In absolute despair, Lampion wails that this cannot be happening, all his hard work ruined. Amid the chaos, Helmut stands his ground, gripping his dark energy sword. The illusion fades away, and Alea collapses to the floor, totally drained. Helmut rushes over, asking if he is all right. Alea nods but tells him they need to move right now. With the master dead, this entire dungeon is about to cave in. Not wasting a single second, Helmut sprints over to grab him so they can bail. The ground violently shakes and starts crumbling away, forcing them into a desperate dash for their lives. Helmut shouts over the noise, asking what happens next, and Alea yells back that they will be erased from existence along with this place. Scraping together every last drop of mana, he hopes it will be enough. With no other options, he slams a hand into the dirt, sparking a massive magic circle. A violent burst of purple energy explodes outwards, tearing the very fabric of space. The entire dimension shatters into 1,000 glowing pieces. Alea pushes the spell to the absolute limit, releasing a blinding flash of light. Slowly, the floating shards of the dungeon lock back together, halting the collapse. It actually worked. Alea slumps over while Helmut scopes out the area. Realizing they are safe, he checks on his friend again, asking if he can stand. But using the absolute last of his strength, Alea forms a tiny floating ball of light that drifts over to Helmut. It is not over yet. Barely conscious, Alea mutters that it is a portal out, though he has no clue where it leads. Vision fading, he begs Helmut to carry him out because he is completely tapped out. With that, Alea goes completely limp and passes out cold. Helmut completely panics. "Alea," he screams, desperate. Seeing his friend unconscious right in front of him, he freezes for a split second, totally unsure of how to handle the situation. The scene then cuts to a thick, misty forest, surrounded by towering mountains. It turns out Helmut made it out carrying Alea safely into the warm sunlight. Helmut figured even Alea had no clue where they'd pop out. With the boy still slumped on his back, he glanced around the unfamiliar woods. He shifted Alea's weight, his eyes filled with genuine concern. Deciding they needed to lay low until Alea woke up, Helmut scouted for a secure spot. Gently, he lowered his friend to the dirt, making sure his head rested easy. Helmut stood guard, keeping a close eye on the sleeping boy, who looked completely drained. His mind flashed back to the dungeon. He had witnessed Alea's deepest memories, which meant Alea had definitely seen his too. Playing dumb wasn't an option anymore. Ali was way too smart for that. Suddenly, a cold, dangerous idea crossed his mind. Should he just end this problem right here and now? Unaware of the deadly glare fixed on him, Alia kept snoring softly. But as Helmut stared at his friend's peaceful face, his grip loosened. He hesitated. Right on cue, a massive rumble echoed from Alia's stomach, instantly shattering the heavy tension. Hearing that hungry rumble, Helmut suddenly remembered he had eaten earlier, and figured he should hunt down some food. But catching himself, he realized leaving Alia totally defenseless in the wild was a terrible idea. As he stood there weighing his options, a heavy chill hit the air. His eyes widened. Without missing a beat, he gripped his blade, shifting into a fighting stance against the unseen threat. The dark seed buried deep in his chest began to throb, flooding him with a crushing pressure. Stepping out from the trees were heavily armored knights, radiating intense holy energy. Spotting the boy, one of the guards demanded to know who he was and why he was lurking in the middle of nowhere. Helmut just locked eyes with them, dead silent, calculating his next move before uttering a single word. The leader proudly announced himself as a holy knight of Lumen. Seeing they were just kids, Helmut recalled hearing rumors about this holy squad, though this was his first face-to-face encounter. His dark seed was still pulsing wildly, but he figured these guys were totally clueless. Only priests could sense that kind of aura. Playing it cool, he claimed they were just Greta Academy students taking a breather from training. A knight pointed at the sleeping boy, so Helmut casually explained his mage friend just burned through his mana. He hoped they'd just buy the story and walk away without a fuss. But the knights were totally distracted by Alea's pretty face, seriously doubting there was a guy under there. One guard even smirked, joking that if Alea were a girl, he'd totally hit on him. That hit a nerve. Helmut's eyes turned ice cold with disgust, his patience instantly snapping. Just then, an older voice cut through the tension, asking if they were truly Academy students. High Priest Mikan stepped forward, flashing a warm but deeply unsettling smile. Trying to be helpful, the guard suggested, dragging the kids back to the temple for some rest and a holy blessing. The priest nodded along, agreeing to check on the two boys. But the second he got close to Helmut, that fake smile vanished, replaced by a deadly stare. Peering at the boy, Mikan sensed an overwhelming, pitch-black energy dripping off him. The old man's face twisted in sheer terror, looking like he had just bumped into the devil himself. Panicking, he screamed at his men to get away from Helmut right that second. The guards just blinked, totally lost, wondering why the old man was freaking out over a kid. But before anyone could even blink, Helmut drove his blade straight through the closest guard's chest. Half his face hidden in shadow, his eyes glowed like a hungry predator making its move. Meanwhile, back in a quiet office, the academy director was staring blankly out the window. He looked deep in thought, dark bags under his eyes showing just how stressed he really was. A quick flashback reveals a chat with Mikan, who had simply asked for a tiny favor. The shady priest claimed he only wanted to inspect the academy's private woods. Snapping back to reality, the director sat there, harsh sunlight hitting his tired face. He had greenlit the request, but his gut was screaming that something was horribly wrong. And his gut was spot on, because those woods had already turned into an absolute war zone. You see, to the public, Mikan played the holy saint. But behind closed doors, he was pure trash. He only came to spy on the school. Bumping into the kids was pure luck. The moment his eyes landed on the sleeping boy, a twisted urge washed over him. He was completely mesmerized, plotting to claim the pretty kid for his own sick games. But those gross thoughts evaporated in a flash. He had just stumbled across something strictly forbidden, pouring right out of Helmut's body. Now dripping with blood and wrapped in a glowing purple haze, the boy looked absolutely demonic, shaking with fear. Mikan shrieked that the kid was tainted with dark magic, demanding his capture. Wasting zero time, Helmut vaulted over the fallen guard, his blade swinging with pure rage. He unleashed a wild frenzy on the rest of the squad, fully prepared to wipe them all out. Scrambling to defend themselves, the holy crew braced for impact. As the crazy kid launched himself through the air, one guard threw up a glowing shield, catching Helmut's heavy strike in a massive, blinding shockwave. Spotting a tiny opening, the old priest channeled his holy magic for a massive counter. Screaming out, he fired a blinding beam of golden energy, blasting it right at our guy. The brutal hit sent the boy flying backwards, but he flipped gracefully midair, setting up his next move. Diving back down, with his weapon drawn, he viciously crashed into another target. Still, Helmut knew this messy brawl was a bad idea. To win, he had to take out the magic user first. Moving like an absolute blur, he dodged a flurry of spells darting between the thick trees. The guards were completely mind-blown by his insane agility, yelling to treat the kid like a wild monster. Tuning out their shouts, Helmut locked onto his prey, charging straight for the priest. The priest and the knight team up, throwing up a glowing barrier for defense. But our boy doesn't hold back, slamming right into it with his supercharged punch. The shield instantly starts splintering from the sheer force. Mikan is totally stunned. That seed of darkness inside the kid was supposed to drain his energy, not amp him up. Realizing his normal tricks won't cut it, the priest goes all out. He chants a quick prayer and drops a massive guardian totem onto the battlefield. This holy magic is on a whole other level. The intense energy blasts Helmet back, and you can practically feel the crushing weight of that divine aura pinning him down. But then a nasty idea pops into Meccan's head. His eyes dart over to Alea, who is completely knocked out on the ground. The old man points right at our hero and barks an order for his knights to go after the unconscious mage. Hearing this, Helmet's face twists with sheer panic and pure fiery rage. The knights don't hesitate for a second. They charge straight for Alea to finish the job, but our guy pushes his limits, throwing himself right in their path to protect his friend, no matter what. Alea is still completely out cold, totally unaware of the deadly threat rushing her way. Suddenly, a splash of red hits her face, its helmets. Staining her pale cheek, our hero literally turns his body into a human shield, taking every single brutal hit just to make sure no one lays a finger on her. Even with a badly injured chest, he refuses to back down. He glares at his enemies with a totally deadly look. Swinging his blade in a blur, he takes on multiple armored knights all by himself. The brawl turns incredibly fierce, with the loud clashing of metal ringing through the dark woods. He whips out a spinning strike, parrying every incoming blade with just raw crazy skill. Even while being scorched by that intense holy light, Helmet keeps swinging with everything he has got. He grits his teeth, pushing through the agonizing pain. The fiery rage in his eyes just keeps growing by the second. In one slick move, he blocks a knight's heavy slash, and suddenly, memories of Alea's past flash through his mind. That twisted dungeon made him witness a little boy breaking down in tears, showing him exactly why he despised the temple so much. He starts wondering why Alea always felt so special, so totally different from anyone else. The illusions from before finally gave him the answer, clearing up his doubts for good. It sparked a tiny bit of hope that she might actually accept his totally messed up past. He wonders if she could really get him. After all, he just wanted to live a normal human life, but the world never even gave him a fighting chance. While that dark seed pulses with agony in his chest, the priest screams that he's nothing but a pest, and his time is officially up. A massive wave of dark energy erupts right out of Helmet, sending the knights flying through the air. The priest watches in total shock, completely frozen by the terrifying aura pouring out of the kid. Staring in disbelief, he watches Helmet unleash his full power, screaming at the top of his lungs that he won't lose Alea no matter what it takes. The scene shifts over to Alea's mind, drifting in an endless glowing void. She recalls how heavy Helmet's tragic past really was. He just wanted to be a normal person, but he was drowning in loneliness, dragging him straight into the shadows. Because she totally understood that crushing isolation, she couldn't help but care for him. Meanwhile, back in reality, Helmet is totally losing it, while the old priest just stands there watching with an icy, calculating glare. Suddenly, pitch-black shadows swallow Helmet whole, giving him a straight-up terrifying demonic vibe. Mikan groans, realizing the dark seed has gone completely. After everything the temple did, the thing still rebelled. He shouts that just the fact that Helmet wants to keep breathing is ridiculously selfish. But our boy's eyes just glow with a sinister light, his dark power locked in and ready to wreck everything. The priest squints at this monstrous form. The beaten knights crash onto the dirt, and the wild energy settles for just a split second, revealing the absolute mess it left behind. Not wasting another breath, Helmet dashes forward at top speed. Wanting to end this right now, the old man slams his glowing totem down, firing off a massive wave of light. As the unholy shadows and holy rays crash into each other, the whole forest shakes like crazy. Mikan starts panicking as the dark aura shreds the ground right toward him. In a desperate final move, he shoots out a beam of light. But Helmet is already right in his face. Even taking that glowing blast head on, our guy stands his ground, shadows swirling wildly around his face. The priest is stunned, totally confused by what's happening. The kid's heart hasn't melted away yet, but as he looks closer, he spots something that changes everything. Out of nowhere, glowing chains pop up, locking tightly onto Helmet's wrists. In mere seconds, a bunch of chains completely tie him down, leaving him helpless in front of a giant glowing gate. Mikan takes control again, acting like he has already bagged the win. He calls upon a super heavy sanctuary technique, bringing down an overwhelming pressure. The priest smugly tells his target he is sending him straight back to his maker. But Helmet is definitely not throwing in the towel. He pushes all of his dark aura to try and snap those glowing cuffs. The old man is actually pretty impressed, seeing how the kid hasn't totally lost his mind yet. But paying closer attention, it finally clicks for him. He realizes Helmet spent his last drops of energy just to shield his own heart, totally accidentally helping the holy magic seal away that evil seed. And even with his power cut down, the kid just kept throwing punches off pure crazy willpower. But Mikan smirks, claiming he was the worst possible match for him and that the light always wins, flashing a fake grin. Mikan promises to put Helmet down with as little pain as possible. Boom, the holy magic flares up, locking the boy in super tight bands of glowing gold. The priest starts praying, asking his god to take back this lost soul. But out of nowhere, a mix of sheer terror, dark vibes, and raw power totally interrupts his little ritual. It's Alea. Even from way in the back, she points a finger straight at the old dude and fires off a wicked spell. The blast zips through the air like a laser beam, nailing the priest right in the arm. He screams out in agony, grabbing his wounded shoulder, wondering who in the world just pulled that off. Alea glares right at him, warning that the temple picked the absolute worst duo to mess with. Seeing her face clearly, Mikan completely freaks out. He recognizes the bloodline of Heike, but she just hits him with a savage smirk, telling him he doesn't even have time to worry about her. Using that perfect distraction, Helmut finally snaps his chains, letting out a massive, furious roar. The boy dashes ahead, completely shattering the priest's holy shield with just one heavy swing of his dark blade. Mikan is absolutely terrified by that insane power, feeling his defenses crumble to pieces. Backed into a corner, he starts chanting his ultimate move, a massive rain of holy spears. Seeing the deadly attack forming, Alea screams out Helmut's name. He looks up at the sky with a completely hollow expression. Without even flinching, our boy just stares it down. A deadly rain of light spears is about to hit. The holy weapons crash down with insane power, triggering a massive, blinding explosion. Thick smoke completely swallows the forest, proving just how destructive that blast really was. Priest Mikhail watches the dust settle, looking completely wiped out. Totally sure he won. But wait. Out of nowhere, Alea opens up a glowing magic portal right on the ground, leaving everyone completely speechless. He stares in disbelief, realizing she just pulled off a subspace gate to a private dungeon. A cold sweat runs down Mikhail's face as the horrible truth finally hits him. Bam! Helmut suddenly drops right out of the portal, gripping a pitch-black sword. Turns out, Alea used a crazy coordinate swap trick, perfectly switching places with him. Without missing a beat, Helmut unleashes a furious wave of purple energy straight at the priest. The old man desperately throws up his guard, but his holy power is basically running on empty. Just as the blast is about to hit, thick chains of dark magic block it. It is Alea. She throws up a heavy shield to bounce the attack away, actually saving the priest's life. Flashing a tired smirk, she tells the old man, "Just take the hit or die quietly." Mikhail absolutely loses his mind, screaming that they are filthy, unforgivable traitors. The massive wave of purple energy keeps ripping forward, completely wiping out everything in its path. The terrifying force literally slices right through the forest, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Way off in the distance, a giant explosion lights up the sky, leaving a huge trail of pure destruction. Right in the middle of the dust cloud, Alea drops hard to her knees, gasping for air and totally drained. She looks up through the smoke, calling out Helmut's name in a weak, shaky voice. And there he is, completely swallowed by a heavy dark aura, still totally out of his mind. Helmut heavily leans on his sword, breathing hard, fighting a desperate battle to push the darkness down. Panic flashes in Alea's eyes. What if he simply cannot control that demonic energy anymore? Pure fear washes over her face. Things are going from bad to absolute worst. Suddenly, Helmut slowly points his hand right at her, charging up a deadly ball of dark magic. With a quick flick, he fires a solid cube of darkness straight at his closest friend. Alea freezes in pure shock, refusing to believe this is really happening. But then she grits her teeth, knowing she has to do something crazy right now. Left with zero choices, she grabs a glowing pendant on her chest, and suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts. Brilliant, colorful energy bursts right out of her body, completely changing how she looks. Sporting her stunning new form, Alea locks eyes with him, looking dead serious, but with a slight blush on her cheeks. She straight up warns him, if he is acting like an enemy, she will put him to sleep for good. Helmut's eyes stay pitch black, but he actually seems to be listening to her voice. Flashing a soft, warm smile, Alea tells him that she can finally help him now. Turns out she had been thinking about this moment for a long time, getting ready for the absolute worst. She even wondered if she was making the exact same mistake her ancestors did. Gripping a glowing energy dagger, she asks out loud, who's going to stop his wild rampage? But she reaches her hand out anyway, knowing that old promise was meant to save her too, without a single second of hesitation. Alea steps right in and wraps her arms tightly around his back, holding him with pure warmth. She whispers softly, "You owe me big time for this." Instantly, Helmut's face shifts. The creeping shadows slowly melt away from his skin. His cold eyes finally go back to normal, showing that the real Helmut is back in control. Breathing easy, now he gently grabs her arms, looking so relieved and completely exhausted. She tells him that no matter what goes wrong, a promise is a promise. Boom, the scene completely shifts. A hand slides over a stack of papers, confirming that the deal is officially done. We then cut to a nervous blonde kid who speaks up, warning that 3 whole academies are joining the big tournament. His mom quickly steps in to calm him down, telling him he is just overthinking things and that he is going to crush it. She hands him a warm cup of chamomile tea, saying it will help clear his anxious mind. The boy quietly sips it while his parents go right back to talking about the crazy details of the upcoming sword tournament. The mother flashes a huge excited smile, super hyped to see a certain legendary swordsman show up. But suddenly, we hard cut to a brutal massacre. Dead bodies are just tossed everywhere across the freezing pitch black snow. Hiding in the deep shadows, two creepy figures quietly watch the bloodbath, leaking a heavy, terrifying energy into the cold air. We snap right back to Helmut. He is bleeding badly and his heart is pounding like a war drum. That dangerous darkness seed inside him starts pulsing harder than ever, feeling like it is going to straight up explode at any second. Without warning, the dark core cracks wide open, shooting blinding white light everywhere. Someone screams Helmut's name at the top of their lungs as the energy core totally shatters. Then, everything goes silent. We fade into a peaceful spot. Helmut is just standing there tightly gripping his blade. Right in front of him is the priest. And right in that very moment, we see Alea holding her hands close to her heart. She slowly balls her hand into a tight fist, pulling in a massive amount of power. Standing completely frozen, a strange voice suddenly asks, "Did she really try to hide the evidence?" Glancing over her shoulder, she gives a tiny knowing smirk, carefully reading the room. She casually replies that she will properly teach her next time, and gets a quick nod back, fully grasping how messy things are getting. She admits that this whole crazy incident is going to leak to the public really soon. Turning her head back around, she suddenly catches a weird vibe in the air. Floating right there is a tiny glowing core putting off some seriously insane energy. Aliyah stares at it, completely confused by what she is looking at. The mysterious voice chuckles, teasing that her granddaughter picked a really tough guy to hang around with. Then it clicks for her. She realizes that Helmut literally fought tooth and nail, throwing his own life on the line just to keep Alea safe. Reaching out her hand, the voice playfully admits that he is not actually a bad kid, and she kind of respects that. But then she quickly shrugs it off, saying it honestly would not even matter if he was a full-blown villain. The voice makes it super clear that she does not care about good or evil, as long as nobody puts a single scratch on Alea. Throwing her hands up, she finally decides to just back off and let them be, mostly because she really does not want her granddaughter to hate her. A massive spell blankets the entire area. Bit by bit, Helmut's memories of the fierce battle start slipping away. The priest's memories are wiped out too, and the whole scene just vanishes into thin air. With the mess totally cleaned up, she confirms all their tracks are fully erased, leaving a trace of her magic behind. She figures out her next move. The next morning, things look a lot more peaceful. Alea suddenly looks completely lost and confused. Catching her weird reaction, Helmut just locks eyes with her, totally serious. Breaking the ice, Alea nervously mumbles a hello and he answers back. Helmut brings up the training report they have to hand in. Covering her mouth, Alea whispers that they definitely cannot write about what just went down. Telling him to pick up the pace, she dashes off, leaving him in the dust. But before she gets far, he grabs her wrist, stopping her right there. Helmut casually asks if she wants to grab some food together. Her face turns bright red and she just stands there totally frozen. Fast forward to the cafeteria, the two of them are quietly eating their meal. Later on in the woods, they get back to their job of gathering moss. Afterward, they sit down side by side and get to work on that report. Just like that, the training period flies right by. Once they're back at school, a couple of guys they know walk up to say hi. One guy points out her grumpy expression, and Alea snaps at him to zip it, but he won't let it go, pushing to find out where they ran off to. This starts getting on Helmut's nerves. As for Alea, she just turns her head, completely ignoring the guy. Helmut shoots the guy, a sharp, deadly glare. Feeling the heavy tension in the air, their classmate steps in and tells everyone to chill out. Getting between them, he points out how weird they are both acting. He tries to guess what's going on, but Helmut just says he is out of here. He turns his back and strides off. This leaves the guys totally confused. When they ask if the two had a fight, Alea gives them absolutely zero reaction. Seeing her blank face, they figure the two of them argued and patched things up. So the guy keeps poking, asking what they were even fighting about. Glaring at them, Alea shoots back a freezing tone, asking if they seriously want to know. Startled, they back off and say never mind, and she declares she is heading inside. As she walks away, one of the guys whines about her nasty attitude, but his buddy looks deep in thought, figuring out that something fishy is definitely going on. Night falls, casting a shadow over the massive campus buildings. Inside a quiet office, a man stresses that he can only cover up so much. Suddenly, a woman's face pops up in a glowing crystal, telling him to stop overreacting. Furious, he slams his fist on the desk, yelling about how he cannot just let this slide. Fuming with anger, he shouts that he can't just keep his mouth shut about a dead priest. In reply, she points out that the priest had figured out who Alea really is, even though she cleaned up the mess. She warns him that the search party will still sweep the forest. Because of that, she told the dean to dodge any pointless drama right now. His only job is to cook up a solid fake story that people will actually buy. She reminds him that since she wiped the scene, the temple forces will be hunting her down instead. But as she gazes out toward the woods, she admits there is one thing bugging her. What worries her is how close Alea and Helmut are getting lately. Because falling in love is a huge risk when you are trying to hide a secret identity. Meanwhile, their buddy is totally convinced that those two are hiding something. Now that the field work is completely over, we head back to the main building. With finals coming up, Cyan lets out a groan saying this has to be some kind of bad joke. He starts wondering what the heck is wrong with everyone in the room. Just earlier, they were asking Helmut and Alea how long they were going to keep playing this game. Alea snaps back, asking Cyan if he even did any real work. Cyan defends himself, saying it is testing week, and there were literally zero. Watching the whole argument, Helmut just tells everyone to pack their bags and head out. Cutting to a flashback, Alea reminds him they have to keep their whole thing on the down low. To pull it off, she comes up with a plan to act like they had a massive fight. She figures people will be super nosy at first, but they will eventually get bored and drop it, snapping back to reality. Helmut really doubts if her master plan is going to hold up. Cyan leans in and tells Helmut that Alea is being crazy cold, and the whole vibe just feels super sketchy. Suddenly, it hits him. He remembers spotting Alea at a jewelry shop just last week. We see a flashback of the store window, where he saw her hanging around outside. He catches sight of a familiar face and his jaw drops in shock. Inside, he spots Alea wondering what on earth she is doing here. He thinks about it for a second. There is no way she is just shopping for a gift or picking up something for herself. Snapping back to reality, he admits he did not notice what she bought, but he has a strong feeling something is going on. He is absolutely sure that something happened between them during training. Suddenly, Alea slams her hand on the wooden table. She jumps to her feet. "If you guys aren't leaving, I am," she snaps. Turning away, she mutters that she can focus way better literally anywhere else. Helmut gets up right after saying he is heading out too. Shocked, Cyan asks if Helmut is really just going to ditch them. Helmut just groans about the strong smell of food taking over the room. Left alone with Cyan, Oscar shakes his. Night falls over the academy. Later on, we catch up with them inside a quiet room. Alea asks Helmut how the bracelet is holding up. He touches it, saying the seed has finally calmed down and everything is peaceful. Alea smiles, guessing the bracelet must be helping. Helmut nods, confirming it is doing its job perfectly. But Helmut warns he still needs to stay on guard since his dark energy keeps leaking. He gently takes her hand and slips the bracelet onto her wrist. He tells Alea to never take it off, it would be a disaster if anyone found out. She nods softly, thanking him for the bracelet and for his help. Changing the subject, Helmut points out that Shan is way sharper than he thought. Alea completely agrees. She says an idea suddenly hits him. Helmut smiles, saying he knows a hidden place no one else will ever find. He tells Alea to keep her schedule wide open for the upcoming holiday so they can go together. Alea happily agrees to join him on the trip. Flashing back to the present, Cyan is hanging on to Alea, begging to know what her plans are. Alea gives him a cold stare. "Even if I was totally free, I still wouldn't hang out with you," she shoots back. Someone chimes in asking Alea why she even invited the sword students to their spirit research group. It turns out Cyan just wanted them to make peace and the whole group was supposed to watch it happen. Cyan sighs and suggests they just go out without Alea, which the rest agree to. But Helmut quickly says that he is busy this weekend too. Since he is already booked, Cyan gets suspicious and asks. He wonders out loud if they are secretly meeting up. Helmut quickly denies it while Alea acts confused. Oscar announces he is leaving too. Cyan throws his hands up, asking if ditching the group is the hot new trend. Someone reminds Alea that the early rounds for the sword tournament begin next week. Another voice asks if she is sick or something since the temple banned her from competing. Oscar shouts, asking if she seriously has not heard the news about Basora. He cannot believe she is so clueless. Pointing right at her, he tells her to listen up because the whole mess started back in Basora. Through a flashback, he explains how a famous hero from the temple lost his life while hunting dark monsters. He goes on saying the temple panicked when they lost their power. Desperate for a new foundation, they started hunting for a fresh ally. He reveals that the poor guy they dragged into this mess was none other than Bowden. Something clicks for Cyan. He remembers seeing priests roaming the festival grounds, even spotting the high priest himself. Hooked by the story, Oscar stands tall. He declares he is joining them, promising to bring home the win. Oscar waves goodbye and heads out. The scene fades, jumping straight to the weekend they have all been waiting for. Strolling side by side through the deep woods, Alea smiles, saying the big day is finally here. She holds up a scroll covered in a complex magic circle. She explains that she is going to open the dungeon entrance right on this spot. As the spell lights up and finishes, she looks at him. "All right, now it is just the two of us," she says. She asks if he is ready to go in. Helmut gives a firm nod and they step forward together. But deep in the shadows of the leaves, a pair of eyes tracks their every move. Completely clueless to the danger, they walk right past the lurking beast. Stepping through the glowing portal, they finally reach their training ground. Looking around the inside, she frowns. It is way too weird that everything looks totally untouched. Helmut asks if the dungeon just stopped falling apart. She shakes her head, explaining that a dungeon always drains magic straight from its master. If the master is gone, the magic stops flowing and the whole place should be in ruins. Her eyes widen as she realizes what this means. Someone else has already taken over. Standing under a massive glowing sphere, Helmut asks if she knew this was going to happen. She takes a deep breath and continues her explanation. A dungeon belongs to whoever claims it first. With a warm smile, she welcomes him to her very own private dungeon. The scene shifts, revealing a cozy room glowing with a roaring fireplace. Glancing around, he takes in the tall bookshelves and the elegant decor. As they walk through the space, Aaliyah admits she threw everything together in a hurry just for him. She mentions adding a special feature, one that physically projects her mental world into the room. Curious, Helmut asks if that means this setup is entirely her personal taste. Settling into a chair, he smiles. It feels nice to finally have a quiet place just for the two of them. Here they can safely talk without anyone eavesdropping. Helmut agrees, pointing out how many people are constantly watching their every move outside. Taking the hint, she leans in. There's actually something she needs his help with. She wants him to dive into the deepest parts of the dungeon by her side. Caught off guard, Helmut asks what exactly going down there would even mean. She explains that right now she is only using her mana to keep the place from collapsing, but she doesn't actually control it yet. He asks what their next move should be. She smirks. There is a way. Throwing it back to their past fight, she asks if he remembers the exact barrier where he took down Lampion. That spot wasn't just a battlefield. It is the dungeon's core, and that is their target. Helmut pauses. The catch is, they completely wrecked their old route to get there. Unfazed by the roadblock, she declares that if there is no path left, they will just have to make a new one. Thinking back to their enemy, she remembers how Lampion had scattered golems all over the dungeon. It suddenly clicks. The massive number of golems means they were guarding something huge. They agree to hunt for barriers hidden within those heavy defense zones. Flashing an eager smile, she tells him to gear up. The hunt starts right now. Cut to the dark dungeon where Helmut is gasping for air, standing over a pile of smashed golems. Even exhausted from the fight, his eyes are locked on finding the right path. Aaliyah calls out, asking how this round went. Catching his breath, he confirms he definitely felt something hidden there. Frustrated, she crosses her arms, wondering what on earth that old man was trying to hide behind all. Calling it a day, Helmut suggests they fall back since it is getting way too dark to see. Suddenly, a massive shadow darts across the floor. Startled, they both snap their heads up at the exact same time. Swooping right toward them is a giant bird-shaped golem, and it is clutching a glowing key. Helmut points it out while Aaliyah squints, questioning if that thing is a bird or a machine. Realizing this might be their ticket inside, she screams for him to move. The chase is on. The two of them sprint down the pitch-black corridor at full speed. Helmut is totally blown away by how fast this thing is. Gripping his sword, he gears up for a direct strike. Launching himself into the air, he slashes upward, aiming to clip the golem right out of the sky. He lands it dead on hit, but only shaves off a few metal feathers. Despite the clean strike, he realizes the bird perfectly dodged the fatal blow. Watching from below, Aaliyah shouts that the creature is practically reading their minds and predicting their movements. He nods in agreement. Running in blind isn't working. They need a totally new strategy. Aaliyah quickly pieces it together. The dungeon was built to test its challengers. Pacing around, she tries to figure out exactly what kind of test this is. Connecting the dots. A mind-reading golem and a hidden key. Staring at the flying beast, she wonders what message it is trying to send. Out of nowhere, a sharp pain hits her. Aaliyah grabs her head and lets out. She hears someone calling her name, but as the ringing fades, she realizes it wasn't Helmut's voice. Then, straight out of a nightmare, an exact clone of her materializes right in the middle of the hallway. Stunned, she yells out, questioning if she is losing her mind. The copy simply points a finger right back at the real Aaliyah, leaving her entirely speechless. Helmut instantly holds out an arm, warning her not to move. It is a trap. He tells her to look closely at the clone's neck. Gasping in shock, Aaliyah realizes the golem's key is hanging right around the fake's neck. With a wicked smirk, the copy challenges the original to prove who she really is. She demands a secret, something only the real Helmut would know. Laughing, the clone taunts that a fake could never possibly know the truth. Suddenly shifting her form, the copy boldly claims that she is the real one. She screams for Helmut to attack, pointing at the real Aaliyah and ordering him to kill the imposter. Helmut just glares ice-cold at the clone, catching her completely off guard. Gripping his blade, he charges at the fake with insane speed. With one brutal, precise slash, he shatters the imposter into a million pieces. As the broken shards hit the floor, the glowing key finally drops. Strolling down the hallway, Helmut glances over and asks, totally blown away. Aaliyah replies that mixing golem engineering with mental magic is just next level. Her eyes light up as she adds how hyped she is to finally check out the archive, Lampioni's ultimate dream. She admits it's her own dream too, something she's been chasing for a very long time. As an heir, she desperately needs to break free from her grandmother's shadow. And to do that, she has to hit the Magus rank and claim this very dungeon as her own. Catching his serious look, Aaliyah asks what's bothering him. Helmut sighs, saying he gets the creepy feeling they've just been walking in circles, and have been for a while. Scanning the rubble, she realizes the exact same golem pieces keep showing up on their path. Putting the clues together, he flat out says they're trapped, wondering if it's some kind of test. Alea guesses it might be, or maybe things have gone totally sideways. She points out that Lampione dying basically shattered the dungeon, warping the whole subspace. Either way, they desperately need a clue to move on. Staring at the scrap, he bets the answer has to do with the golems themselves. Tilting her head, Alea asks how he even knew that last golem was a fake. He goes quiet for a second. Looking right into her eyes, he says he figured she'd never trust him to make a promise based on a fake weakness. With total honesty, she smiles and says she simply believed his words. Right then, a loud bell rings through the hallway, making them both jump. An eerie voice echoes, announcing that those who show true trust deserve to claim the glory, opening the way for them. The voice urges them to step forward. Passing through the portal, they step into a wildly shattered, broken dimension. Chunks of the floor and shattered walls are literally floating in mid-air all around them. Taking in the crazy scenery, he stops her and tells her to stay sharp. Pointing off to the side, he spots a massive mountain of gold and loot. Spotting even more riches, she wonders out loud if they've stumbled into a treasure vault. But he quickly warns her that their exit just vanished, leaving no choice but to push ahead. Alea wonders if the route to the very bottom of the dungeon is hiding in here too. Looking at how messed up the space is, he nods, saying it's highly likely. Helmut grimly notes that if this place caves in on them, it's totally game over. Asking for the game plan, she listens as he says they need to play this smart. Tracing back the test, he points out that everything was working perfectly right up until that gate. But after that, everything changed when Lampione's death triggered this huge distortion. Now they're stuck in an actual maze, with zero way out since the creator is gone. Stepping up, she says they have to tackle the root of the problem. Breaking down how magic works, she explains it's basically the power to make your wishes come true. Only a burning desire, she adds, can turn magic into reality. Channeling her own deep wishes, she fires off a blast of mana just to see how the space reacts. But the energy just slams into the rubble and fizzles out, doing absolutely zero. Helmut frowns, totally confused, since the magic was supposed to fly straight toward her goal. That's when it hits Alea, this whole place only cares about what Lampione wanted. Catching on, Helmut says they just need to figure out what the old master was actually looking for. Suddenly, a desperate wish to find a genius. Young mage echoes through the void. Bingo. One of the floating stone platforms lights up like a beacon. Grinning at their success, she points out the newly formed path. Stepping up to the front, Helmut tells her to stay. Looking down, she mutters, wondering why the path decided to form right under her own boots. Shaking it off, Elias says they'll probably never know, so they better just keep their eyes peeled. Chasing the glowing trail, she's totally confident they're about to find the answers they need. Hitting the end of the line, Helmut stares at a room that literally looks frozen in time. Pointing at the magic barrier, she spots the exact hole he smashed through earlier. Completely shocked, she yells out right before their eyes. As she dashes forward, Helmut quickly yells at her to watch her step, since they have no idea what traps are left. She starts nerding out about materialization mechanics, which completely goes over his head. Staying quiet, he just watches her geek out. Seeing her so incredibly hyped, he smiles, figuring if she's having fun, they're doing all right. Jumping ahead, Helmut casually mentions he honestly thought this whole run would be a walk in the park. Stepping out of the portal, he chuckles, saying they got super lucky to clear it in a single day. Alea raises an eyebrow, seriously doubting luck had anything to do with it. Smiling, he tells her that having an awesome partner like her was all the luck he needed. Giving her a genuine thanks, Helmut admits he really needed a training spot like this anyway. As the portal seals shut behind them, she gently asks if it's finally time to close the dungeon gate for good. The cave violently shakes, feeling like it's tearing apart. Suddenly, a massive jagged spike blasts right through the portal, aiming straight for them. Caught totally off guard by the nightmare erupting from the gate, the two of them just freeze, completely paralyzed by shock. Then a colossal beast steps out. It glares down at them with glowing, terrifying eyes, opening its jaws as if trying to speak. "Get back!" Alea shrieks, terrified out of her mind. The beast lunges forward, but out of nowhere, Cian's voice echoes through the cave, screaming that the monster is actually his spirit. Helmut blinks, totally thrown off. "Cian, what the heck are you doing down here?" Cian chuckles, nervously joking that it's a free country. But Helmut's face is dead serious. He orders the guy to step closer, demanding real answers. Dropping to his knees, Cian whimpers, asking why they're glaring at him like they're about to murder him. He looks like he's about to burst into tears at any second. Fed up, Alea dashes forward and tackles the boy from behind. Slamming him face first into the dirt, she doesn't hold back. "How much did you see?" She already knows his summon was trailing them this entire time. Sweating bullets, Cian admits that spirit mages share their summon's vision, begging her to let him up. Alea snarls, finally piecing it all together. The glowing trail they saw earlier, it was reacting straight to his dark spirit. "Why were you spying on us?" she barks, tightening her grip on him. She chokes him, waiting for an excuse he can't even spit out. She actually considers wiping his memory, but Helmut sighs, pointing out that wouldn't even work. Darkening her tone, Alea mutters that the only other choice is silencing him. For good. Panic mode activated, Cien screams at the top of his lungs. Gasping for air, he explains he only snooped because he was worried about the heavy dark tension between the two of them lately. Flashback time. He'd watched them sneak into the same room right after their huge fight. Later on, he overheard them making secret plans to meet up alone this weekend. It didn't take a genius to figure out they were hiding something massive from everyone else. Cien babbles on, saying he figured they had a really solid reason for keeping everything under wraps. Flashing back even further, Cien is chilling at his desk, dropping his pen as his mind races. Were they actually fighting? At first he brushed it off as impossible, but after thinking it over, he realized it was actually 100% likely. All that stuff about the matching bracelets and their weird moods, just surface-level rumors. He suspected they tried to patch things up, but it completely backfired. Feeling bad for them, he knew those two stubborn blockheads would never talk out their feelings, so he ordered his spirit Doom to go play detective. He honestly just wanted to keep an eye on things, ready to swoop in and help if they needed a mediator. "I just wanted to help you guys make up," he cries out. Even with Alea pinning him into the dirt, he insists his intentions were pure. Pressing her cold blade against his skin, she demands to know exactly what he saw. Shaking, Cien swears he couldn't hear a single word once they went inside. He frantically adds that the insane density of mana in the room basically jammed his spirit's vision. Taking all of this in, Alea finally saw. But there's a major catch. Right on cue, Helmut starts chanting, weaving a powerful spell. Glowing chains of raw energy wrap around Helmut's body. He glares at Cien, demanding he swear a binding mage's oath if he wants to walk away alive. Cut to the very next day. The academy grounds are absolutely packed for a massive school event. While an instructor warns Asuka to step behind the boundary line, Helmut spaces out, thinking back on that crazy oath. It's no joke. If Cien dares to break that promise, his mana core will be shattered forever. Yet somehow, despite almost dying yesterday, Cien has the nerve to shamelessly ask if he can see their secret dungeon. Rubbing his temples, Helmut feels a headache coming on, only to be snapped out of it by Asuka screaming that the event is starting. The announcer steps up, ready to reveal the battleground for this year's big swordsmanship tournament. Unrolling a massive scroll, they announce the location, the Duchy of Renosa, a tiny eastern kingdom. It falls under the rule of the massive Dias Empire, governed by the Grand Duke himself. Honestly, it's mostly famous for being loaded with insanely rare minerals. Sure, it's small, but they are filthy rich and boast a terrifying order of elite knights. The main tournament stage, Ratona, the glittering capital city. Excitement ripples through the crowd as students buzz about the kingdom's gorgeous scenery. Pushing his way through the massive crowd, Helmut mutters a quick "excuse me," but he completely misjudges the space, bumping hard right into Asuka. Losing her footing, she instantly tips backward, tumbling straight toward the packed crowd. Just before she crashes onto the hard stone, she looks up wide-eyed and terrified. Moving on pure instinct, Helmut's hand shoots out, grabbing her wrist with an iron grip. In one smooth motion, he yanks her back to her feet, accidentally pulling her way too close and creating a seriously intense, heart-fluttering moment. Her face turns beet red, completely flustered by the close contact. Helmut just stares right back into her eyes in dead silence while the rest of the students watch the drama unfold. A dark memory suddenly hits her, freezing her in her tracks. In her mind's eye, a shadowy figure aggressively pins her down. Off to the side, Helmut simply watches the scene unfold, not saying a single word. Gripping her wrist, she shoots him a totally bewildered look. He stands there, wondering if she would even buy that this was just a huge misunderstanding. Once the qualifiers kick off, the battles are downright brutal and packed with fierce competition. Soon enough, 4 fighters proudly secure their spots in the tournament's main bracket. Out of this elite group, just 2 will earn the right to represent Greta in the Duchy of Renosa. Later that evening, Alea points out that the instructors went all out for this event. Chatting with Helmut, she mentions that the matchups will be announced right before the clashes begin. He casually asks if the rookie managed to make it into the main event too. That question brings back the awkward memory from earlier, causing her to zone out for a second. Noticing she was still hung up on it, he steps in to snap her out of it. He clears the air, explaining he only did it to stop her from getting injured. Looking away, she awkwardly asks if the whole ordeal bothers him at all. Flashing a relaxed smile, he replies, "Nope, not even a little bit," leaving her completely flustered. With a heavy sigh, she quickly pivots the conversation, groaning about how annoying the gossip has gotten. Still blowing off steam, she reveals that even instructor Ethan brought it up, feeling totally lost. She asks how he normally handles this kind of drama. Telling her the fix is easy, he simply tells her to ignore the noise. He points out that rumors naturally fade away once people get bored and move on. Nodding along, she promises to keep her head clear for the battles. Bright and early the next morning, the matchup list drops just 1 hour before the showdown. Out of all the pairings, the very first duel pits Helmut against the rookie Charlotte. Throwing an arm around Helmut, Asuka confidently declares that no matter what, it is going to be the 2 of them facing off in the grand finale. Striding up from behind, Charlotte boldly warns them that the seniors should not get too comfortable. She then questions his big ego, claiming she might just take him down first. When he raises an eyebrow at her bold threat, she shrugs it off, saying she is only spitting facts. The other finalist fires back, telling her to watch her mouth before she gets burned, flashing a grin. Asuka chuckles that she is definitely an interesting character, adding that they will see about that. Charlotte then decides to lay her cards on the table. She reveals she actually hails from the Duchy of Reynosa and needs to track someone down once she qualifies. Because of that, she swears to crush the seniors and claim the top spot. Watching her strut off, Asuka admits she has grown into a seriously impressive swordswoman. A little while later, the opening match of the qualifiers is finally gearing up to start on the field. Called out as the first contender, Helmut draws his blade and waits for the bell, hoping for a solid match. Charlotte steps into the arena ready to take on her senior. Standing face to face, the referee gets ready to kick things off. The moment the signal drops, both fighters dash forward, their blades slamming together with a heavy impact. Quickly scanning his form, she realizes his guard is absolutely flawless, leaving 0 blind spots. Powering through their clash, she easily shoves her backward across the dirt. Even as her feet drag against the ground, she can feel that he is totally holding back. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she doubles down on her resolve, her pride stinging from being taken lightly. He instantly lunges in for another strike. Her choice to fight at close range turns out to be a super risky gamble, spotting a wide-open window. He knows this makes landing a counterattack a total breeze. She shows off her raw talent, proving she knows exactly how to play a high-risk game. Reading her moves, he realizes she is starting to panic just a bit. He knows that if they keep swinging real steel like this, someone is going to get seriously hurt. Remembering Alea's warning, he decides to wrap things up before he attracts any more unwanted hype. Ready to end it, he slips right behind her blind spot to strike. Caught completely off guard, she spins around, totally lost on how he moves so fast. Watching from the bleachers, Asuka is left wide-eyed by the sudden finish. Dropped to the dirt, her weapon lies tossed aside right next to her. With his blade aimed straight down at her, he secures the win without a doubt, chilling on the steps. Asuka watches the outcome with a bad taste in his mouth. Cutting to the next scene, Tristan walks up to Alea, cheering about how wild that was. Taking a sip of her tea, she admits the showdown was way more entertaining than she expected. Adding to her thought, she says, Helmut put up a solid fight, totally surprised by his crazy level of skill. As far as she could tell, the guy did not leave a single opening. Scoring a flawless win, they look incredible together. In the crowd, a couple of girls start whispering, wondering if the two are actually dating. Alea catches every single word just as one of the girls brushes off the rumor. The dust settles from the fight, but her mind is racing. She gets totally lost in thought, trying to process the whole situation. She tells herself the gossip is completely fake, and she should not let it bother her. But suddenly, a paperboy runs by shouting out the evening headlines. The front page splashes a massive photo of their battle. Alea stares at the article, her eyes widening in pure shock. Later that evening, Helmut tracks her down. He gently asks her to hand back the bracelet he gave her. Gripping the accessory tightly, she puts on a brave face, insisting that everything is perfectly fine and nothing is wrong. She says thanks and hands it over. Helmut quickly explains he just wants to upgrade it with some brand new features. Not wanting things to be awkward, Helmut calls her name, desperate to clear up the weird misunderstanding from earlier that day. Caught off guard, she stammers, asking what he means. Panicking, she quickly changes the subject, claiming she was just curious about the upgrades. He turns to walk away, promising to give it back tomorrow morning. Left completely alone in the quiet hallway, she just stands there, replaying his words in her head. Gazing out at the dark academy grounds, she feels totally lost, unsure of how to even act around him now. The second round of the selection kicks off. Now it is Oscar facing off against Jeffrey. Pointing his blade straight at Jeffrey, Oscar secures his win. Just like that, the two reps heading to the massive Reynosa tournament are finally decided. His mind drifts back to that freshman girl. She had told him she wanted to pass so she could face him with her head held high. Standing alone in the empty arena, he mutters that winning feels a lot emptier than he thought it would. Fast forward, the instructor smirks, claiming he knew this exact result would happen. He brutally adds he never even expected the losers to make the cut. He keeps pushing their buttons, saying losing to Helmut was totally guaranteed, and tells them to snap out of it and focus up. Getting serious, he drops a huge announcement. He pulls out a map tracing their route and laying out the details for the upcoming training camp. Oscar is completely stunned when the instructor reveals the tournament happens right in the middle of their vacation. They have to make it back before the new semester starts. Oscar panics, arguing he had no idea and really needs to head home for the holidays. The instructor stares him down, asking if he is seriously quitting on his biggest opportunity. Letting out a heavy sigh, the teacher mutters that he always knew Oscar was way too unpredictable. Oscar throws his hand up, suddenly super curious. He asks if he gives up his spot, does the third place guy get to go instead? The instructor squints, sensing something super suspicious is going on. Oscar starts sweating and stammering frantically, denying any hidden motives. Watching him panic, the instructor sighs and orders Helmut to take Oscar outside for a serious chat. The scene shifts. The giant clock tower strikes late afternoon. With just 10 minutes on the clock, the bustling city starts gearing up for the evening. Strolling down the busy street, Helmut glances around, searching for a good spot to wait for his friend. Right then, his eyes catch a familiar girl strolling down the sidewalk.